the vow.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. An exciting day today, to be sure. An exciting night last night for John Searka, our very own, okay? We will be watching the debate, of course. We're hoping that Searka himself maybe will come on the panel. Searka, if you're watching, you're welcome to show up, you know? Tell us your thoughts. I mean, I haven't seen it yet, and I hope none of you pre-watched, okay? I will say, I was checking it out. It is by far the biggest stream Speakeasy has ever had. It has more views than all of his videos or all of his streams. So big night for Speakeasy, big night for Searka to be there. So that's what we're going through. I don't know. It's a long debate. I don't know how much is like Q&A time, but speaking of which, the link is as always is in the pinned at the top. Hopefully, if I remember to do it, I think I did. And it's in the description. It has to be somewhere because we have Alex and we have, let me authenticate, we have Keelan. Welcome back. Keelan, I haven't seen you in a hot minute. I mean, I talked to you today, but
What's up?
Yeah, Alex.
What? How come you don't talk to me anymore? What is bullshit?
You're never in the Discord, Alex. It's crazy.
I
Lots going on. I know
Discord.
wait, aren't you in the Discord? Do you actually not have it? I thought you were in there. You're
Yes, I am.
dying.
Oh no, I am.
Oh yeah, wait, yeah, we've talked on this. Yeah, we've talked on the Discord a bunch. I know you have a Discord, but you're never talking in the Discord, okay? Where a lot of chicanery goes down throughout the day, okay? Who the hell is John Searka? Well, John Searka is technically somebody else.
Sorry, I switched Wi-Fi, so I didn't get to hear your excuses. But
so I know Keelan has pre-watched this, okay? And yeah, people are giving me rats. Reason is giving me spoilers too. You know, I don't like the spoilers, okay? But I heard it was hotly contested, you know, as all debates are. Anyone who is a fan of John Searka thinks John Searka won, and everyone who's an Andrew Wilson fan thinks Andrew Wilson won, apparently. But that's why you come to me, okay, to find your unbiased takes, right?
Isn't that how it always goes, though?
It is how it always goes.
People's fans always ignore the other side.
Yeah. So, but hopefully we can give it an honest shake, find out who actually won and who didn't. Also, good to see you, Section 230. Good to see you, Anson. That is not a quote. That's not a direct quote, if you think about it. Actually, someone said that in the Discord today, but it wasn't me, okay? It wasn't me. And of course, good to see you, Kulvik. Good to see you, Wrath of Reason. So let's get into this, I guess. I mean, this is a long one. But again, they take breaks for super chats. I don't know how these things work, so you know, which we can kind of skip, you know, so at least it won't be. Because hopefully this isn't going to be another, you know, like seven part stream. Keelan, why aren't you talking? Is your mic on?
Yeah.
Keelan, you sound so sad. You're making me sad, brother.
I think I sound like I normally do.
Maybe you just
He
seem
sounds normal to
less.
me.
He sounds a little quiet. I don't know. Maybe he
A little
always sounds
subdued,
quiet.
maybe. He's not angry at me yet.
Yeah, he seems a little meek. Okay.
Alex.
He sees permission to
What's
do a
up,
review.
Mel?
I did.
Never mind.
Technically.
Never mind. I figured it out.
Yeah, see, that's what I'm saying. Is your mic on? Yeah, sad face. That's how it sounded. Okay. Keelan's not happy to be here, but he's here, which is the important thing. Okay, here we go. And I'm assuming we'll have other people coming up, like Big Soda. I almost feel bad starting without a brother, but I don't know where Big Soda is. Okay, but he'll have to play a bit of catch up.
I'm sure he pre-watched.
So seeing as, okay, before, I guess so we have somebody, a Wrath of Reason, who obviously thinks that Searka lost, as he says here. But Keelan, you think Searka won? Was that the vibe I got from you? Good answer, Keelan. He's back.
I was eating, but
sorry.
I didn't watch the Q&A or the closing statements, so I mean, most of the debate seemed like a waste of time anyway. But
was it definitional games or what?
Yeah, like there was nobody was winning anything at the point I left. So, and we were like 2.5 hours in.
Somebody told me there's at least, and I won't say who told me, there was at least one Searka W. I'm not saying there's not more, but someone told me there is at least one in their opinion. So I'm excited to see that. Section says only liberal retards think Searka won. Searka thinks that it was cordial from what he just said in the Discord like 5 minutes ago. So we're going to see if it was or not. Searka was looking mighty anxious on his stream beforehand, but every time I've mentioned that to Searka before, he denies it. So,
I could say the exact same thing about saying that he lost, right?
Yeah.
Like, making sweeping statements like that, only idiots think he won. Well, yeah, but you're the idiot on the other side, just saying.
So Searka said in
hey, Avery.
I don't know how he says his name, whatever. But he said the Q&A and the closing was more cordial. I think the rest of the debate was kind of like, I guess we'll watch it. I don't want to spoil it for anyone.
Hey, Gorilla Biscuits. Yeah, I am curious to see.
But I just did.
Oh, here we go. Speakeasy. As the moderator, I will leave who won to the audience, but Searka does concede in the Q&A. Oh, okay. Okay, interesting. Oh,
nice.
Thank you, Gorilla Biscuits, for the gifted. And there's Big Soda. There's Big Soda. Didn't want to start without you, Big Soda. I felt that would be a little untoward,
No,
is that what happened, Rob?
But I will say it is. That's what.
No.
So yeah, Coolvic thinks Andrew won. I will of course give the objective answer on who won and who didn't.
Dude, okay. I'm gonna put it to you this way. I don't really like the both of them. I mean, I don't like Searka more, obviously, but Andrew won that debate, dude.
Obviously,
he did. He really did.
Obviously, I don't like Searka more. Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, it is. I will say
I did miss the first
like
30 minutes, but
if it was, as I think, was it Coolvic that said that they were at least joking at the end?
Yeah, they're having a good time at the end.
That's always a good sign. Like if Andrew really thinks that someone was, just a shitbag or really stupid, it usually kind of, but if he's trying to build a bridge at the end, that at least means it's at least something happened. That's okay.
If somebody actually conceded an online debate, they are based as fuck, dude. I think they're the real winner, personally.
I'm curious if you conceded the whole thing.
I was wrong.
Well, yeah, it depends on what they conceded. I'm just saying, I've never heard anyone concede in a debate.
I concede to you, Alex.
But we're not debating.
That's up to you. Good to see you, Trench. How you doing, brother?
What does
life is good?
What does conceding a debate mean?
I have no idea.
He tapped out.
You admit you're wrong.
But
okay, this is a spoiler, but Coolvic is saying that he said I can't prove Trump is a fascist.
Yeah, that's not conceding.
I guess prove. It's prove might be carrying a lot. Right, because Zerka's whole thing is it's permission structures, and like just from talking to him before, and it's like it's the poison in the air that you don't recognize until it's too late. So it's like
Yeah,
even
it's
when I've
all
talked to Zerka,
abstract.
he doesn't claim that he can prove it.
It's all abstract fucking emotion and feeling and intuition. That's all they ever describe.
Well,
Right,
how-
okay, Zerka's
but
here.
that's all
Good to
you
see
really
John.
have, right? You don't know someone. You can't know someone's
Yeah.
true intentions.
Yeah,
You can
You
only
can
see what they
absolutely
do and
identify
what
a
they
fascist
say, right?
government. This is crazy, man. Crazy.
Hold on.
no, Alex is right.
You can only
Right,
see
but
what people do
proving-
and say. You don't know what their
Yeah.
intentions are. Now you can
Well,
find out their intentions
intention
after
one
the fact,
Of the
but
fascist
not
is
before it happens.
he's establishing a fascist empire, government, dictatorship, etc. 2, he's got an actual military loyal or paramilitary wing loyal to his cause or that of the hierarchy's cause. 3,
What?
they use actual violence.
Are these
That's
are you
true,
saying that Trump,
literally
are you saying
speaking.
Trump
No,
is a
he's-
fascist?
These are like backyard
No.
grilled up explanations.
These are like
No,
this is
these
like,
are like Benito Mussolini shit.
well,
Like
no,
death
hold on,
squads.
hold on.
Where's the death
Hold on.
squads, dude?
Hold on.
This is
A
this is
military
hindsight.
loyal to the hierarchy.
No,
Where
I mean,
where
yeah,
is the
that's-
Why are we
Where-
debating
where-
this?
where are Trump's black?
Why are we
let's watch
debating
the-
this?
let's
That's
just
the
watch
point that I
debate.
made.
Yeah, we'll have to
because I'm
see
making
about
a
to
point
see
that
the
nobody
points.
can ever. Even Aiden did it after in the second debate. You couldn't get him fucking glued to the ground for one
I
position,
know,
for
dude,
one definition.
at
He
all.
put
But I
out.
Zerka, I
do
agree.
see
It's
Zerka's
just
point. Yeah, of the diagnostic
just-
thing. I think maybe Zerka got prompt cocked. Maybe that's what happened. Because yeah, if it is Trump is a fascist, that's not a provable thing. So you know, what I
Yeah,
mean,
it's like-
should
it's
Zerka
like-
have taken that prompt? I don't know, but
Would you believe a fascist if he told you he was a fascist?
yeah,
Probably not.
Yeah, I actually probably
before
would.
we watch the
Have you ever
debate.
have you ever seen any prominent fascists like beat around the bush and be like, "Oh, it's not fascism. I'm
yes,
practicing."
of
Oh,
course. Every one of them before they gain total power. What do you mean?
Well,
no,
except one of them.
Who the fuck walks into a room and says, "Hey,
I'm your new dictator when they have no power. What are you talking
a
about?
fascist party that's running on the whole central idea of being
even
an actual
Hitler
fascist.
didn't do that."
Yeah, but
Actually, Hitler
fascism
actually
is kind
did.
of-
Yes.
fascism
What are
is
you
kind
talking
of-
about?
Kinda didn't.
Well,
No,
Mussolini
how did he
did.
not? That's stupid.
Hitler-
You're
He was
stupid.
talking
Hitler
about
didn't.
saving their country and getting rid of all the undesirables.
Trent,
That's what
calm
he did.
down, buddy.
No, I
He
hate
didn't
to
go
see
full
people.
fascist
When
until
fascism was
started
like
had
cool,
power, and
people
then
went
he killed off
ID that
anyone
way,
who
but now it's
disagreed.
like ID now.
Disculpe,
and now.
senors. Disculpe, senors. I just want to say, like, boiling it down to this, I think misses the point of why Searka was
Now you don't
debating.
want. Now you don't want to talk about the real history because you don't want to be wrong.
Well, he's going
Okay, we're
back
not-
to
we
why
can't-
we're
You're
all
wrong
here.
We
about the
can't get
history,
too
so I don't know
into the
why you're
history.
talking about it.
Like,
you think
we
Hitler
can just
hid
watch
his
the
fascism
debate.
from the world?
We
Are
can
you
just
serious?
watch the debate. we
Before
haven't
or
even
after
started
he
the video.
became,
Yeah, we haven't
The
even.
whole
We're
time.
still in the pre-debate.
yes,
Guys,
of the
he hid his
debate.
fascism from the world.
The whole
Duh.
fucking time, you silly
Yes.
goose. Do you know what?
Yes.
Do you know how he got turned
Yes.
into a fascist?
Yes,
How?
the whole time.
How?
You guys
How
We
know
don't
did-
that
have
the
to- we
debate
don't
is
have to
actually
go
I don't think he
hold
got
on.
turned into a
Let's not
fascist.
go to
I think he
World
was
War
always a
II if you think
fascist.
about it. Okay, order in the panel. Order in the panel.
He
Okay.
was always a fascist, my dude.
No, he
just didn't
wasn't,
show
you
it.
idiot. He was a spy for the fucking military when he went to the beer hall
Hey,
to watch
hey,
Nazi
guys.
rallies.
Guys, the debate is actually pretty educational when it comes to this. So, I mean,
That's
it's
true.
sweet.
We'll probably be retreading a lot of ground here.
Let's do it.
And again,
If I don't have a
7,000
fucking
7,000 views on this live, which is freaking crazy.
Nice job, Searka. Damn.
Yeah, like Zerka's, like Andrew Wilson's obviously going to pull views, but for Zerka to be a part of that, that's pretty cool. So
Yeah, big
props to you,
compliment when
Zerka.
you
Well,
could
it
does-
steal
it
like
does
12
take
of
Point
them.
the whole time, and that's why he
It
kept his
does-
little psychopath mask on. He was
It
a
does
good
take a
boy.
lot
You
of
were
balls to get
very
up there
good
and debate
boy.
Andrew Wilson, Zerka. I will give you credit for that.
It was
I would
even
not
turning
last 10
red,
minutes with that guy.
blushing at the end. It was cute.
Good to see you, Oxycat. I like when my president is fashionable. Me too. Me too.
Yep.
I like when my presidents are honorable. How about that?
Start the timer up with your
Good
voice.
luck.
Is this volume good enough?
Sure.
Or is it quiet?
Sounds
quiet. And they thought they were free by Milton
That's
Meyer.
Shout
There
out
was
to
a
the
chapter
cat in
called,
the chat.
but then it was too late. This
You're
chapter
gay.
captures the trap. Most society will
Face
get
is
a
gay.
message
Lion
saying,
behind
"This is the
her."
year we
And your
turn
mom's
into
gay,
fascism."
too.
It happens as a separation between people
Only
and government
one.
widens gradually. each step disguised as temporary emergency measures and tied to true patriotic allegiance. In the book of Daniel, the message is, you've been
This is
weighed
all going to be vibe.
and found wanting.
All of it's going to be
Hey,
vibe.
bro's
The warning
cooking,
isn't the
okay?
collapse itself.
Trench, can we
It is the
listen,
writing on
please?
the wall. And the point is to read it while there's still time. You do not need a PhD to see this. You just need to be honest. The tenets of fascism are not independent boxes where failing one magically cancels the rest. Every
They're
single
figments
feature
of my
can show up
imagination.
elsewhere. And fascism is what happens when they lock together into one machine. It's rebirth politics, leader veneration, political liturgy, weaponized patriotism, constraint that breaks through permanent emergency, epistemic capture, and economic manipulation.
Hey, can you pause
A
it for 1
society that
second? I have
rewards
one question
alignment and
here.
punishes resistance.
One question,
Often,
real quick.
Okay.
Did everything he just listed, could you ascribe that honestly and earnestly to any serious country or movement trying to accumulate power?
I feel like he has to unpack them first. What was the thing he said? Epistemic. What did he say? What did you say, Searka? Epistemic capture? Like, I don't know what that. We have to let bro unpack this thing. You know, he mentioned the book of Daniel. Okay, he's painting us a picture. Okay, he's painting us a picture.
Off the picture I'm painting, it's like a stick figure walking on a plane, and I'm supposed to see the jungle in the background.
Well, let
I
me get them painting it.
think Searka's method for this was actually more of like giving way too much detail and expecting his audience to come to the conclusion.
He came in there woman
that's what
prattling
his
like a
weakness
woman.
was.
Because that's what they do.
I love
Is
shitting
when
on,
all you
I love
have is
shitting on Searka as
pathos.
much as the next person, but I'm not sure. I don't think we're necessarily being super fair. Okay,
I mean, but
he's
that's
only one.
that's
There's
all
only
that
1
he
minute
does.
into the opening.
That's what all of them
I'm
do.
just-
They
I'm just saying, if he was more
Pathos,
direct, I think he would have done
pathos,
better in the
pathos.
debate.
pathos. Where's
Was
the
that
logo?
Oxycat's birthday? Happy birthday, Oxycat! If true,
Happy birthday,
and also good to see you,
Oxycat.
Avarice.
Ethos.
Happy birthday.
But anyway, I'm done. I rest my case, Your Honor.
Are you sure?
through uneasy collaboration with traditional elites. Hyper-nationalistic palingenesis, rebirth politics, a story of national decline and humiliation, followed by a promised restoration that frames the leader as the vessel of the nation.
See, I know some of these words from talking to Searka.
Trump
Okay,
uses this
I know
And
some of these
lives
words from watching the Obama campaign.
decline, restoration, purification, make America great again.
Even
and the
had the
promise
Shepherd
of that
Ferry
new era.
posters up everywhere and
But
obey.
by then it is too late.
Trench, can we watch the
So the
video,
real question
please?
isn't whether someone can quote a slogan about the state. It's whether the movement is already selling national rebirth through exclusionary nationalism. Are they breaking constraints to get there? Are they controlling the narrative? Epistemic capture is how the myth becomes insulated from evidence and truth becomes a loyalty test. Disconfirmation gets reclassified as propaganda. The movement trains people to treat refutation as betrayal. Once you've done that, the leader can break the rules with impunity because reality itself has been subordinated. This is the leader principle. And fascism is not just a program, it is a person who becomes the movement itself. Loyalty becomes worship, politics become veneration, and the public is trained to trust the man more than the institutions. Fascism is not only a set of ideas, it is a methodology. It includes committed militants, street energy, intimidation atmospheres, and a culture that treats politics as combat, not as careful deliberation. Sometimes that looks like formal militias. Sometimes
Searka
it looks
is
like
expecting too much
tolerated
from the audience, I
ecosystems
think.
of threats and selective lawlessness. Either way, it makes dissent expensive and dangerous. Patriotism
what
is used
did
as moral
any of that
coercion.
mean?
Dissent becomes betrayal. Questioning becomes disloyalty. And symbols, rituals, rallies, choreography, a sacral language turns the very politics into an extravagant and exhilarating liturgy.
What
It
is
stops
what,
being
what is
persuasion and
a
See, all of
religious
this
language
means
that looks
all
like
this
a
means
liturgy?
something.
Yeah, to
But
a
it's just
woman.
like it's a bit like well, it's just I think it's poetically dressed up and then some like technical stuff in there. which I think is
Yeah.
which is going to lose a lot of
I
people.
have
But
to
I
say,
think this
just-
stuff makes sense.
Just because you can't understand it doesn't mean it's meaningless.
Yeah.
Dude, I can speak.
It might
the
just be a
fucking
failure on your
abstract
part.
I can speak all the abstract gibbery Jew, and when I really start cooking,
Yeah,
everybody's
Alex
like,
is right.
"Put on the brakes."
Well, I mean,
Rich,
so
you're getting
far you've
too
only
deep
shown us that
into
you
it.
don't know what he's saying.
Okay,
Well, I know what
let's
he's saying.
stop
I know
throwing
what
shit at
liturgy-
each other, you
I know what
chimpanzees.
liturgy means. You know what the liturgy is?
Hey
Yeah,
guys,
I'm aware of what the
He's
liturgy
I'll
using
rip
it in
your
a,
fucking
he's using it in
balls
a
off.
You're
poetic
aware of what-
sense, right?
How
Like,
does that?
do you understand?
Then what
Like,
liturgy? Then what liturgy are people regularly attending?
what is this?
On
It's
the right.
liturgy in the metaphorical sense, Trench.
I know, but what's the
Everybody,
metaphor?
right?
What's the
About
metaphor
Trench?
mean? I'm looking for the
Is that a
metaphor.
question?
Well, like the
Hey.
Orthodox
Is that
liturgy,
question
right? Like
supposed to
it's
mean
like a
something? I don't know what the fuck you're
liturgical.
talking about, my dude.
Not that,
Yeah.
my dude. I'm talking
Your
about
question,
what
your
does
question
it
is
mean?
Meaningless is everything you've said so
Where
far. I don't
Yeah.
know
where's
why
the
you're still
pulpit?
talking.
Okay, so in this metaphor, what is the pulpit? Who are the
Trench.
patrons? And what is the message of the liturgy? That's all I want to
Trench.
know.
Which
I think you
metaphor are
should-
you talking about?
I think you should watch without like trying to figure out how you can have a nice comeback and like listen to what he's saying and try to paint a
Dude,
picture yourself.
I'm
Because that's
trying to
what
fucking
Searka's trying to
empathize.
do.
I'm trying to get my
Vibe.
empathy feelers
No,
out
he
in
can't
the
do
world.
that because he's not capable of listening. He's just looking for ways to
That's the reason why
throw
I'm
his
5
own
steps ahead
arguments
of you
into the
guys,
fucking
even when you don't
conversation.
realize it.
That's all he's
I
looking
think-
for.
So
I
like
think
acting
we
like
should be a
Searka's
little-
not making. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say, I think he should be a little more broad in his opening and then kind of narrow down.
I mean,
As
we
the
already
debate
started
goes on.
broad.
I think
He's
his,
being a-
his opening is already way too broad.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Yeah, oh,
to
yeah,
get, I mean,
okay,
thank
well,
you.
I guess maybe I
Fuck.
mean the opposite.
that so
It's
hard?
kind of like maybe you should make it like a distinct like 5 points and then kind of spread out
Yeah.
from there instead of like.
Yeah,
I get what he's
he's
doing,
going
and it
on
makes
way
sense.
too long. He's
Yeah.
going way too long with the stuff.
Yeah, I think throughout
Like,
this
don't-
debate, we'll see that he's like trying to paint a picture that we are gonna have to connect the dots on for him.
I know,
think
but-
if he connected those dots, it would have been
Yeah.
much better.
I
that's
agree
a
with that.
yeah. It's a great tactic if you're just the person talking to people in a debate. People
It's the
connect whatever
Kamala
dots they
Harris.
wanna-
It's the
wanna
Kamala
connect.
Harris tactic. You just say a bunch of abstract gibbly gobbledygook.
It's
and people
not-
can
I
fucking
hate
think
when
whatever
people
they
say-
want out of it.
I hate like with look
Jesus
Trench with
Christ.
Kamala Harris. That's true. Okay, like the unburned by what has become. But with each point Searka said, we could go like point by point and we could unpack it. It's not just like a word salad.
I mean, I'm
He's saying
ready. I'm
he's saying
ready.
real things.
Like back up
And I'm
like
sure-
2 minutes ago.
I'm sure. Well, I'm sure he will unpack it. But if there's any like one point, like Searka says, he has 8 tenets, right? Like the
Yeah.
hyper. What's the one
We
thing he
all love
says?
frogs.
The hyper whatever palingenesis. Like that's a thing that sound. It's just a technical term. But if you talk to Searka, right, then he'll like explain what this stuff means. I'm sure they'll get into all of that stuff, right?
Oh, I'm down.
And
Hey,
like,
I think-
epistemic
Just
culture, the epistemic capture, right?
Okay,
It's like
but
he
Trench,
already
in order-
defined what that meant. It sounds like a word salad at first, maybe, but
I
then
know
it
what
is
the
like
word
a technical thing.
epistemic means. In
Okay, but Trench, in order for you to be down,
I know you know what
have
it means,
to listen.
but
You have to
epistemic
listen.
capture, right?
Yeah,
That has
you
to
got
be
to
unpacked
listen at
and
some
what that means in
point
this context.
without just looking
but
at the
also
comments.
I've been to college too, fuckhead, and I know
That
when
doesn't
people
mean
are speaking
anything.
a
That's
bunch
great.
of fucking
Doesn't
gibbly
mean that
Oh
you
yeah,
can
ultranationalistic
listen.
palingenesis. And
I
that's like
think
that,
we kinda-
that sounds like nonsense, but I think that's the thing about like the mythos, like a nation creating a myth. So I think Searka ties it into like Make America Great Again. It's harkening back to some like halcyon time where everything was like super utopian and like we have this nation building story we can get back there. I think
Is
But-
that,
He's
is
kinda
that like
overloading
unburdening,
the
is that like
audience right
unburdening what has been?
So hold on. So does it not like concern you at all that Confluence can explain everything that's just been said
Not
perfectly,
really.
and you have no fucking clue what's
Not really.
what's even
He's
being
actually,
talked about?
He's actually doing a good job of fucking running cover for him, but whatever. That's
You
cool.
call it
Running cover. Some people just call it knowing what words mean.
No,
Either
I call,
way.
I call,
being a
I
Searka
call
fan.
At some point,
True.
at some point,
I
when
call
you
it
know what
staying in
terminology
your
is,
lane, but
and
whatever.
you
Hey
can
there,
like,
guys.
I don't know, sit there and listen to it, you might figure out what it is.
Just mark
Hey there, guys.
Making up random fucking comments.
Confluence, if you can do me a favor, and we'll put a pin in this. Mark this time slot. I don't know what where it is on your the minute marker, and then we can come back to this later, and I'll be a good
Okay.
boy. But this is foundational in some of my argumentation that we will see that I annihilated Aiden with last night. So
Okay.
my
I'd like to
trap
say-
card is set.
Okay.
He
I'd like to
did
say that.
annihilate Aiden last night.
I'd like to say
Oh.
that
He
Trench
got annihilated.
unintentionally, I think, brought up a good point in this debate. Is that I think Searka spends a lot of time building his credibility, and it kind of came across as like egotistical. Like I don't know, I don't think he was trying to be that way. But
It's not egotistical to me. I mean, yeah,
It's
I guess
preachy.
people could say that, but it comes off as like the junior college, like hippie
Yeah.
chick, like
It
gumdrops,
sounds
unicorns, and we can all just get a pony if we hold hands.
yeah, it sounds
I think-
preachy at this point, just because it's like the first thing he said, and it seems like he's just reading it from something.
I think he's
think-
genuinely trying to build his credibility, but it just
Yeah,
comes
no,
across
I
as,
know.
I
agree with
he is
you.
I think he wrote his opening ahead of time. I don't think that was off the dome.
He
So
did.
he is
Yeah,
reading from something.
He's been planning
Yeah.
this for a hot minute. He came into the scene looking for Andrew. He finally got his wish, and he was a good boy when
That's
it
awesome.
happened. So actually, very.
And,
for him.
and I think he's going to make it so broad that Andrew's going to kind of nitpick on a lot of details, which is going to leave him vulnerable because it's going to waste a lot of time having to explain each
You know,
detail.
this ain't Andrew's first rodeo with this
Yeah.
archetype.
Oh, you know what? I think I know. I think so. One thing that people have a lot of trouble with is when you tell them what something doesn't have to include, rather than just telling them what it must include.
Yeah.
Because he's talking about sometimes it's militia, sometimes it's this, sometimes like those things are mostly irrelevant right now, just because that's not what he's arguing for.
Right, giving himself some backup cards to play later.
I'm curious.
Face down on the
If
table.
Andrew's going to accept his entire definition, or if Andrew's going to just like posit his own, and they're going to fight over the
Yeah,
definition.
this debate is actually funny as fuck.
Normally,
Like, you should watch
Andrew
it.
really-
doesn't posit a definition; he just attacks yours.
Yeah, he'll
I
kind of
really think
concede
that if
the
he-
order.
I really think that if Searka kind of, I hate to say it like this, dumbs it down for the average person, he would make a lot more sense. He'd be able to reach more people with what he's trying to say. You know what I mean?
That's probably
Yeah.
a good point, too. He's getting lost in the details instead of
Yeah.
making sure everyone's along for the ride.
Unironically,
Yeah.
this
I
debate
I
is
think
actually
that's
like-
something he should have focused on.
Like the
would've
ultra
come across as
nationalistic palingenesis that like that phrase. I think if anyone hears it, I think they just like are gonna tune it out.
I don't know what the
It's
fuck
probably
that
better
means.
just explain what it means, in probably
Yeah.
simple terms.
Got it. It was like fucking pulling teeth to get us to this point. Thank you. Fucking play the video.
Also, good to see you
6
both
minutes in,
there.
is that what we're at?
Good to
6
see you.
minutes
Hey,
in?
but Trench, you go off
No,
on a
less
fucking
than that. It
tangent
started
without asking the direct
3
question,
minutes
like,
and
oh, what
20
does that mean?
seconds in.
All of this could have been avoided if you just would have said, you would have made a point about, hey, what does he mean by that? You know what I mean, Trench? You get
I mean,
lost in
yeah,
the
but
details a
I
lot,
get
dude.
that. But at
You
first,
lose
I have to
people.
speak. I have to speak the same language at first, because if I'm too direct and surgical,
don't.
that goes sideways too.
No, you don't. You don't have to do that, Trench.
You'd be surprised.
Comes a
But-
demand.
No, it comes that there's two different schemas at play. That's
Radical
why.
inclusion and radical exclusion,
Oh, my bad. I thought-
leading to a shrinking circle, is the enemy within is not a throwaway phrase. It is the permission structure to eliminate impurity. It tells people who does and who does not matter, and why there must be extraordinary measures that must be justified. It also explains why the circle gets smaller over time, because once you normalize targeting an outgroup, you normalize the method, and sooner or later it will turn inward. That is where purification logic appears. Violence framed as cleansing, redemptive, and necessary to achieve rebirth. Constraint breaking through permanent emergency and not normal executive governance is the posture that if Congress, courts, or constitutional settlements get in the way of that destiny, the presidency will attempt to do it anyway through executive action. And when the rule breaking is challenged, the answer is another emergency. Crisis talk that turns exceptions into routine. And next is the hyperconsolidation of private and state enterprise with the corporatist steering and elite collaboration. I do not mean the state regulates the economy. I mean state leverage used to turn private actors into instruments of the regime, where alignment is rewarded, resistance is punished, and the boundary between public authority and private enterprise becomes a loyalty system and no longer an autonomous civil one. This is typically stabilized by collaboration with existing elites who believe they can use the movement, manage it, profit from it. We can't break these apart one by one. What matters is how the parts reinforce each other. If you are forced to concede any of these features, you are conceding a core mechanism or the core mechanism.
Yeah, I disagree with that right off the rip. Okay, I feel like maybe if you have I don't want to say my own name too much, but a confluence of all these factors, then maybe. But any one on its own, I don't know. I mean, I talked to Searka about this before, about like some of these individual aspects. They don't seem like untoward to me. You know, some of them seem more like scary than others. But
yeah, he goes.
If you concede any one point, I don't see how that would make like it fascistic.
Because you can't give them the free points because they'll come back to bite you later on in the. Which is why I always
misheard
on them.
Yeah, you're misunderstanding. You're totally stupid right now. Shut up. I'm just kidding.
I thought he said if you take any of them, you were all okay. I'm being okay. Let me go back. Let me go back 10 seconds. Okay.
I can't believe you're gonna let him hold
existing
you.
elites who believe they can use the movement, manage it, profit from it. We can't break these apart one by one. What matters is how the parts reinforce each other. If you are forced to concede any of these features, you are conceding
this part. If you are the part you just interrupted, Keelan. If you are forced to concede any of these features,
that's
features? What I'm confused on.
The core mechanism or the core mechanism. This process is
so he says you can't break it apart, but he says if you concede any of these features, that's what I'm getting confused on. But I'm still confused on the second watch. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, if you concede a part, you're conceding the core, and that's a little confusing.
Ring is right. Go back and slow it down.
He's setting up the argument for Andrew so that way he can prove Andrew wrong.
The core mechanism. Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Searka, you should hop on and explain that part.
Actually, I would really like Searka for you to explain your whole opening in language that the average person can understand. Because I feel like there is something.
I'll be a good boy.
Because like I feel like there is something important that you're trying to say, and it's just really difficult to understand you.
He is using language that the average person
less Dharma from
okay, but a lot of the terms. Okay, hold on. But a lot of the terms the average person isn't going to be able to keep up with.
That's why he defines them.
Okay,
wait,
but I do concede the ultra. I feel like we talked about this. I do concede the ultra nationalistic Palingenesis. I don't think that's such a bad thing.
It's not. But
so why
just say badass motherfuckers?
Like if I take that and the permission structures and the epistemic capture and the in-group poisoning stuff and like purification language, then sure. But I don't get how that one part, I guess it depends what you mean by ultra nationalistic. Maybe. I'm not sure. Okay, we'll keep going.
It is ordinary people telling themselves this is temporary. It's only for those people. It's just rhetoric. True. It's just executive action. And then one day you look up and realize that everything has changed under your nose. But then it was too late. I'm not here to promise you a specific death toll. That's not really how political danger works.
I just want you to
say
feel
that you cannot deny the pattern.
This weaponized empathy.
The only question is whether you will admit it before it is too late. And that'll be my opening.
All right. Thank you for that opening statement.
Searka, you did have 4 minutes left on the clock in which you could have played guitar. Okay, I'm just saying. Also, could just be grumble.
Now we're going to hand the mic over to Andrew. And Andrew, whenever you're ready, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
Yeah, hang on. Let me pull my notes here. I was taking them as you were going. So, what a disappointment and what a fucking crock of shit. Just a total crock of shit. So,
wait, how's that? Wait, no,
I told you this is like
okay. Yeah, I mean, yes, he's not wrong.
It's so.
Andrew does start off really aggressive,
but see, that's laid out like. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I mean, we did pause and like repeat some of it and stuff, but
see, that's part of that scalpel of like being a surgeon. It's just you're gonna instantly.
That's
but you can't just like hear a bunch of like technical definitions and then be like, what a crock of shit like that. I don't know if that's being very surgical.
I think he's playing the vagueness of it. So I think he's kind of like, I guess, playing on the fact that it's so very vague and like he didn't do a well enough job kind of mapping it to, I guess, the modern day thing. He just kind of went and explained a bunch of.
Okay,
sorry,
I was just going to say it seemed like he did a tough tough job kind of riding the audience along, and I think Andrew picks up on that. So I think he's going to try and dismiss it, so that way they have to spend most of the time going into each one and explaining it.
I mean, you have to anyway with something like this topic. That's inevitable.
Okay, Andrew's like 2 seconds into his statement.
Well, I mean, but he said a whole for one, there's like 3 things going on. Instead of using fucking 2 or 3 words, he uses 10 per sentence. Next, he is literally speaking abstractions about, smashing stuff apart and putting it back together, but you can't, all these pieces are the greater part of the whole. It's some like sophist Buddhist nonsense. There's a mountain in front of us, man.
Because
but there
fascism
is no
isn't just
mountain,
one thing.
bro.
It's a bunch of things combined that lead to an outcome.
I mean,
I'm not mad at him for explaining what fascism is. He just has to connect that back to Trump.
Yeah,
that works on the patchouli, but that don't work on the real world in men.
And I just realized that Searka's opening seemed good in explaining what he thinks fascism and how he's defining that, but he really didn't tie it to Trump specifically at really many points at all.
He didn't give maybe 2 at best.
Also, is this Corinth? If so, good to see you, Corinth.
We gotta
see you, Elder Line, if I say hi.
We gotta.
Yeah, that is conceding the 4 minutes probably could have been used to kind of tie this back into Trump. I mean, you don't have to go into detail, but just kind of
how does each one, really connect? That would probably been good.
Debate is not on what fascism is; it's on whether or not Donald Trump is a fascist. Okay, so notice how everything in my opponent's opening statement addressed all sorts of things about
it's not a debate on what fascism is. It's about
not a fucking thing about how Donald
how are you going to
and then
how are you going to
use a bunch of bizarre poetry.
Have 2 different definitions.
Well, you have to remember, one day you're going to wake up. It's going to be the Twilight Zone. There's going to be checkpoints. There's going to be state-sponsored things you got to wear. There's going to be things they tell you to do with your body.
The funny part is he's literally articulating things that governments do that also are not fascist. It's just blatant in a government running itself.
And the things that he even said about fascism,
all these things have to come together for it to be
fascism.
fascism.
It's not an ultranational.
Guys, we can't.
That's where I disagree. Because it's like they don't have to because things never get defined when you always allow them to be abstracted. So through this abstraction, you're damned if you do and damned if you don't. You can nip all the details in the bud, but it's still fascist because of the abstraction. Or you fail to nip all the details in the bud that there are a never-ending sea of, and then you're a fascist. So no, it's a linguistic bomb and bad faith debate that should be fucking called out and ostracized every time you fucking come across it.
Well, what's the bad faith element of it?
Started kind of
because I've been doing this for a minute, and he's not the only one.
But what's the bad faith element? You can't just say I did it a lot. That makes it bad faith.
Okay, what makes it bad faith is one, you can never get them pinned to the ground on like a definition or a specific position that they are holding and defending. The archetype always comes at you at like this centrist, cool guy, junior college, live and let live. I believe that gay men should be able to guard their weed fields with AR-15s, libertarian guy, and they just beating your ass with this character from your own position. So
because we're just talking about the opening, because you're saying he's being bad faith in the opening, but I don't think he's being bad faith. I think he's just doing a poor job expressing his idea of connecting it to Trump, not necessarily.
It could be a subconscious tactic for all
I think that's the main thing that was missed in the opening is what Big Soda said.
Because I talked
that there's a grudge match going on between Searka and Corinth in the comments right now. Who is so this must be the same as the Corinth that was on the panel before. They fought viciously about economics for like 3 hours, and now they're going out over fascism. So
and I don't think it's bad faith.
On their debate as well.
I'd be willing to have a gentleman's discussion. No one knows. I'd be willing to have a gentleman's discussion with them. I won't tear him in half again.
I mean, but will you do it in good faith and not just scream over him when he says something?
Yeah, but here's where I keep it real though. Like the second you do the whole pivoting or failure to even stick to a point.
This is the same guy that you're fighting with money creation.
The whole thing becomes a fucking an exercise in futility, a Sisyphean task.
See, that's a good word, but some people might say that's a word salad because they don't understand what the word Sisyphean means. See how that kind of cuts in both ways, right? If it's a word it doesn't sound like a word salad. If it's a word you don't, not you specifically, but often this happens with people.
Well, you see, I understand these words and speaking in abstractions. Pretty good at it. That's why I'm frustrated with it. And if he is speaking in abstraction, do it better.
Because I don't think he's being bad faith. Like I said, I think he's doing a bad job expressing his views.
You're talking to a guy who hung around the esoteric and occult for a long
Trench. Why don't you debate Andrew Wilson? Why don't you debate Andrew Wilson?
I agree with this point. Trump isn't a fascist.
No, I'm just talking about on something else. Why don't you debate Andrew Wilson? Then we can all criticize you.
I'd be down to I'd get destroyed all the time.
No, they're actually the same person, Crumple. This is what a lot of people don't understand. This is John Searka.
I mean, we probably have slightly different views. The big thing that right now on my camp is different views on what empathy is. Is it fake news? Is it a weapon? Is it just a linguistics weapon, etc.?
What the fuck?
I'm being serious.
I would love to see you get in front of Andrew Wilson, Trench. I will love to see you get in front of him.
But I don't know what his position is. And I
empathy,
I imagine we probably overlap on a whole bunch of it. Like, I do believe empathy is a weaponized form, that the linguistics of it have been changed. Like, it's been changed several times since its beginning. And it means something completely different.
Let's get back to the video. And now I already need a second. I need a second freaking grapefruit beer now. Okay, so
he's not. I don't know where the fuck you're getting this site. He's barely a nationalist.
Being sent already.
Barely a nationalist. This guy has allowed for mass migration from other nations. He allows like gold card migration. He allows for all sorts of things which are not or what this guy refers to as hyper nationalism, or what I'd refer to as ultra nationalism. Okay, so he doesn't even fit that criteria. He says that there's a decline in restoration because of Trump's slogan, "Make America Great Again." The problem with this, and progressives bring this up all the time, right? He's trying to make a throwback to a time, a mythological time. Which is, remember, that's the requirement for fascism, is there's a mythological.
Yeah, the 1950s didn't happen. There weren't people with white picket fences.
You're not going back to a time of mythology in order.
You could be a fucking milkman and put your kids through fucking college.
The sort of fascist scholars that my opponent is sourcing, they would say is a key.
But it was mythical.
Trump's doing the same exact thing that you'll find presidents previous, including Truman, doing.
Very basic.
Truman would say, I want a great restoration of America by going back to the days of FDR. Was that fascism? No, because there's no mythology there for this renewal. Pointing back to times in history as a modern president,
Truman, the godfather of Zionism.
These things were actually better policies, is not a idea of restoration renewal through the idea of some bizarre mythology, which Trump doesn't mythologize anything.
I think that's still a fundamentally shitty point of fascism anyway. Like Searka, if I'm understanding what he's saying, even in the comments, that if you have that one point, you have fascism. I don't see that. Well, even if Trump was punting back to a mythological American past, why would that automatically make it fascistic? Seems like a weird definition of fascism.
Yeah, what about? And hold on. There's more to that. There's also the vision of the future. So what's the vision of the future? What's the epistemology there?
Yeah, Confluence. I think he made a mistake by taking it in isolation, and I think Searka is going to say that in the comments.
Searka said that you have to take it all together, but he said that is the one core tenet. And if you can see that, you can see it's fascistic. He's welcome to correct me, but
yeah, if there was,
sure he said that.
the camps wouldn't happen if there wasn't a movement towards something.
Well, to be fair, I don't think really anything happens without a movement.
What's that?
I said you could probably argue that nothing really happens without a movement.
No, I'm talking about a future vision. What's the goal for the future? Are we building a communist utopia? Are we building a place where only blonde hair and blue-eyed people run around? a vision. The dictatorship of the proletariat is only supposed to be a temporary moment before the true liberation occurs. And then
Trent, if you start bringing up the teloids at any time, I swear to God. I swear to God.
No, I'm just bringing up, actual political philosophy. And that's where I get frustrated, because when I do this, then from the right, I'm speaking all British cigarette like, and to the left, I might as well be speaking fucking Chinese, because it's like, I thought we all knew these words. So either they don't know the words, or even worse, I'm getting fucking played like a dummy and they're playing dumb.
Probably depends on the person you're talking to.
Well, if everybody hates the message, either I belong in the funny farm, or a prophet is not welcome in his own nation.
Trench, I think it's a little bit of column A. And I think it's a little bit of both with Trench. I think it's a little bit of both.
Confluence. So sometimes prophet I can barely handle as it is.
Now we got two sometimes.
Progressives right this second as we speak, their rhetoric on the campaign trails, they want to go back to the 30s, 40s, and 50s with a higher progressive tax rate. Is that some kind of like mythology? No, of course not. They're looking at specific policies, and they're looking at specific eras for those policies. As far as epistemic capture, Trump's a populist. That's true. But I don't even think that Trump knows what epistemology is. And when you're talking about epistemic capture, especially, what is it? What is the epistemic capture? He says militants. Maybe you could make the case that Trump is a bit militant, but militants alone could be communism. It could be any other ideology.
Exactly.
Like he says, it has to be a coalition of these ideological foundations
Andrew.
Together. He also doesn't mention the key part of fascism, which is corporatism. He kind of made an allusion to it where,
boom,
there's a little bit of the private sector working with the state. No, that's not what fucking corporatism is, dude. Corporatism under Benito Mussolini, he made union sectors for the entire economy.
You had a union boss, dude.
Okay? We're not anywhere near anything like that. Not only we're nowhere near it,
I will say,
trap lord.
I will say, Keelan, he did seem to water it down a little bit, because he's like, it doesn't have to mean the normal thing. It could just mean that we're like pressuring certain economies and putting our thumb on a scale. At least that's the way I interpret it, which I feel like is different from possibly.
But the thing is, like, there's hard baked in features of actual fascism that make themselves known, visible to all, and you either get that. That's why it's called fascism. It doesn't beat around the bush. It doesn't hide. You either get down with it or get steamrolled by it or steamroll it. Those are your only options.
Right, but Searka's argument is that you don't know you're in fascism land until you've already bought your ticket.
That's the crazy part, and that's like simping for a country gone mad. Like,
how is that not?
And that's a total belief, though. Because it's a total belief in Nietzschean Übermenschen, and that's just not how history and dialectics
What does that mean?
How is it a belief in Nietzsche's Übermensch?
Because it implies that the strong man moves everything, and it doesn't. I explained this on Easy's. It's the dudes that made $50,000 a year and then died in obscurity in the middle and upper middle classes that you never heard about, that created the A-bomb, that invented all the badass shit of the 20th century that we take for fucking granted. It wasn't Elon Musk. It wasn't Bill Gates. These dudes.
Why do you pronounce his name like that? I don't understand.
Because I'm from fucking Missouri, dude. I got a little bit of that fucking.
Elon.
Missouri. I got some of that Ozark talk in me. So fuck off, dude. It's cracker language.
I think Rhode Island.
No, Missouri is by far the worst state in the Midwest.
Dude, I speak Ebonics and fucking country grammar, dude. It just is what it is.
Sorry, I misspoke again. It's the worst state in the United States.
I would say Rhode Island is
fair enough. You drive through Kansas.
Rhode Island's a little south.
Kansas has the Flint Hill Mountain, not mountains, but hills.
You drive through Kansas and you still haven't killed yourself. You see that? Welcome to Missouri. By the time you get to Columbia, dude, you're probably.
I think Wyoming is pretty. Wyoming is pretty shit. And Nevada.
It took me 4 hours It took me 4 hours to get into Missouri, and it took me like 12 hours to get out. It was terrible.
That's because I-70 is literally Little New Jersey
exists.
Oh shit! Yeah, for real though. You can't even pump your own fucking gas in that place, dude. That's
like, okay, no more Tate's State Talk. I'm getting pulled into it too now, but we have a debate we're watching.
It seems to me he doesn't want to do anything like that. I haven't seen any sort of corporatism come out of this administration at all. So unless you have, you better really fucking dazzle me with some shit here, man, because you didn't actually tell me anything about why it is that Trump is a fascist, and that's what's on the docket today. So with that, I'll yield my time, but I don't like what's the fascist stuff that what is it? I don't.
In Searka's defense, he was trying to define fascism before.
All right, thank you for that opening.
Is that baby hands grumble?
We in fact
is when two people are rebuttals. When two people are cage fighting, when fucking
uninterrupted rebuttal to
Rampage Jackson knocks somebody out, you don't get to say, well, he was trying to dodge the punch.
I'm going to hand it back to you whenever you're ready for your rebuttal. I'll start the timer up with your voice.
He's muted.
Yeah, you got to unmute on the StreamYard.
Somebody said, and I don't remember who it was now. And Searka, is this true that you were in a Discord call with Horseradish the entire debate? That was you, Grumble. Yeah, Searka, is that true?
Now, there's at one point during the debate, because I wasn't watching it. I don't really like. Is Trump a fascist? I don't care. Your mom is a fascist because bedtime is a fundamental right. Okay, but the thing is that because I thought it was very irregular. To be fair for Searkar, okay, there was a point when Andrew was challenging him to name off any amendment or any part of the Constitution or something to that effect, and he was legit. Horseradish had asked him on the Discord call to show the entire screen because he was presenting that screen as it was a super weird way, like because Searka was on this Discord call with Horseradish and Lethe Water Kai, who they're buddies for years over on Twitch land.
Oh yeah, I know Lethe. But what you're saying,
yeah, he was on.
He's saying that this happened after. Searka saying this happened after the debate.
No, it was live.
Like during the debate?
It was during the debate, yeah. And what
Searka's denying this allegation.
While Andrew was saying when he closed his eyes and did the Second Amendment and then said, now you do something, Searka was actually, because Horseradish had just asked him to change the camera perspective to show Speak's entire screen instead of just Searka. That's what he was distracted doing during that, and so he was distracted doing something. That was why he was delayed. And it looked to me like he was trying to read something. And
he's saying we can go to Lethe's video and see that he's not in a call. I don't know. Also, welcome, Corinth.
I don't know.
Searka, you should get on the call as well if you think about it.
I was talking to Horseradish at the time
because you never know
it was live.
Gonna validate what you. Yeah, it could have happened. You could be 100% right.
Okay,
you should have been up here the whole time.
Defend not reading anything by Paxton and why he says he's going in different directions.
Oh, shit.
Do it
because
shout out Grumple for getting Searka on here.
You mean Ken Paxton from Texas?
If Grumple is right, that's crazy. If Grumple is making something up, that's also crazy.
He does have baby hands.
On Searka's stream, you could see his cursor moving around on his screen, and he was just moving his mouse because he was anxious. I don't know if there was something we couldn't see from his stream, but
he was on a Discord call with the four of them. Or there was somebody else too, but Lethe Water Kai and Horseradish were both live at the time. At the same time as the debate was going on, you could see he was.
And how do you know that they're on a call at the same time?
Because at least Horseradish had it on screen. Had the Discord call on screen.
So what is?
Okay, what's going on here?
Hey, Searka, how you doing, man?
What are you talking about, you fucking weirdo?
I thought it was super weird to be on the Discord call at the same time as on the debate.
What are you fucking talking about?
Why are you doing ad homs when I said, hey, I saw this and I thought it was super weird?
Because you're being weird, bro. Why don't you go to? You can check
you're
my
getting
stream
too
and
close
Leafy's
to my
stream
secret
and
thing.
Horse's stream, you fucking weirdo, and see that I'm not in any call.
I was watching you from
No,
Horseradish
answer that
stream.
question.
You were
you
in
can literally go to all
your
three, bro. You're
question
fucking
because
being
talking
weird
at the
right
same
now.
time
Why
I
are you
am.
making shit up?
You were talking the same time I was. So hang on, I'll pull up Horseradish's VOD. I don't know if he keeps VOD.
Please pull it up. Go to the spot that you're talking about. I'd love to see you get fucked right now in 4K.
Oh, this is gonna be awesome.
That sounded
So
very
fucking
sexual.
weird, bro. What the fuck are you doing? Put more effort in
There he is. There
There
he
Guys.
is. Yes,
Guys, let's calm down. We're all
No, let's
No,
stay
it's so
just
fucking
like
weird
this.
to hear this dude literally be like, he was in a call the whole time. What are you doing?
Hey,
See, I
I was
prefer
watching
Searka.
you in the call on Horseradish's.
You were watching me in the call.
Yes,
Searka,
you.
grab your
and
Can you
guitar.
pull up the VOD and show me in his call during the debate?
Yeah, it looks like the most recent VOD he has up is last month. Hang on, let me bug Horseradish.
Go to Leafy's stream, bro.
Leave
Go to Leafy's.
leave it to Grumple
Grumple.
to fucking single-handedly come in and in 1 minute completely tear Searka's mask
Well,
off.
I don't. Okay, I'm getting inside information from Avarice.
Fucking
Avarice is
Grumple.
saying Avarice
I'm
is
gonna
saying he
remove
was
that
on
strike.
that call with Horseradish, and he's saying Searka wasn't in the call.
Yeah.
So this is what Avarice is telling me.
Horseradish had it up on.
Hey, Grumple, what are you doing, dude?
Well, I
What are
thought
you
it was
doing?
very
It
irregular.
sounds
What do you
like
mean?
Horseradish
Thought, bro, you're
his
being
Grumple's
weird,
a
man.
complete asshole motherfucker, if I remember correctly. But
Dude, you're being
here's
so
the thing.
weird, man. I
Here's
don't even
the
know how
thing.
this is possible right now.
I've
I'm gonna
never
rip
known
your
him to
balls
be
off.
fucking dishonest or
I don't give a fuck. I don't know who he is, but he's being
Ill-intent.
dishonest right now. Why don't you engage with that?
no. He's a son.
How am
of
I
a
being
bitch.
dishonest with what I saw?
Trench, hold
Because
on.
I
Let
wasn't
them
in
go
the
back and
call.
forth.
Why are you acting like I was?
Are you
I went into the
questioning my
call
lived
afterwards.
experience, sir?
No, you're
He's
being a
delusional.
weird.
Don't sound like that.
Stop
If
acting
you
like
actually think
this.
he's in the call, then yeah, and the VOD's up to find the call.
Like that's
'Cause I don't know,
weird shit to
Avarice
do,
is
bro.
saying-
I'm like spend
Avarice
more
is
energy not
saying
being this fucking weirdo.
Vigilant was on the call. I
Why
don't
do
even
you
know who
say
that
weirdo?
is. He's not
Oh,
mentioning
Because
Lethe.
making shit
Vigilante
up
was
about
on
other
it?
people for no reason is weird.
There's
I
not
like
no
this
reason.
weird.
I thought it was entirely weird that you were
It
on a
seems like there
Discord
is no
call
reason. I
at
know.
the
It's
same
fucking
time.
weird,
Avarice,
bro.
you should join and clear this up.
No, Searka, see, here's
Oh
the same
my
thing.
Yes.
Is
Now
you can't let somebody
fire.
else talk for anything, dude.
we
And
get
that's
Avarice
the
He's
You're
getting
going
railed
here,
because some
never
fucking loser is acting like I was in a call the entire time.
I don't know about the entire time, but you were
Hold
when
on.
I saw.
I have a question.
Horseradish.
I have a question. Grumple,
Yes, sir.
he's clearly not wearing any headphones in the video. How would he be listening to the call that he's in?
I didn't say he was listening. He was in the call.
So
I
why
was
does it
I was
matter?
questioning
What?
that too.
Well,
But
wait. Well, he's
Horseradish asked
he's
him-
hearing Andrew, and it's not echoing somehow. So he could. That's possible.
Guys, this guy is actually trying to fucking make shit up for no reason.
No,
I
Searka,
have no
why-
idea why.
The lady
It's
got the
weird as
testimony.
fuck. I
Searka,
can
I
bring
was
you-
vouching for you. I said
I don't
that
care.
Horseradish
What
had
you're
asked
doing right
you to
now is
move.
weird. I'm
Can you
gonna
let me
fucking
talk?
tell you
Can
it's
you let me
not
talk?
cool, bro. I don't
And
understand it.
Horseradish. Okay, I'll just talk at the same time too. So Horseradish had asked if you could change what you were presenting on video, and that's what you were doing.
I
at the
got a
time when
Discord
Andrew
message
asked.
from
I'm
Vigilante
still talking,
to
I'm
fix
still going. I'm still
to
going.
fix the fact
literally
that his
talking
stream
about
was
how
not
he was
on there.
Presentation of the
defending you.
video.
As in, I was
defending
putting
you for when you
stream back
See,
on
now
there.
this-
I
think
finally
this is
looked at a
what,
Discord
what I
message.
saw.
This is that bad
Andrew
thing.
called this out too, where you couldn't just let somebody else finish a sentence.
It's
Why are you
female.
doing
It's
this?
the female
You're
makeup
literally
set.
You
a
can-
weirdo, bro.
It's a-
I
it's
have
a
no
makeup
idea
set.
If you
that
can
this would
find the
happen
VOD.
so quickly, but
I
like,
think it's
stop
my
doing
turn
this,
to
man.
speak.
The
Just stop
audience
doing
is to
this.
think that you're a weird, deranged
okay,
goon,
let me
and
fill
that's your motive to
speakeasy in.
discredit you.
Okay, so
and everything
Grumple
you're
is
saying.
alleging that Searka was on a private Discord call during the debate, getting fed information by Lethe and Horseradish and others. Avarice is saying he was on that call. It didn't happen.
No confidence. I did not say that. I didn't say he was getting fed anything. I said he was on a Discord call, which he was.
You're implying it, you fucking weirdo.
I'm not implying anything. I said exactly what I said. I said exactly what I said. I'm not implying anything.
Hold on. It's my turn
Here's
to talk,
Lethe. I
guys.
put it
I
in
have
private
something
chat.
to
I put it in private chat. There's Lethe's fucking Twitch VOD.
Hey.
Okay, you can see the Discord call the entire time. How many people are in it?
I'll
Literally
rip
the
your
entire time.
Or-
balls off.
Okay,
And you,
okay.
you and
Let's do this.
Lethe and Horseradish were on a shared.
We were in a
chat session
shared
also.
chat on Twitch.
No, here's Avarice. Okay.
Yeah,
And like the
listen,
stream
and
collab
Horseradish-
thing, bro.
And
Hold on, let me
Horseradish
just
was
sum this up.
showing the Discord call.
I can sum this up
everybody's
pretty-
done
I can sum
talking
this up
now.
pretty quick. All right, listen. There
You can
was.
see who's in the Discord call on the bottom the
There's-
entire
that's-
time, bro.
that's
Hold
Discord
on,
call
hold on,
right there.
Hold on.
I'm not in it.
hold on. There's 2 Discord calls that happen. All right. So there's one before.
No, one Discord call. I came after the debate.
Sir, I'm
There
on
it
your
is.
side.
There
Hold on.
it is again.
Hold on, I'm on your side. Just give me 2 seconds. So
Thank you.
one was before the debate. The whatever the debate the day before. That was horseradish. Searka, the day before the debate, they were going over the debate. I was in
2 days before.
Or 2 days. Sorry,
before.
right.
They helped me
2 days
plan. Yeah.
before. Yeah. So I actually hopped in there and I talked to Searka. We talked for what, an hour, and then
you mean during Lethe's debate? Yeah. We talked for like an hour. Yeah.
And then during the debate, all right, horseradish was in there because I accidentally hopped in there and I asked if he was live because I didn't know he was live because I was just saying hi to Leafy. It was Leafy, Vigilante, horseradish, and me. So that was it.
So what's the call we're looking at now? Because Zerka's in this call. But
this is the debate. This is the debate. This is Lethe's fucking.
Searkar's not in that call. They're streaming Searkar's Twitch file.
Oh,
you weren't in the call, but then when horseradish asked for the thing to change, that's at the exact same time as when you changed it. And then
I've done my part.
We can see along
I'm going back to my show.
Questioning.
You guys have a good
Bro,
one.
Grumple, I hope you know I'm recording this so I can blast this because you're fucking weirdo, dude.
Wow, that was weird.
I said I saw you in a Discord call. I didn't say you were getting fed anything. I said
it's a really bad look to just like make shit up like this.
Weird.
I don't get it.
It's literally right there.
Unless
you're in the
Discord. Someone just joined. Unless that guy's okay. So yeah, so we can see. I've been scrubbing through, right?
I come in after.
This is after.
And
so it does seem like Searka is vindicated here, Grumble. It does seem like that.
I don't know why I had to do that.
I don't remember. Hey, give me just a second. If he was not actually in the call, then I was wrong.
Weirdo, bro. Literally, go fuck yourself.
If I'm saying, hey, that was wrong, that's fine.
Dude, you're literally making fucking random accusations about me, bro.
I'm not making accusations. I was saying an observation. I saw what looked like you in a Discord call.
I'm simply making an observation, dude.
He tried to. But what I observed from that is the real Searka, and I appreciate that, Grumple. Thank you, because that makes me wonder a question. Like, why don't you?
Can I not defend myself against someone who wants to fucking make shit up about me?
Yeah,
he didn't make anything up.
That's something you really gotta be sure.
Trent, shut up.
I said I saw. Okay, I didn't say he was getting fed anything. I specified that, but I saw him in, which I thought was super weird.
I'm glad you thought. You just take time to go check. You just decided to say stuff.
One more time.
You just decided to say stuff, though.
Again,
so no, I don't fucking care about you, bro. Go fuck yourself.
One more time, again.
So stupid.
One more time, again. Thank you. Okay, so again,
I'm not the one who just made shit up about someone.
I didn't make shit up about somebody.
Yes, you fucking did. You fucking quack.
Horseradish was live, and you were in the Discord call. You apparently
did not lie at all.
Literally just came and asked you a question and you fucking shit the fucking bed Amber Heard style.
Because he's attacking my character right now, you fucking
weirdo.
No,
I'm not. I said you were
I've been attacking your character.
I'm very mad.
You were on a Discord call in the Discord. You weren't live on the call, and now you've clarified. I didn't attack you personally.
I said I saw this. You just decided to like stoke some doubt that you had no idea of.
I think it's my turn to talk.
Okay, now here's the thing. I thought you were actually on the call because when horseradish asked,
I'm glad you took the time to verify before you just decided to say shit.
That's hey, great. Again, you just cannot let somebody else talk
because you're being a bitch, dude.
No, he was trying to verify. He literally just asked the question for his own verification.
Why didn't he do it on his own or something first? Besides just trying to fucking soak out.
Okay,
I can't hear multiple people talking at once.
I'm not anti-Grumple, but Grumple did say this in the chat. That's why I asked him, because he said in the chat that Searka was on a call during the debate. You said it has
nothing to do with verification.
I saw him on a call during the debate.
You're wrong, though. You're lying.
I'm not lying. I'm not lying. I saw you.
Was I in a call during the debate, bro?
Your
because
argument
you
is
saw Searka's face because someone in a Discord call was streaming Searka's Twitch.
Yes,
in a Discord call, and Grumple's too stupid to tell the difference between streaming a fucking.
No idea why I wasn't
being like your camera was being shown as if you were on the call.
The only argument here is that Grumple is stupid. Like that's
I didn't make an accusation.
No,
I was asking.
it's about venue.
Let
If he should have done this publicly or behind.
I don't know if
doors.
I necessarily say it was
I like the
stupid.
public
He thought he
Good
seen
job.
something and it was mistaken.
Yeah, but
If
he
you
brought it
can't
up in a
tell the
public space. And he's like, I'm
difference
not trying to
between
attack this
streaming-
guy's character when
No, it's
there's
just
like no
venue.
reason to bring it up in public if you're not trying to attack someone's character. It's a stupid move.
No, I think you're implying
I don't
intent.
attack people's characters in general. I
Yeah,
made an
yeah.
observation.
I do.
So are you autistic or is there something wrong with your
Bro,
head?
I honestly
Why
have
would you
no
not?
idea that like spend energy not doing this, man. It's super weird. I don't even know why I had to come in here and even address this.
Apparently,
clear it up.
somebody's been wanting to talk to you for a while, but I'm glad I got you up.
But you should, yeah. I mean, I in
What
a
the
weird
fuck
way,
does that
I'm
mean?
glad,
Today's
I'm glad that
Grumple.
you came up
It
on
means
the Grumple
Trap
made
card activated.
Zerka come up, but
Trap card on what? To show him that he's a fucking like lying weirdo?
yeah,
that
you
you
got
could
to,
be
yeah. I think
manipulated.
What did I lie about?
No, I think you should
were
care
shown in
about how
Discord
you're
on
saying
a
this
stream
stuff.
during the debate. That's what I said.
I don't know if you can lie about what you think you saw. If you think you saw something, how
No, it was-
can you
it
lie
was
about
shown,
that?
yeah.
Right, maybe
Yeah,
it was
I
a
mean,
miss. Maybe he missaw something.
Either
And
has
then-
a mental health
And
issue
then,
or
and
he's
then
really
you're,
sure why
you're
we're
implying
entertaining
intent,
this.
and I
He
think
He was
you
just
can't
proven
imply
wrong.
intent.
I don't really understand this. What is
Because
happening?
it's the
I wasn't
first-
being
it's the
wrong.
first
That's
crack
what I
in-
saw.
in
You
the
clarified
mask.
what was actually going on, which, hey, thank you.
Even
Confluence, I have a
me,
Are you
when
gonna
I saw
apologize
this,
for that or what?
I thought that this was maybe Zerka
I said
until
I was wrong.
someone explained they were screen
Are you
sharing.
gonna apologize
That's
for
what
saying
Grumble
some
said.
incorrect shit?
What do you think an apology is? Which also, I wasn't
I'm not here to
actually
debate
wrong in the
philosophy. You
observation.
fucking
I
He
observed
wants
the
you to
other side of
apologize like
Discord.
he's a woman
Okay,
and,
okay.
and you're the man and beg
Oh,
for it.
yeah. Good luck with that.
I have a question for Confluence.
what the fuck?
Confluence. You have a degree in psychology. Would you say someone who doesn't understand social norms has a mental health disorder, or do you just think Grumple's stupid?
I think he has a personality disorder.
I polish my brain because it lets me go faster.
like-
Aerodynamic.
I feel like Grumple should apologize to Zerka if it was a misunderstanding. That's
I
just
mean,
my opinion.
he's
That's not a
antisocial.
professional-
He's
not a-
antisocial.
Look, I want you to finish this debate, but like this guy is a fucking weirdo. I don't know why I had to come in here to address this. He didn't check himself. He just
I
fucking
didn't
said
ad hom
why.
you.
Hey, while
So-
you're
You
here,
can
though,
hear
can you
me.
answer my question? Can you answer
weird.
one question from
No,
Searka.
so I'm gonna let you get back to the debate, but
You
this
sure
is
about
fucking
that?
weird. I don't
Wait,
even know
Searka,
why
I
I
want
had
to
to
talk
spend
to
energy
you.
on
I
this.
want to say something to you quick. You're making fun of this neurodivergent kid who came on the panel and just didn't understand social norms.
Well,
he
okay,
understood
define
them
the
and-
social norms, Keelan.
If
What's
you
the
have-
social
if you
norm?
You're
have-
an expert on social norms.
If you're asking someone like that, you don't do it in a public setting. You do it in a private setting.
And why would you ask
And,
somebody
and,
for an
and what's the
apology
social
like
norm
that?
about
then?
that, though?
Because
What makes
it
that a
means nothing.
social norm?
I wasn't asking for
throughout
anything.
your throughout your
Hey.
life, you're going to be in situations where someone, maybe in a work meeting, says something wrong in front of a customer. You don't say in front of the customer, "This guy's fucking wrong." You
Well,
talk to
that would
them
be
after the meeting, and
professionalism.
you
That
figure
wouldn't
out
be
what's
a
right.
social norm.
I think this is a bit of a social norm.
No, y'all made a mountain out of a fucking molehill. It could have been as easy as, actually, you know what? We can talk about that. Yeah, dude, I was just in there for a second. We tried to set up something, yada yada, bada boom, bada bing, no big deal. It could have gone that
Do it
way.
in private.
Or the explanation
could've
of
gone
it.
that
and-
way.
hang on, the explanation of it in this case is somebody else was presenting Searka, but presented in a way that made it look like he was on the call. And then when Horseradish asked for, hey, could something change with the camera that Searka was presenting, something changed on the camera, and that's right when Andrew was asking about. You understand how, hey, it sounds like he's hearing what's in the call because he's doing things that look like he's interacting with the call. You see how that might make somebody misunderstand that.
It wasn't
but then-
presented in the way that
but
was
then
that
I
because
feel
you
like-
see the numbers of
Like you were the call, which
I feel
you
like
explained, hey, no, somebody else was presenting it. Okay.
You should either
I'm
be
not
careful,
there.
or if you make a mistake, I feel like you should apologize. I understand you don't like Zerka, but
To be fair, though, he started off this whole deal with a question. It was premised and framed as a question. Was there an implication? Was there an implication behind the question? Absolutely.
He
That's
didn't
the
start with a question.
fun
Look, I like
This was Grumple's explanation for
was
what
weird.
he was moving around his mic and
there was a statement in chat that if I scroll all the way back up, maybe I could see it. There's a statement from Grumple in chat that said Zerka was on a call during the debate. That's what was said. It wasn't a question. So
I'll talk about when he came on panel.
I know, but he said that, and then I said this. I said, Searka, I heard this. Is this true? Blah, blah, blah. But it didn't start as a question. Probably should have been asked and figured out. Well, definitely should have been double checked.
Now let's
observe that, and now there's an explanation for that. Okay.
Let's autopsy it. Now, what happened afterward? Well, Searka felt the personal attack and felt like he had to defend his character because so much of his rhetorical character that he presents is built on this, like I was saying earlier, cool guy, junior counselor, centrist, and then he argues from your position, but in reversed. It's a very clever way of and tactic of debate, but it's also very sinister at its epistemological core. And that's the thing that I have the problem the most with, and that's the reason why I pump the brakes every time I hear too much abstract gibbly-gock, because it just creates an environment of dishonesty and a veil of dishonesty to dance around in.
We're getting lost in the sauce. Okay,
I can't do it. I see.
I might suggest.
No, it's just we're getting lost in the sauce. Okay,
you know what?
It's we've seen evidence. Speakeasy has sent me evidence as well that Searka was not in the call, so we know that.
Yeah, I believe that.
I think Grubble made a misstep. If he doesn't want to apologize, I guess that's on him.
In case against two debates I've seen against Andrew and against I can't think of his name all of a sudden where this all started. Rob. Searka starts off as a straight.
It's going to pull us into the weeds. This is
on film. He starts off as a fucking straight Catholic guy with a girlfriend, and then he's an atheist, and then he's a Muslim, and then he's arguing from like a homosexual position. It gets crazy.
What are you talking about, Trench? None of that makes any sense.
I know it doesn't.
Seen in the debate.
I know. Yeah, he said it though. It happened, and it still doesn't make sense to me. Okay, sure.
Grumple, I forgive you.
For Searka, you might have. Well, he left. It looks like you might have a word with Horseradish and Leafy. They were, and you were live too at the time.
I'm throwing down the question.
There was 3 people who were live. That's why I thought it was you on the call, live with it, because the call Actually, I don't. Hang on. There were 3. There were 3 live. I know it was Leafy, and I know it was Horseradish. I'm not sure if you were the third one. I saw 3 live and names. You might have a chat with them about, because the way it was presented, at least on Horseradishes, it looked like you were in the call. Any casual might say, "Oh, this is a person who's in that Discord call."
Let's see him deal with my accusation, because I am directly attacking his character.
To be asking for an apology. I'm just saying what I think is morally correct. None of my business, though. None of my business.
Never apologize to a lefty.
But we're not going back to the Rob debate. We're not.
I'm not, but I am directly attacking his character on the flip-floppery and of the false persona that he presents.
That's fine, but it can't have anything to do with the Rob Nord debate, because we're watching a different
debate. No, he did it. He did it in this debate too, arguing that he's a straight person and a traditional Catholic. This dude hates God.
Somebody's got a lot of background noise.
He hasn't. Yeah, someone is.
There it is.
It might have been Wild Heart. Also, good to see you, Wild Heart. Proud to say hi to you.
Why do you hate God so much?
Oh wait, no, it wasn't.
I still never got an answer to that question.
Avery, I don't know. Okay, Searka hasn't said he hates God. He also, if we get to that point, look, if we get to the point, we'll talk about that. Okay, but we don't want to jump ahead. Also, no spoilers. Okay, no spoilers. So if Searka does end up hating God, then I want to hear
all
it.
The false dichotomy, equivalent stuff of unnecessary progressivism and everything. As far as the scholars I would be using, I'm using one of your favorites, Giovanni Gentili himself. As well as Mussolini. It's very important to understand.
I'm brutally honest.
Fascism from the inside. But to think that they would be used for anything analytical is, I think, just stupid, because they were living it. They were the propagandists themselves. Nonetheless, they're still important to read to understand it. And second,
no, I called you a midwit last time.
Like epistemic capture. Epistemic capture is a little more of a lesser known scholar, at least where the writing of that comes from. But I'm sure we'll find out that there are many scholars we both are actually using, not just Roger Griffin. which I'm assuming he's referring to, or someone like Stanley. Now, to be clear, ultranationalism is not the same as palingenetic ultranationalism. I'm not sure if Andrew has read the Fascist Minimum, or at least tried to understand it at all.
Who wrote that anyway?
It's pretty much become the generic minimum, at least among consensus, even among people who disagree with trying to understand fascism as a definitionary tool.
I'm assuming it's one of the people he's fighting about Corinth with in the chat.
Yeah, that's Roger Griffin. And in Roger Griffin's case, ultranationalism is palingenic ultranationalism is literally just him adding together genetic myth as well as being an ultranationalist. So you can just separate these two when you're understanding it.
I don't see why. I'm sure they're going to respond. I don't see why you couldn't, but
there are like some terms in this, like in some terms where if you combine the two things, like say Christian nationalism per se, where you're not just saying we're arguing for nationalism for Christians, there's a unique ideology underlying there.
Yeah, there's an abstraction where you can put any preference you don't like into the fascist camp.
See, and he's saying the student's retarded, you cannot separate them. Why? I don't understand why you couldn't.
Read chapter 2.
Palingenesis has. Okay, so I haven't read Griffin, but just from what those words mean, why couldn't you separate them? Like, I haven't read the book, but
Griffin literally argues for them.
Palingenesis has a meaning
for this reason,
and ultranationalism has a meaning.
Roger Griffin. Oh boy.
Griffin clarifies each of these terms in a vacuum. Roger Griffin in chapter 2, the new ideal type of generic fascism. A few subtopics in, you get to him breaking this down. Palingenetic myth, like single quotation, and populist ultranationalism, single quotation. And then he clarifies what each of these two terms mean. Griffin himself separates these two. I don't know why Searka thinks you can't, if he's going to appeal to like this kind of understanding.
Wow, it's almost like he teaches classes on religious fanaticism as a special.
Searka wants a quote. I just don't see why. I just don't see. Yeah, I guess if you're defining ultranationalism as having a palingenetic core,
he's not.
I don't know, but I don't know
look
why.
at this book. Look at his last book. Look at his last book. The Terrorist's Creed: Fanatical Violence and the Human Need for Meaning. Wow.
But we'll keep going. We'll keep going.
Well, 1 second before we continue. Corinth, which book are we talking about?
I am specifically talking about. Give me a sec.
Okay.
Isn't it
I'm talking about the nature of fascism by Roger Griffin.
Okay, perfect.
These guys are members of the
cathedral. If anyone can find a PDF, we could solve this. Okay, the great Searka versus Corinth.
I can put a copy of the EPUB and link an EPUB reader if you want.
Oh, perfect. That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, see, I'd go with Mussolini's definitions of fascism over any of this. And I wouldn't debate it unless that's where we're arguing from.
Circus mad. Okay, 2 with the 5.
Confluence, can I DM you the EPUB on Discord here? Just because I don't know how to put that in back chat.
Back chat, either or.
I just don't know how to link a file there. That's just me being like technologically illiterate.
Do you have my Discord?
I just damned you it.
Okay.
I don't think the message before, so it might be like requests or whatever. There.
Oh wait, I have nothing I can open an EPUB. I just realized.
I can link you an in-browser EPUB reader.
Based. All problem solved.
And see, this is also the importance of like turning ICE into a mythological secret police organization. That way they can fill the definition of the secret police death squads. It's hilarious. Sorry, nominal.
EPUBs are formatted where it's like
no dead air. No dead air. I'm loading it. Okay. No
it's fucking fascist. Sorry.
A little dead air don't hurt nobody.
Why is fascism bad?
The Spanish pulled it off.
Nobody
under a lot of the ways that Searka has defined it, I'm not exactly sure. Under some of the ways I get it, but under the palingenetic, am I saying that right? The palingenetic
here.
Palantir, ultranationalism.
I understand.
I don't see why that sounds.
The big breakdown in the debate generally when discussing fascism is it's like Spain is completely thrown off the table. They were neutral, pretty much. Can I continue? Pretty much sat out of World War II, and then the fascist dictator did what he, I guess, temporarily assumed power to do. That is, he reinstated the monarchy and then turned over a constitutional republic, or excuse me, a constitutional monarchy.
I think fascism is wrong because it's like against human rights. That's how.
But you also, I would say, you would probably define monarchy as fascism. Am I incorrect?
Monarchy is a kind of fascism, yeah.
Yes, of course it is. So is capitalism, blah, blah, blah. And this is why it just becomes a Sisyphean task because everything's abstracted.
Also, and here is what Emmett made, which is me as a Blue Jay. So he paid for you all to see this, and Emmett spent a lot of time making it.
It's weird. Those hats are exactly $7,000 a pop, dude.
Those curls are terrible.
I am interested though. Like, I understand fascism has historically led to bad results. What makes it particularly bad? Just as like a practice, is it ridding the contaminant, like ridding the country of the contaminant? That makes it bad.
Are you familiar with how bad some of the communist, we'll say, revolutions were in places like Europe, Spain specifically, in this case, where we can look at fascism as beating
fascism?
Okay, no, wait. Can I interrupt for a second?
Whoa. He said when the communists use fascism. So do you?
I feel like fascism isn't completely distinct from communism.
It is completely distinct, though. What
I want to interrupt this
is the libertarian overlap.
You're the host. Go ahead.
Okay, Everett, shut up for a sec. Okay, so just seeing this, does this not mean Searka, that Corinth is right? Fascism is a genus,
low down.
But even this one, it has right here, right, in its various permutations, is a palingenetic form of populist ultranationalism. Doesn't this mean definitionally that ultranationalism doesn't have to contain a palingenetic structure?
I don't think that's what Searka is saying here. I think Searka is saying in the sense like Christian nationalism, like you're creating a new term from those two composite terms.
No, you are creating a new term. You're holding.
No, I swear. If I let me scroll up.
Like I think he's wrong here, but like I think that's the kind of claim he's making. I might be wrong here though.
Well, they're both categorically wrong. It's a category error. It's a 100% fallacious category error.
It's not
the same reason why. It's the same reason why libertarians can't tell the difference in good faith between a Nazi and a communist.
I thought we were talking about fascism.
Same thing. It's why the collectivist can't tell the difference between the fascist and the capitalist.
Right there, you're going to see him define the palingenetic myth, and then the next subtopic, you're going to see him define ultranationalism. This is the substantiation I'm specifically talking about, where it's showing that he's not using palingenetic as a modifier of ultranationalism. He's saying that the ideology has to both have palingenetic myths and ultranationalism.
And so when the Russians do it, when the Soviet Union does it, that's just the Soviet Union trying to be communist, but they're applying fascist praxis to it.
Yeah, I would say that the Soviet Union used fascism.
And hold on. Let's continue down this so that we're in a tighter shot group. Would you say that the state capitalism of China also does the same thing along the Han people lines?
Yes. I think they did employ fascist techniques.
Okay.
My question is, why did you change it from fascism to Christian nationalism?
Now to bring it on home, one more so we have a clean 3-shot grouping. The hermit kingdom of North Korea, the same thing that Kim Jong-un is actually running a fascist dictatorship masquerading as a communist operation.
I don't know if they're fascist anymore. I think they'd be an autocracy, or however you pronounce it.
Autocratic. Like he's the king, the czar.
Okay, Zerka, I'm seeing what you're saying, but it's also saying that when you combine these terms, then they create a relatively precise political concept. I guess maybe I was confused because if you're saying you can have ultranationalism and it not be palingenetic, then I agree with you.
Yeah, if that's all he's saying, like obviously, the idea is you can separate the terms. If you separate them, you just don't get to the fascist minimum. If you
my point is, if you use, if you go to
all he's saying, then any of those, you can analyze the terms via separating them. That's how you understand what each of those terms mean.
If you go to any of these countries,
he's saying you don't have the fascistic minimum if you separate them. He's saying to have the fascistic minimum, the fascist minimum, you have to have both palingenesis and ultranationalism. Yes, is this correct?
But everything is going to have the palingenesis by their definition baked into it.
No,
therefore, everything is going to be fascist. Period.
Not everything is going to have palingenesis.
You can't name a system by your guys' definition. That's not going to have it. Which one?
Things like the original nation state of America. It didn't have a palingenetic myth to it.
Are you fucking serious right now? That's like you guys' biggest argument is that the founding fathers were palingenetic. He's literally going to make this argument against Andrew at some point in time, most likely.
He's going to be wrong.
Well, I don't think. I think they definitionally couldn't have a palingenetic because they just started as a nation.
Yes,
so
I know.
They were creating a new nation. They weren't trying to appeal back to like
definition
the rebirth into
this category
of this old nation.
Via the power of abstraction.
How the Third Reich appeals to the Second Reich.
Because
the rebirth of the Second Reich to be a new Reich. When we're saying the Italians, they're the new Rome. They're the rebirth of an old nation. In America, it wasn't the rebirth of an old nation. Most fucking foundings and countries and political systems don't have a palingenetic myth to it. There are some that have it, I agree, but
for the purpose,
the majority don't.
There is actually a myth there, that being the white Anglo-Saxon, and it's
not a palingenetic
a rebuilding of a Christian empire, the house on the hill.
No, it's not.
And that, are you serious?
Yeah, that was not at all.
I think Searka
don't get confused by the Second Amendment. And why don't you look at 9 out of the original OG?
She really cost me more for a name change, but fine.
Emphatically, it constituted as Christian states themselves. This is a part I've heard Searka make that argument himself.
Brandon, what's your thoughts on this?
Okay, Searka's wrong. Then. What?
How is he wrong?
Because America didn't appeal back to be the rebirth of a new nation of people.
You're in the shit.
It wasn't the rebirth, or the continuation of some old prior nation.
Yes,
that's not what the American mythos is founded on,
and that's why they came here. It was a restoration.
Of
the
Christian past nation.
No, Trench,
this
I
is
see what you're saying.
Education.
Trench, I see what you're saying, but I do think that there is.
You just don't like it. Your preference is your fantasy reality. I get it. It would
your preference is to not take your lithium that you're diagnosed with a psychiatrist, brother. What?
Trench, I'm a
Why
different.
do you think I have to take
person.
the fucking medicine because I'm not tired? I know what I'm being. I know when I'm getting gaslit. That's
Trench,
the problem.
I'm a different person.
Let me gaslight you. Let me beat your ass with abstraction.
Trench. I see what you're saying, but I also see what he's saying. Like the palingenetic myth didn't exist.
You're just telling me you don't agree with me. Don't see what I'm saying.
That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. I do disagree with you that early America. I don't think that was fascist, given what he's saying about the palingenetic myth. However,
I'm arguing regularly. The regular song and dance is. You guys would totally be arguing the myth.
I don't think that's what he's arguing, though.
And I guarantee you, a couple of you leftoids have argued against the myth that it is in fact a white Anglo-Saxon Christian fucking fascist.
That's not a palingenetic myth.
Okay,
yeah.
Then we're just
that doesn't say the nation is. That doesn't
even
say
if
the
we were to
nation
say
is
like the nation is the founding was being made for like a certain group of people, like some nation, like ethno nation.
Yeah, that's what, the reason why I said
that's not a palingenetic myth. That's not a palingenetic myth.
So now it's not, though. So now
it's not a palingenetic.
But 30 minutes, but literally 5 minutes ago, you said that the Chinese fall under this fascistic thing.
Who said
that? That's not
what
he said. That's not what he said. That's what I said. I'm a different person.
Then how are the Chinese fascists then?
I don't think he argued that though. I think you're mixing up.
Literally his point.
You're talking to two different people.
And I asked for 3 different examples.
You're talking to 2 different people.
On fucking purpose. Oh, it's funny now because now you can tag team. Now I'm talking to 2 people. Now you're not unified. So now I'm a crazy
No,
person
we were never unified.
Because I was talking to the wrong fucking guy. Now you don't have to deal with my question. Now you don't have to deal with my question. To which he answered in the affirmative. Yes, China is fascist.
You're talking to
yes,
people.
North Korea is fascist. Yes, Stalin and the USSR is
Who do you
fascist.
think you're talking to? Like which person on panel do you think you're talking to? Because you're mixing up multiple different people.
Jesus Christ. No.
Yeah, Corinth is taking a much more academic view of it, and he knows a lot more about it than I do. So you're.
Well, then why do you think I'm trying to go the historical route, guy, and get us glued to some kind of foundation?
But like you're arguing against me,
I don't know if that's
and you're acting like you're arguing against him.
Sorry, can we just speak one person at a time because I'm getting very confused about what is going on? Can we just
bring out the Teloys. I agree.
I mean, I hate to because we can get there without fucking visual aid. I know we fucking can. I have a belief that people are much smarter than they're fucking pretending to be.
Okay, but we'll get back to the debate. Okay, I'll get back to the debate. I don't think all countries definitionally have the Palingenesis as it's defined, but I'm just reading this now off the rip, the way it seems to be defined. I don't think that all nations have a backward-looking, to quote him, a backward-looking nostalgia for a restoration of the past or a rebirth of the same.
The Nazis
absolutely did. What are you talking about?
They looked to the past, but they were revolutionary in the sense that they were moving on to something.
What? Okay, that's just crazy. What are you talking about?
The socialist side, the robust welfare state, the blonde hair, blue-eyed children.
Reading what Hitler wrote is all about like bring back the glory of Germany.
Yeah, so what? Everybody's trying to bring back the glory of something. The Russians were trying to bring back the glory.
That's the Palingenesis.
Yeah, America didn't want that.
You're taking the bait.
But see now you're just because you activated the trap card. Stay away from his trap cards. Don't get anywhere near the fucking argument.
Yeah, I mean,
the question is whose trap card?
I'm not sure whose trap card I'm stepping into.
Corinth did change my mind. I was wrong about the countries I call fascist.
Of the definitions of these people who are nonchalantly open leftoids with bizarre fucking definitions when we could just
we got it now though. We got it now, right? Okay, so yeah, Searka is saying you can separate them, but you can't if you're talking about the fascist minimums. They are separate terms. They don't have to be used together, but if you're talking about the fascist minimum, then
the minimum
they are needed together.
Because if you meet the minimum, then fascist.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of the litmus, right? He's saying that's like the bare minimum. Maybe you could have other stuff on top. I'm assuming
that bar is very, very low. You're gonna stub your fucking toe on it low.
Perhaps, yeah. Well, I already disagreed with that. I think something like I disagree with that. I think something could be ultra nationalist.
By definition. By definition,
I agree with you. I agree with you there.
To include Marx, all of it is fascism. So then, what are we even debating?
Well, no, I think that's my point. I'm
then
sure
Trump
you're
is a fascist. I'm a fascist. You're a fascist.
I'm agreeing with you, Trench. I'm agreeing with you. It seems like the minimum is too minimal.
Trump is not a fascist because Trump is a liberal.
No, by these definitions.
Ultranationalism.
Ultranationalism, specifically defined by Griffin here, is going to be something that's not in line with liberal values and like Enlightenment liberal values. Trump
is trying to revoke because he knew I was going to start fucking cooking.
Trump trying to revert back to like 1920s pro-tariff America is still within the Enlightenment thing. That's the kind of nation he's doing it for. He's still very clearly not an ultranationalist by the definition Griffin gives here. And that's why Griffin doesn't even think Trump's an ultranationalist.
I don't think he's an ultranationalist either.
Corinth, do we have like a metric on which we judge what makes nationalism ultra?
By what Griffin specifically says. I don't remember the exact two he references. He gives I think it's identical to integral nationalism by some other author in there and another kind of nationalism. I don't remember exactly.
So we went through all that for you to concede the point that Trump is not an ultranationalist.
I've never said Trump is
Corinth doesn't think he's an ultranationalist.
Okay.
You're not listening to who's talking.
I can't see the fucking things. I'm just paying attention to voices, and all white people sound the same to me.
That's fair.
I'm not white.
Wait, yeah, Keelan's not white. That's true.
Like ultranationalism does have a very specific definition in Griffin. It's like extreme nationalism that goes so far that it's out of line with Enlightenment liberal values. So it's basically like an illiberal form of extreme nationalism. Is like the most condensed version I can give.
But Donald Trump is a New York City Democrat.
He's a liberal, yes, which is why I'm saying he's not an ultranationalist. That's explicitly what I'm saying here.
Sorry, excuse me. If I can read out the definition of
fascism. Boy.
But to hit the definition of fascism, even Joe Biden is a fascist, and the Democrat Party is a member of the fascist party.
By the definition of fascism, none of the U.S. politicians are fascists because all of them are in line with Enlightenment liberal values. They're non-ultranationalists.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think Trump, I would say that Trump does meet the Palingenesis part, though. I do think like Make America Great could be seen as that.
I mean, he's trying to play the part.
I don't think that's a bad
costume. It's a costume. It's red meat for the base.
There's an argument for Palingenesis on that. One interesting thing to look at is every other example of Palingenesis here is going to be referring to a different state.
Can I just give a definition of fascism?
Give your Wikipedia definition.
We're like so far beyond that wild art. We're so far beyond it. We're talking about a specific definition from a specific author about a specific minimum of fascism. So like giving the definition right there, Searka's defining it in a specific way.
Yeah, we're at the tow bar right now.
It'll take like 10 seconds is all I'm saying. Can I just give
if you want to.
Okay.
Sure.
Right, fascism is a far-right, authoritarian, and ultranationalist political ideology characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition, and subordination of individual interests for the perceived good of the nation or race.
Thank you. Joe Biden is a fascist.
Okay, so about Palingenesis and Make America Great Again. The interesting thing about Palingenesis and
war
all
in
the
Ukraine,
fascist, like iterations, is if you look at like Italian fascism, they were the new Rome. If you look at the German fascism, they're the Third Reich. These are all different states.
No, they were two different. They were two
let
different.
Him finish. Hang on, let him finish.
They're appealing to different states with their Palingenesis. Their mythos is we're the continuation of a completely different group of people here. So when we look at like Make America Great Again, it's arguably not even constituting Palingenesis because he's still just appealing to the same state here. He's still just appealing to America. We just want to go back into a different form of America, not create a new people because we're the continuation of an old people.
Yes, he wants to get back to the word magic mythos.
Yeah, I mean, it's
of the 1980s.
Because that is obviously you're not going back in time. That would be a rebirth narrative, right? How is that different than what Hitler? But that's what Hitler wanted.
No, Hitler was a revolutionary.
Yes, Hitler was a revolutionary.
There was a Halcyon view of the past, and a want to return to that and make it better.
The revolutionary means.
No, Hitler did not want to return to some mythic past. The mythic past was all juice boxery, Christian juice boxery.
It was the Third Reich and the Second Reich. It's very clearly the mythic past. There is like the 1870s iteration of German monarchy.
Yes, and that's why they brought. That's literally why they brought in all of Valhalla shit.
They had to completely remove the entirety of the Weimar Republic
so that they could mythologize it.
That's
mythologize it.
And I get you're saying my bad.
This is saying that Trump doesn't constitute, and arguably one of the most important parts of Palingenesis is like an almost revolutionary appeal to like the continuation.
Yeah, the Germans turned Charlemagne into like King Arthur.
Good to see you, Emmett. By the way, okay, let's. If we keep going, we'll never. I mean, we've done an impressive job making it through the video. But
this is painful, but this also goes to show like how knotted up and how big of a rat fuck of wires this is to untangle because of like simple definitions and the failure to like either agree, which I can see, I can concede ground, on my side. Sometimes it's hard to fucking give up a preconceived notion of a definition. But more often than not, it's this linguistic abstraction that refuses to get glued to the ground so we can continue on with the debate. And that's the fucking cuckoo clock.
I don't know whether this counts in this scenario, but I often find that if you give up the definitions and just think of the concepts rather than the definitions, rather than defining what
I know, but you're missing the point.
Hey, you know what? I'm cutting it off. We're going back to the video.
Okay, but I got to say this last thing because if we don't define
don't allow it.
But if we don't define it, then everything.
Don't allow it, Confluence. Don't allow it.
And on business, Confluence.
Don't allow
Press
it.
play.
Play the video. Playing the video.
Press play.
It's taken.
Or diagnostic.
Also, Cure, you have to cam up unless someone knows who you are, because I'm not sure who you are.
Cure's not going to do anything bad.
Oh, you know him? Okay.
Yeah.
It's just one big ween.
Welcome, Cure.
Big tool. Nonetheless, I'd like to hear him explain exactly what he means by ultranationalism that Trump needs to be, and whether or not
Andrew's
if you actually have to believe in it
use
to
laser
embolden
precision
people
in
who do.
words too.
Let him talk.
Because that's not really a requirement. And then I do want to point out, I did mention corporatism in my definition, but once again, there are many forms of fascism. Even Mussolini himself in 1914 had a nationalist syndicalist version of corporatism, which was in no way the same as what happened with, let's just say, the 22, which came quite a bit later. And it only happened after the capture of the state, not before. So in order to actually figure out the movement, I don't know. I guess he can't do that. But I think I'm going to yield my time here.
The state was captured by force.
All right. With that, we're going to hand the mic back over to Andrew. Whenever you're ready for your 5-minute rebuttal, I'll start the timer up with your voice.
What the fuck are you talking about? How's Trump a fascist, dude? You didn't tell me how Trump was a fucking fascist. That's what I want to know. You keep on giving me qualifiers for what you think fascism is. That's not good enough. We're not debating about what fascism is. We're debating about whether or not Trump is one of them. So you have now defined this thing, but have failed to define how Trump fits the criteria for any of this. Let alone your definition of nationalism. What was it? Palingenetic. I would love to hear how this is a standard. When you're talking about corporatism or national syndicate, when you're talking about the national syndicates that happened in Italy, that was a prerequisite for what corporatism became. Again, nowhere near it. Nothing like that going on fucking anywhere. Not in any Western nation
on
I'm
the
aware
affirmative
of.
too, so
Nowhere.
he has to actually attack.
Nowhere. You can't point to anything like that. It's just not happening. In fact, the closest thing you would have is like progressives who want to have like
whatever the
maybe
animism is of fascism, whatever the superstructure is,
you know,
it's
like
got to go after that.
Worker-owned shareholder co-ops and shit. That's like maybe that's the closest. There's nothing like that going on at the government level, man. Nothing. Yes, I have dove in to Gentile and Mussolini. I'm very familiar with the policies of this particular era. But the thing is like you haven't explained how Trump fits the criteria for being a fascist. That's what you need to do. Your job is to do that. How Trump fascist? Because Trump doing A, B, C, D, which is definitionally fascism. You bring up, for instance, Stanley and Griffin, right? Who are two notable fascist scholars who disagree with each other. Griffin himself claims that Trump is not a fascist. He claims it himself. And Stanley's whole bearing was that Trump was not a fascist. He didn't even really call him a fascist.
That is confusing, Searka. Because if that's the definition you're using is from what we just read, which was Griffin, I think you said, right?
It's that.
And if Griffin doesn't think Trump is a fascist, then I guess why do you if you're using his criteria? You're obviously interpreting things differently.
It's that
Searka adds on
he reads a tag.
Like
he reads a tag word or a paragraph of something that comes up in a basic Google search, and then he runs with it. He doesn't read the full thing. He doesn't. It's like reading methodologies in a medical survey. You give us the nuts and bolts of the conclusion, and no vehicle which we can scrutinize and test the methodology. It again, you run into this whole linguistic battle, or what will evolve into linguistic battle.
Maybe Corinth can answer this. Is Searka, is he giving like, because I just got here, is he trying to give necessary, like joint necessary and sufficient conditions for what fascism is, or is he giving like a cluster concept with weighted traits? Do you know what he's doing?
My understanding is he's giving a kind of a fascist minimum.
I think he's regurgitating. He's just regurgitating
so like sufficient conditions.
Necessary conditions, series of necessary conditions.
Which is why he's using a source that literally says Trump isn't a fascist without realizing that he's a fascist. I can't believe we don't appreciate the irony of that level of.
He's doing a little bit of a stronger. He's doing a different kind of claim than Griffin, so he could just be using a different source. I can be wrong.
I'd take that from himself.
Sure.
I'm not going to
this is just like me. My understanding of how he's using Griffin and saying that when he's saying these terms are inseparable in this case, he might be saying this is a fascist minimum and you have to have some other necessary tenant as well in corporatism. He might just disagree you need corporatism, but it's like a tendency or something. I don't exactly know.
From what I got, my read, which could be totally wrong, is in the intro. He is saying that if you have palingenetic ultranationalism, then you have already met the fascistic minimum. But then he's also saying these are other characterizing traits that also apply and kind of seems to be some type of cluster sense. But he's saying if you have those two, the two that are inseparable, the palingenetic ultranationalism, you're already there, and then everything else is, I guess, diagnostic criteria.
No, it's everything else. Everything else is a multiplier.
Just to be clear, so the palingenetic thing, that is a necessary condition, and it's sufficient for like Trump to be a fascist if he meets that.
I think that's what he's saying. It's because he's quoting from this book,
which
The
means
Nature of Fascism by Roger Cohen, that calls something called the fast. I'm trying to say the fascist minimum.
Okay.
Sure,
but everything else then becomes a multiplier. You understand that? Then it's not just additional criteria to be fascist because that criteria is met. Trump is a fascist. So then all the other things become a multiplier, like psychopathy.
But we haven't really got to any of that yet, though. We haven't really got to any of that. We're just out of the opening.
Do you guys think it's possible?
That's his premise, though. We haven't got to it. That's his foundational premise.
Well, it might be. It might be. He hasn't really described how this exactly applies to Trump yet. That's what Andrew's grilling him on currently.
Exactly. Off the premise that this is fascist and then everything else is a multiplier.
The J6 stuff was, I think, we're fascistic leaning enough that I don't have a problem with people giving him the label, but he didn't even call him a fascist then. So I really need a case to be made here for how Trump fits this criteria for fascism, for ultranationalism.
He even granted him devil's advocate.
For any of this stuff. But with that, I'll yield my time back. But there's nothing here to argue about because you haven't made a case for anything.
All right. That is going to wrap up the rebuttals round. Great rebuttals from both sides. Before we move into the open hour, just to talk to the audience real quick, if you're watching right now, make sure you hit the like, subscribe to tonight's debaters. Their links are in the description, and we host all kinds of debates on the Swords of Reason, politics, culture, ethics, internet topics, anything where reasoning and passion can collide. So if you enjoy the format, stay locked in because we got a lot more coming. Also, reminder to the live chat after closing statements, we're doing a 30-minute Q&A.
Love you, Speakeasy, but skip.
Okay? You agree?
You'll screen snipe him and skip him down.
To a degree.
Before you resume it, can I have 1 minute?
Before we get into that, I kind of want to make it a little less combative. Is that okay?
I just want you to tell me how Trump's a fascist, dude. I don't care about a meta conversation or a meta debate. I don't want to have a conversation about the conversation or a conversation about the debate. I just want to do the debate. Can you tell me how Trump's a fucking fascist, please?
Test 1 2.
We should start with all
I hear
hypernationalism
you,
or
Grumple.
ultranationalism. That's
Confluence. May I have 1 minute?
Sure.
Pause, please. Okay, I've got to jump off. I got to go. I have things scheduled. Okay. Final thoughts, real quick before I go. Okay, Trump is a New York Democrat. The Overton window has just shifted. Sorry, not sorry about that. I just clarified. Just
Trump's
final
a
thoughts on
pedophile.
that. Here, just
Okay, calm down.
uninterrupted minute, please. I just clarified with Horseradish. They're saying Searka was not on the call. No reason to not believe him. However, check this out. On Twitch, 3 of them, Searka, Horseradish, and Leafy Water Kai, were on a stream together. Searka was apparently not on the call, but somebody was presenting his video. If you see on Twitch 3 streamers stream together in a Discord call that doesn't have any names listed, it gave the big impression that he was on the Discord call. That's what was signaling wild to me. And that's why I was like, what was going on here? Okay, apparently everything was on the up and up, but it gave a big impression of that it wasn't. I'm glad that it was all on the up and up, and I'm glad Searka has been vindicated from the angry super monkey man.
Not with me though, because he hides his Twitch. He doesn't talk about it when people ask, "Hey, where can we find you?" He never brings up his Twitch because he's busy playing this centrist guy. And if you go to his Twitch, you see all his unhinged leftist stuff in community.
Well, yeah, regardless. I
don't know how he's hiding.
I believe him. He said he wasn't. I believe him. It gave a big impression that he was on a Discord call. I'm glad it all got clarified. With that, I got to jump off.
Wait, Grumple, before you go.
Yes, I know.
Look at your hand.
Bye.
Are they dinosaur hands?
Little baby dinosaur hands.
Little itty bitty T-Rex hands.
They do kind of seem like that,
hands.
yeah.
Like squirrel raccoon hands. Yeah,
we love you, Grumple.
Later, Jarhead.
Bye.
So I wasn't just using Griffin there, right? I was using Paxton as well. I'm sure you're familiar with him. Are you aware of what Hinge in History Rebirth is?
Yeah, but that's referring to a mythology, a mythos.
Okay, a mythos doesn't really have to be like dragons and stuff, though, right?
But it's not the way that this is used in this context is not generally. It's not generally being ascribed when you're talking about a mythos to when you're pointing to recent events in the last 100 years and policy prescriptions for your nation that you may want to reintroduce or move back to. The mythos of rebirth is talking and discussing of the idea of like some kind of cultural mythology in the distant past that you want a massive
bringing up paganism and runes and Vikings and all of that shit, and saying that's superior than the Christian religion that was given to you.
Right?
It is revolutionary in nature.
It's a rebirth, right? It's a rebirth.
It's a rebirth that's based on something from the past, though.
It'll use something that's mythically in the past. Yeah, that doesn't mean it wants it back.
Trump's not doing any of that.
Are you sure?
Exactly.
Hey, look,
What's
it's
the mythic
Kokomo.
thing he's pointing to? What?
Okay, so just to be clear,
Trump is clearly
my
pointing to
definition of nationalistic palingenesis, but I don't think you really know
I
what
said
it is.
Palingenesis. I did. Yeah.
You can't separate them. You know that, right?
Yes, you can.
No, you cannot. You're using
Yes,
the
you can
phrase
too.
that comes from Griffin, so I don't know why you think you can separate it like you wrote it.
Well, you're asking me if I can separate two concepts. The concept.
You mean
of
a compound phrase that Griffin made?
See, this is where now I'm back to disagreeing with Searka. We just read it. He does separate them for the fascist minimum. He doesn't separate them. I don't know if Zerka's making that clear here.
But he didn't
you
even
can separate
realize
those terms.
He didn't even realize his own source said that fucking Trump isn't a fascist. You know, he's going to stand on the source and completely divorce the Trump isn't a fascist part from it.
Are we going to watch all 57 minutes of this?
Oh, yeah.
50. Oh, brother, you think this is only 57 minutes? Ha!
Yeah.
To laugh. This video is 8 hours long. I mean, a lot of it's question answer and super chats and stuff, but
yeah, wait till I tear Aiden in half at the end.
I don't know. I came up here to debate, but
no, we're doing a review.
Yeah,
where there will be some debating, but
it's going to take a lot longer than 57 minutes because we're going to pause it every once in a while.
I'll be back. I'm going to go to the liquor store.
I'll catch the next one. Maybe we can debate about Trump the next time or whatever.
All right.
Good night.
Confluence, can I just say I've got to leave, but thank you for having me on, and it's nice to meet everyone. Yeah.
Nice to see you again, Wildheart. Take care, brother.
Always good to see you, bud.
Bye.
What kind of liquor do y'all think Trench is buying? I'm worried, man. I'm worried.
It has to be Everclear, man.
What's the proof, man? What's the proof he's going to come back with?
I'm going to guess
190 proof. It has to
be.
And you are using
just vodka.
Why do you think you can do that?
Can you let me finish? Because I can't answer your question if you don't let me. So if you're asking me if I can separate two different words, which is hypernationalism or ultranationalism, and palingenetic, the answer is yes, because ultranationalism does not depend on anything which is palingenetic. Does not depend on that.
For fascism, it does.
I could say for fascism, but that wasn't the question you asked. The question you asked is how could you separate these? That's how.
Right, you can't.
Yeah, because you're using
that's what Corin said, right?
Separate. Yeah, you can separate them, but not, I guess, for the fascist minimum. But I feel like that should be clarified because it feels like that's what Andrew's kind of jumping on, which seems like a valid thing to jump on.
It seemed like Searka assumed that was going to be the understanding.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was automatically implied, but I don't think it necessarily is.
Right. And wait, sorry, I was reading a chat. Never mind.
Who made it, and it's made to be a compound word. If you've ever read him.
Yeah. Okay.
It's just not made to be a compound word. He's
can you tell me how to
lying.
Thing? I'm waiting.
That's the thing. The fascist minimum is the compound word, but he defines each one separately. From what, at least from what I just read, I don't know.
It's almost like we've had this discussion for the last hour.
Hypernationalist Palingenesis is about a story of decline and humiliation.
All right, to the story.
And there's a promised restoration that frames the leader as the nation, right? Like my
no, that's not. No, you're leaving parts of it. No,
with my.
That's not correct.
Okay, well, you got to let me finish now, right? Is that okay?
Well, you were asking me a question. You said, "Is that right?" Is that a question? How? Why would you ask me if it's right and then answer it? What?
Can I continue?
Is that a question or
see the abstractions?
Yes, you could continue. Yes.
Okay. So the ultranationalism is not, definitionally just going to be in the dictionary. Okay. It's about the nation being imagined as like a morally charged, authentic core with a legitimate destiny. You're aware of this?
This is part of it, not the whole.
So when you wrap it with the palingenesis part, right? What does that become?
What do you mean? What is it?
It's not just ultranationalism anymore, is it?
No, I agree with this point. Yes.
Okay, so you agree with my definition of palingenetic or ultranationalism, hypernationalism. I just call it hyper because it's
no, I didn't say I agreed with the definition. I said I agree with this part. The thing is like, what the thing that you're missing though is the mythology, the mythos. That's the part. Yeah, you are. Part of the. Okay, what were the Italian fascists? What was the great cultural mythology that they were referencing? What was it?
For them, I believe it was a little bit of Rome. It was Rome. Bit of a lot of, yeah.
It was Rome and the Roman gods and all of the things that came with the various ideas of what you might bring back Rome, though, didn't they? What you might refer to now as the Ubermensch, right? No, but the whole point of the rebirth was to point to the great mythology. That was the great. Chill, bro. Let me explain. The point that you're missing, and by the way, this is very clear from modern scholars on this too, and this is why you're leaving this part out. The great mythology. What is Trump's great mythology referent? Because it ain't fucking Rome. What is it?
I feel like you've never read Griffin before, have you?
I feel like you should just answer the question.
Well, if you've read Griffin, you'd realize that these mobilizing passions don't actually have to be something very real.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it has to be concretized, but it kind of is with Trump, isn't it? Like, or am I just like imagining that where I feel like he is punting to some 1950s or 60s kind of era? That's always the vibe I get. That America,
oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just going to say more. That with the economic stuff, the stability of everything, right? There's some better time. Is that not the era that we all imagine he's talking about? I mean, I don't know.
No, Searka is correct in identifying that he's calling back to a mythic past, but he's not correct in identifying the correct mythic past. Trump is in fact calling back to an ancient Greek Aristotelian era with his use of Aristotelian logic, right? The only reason he would employ this rhetoric, using like things like the law of identity, is to harken back to this time of Aristotle and Plato and whatnot, right?
Wait, who is?
Wait, was that a troll? Was that for real?
You think Trump is? You said Trump. Did you mean to say Trump?
Trump ain't no Aristotelian. What's happening?
I mean, why else would he be using the logic?
Okay, this is a troll. I thought maybe you just said the wrong name, and I was like, "What is happening?" But in all seriousness, right? That is the era. There is a specific era that I think Trump. I don't know if Trump has said that or if I just imagined that, like a pre-Reagan where everything went to shit. I guess time.
I mean, like, he's very clear in like what he's calling back to, but he's not calling back into like we are going to be the next generation of those people. He's just like, we want our country to be more like it was in this time, which is like very different than. I'm asking.
Has Trump ever specified the time, or have I just imagined that he specified the time to be in the 50s, 60s? Or is Trump just left it vague?
Like, he's been pretty vague about it. I think the closest thing we have is when he said like, back to when the country was mostly funded by tariffs or whatever, where it's like he's referencing some early 1900s time, or like in the early 1900s where that was, or he just doesn't know American history. I'm not gonna like.
That's the thing.
Trump knows. Yeah.
Does he want to go like antebellum era? Because that's a little sus. I don't know what Trump is up to.
It's weird because he clearly knows ancient Greek history, right?
Clearly.
That's why it's called a myth.
You know what?
But yeah, I guess, to Searka's point, and it seems like it doesn't have to harken back to a specific point. I was just curious if Trump did. But from what I was reading, this definition, again, I only got this PDF from Corinth like half an hour ago. But yeah, it doesn't seem like it has to be a specific time anyway. So I feel like
it was an EPUB, not a PDF.
An EPUB, that's right.
Go ahead.
I mean, what would you describe?
Who cares? Who cares? Just tell me how Trump is this thing. That's all I care about.
Well, I did start, and you said, no, I don't really agree with that. But Engine History Rebirth is very much that. He's described American carnage before, and you can take them and isolate them one by one, which is probably what you're going to do. But the point is that if we look at these as a whole and see what the words and the rhetoric are doing, they are mobilizing a movement, mobilizing a passion, as Paxton would say.
Yeah, so what? What makes that particularly fascist?
Hanson, you could make it even more retarded by joining. If you think about it,
nationalism is about a humiliation, decline, right?
Even if I grant this, though, you'd have to demonstrate how Trump's doing that.
I mean, I could give you a entire marathon of Trump quotes that essentially lead to this, but you might isolate them all one by one.
What? Like what?
One glorious destiny. Right? I alone can fix it. I am your justice. I am your retribution. I was saved by God to make America great again.
The rhetoric.
Yeah, the victimhood, American carnage, the golden age starts now.
And
right?
which of these things?
I feel like you could find that with like every president. I feel like I'm quoting Trench now. I feel like Biden has said similar stuff.
Has said similar stuff.
I think like Griffin specifically says this.
Kind of normal.
Griffin specifically says this kind of stuff in his book, in the book of like most politicians and actors are going to use rhetoric of like the past is bad, we are going to be like solving it.
Yeah,
so, like,
we want a better future, not we want to go back to the past.
No, but that's not the quotes that's not the. I mean, besides the "Make America Great Again," all the quotes Searka gave were just like kind of like normal, normal like. Weren't. You don't think so?
No, they were not.
I'm gonna go.
Like what?
All of them were like in time. All of them are a reference to like a past that doesn't actually exist.
Okay, well let's hear him again. Maybe I misheard.
One glorious destiny.
Nothing to do with the past.
Right. I alone can fix it. I am your justice.
Nothing to do with the past.
I am your retribution.
Nothing to do with the past, or at least nothing to do with like going back to the past.
What's retribution for?
It's for the past, but we just said if that politicians are fixing stuff, that happens all the time. But this is not a harken back to the past. The only thing I think is the mega thing.
I was saved by God to make America great again.
So that one. So yeah,
the
literally
victimhood,
all there's only one example.
Starts now.
Even that,
right? Which of these things that Trump is talking about?
All on their own are kind of worthless, right? Because every politician can say something like this.
Because they all do.
Okay, Searka
From this
agrees with
moment
me
on,
at
America's
least.
decline is over.
Oh, and
So,
I love you too,
Trump
buddy.
is instituting policies based on this rhetoric.
I love you too.
Policy based on hypernationalistic palingenesis. This is the myth part, man. If you're looking for capture,
I thought there was no myth part. I thought there was no myth part. Now there's a myth
means
part.
something still, right? It has a rhetorical goal.
Okay, so is Trump instituting policy based on ultranational? Okay, what? What is the policy?
So there's a contaminant, right? So the organ of the country, all right? There's a certain organ, like the authentic core, which is mobilized by this. And what does it mean when he says poisoning the blood of our country?
What's the policy?
That means it's a contaminant, right?
Can you tell me
what has Trump notoriously done?
I just want to know what
this. I'm getting.
Did Mussolini institute policies based on the ideas that? Yeah.
No.
Well, I didn't say race. I didn't say race. I didn't say race. I'm not talking about miscegenation. What are you talking? I'm asking if Mussolini instituted policies.
Wait, why are we talking about miscegenation?
Based around his ideas of
I don't think Trump did any policies
ultranationalism and
of that.
Gentile's ideas of ultranationalism and early fascist thinkers. Yes, he did. What are these policies that Trump is instituting that's based around the idea of ultranationalists, palingenetic? What?
I was getting to that.
Just tell me what it is. What?
Okay, so when he says they're poisoning the blood of our country, who is he referring to?
I don't know what the specific quote is.
It was 2023. I want to say the Jake Tapper interview.
Who is he referencing?
It was the immigrants, wasn't it?
Yeah,
and maybe the left.
Referencing Mexicans.
It's always the immigrants
specifically.
Is he? Let's pull up the quote and find out. Let's see what he actually.
I think he said. I think he is saying that the illegal immigrants are poisoning the blood of our country. I think that is what he said.
Jake Tapper.
Yeah,
CNN. I mean, if you pull it up, it's going to be worse because he also says that left.
Might also said the
radicals-
leftist.
I think specifically
Vermin and
illegal immigrants.
Pre-watch. It's the left. It's the left too. I think it's both.
If you go into it, I hope you read the whole thing.
Well, let's just make sure that we get the quote right. So during the Jake Tapper interview, the exact quote is what?
The quote I'm remembering is they're poisoning the blood of our country. I feel like this isn't that contested though.
Well,
is this
here's the
question
thing.
even relevant?
It's always interesting to have context for these things.
Is this question what?
Is this relevant for Searkar's view? Because in what he means by fascism, does it say anything about actually implementing policy, or is it all like rhetoric and?
But you can't.
Well, I mean,
rhetoric alone doesn't make you a fascist.
Well, whatever
So,
Searkar's qualifications were.
Well, Andrew was asking what are examples of policy, I guess, or rhetoric that is this. Because I guess you can't just say that Trump is an ultranationalist. You have to either give examples of rhetoric or policy, ideally both. So I feel like that's the line they're going down. Because otherwise, then in what sense, like how would we prove that Trump or even give evidence that Trump is ultranationalistic without showing statements like this or showing policies that would lead in that direction?
I think you need both. You can't just show statements because people make a lot of different statements. Like if anyone can just say, "Well, this is a contradictory statement to that," so he's clearly not. Like
So if,
statements alone don't mean shit.
So if like Mussolini, for example, never implemented any policies, but he had all the same ideas, would Searkar, based on his definition, still call him a fascist? I would assume so, right?
I wouldn't think so. Searka, can you answer that?
You would
I wouldn't think.
be a fascist, but you wouldn't be able to know that
just by his words alone.
Right, but we know that he did the contamination thing and that he purified the internal. But if he just said, Brandon's asking if he just said the rhetoric but didn't do any of the policies, is he still a fascist?
Yeah, because if he says,
I guess he is ultra nationalist, but it just feels like it's just a hollow, like neutered form, I guess.
No,
ultra nationalism.
If we're using Griffin's view of ultranationalism, Griffin's view, which is what he's partially based this off of, requires it to be revolutionary. Even in Trump's rhetoric in the quote, he's saying we have a lot of work to do. This is a reformist rhetoric, which is something that's going to be exclusive with ultranationalism, as Griffin's defining it. So, like, this quote doesn't even get you to ultranationalism in this case.
What do you mean by reformist?
But working within the system to fix the system rather than establishing an entirely new system because the other one is sufficiently broken.
So then Searka, you are saying that if Mussolini just said stuff but just enacted pure democratic good policies, you'd say he's still an ultra-nationalistic fascist? Because I guess, but Italy, I guess, wouldn't be a fascist country then. It's just run by a guy who like secretly says fascist stuff but doesn't actually put any of it into practice. That seems strange to me. But
so hold on, Searka. I think the question is, if somebody says all the fascist things and seems to believe all the fascist things, but when they have power, they don't do any of the fascist things. They work within the system. Would you still call them a fascist, or would you just say that they have a tendency towards that? So he would still be a fascist even if he didn't do anything?
I can't tell if Searka's directly answering the question or not.
He's not. I can't tell.
Because like Searka just again to be
keeping fascism by power. Well, no. We're not saying that. We're not saying that. I mean, if somebody has no power and they speak like a fascist, I would be comfortable calling them a fascist. But if somebody has all the power in the world, speaks like a fascist, but does nothing, even when he can, I don't know they're going to call him a fascist. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Show you what I can do.
The fascist fails to capture. Are they not fascist? What if they have captured, but they're not implementing policy though? So they have the epistemic capture.
Again,
they're just not putting any policies in place.
We're positing that they say one thing but do something completely different.
No.
We're not.
Searka, you're triggering me. I don't care if he's enacting policy. We're saying hypothetically.
We're not talking about Donald Trump.
If he didn't, if Mussolini never did any policy, but just said all the fascist rhetoric, had the ear of the people, but never did a single fascistic policy at all, would you still say he meets the definition of him being a fascist?
That's because if he says yes to that,
He absolutely has a chance to do fascist things. He absolutely can do fascist things, but he just doesn't. He stays within the laws of the country.
Yeah, because if he says yes to Andrew's, if he says yes to that, then Andrew's question about policy is irrelevant to whether or not Trump is a fascist. That's why I was asking.
Yeah, because it's just ideological, right? He doesn't have to act on it.
Have we brought up Rhetorical already?
I think what we're working on is, does Trump actually have to do something fascistic, given the power and the capture he already has? Or are you saying that him talking like a fascist is enough to call him one?
Yeah, and we know you think that he did enact fascist policy, but if he didn't,
assuming that he didn't enact any fascistic policies or even try to, would you?
Okay, it says rhetoric is enough by definition. Okay, so you are saying saying yes to that. So rhetoric alone, no policy.
It doesn't matter if he implemented fascistic policies then. That would just be more proof.
You should have pointed out to Andrew that the question is irrelevant to your view. That's what you should have.
Yeah, because Andrew's asking for a policy. Yeah, why not just say I don't need to even show a policy? That's like tangential to my argument. Because
if you want to call his policies fascist,
Andrew didn't say that.
I know. I'm just saying that.
Yeah, we'll let it continue. We were just curious.
Things.
Also, welcome, Mel.
What context would be for their poisoning the blood of our country?
Well, the idea would be what is his rationale for this?
Biological contamination. That's what it is.
It could be ideological.
That's still contamination, dude.
Yeah, sure. But do you understand?
Sometimes a nation is contaminated, though, if you think about it.
Thing. I'll make this statement.
When did this begin?
Communism, poisons the ideology.
When did what begin?
When did the contamination begin?
I don't know. Probably in the
1776.
60s, I'd say. What?
Was there like a movement? We would say it's like a modernist movement, maybe?
I think the reactionary stuff to like Vietnam, that's what I would say, you know, the anti-war, then we get the hippies, the leftists take over the institutions, you know, immigration starts to flood in, illegal immigrant, you know, the whole chicanery of it all, you know. That's what I'd say. Okay.
So to be clear, is this like modernism / postmodernism does these things?
I mean, I think I don't know. Sometimes it depends what you mean. If you mean like true postmodernism, I'd say no. But if you mean what kind of the people on the right just call postmodernism, then probably yes. But I don't know if that's like super accurate, but kind of.
You know, one thing I've noticed about fascists is like they'll claim to be the victim of a very strong enemy, but they'll also claim that the enemy is very weak or, you know, depraved in some way or something.
You can be strong and depraved, though.
Well, strong and weak is what I mean.
Which fascists say that?
Well, the fascists who like Donald Trump, for example, will say, you know, Mexicans who are coming, they're not as good as Americans, but they're also attacking us.
They take everything for free from the government, yet they take all the jobs too.
What's a demonstration that Donald Trump is a fascist?
The rhetoric I just talked about.
I don't know. I don't even really get that though, because yeah, like as Zerk is saying, I know you're disagreeing with me, Zerka, but you can be like, I'm not saying this is true, but you could say that, yeah, the legal immigrants coming in are taking advantage of the system, but they're also like violent criminals. Those two things aren't like contradictory, you know? Like, I don't see what the contradiction is there.
Yeah, I don't see how
take advantage of the system.
I don't see how seeing weak people hurt you establishes fascism. Can you explain that one, Melanie?
It's not about establishing it.
Sorry,
I heard it asserted that Trump was a fascist. I'm just curious what the justification for that is.
Zerka, you type the same way in chat as you do on Discord, where you just type like word by word.
Do you think Trump appeals to social frustration?
Yes.
Well, that's number 6 on Umberto's equals 14.
Do you think there's any politician or any idea? Has there ever been a politician that did not appeal to social frustration?
So would you say you have like a fear of difference? Like maybe like immigrants are different, that makes them maybe a bit scarier?
Are you asking me personally?
Well, I would say Trump definitely has. I guess I don't know why.
Hold on. Let's stay on the point actually that you just said.
Yeah, that was staying on the point when I said Trump definitely does.
Can you answer the question I asked you instead of asking me something?
Sure. Ask it again.
Has there ever been a politician that didn't appeal to social frustration?
Plenty of non-populist politicians, yeah. In fact, that's been the laments about the Democratic Party since like the 2000s.
Can you give me one? Can you give me one name?
Yeah, Biden.
Biden didn't appeal to social frustration?
No, he wasn't very good at it at all.
He wasn't good at it, or he didn't do it?
He didn't really do it. He more said he was going to keep the status quo.
Wait, who was Biden running against in the election?
Trump.
And did he not think that did he not say, in fact, that people were frustrated with the Trump administration?
Sure, but
is that social frustration?
That's not appealing to social frustration.
Is it social frustration?
I know that is not social frustration. I don't know.
It's not frustration to say that.
It's frustration. I don't know that it would be considered social frustration in the same way. I think you're in two completely different realms of frustration.
How about you? What is social frustration?
Frustration with the status quo.
Yeah, right. So then did Biden not run on frustration with the status quo when he was running against Trump?
He was going to keep the status quo.
He wasn't running on frustration with the status quo by running against Trump. He wasn't trying to change anything.
Status quo.
So your position is now Trump. Biden wasn't running against Trump to change anything Trump did.
Did Trump run appealing against frustration of the status quo? And when he ran in office,
did Biden run against Trump to upset the status quo?
Hold on. Are you saying that Trump established the status quo? Or are you saying that he changed the status quo?
You're saying that Biden did not appeal to social frustration. And you're simultaneously saying Biden ran against Trump to change nothing.
And you're saying Trump change the status quo, which I find interesting.
No, I didn't say that, actually.
But we can agree that Trump definitely ran on
No, you can
frustration.
answer my question. You can answer my question.
We can at least, first of all, we can at least agree that Trump definitely.
No, we can't
ran
agree. You can go back to answering my question.
Oh, I did.
No, you didn't.
Oh,
so you're okay. So if you answered, then that would mean your position is Biden ran against Trump to change no social circumstance. That's your position.
Yep, he was.
In which case, I want to understand why did he put in the effort to run at all?
Because the Democratic Party is actually very good at upholding the status quo.
Keep the status quo.
That's why he ran.
But why run against Trump? He's keeping the status quo that he's
Trump was not
happy with.
The status quo. He was trying to change it.
Well, then Biden was trying to change something that
he was trying to stop
the status Trump was at. Right?
You're twisting yourself into mental gymnastics.
So you're contradicting yourself.
Unless you're saying that Donald Trump actually
was running to change something and he wasn't running to change something at the same time. You're contradicting yourself.
Did Donald Trump succeed in changing the status quo?
I think the status quo was what Trump was in at the time.
No, it was not at all.
The
entire system was still fighting him on everything he did. I would say he wasn't the status quo.
Yeah, everything in the Supreme Court.
I'm saying there was a status during Trump. There was a set of circumstances, social and cultural circumstances. Biden was running to alter those circumstances.
How?
Yeah, we do have to land the plane between two of you because it's because even Searka doesn't agree with Mel's definite the 14-part definition.
Trump had a variety.
There's different definitions of fascism.
Trump had a variety of different social policies than Biden did that Biden clearly wanted to change, and he said so openly. Positions on immigrants, positions. I'm
just arguing with the status quo thing.
I mean, you're arguing against ghosts that you don't understand. I mean, the status quo when Biden ran was Trump being president, and Biden ran to change that. Like I said. And so that is necessarily a deviation.
What did Biden change when he came into the presidency?
What did Biden change?
Or even what did he say he was going to change other than Trump?
For example, Biden invited a trans person over to the White House. That's something that definitely wasn't culturally permissible during the Trump administration. That would probably have not happened.
Was it culturally permissible before the Trump administration?
Yes. Perhaps, but that wouldn't be the status quo.
Oh, so you're saying the status quo was remaining the same under Biden that it was before Trump?
Yes.
Well, it would be a different status quo, right?
Well, no, it wouldn't really, because you don't establish a new status quo.
Wait. The point being not that it was the same as another point in the past. The point being that it did, in fact, deviate from when Trump was president. That's the point.
Yes, somebody came in and started trying to change the status quo.
Did it change?
The question is whether they were successful in doing so or not.
Did it change from Trump to Biden or not? Was there any change?
Yes, of course.
Okay, then your position is defeated. He did run.
No, it's not. You're just fucking
circumstances.
stupid when it comes to definitions and understanding what the hell you're talking about.
Trump also exhibited
You just conceded he ran to change the social circumstances. You just granted that.
He didn't. The social circumstances were already there. He just wanted to maintain them.
Trump was the status quo is all I'm getting from his arguments, which
he's
Trump was the
saying
status quo
that Trump,
at a point,
that whatever Trump did in his 4-year period was the new status quo that Biden was trying to change.
Yes, and that's the
that's a
defeater
stupid
for your position.
way of stating the status quo, because then there is no status quo. It's up to whatever's currently happening.
Argument. You're so dumb. You can't even comprehend that.
I do understand that.
It's a change in the social circumstances that the Fox person doesn't seem to understand.
I do understand it. You're just making a stupid argument because you started with an idiotic statement, and now you have to back it up.
The argument is that there's a politician that didn't run on a change in social circumstances, and then you point to Biden, who explicitly ran to change the position that Trump had, the status quo at the time. He ran to change that. He explicitly has different social positions. He had different positions on immigration. He even called immigrants different names.
Trump's position is not the status quo. You understand that, right?
It was when he was president.
No, it was not.
How
the
could
status quo is not any one person's position, you dip. It's the position of the entire country as a whole.
Oh, that's what the status quo means?
Yes, that's what status quo means.
It's a relative term to a set of circumstance. We're talking about the administration.
No, it is not a relative term to within a 4-year fucking period with regards to a single fucking person in a nation of hundreds of millions.
So the status quo with regard to existence is that it hasn't changed. Existence is still here. Now, that's a different reference.
Hold on. Do you think the status quo is only a single thing?
Political status quo, right?
Do you think the status quo
that's
is
what
only
you
a
think.
single
That's your
thing?
position. That's your position.
No. What is a status quo? Go ahead and define that for me, please.
The status quo is a reference to a particular circumstance that's like the same, right? Like that's the current circumstance.
Circumstance of what?
It's a circumstance. It doesn't reference a particular. You have to index it to a particular.
Did the courts follow Trump's status quo during his first term in office?
I mean, the status quo is just the current state. That is what status quo means. Trump was
the current state of what?
The courts followed.
The current state of
anything.
what?
I'm referencing it to a political environment or a politician.
So you're talking about specifically the current state of the presidency in this case?
It's giving me autism.
The only thing that really
if I say I index
Trump
something
and Biden in terms of social policies.
Holy dude. That's why I don't argue with people on the fucking lower end of the spectrum. All right, let's just.
Yeah, I would say something like,
you are on the lower end of the spectrum. You should stop arguing with yourself.
You don't even understand what indexing a word means.
I would say something like distribution
I'm
of the
aware of
middle
what
class.
word is.
Oh, never mind. I'm not saying it. No, it's fine. No,
go ahead. Go ahead.
You don't understand what indexing in particular to a definition is.
Yeah, there are things that are much more robust in how we define the status quo. So, like the distribution of the middle class, that tends to be the status quo. The presidency is too temporary, too temporal to be a status quo.
Obviously, the definition of status quo can apply to the presidency. That's absurd.
Yeah, it can if you're just talking about the presidency. If you're talking about the population or the nation itself, then it's not.
I'm talking about the status quo politician was Trump. The status quo politician was Trump.
Moving on.
Do you think? Hold on. Do you think that Biden ran on is I am a different president than Trump, or do you think he ran on I want to turn back all the shit Trump did?
It's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant because one, you're talking about a status quo of a specific person.
For example, Biden, for example, ran on anti-racism. That was one of the first things he did when he opened his campaign. Trump was distinctly not an anti-racist, unless you want to say he's an anti-racist.
Was anti-racism the
anti-racism is a different set of social circumstances. Hold on, I'm not.
Yeah, I'm taking a pee, and then I swear to God, we're starting a video. Okay, you guys have like 2 minutes.
Was anti-racism the status quo before Trump?
No, Trump was not an anti-racist. There.
So just to be,
Trump was not an anti-racist, and therefore,
during Obama, anti-racism wasn't the status quo. That's interesting. No, do go on.
Yeah, I mean, wait, hold on, wait. You think before Trump, the status quo was anti-racist?
Yeah, I think Obama was anti-racist. He specifically enacted.
But before Obama, I mean, the status quo was not anti-racist, right? We had Bush, we had Jim Crow, we had his.
Are you saying Obama enacted zero anti-racist policies?
No, I'm saying it was anti-racist before Obama. So according to your, chain of reasoning here, right, and historical causation, we would say that the status quo was still racist, not anti-racist.
Yes, it would be anti-racist
because. Yes. So then, what did Biden?
One may make it a policy position to push for more measures.
I'm looking at a video right now where Biden runs on anti-racism.
Does it?
That's not running against the status
quo. He tried to, right? But he tried to, right?
Did he?
If the country is racist, civil rights I run on anti-racism. Is that an attempt to change the social circumstances or not?
Your government has been
on if the social circumstances are currently racist or not,
bro.
All right, I'm back,
not,
fuckers.
You might just be
okay,
manufacturing something not real. In which case, you're not trying to change the status quo. You're trying to trick people into thinking that you're going to do something that can't happen.
All the status quo talk. Okay.
Shove your status quo up your ass, okay?
Well, put a pin in the status quo, okay? We'll put a pin.
He really enjoyed it.
Of the country. What makes that a fascist statement? Nothing.
Well, on its own,
nothing. Yeah,
on
nothing.
Its own, nothing. Yeah,
nothing. Exactly. There's nothing. It doesn't make it a fascist statement. Well, nothing like that.
You have to look at all of Trump's statements and then what he does when he mobilizes people with him, right? So if it was just you saying one thing, it might be crass. But like I said earlier, if you want to try and do these things in isolation, it's just going to be dumb. So
what is Trump saying that there could be ideological poisoning or something like this during an interview, which, by the way, I don't even have the greater context for. to understand what it was that he was actually saying. But let's see if I can pull it up so that I can get the actual context here. They're poisoning the blood of they poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just South America, not just 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the country. They're coming into our country from Africa, Asia, all over the world. He's referencing criminals, dude. What a line. You know, this is why I hate you gutless fucking leftists so much. Like, every time I pull the quote up, I can tell, I know immediately that you're going to keep out the critical context. He's literally referencing criminals.
And we're happy for it. Maybe.
You just trust other dictators like,
responding
Maduro,
to
the guy we just
Tester
kidnapped.
Johnson.
You just trust when he says he does that?
What did he say?
What?
Or are you this stupid on purpose?
I skipped church so I could afford this dono.
Wait a second. I don't understand.
Why would you trust what he says for this?
I don't think Testy belongs in the church, to be honest.
Why would we accept that, for one? What do you?
We don't. We don't accept it.
When he says he's emptying prisons?
Trump has been utilizing ICE to try to get rid of them as quickly as possible.
What does that have to do with them emptying prisons into our country that you so rightfully believe in?
So if you're Mexico, if you're Mexico and you have, let's say, a very corrupt government, which Mexico does, which works in unison with cartels, does it stand to reason that cartels would want to cross the border, use patsies to cross the border in order to do human trafficking and drug dealing, and then give kickbacks to that same corrupt government? You ever heard the term policia corrupto? That's a very common term in Mexico for a reason. So here's a very simple reason why you wouldn't respond. Here's what's actually happening. What's actually happening is, yes, indeed, governments in Mexico have been getting kickbacks from cartels for years. Unless we put serious political pressure on them, they don't do anything about the cartels there locally. Trump's making the reference that they're poisoning not just us, but also South America. That doesn't sound very ultra-nationalistic. Sounds like he's saying that there's a global issue which is going on with criminality, which comes from these drug dealers, cartel members, things like this.
Palingenesis, though.
I feel like this is worth just watching because it's only 38 seconds because they're talking about this clip so much.
I think the real number is 15, 16 million people into our country. When they do that, we got a lot of work to do. They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world, not just in South America, not just the 3 or 4 countries that we think about, but all over the world. They're coming into our country from Africa, from Asia, all over the world. They're pouring into our country. Nobody's even looking at them. They just come in. The crime is going to be tremendous. The terrorism is going to be, and then we built a tremendous piece of the wall, and then we're going to build more.
A bit of a sus quote, to be sure.
Can I have 38 seconds?
Can I ask you?
Can I have 38 seconds?
Are you Donald Trump?
Yeah, I want to point out 3 examples of the same thing being used. Nazi Germany, Jewish Bolshevism. Sorry about the background noise. The Nazi eugenics rhetoric, warning of racial death from hereditary infections by disabled people. That's a particularly interesting one. And fascist Italy, where Benito Mussolini positioned fascism against Bolshevik contamination. So not, necessarily the same political context, but definitely getting people afraid of people who are different.
So
sure.
I have a question about the statement Trump just made. Is there any indication that he's talking about like criminals versus immigrants?
Well, yeah, because then he says in that clip that they're coming from mental institutions and prisons, right?
Well, no, he said they're corrupting our mental institutions, right?
I don't think so.
Or did I misunderstand?
Because I feel like because he always ties it into that he always says that that these South American countries are taking their asylees and they're like not like an actual mental asylee and then sending them to America. So yeah, he literally thinks other countries are dumping their prisoners and mental people into I mean, that's what he said like 1,000 times. So I feel like we could probably find the broader context of that speech, but yeah, he was saying they're emptying their mental institutions and jails.
Which is the kind of systemic organization only America could probably pull off, by the way.
It's not a necessary
Wait, Trump didn't
It's
say
just
our.
a worthless statement because we're talking about a very specific definition right now, which you already agreed to. Has nothing to do with
but this wouldn't fit that. This wouldn't fit that. This is not even This is not even palingenetic. What's palingenetic about it? He's saying we don't want criminals to come into our nation any more than South America.
Said is a waste of time because it doesn't even engage with what palingenetic hypernationalism is.
It was your example, dude.
No, it wasn't.
Searka.
Yes, it was. Who brought this quote up?
Your example.
What do you mean the blood of the country is the example, not whatever the hell you just said?
You lied about what that meant.
I lied about it?
Yeah, it didn't have anything.
What did I lie about?
Not only did it not have anything to do with ideology
Because
or
you're accepting
race,
that like every country
not only did it not have anything
and they're paying
to
for bus tickets.
It had nothing to do with ideology or with race. It had to do with criminality. And he was saying that these criminals are also poisoning. Can you let me finish, bro? He was also saying, you got to chill out. Well, how do we know cartel members are criminals? Like, how do we know that?
Are you trusting the governments that say they're criminals? You're going to trust Maduro's government?
I trust my government
when they
that
say
they're
someone's
criminals.
a criminal, they're criminal?
Yes, I trust my government to say that cartel members are criminals. What are you talking about?
Like you're saying they're emptying criminals into our country, right?
Yes,
so you're trusting Maduro's calling them criminals.
No, not just Maduro. Our government calls them criminals. What do you mean? What are you talking about?
They haven't gone through our system yet. So how do you know? You're just trusting this random fucking dictator.
That seems like a weird argument, Searka. I mean, like obviously not all illegal immigrants, but you know, when these people are like taking over, when they took over that block, Trendagua, or whatever you say it. I don't know how to speak Spanish. But the people that took over in what I can't remember what it was Colorado or whatever. Trendagua, thank you. And you know, and when they have like MS-13 tattoos and stuff, like I feel like that's, you know, you're saying that's not what he's talking about. But those ones are criminals. We don't have to trust, you know, Maduro on that, you know. Obviously the emptying of the prisons and the emptying of the asylums is like, I think that's probably hyperbole, I would say. I agree with you.
In the main point,
Andrew, I think he's talking about, he's talking about
who doesn't exist. Who doesn't exist, Searka? You should really come up on a panel.
Andrew, I mean, the main point Andrew is referencing here is that there is, in fact, a very fluid border from South America to North America, and they are not at all stopping this, right? There is basically no action being done to prevent, mass amounts of people coming from there to here. That's what.
So, do you want them to improve the country such that the amount of immigration from those countries go down, or do you want them to improve border security? Because both of those cost a lot of money.
Either.
hold on. I think it's pretty clear.
Contingent on our behavior. They can do that on their own or
So
not.
having a fluid border isn't necessarily bad so long as they're providing for their people.
I don't care. I don't care if they provide for the people.
Hold on. Just to be clear, we don't have to do both. They just have to stop the one. If we have to stop getting immigrants for a while so they can fix their shit and get the right people through the border, who gives a crap?
Well, they could not fix it, and we could just have our border. You know?
No. I mean, I'm arguing against Mel here. It's not one or the other. It's one then the other, right?
Yeah, I don't think Americans are victimized enough to justify that.
I mean, I don't think that
it's not a matter of being a victim.
I don't think Trump is even claiming, Searka, that they're all criminals. I don't think so. I think that's what he's saying. Unless, I mean, sometimes the messaging changes, like with Tom Homan.
That's what he said. 18 million people, and then he's saying they're emptying their prisoners and. I don't take
that to mean that they're all pre-existing criminals.
You're not linking those two sentences?
No, that every single illegal immigrant that's come across is a criminal
the 18
already.
Million he's referring to.
I don't think so. If
I give a specific number and then I reference them all in the same way by saying by talking about them being released from prisons and mental asylums, I'm clearly trying to say that all or almost all of them are from prisons or mental asylums, right?
I'm happy I have to watch it again. I don't take that. The only thing I will say is there's this kind of conflation that Section 230 is pointing out, which when Tom Homan, as different point, says we're going to get all the criminals out, but then he's also said, well, if you come into America legally, then you are definitionally already a criminal by the press of
right. But they're not
preaching.
sending
I know it's
us
only
their
I know it's
criminals.
only
just
a
becoming
misdemeanor and stuff.
criminals, right?
But we all came here criminally. Well, most of us came here criminally because a lot of us weren't that well documented coming in.
Well, no, it's not that. It's not that, right?
Yeah, we're on stolen land, Mel. Shut
I'm
the
just.
fuck up.
Can we?
No,
I
that
just
doesn't
want to
even make
be
sense.
like really precise for a minute, okay? When he's saying they're sending us their criminals, he's indicating that they are the criminals. That they've been that they
You think
are
he means
criminals before they come here.
17 million
are
are rapists and murderers? Do you think that's what he's saying?
That seems to be the implication he's making. Yes.
You think he believes that?
No,
Or
I
he
don't think he
misspoke?
believes that. I think he knows way better.
Okay,
but I
so
don't
then
think
it's
he cares.
pointless. He misspoke, perhaps.
Well, yeah, maybe that's fine. If he's just misspeaking, that's fine. But I've heard that kind of rhetoric quite a few times.
Even
so
in that famous thing that CNN freaking clipped terribly from a long time ago, where he calls them animals, and CNN's like, "Hey, he's calling all Mexicans animals," and it's like if you watch the full clip, he specifically says he's talking about the rapists and the cartel members and the.
Yeah, he did
So I think he's clarified another. So yeah, maybe it's a misspeak here. Maybe he didn't. I don't think he believes that.
Yeah, I'm saying I don't think he's stupid enough to actually believe that. But
Zerka, you're going to send me.
I also don't think
Zerka,
he's honest enough to
stop doing this.
Say something
doing this.
More truthful.
Type more than one word. Is your enter key broken? You can't. Like, this is so hard to read and pull up chats.
Yeah. Also, Section 230. You're right. He did refer to them emptying their prisons and asylums in a different clip or earlier in that clip. So yeah, you're right. He was talking about them specifically.
Zerka, I think you meant to type this, okay? I think you meant to type this. Okay, this is how you're supposed to laugh, okay? This is a true Zerka laugh.
True.
Everything has to be separated.
They're a criminal.
We're not trusting a random dictator. Our government.
Well, how do you know they're a criminal then?
Because we have. Here's how you know that they're emptying out criminals into the country. It's because Mexico and their corrupt government has been utilizing cartels for years. Our Central Intelligence Agency, Federal Bureau of Investigation, many other agencies have described this phenomenon in depth. That's what Trump is referencing here. Do you think that Trump's like just referencing
saying something like they're poisoning the blood of our country?
Yeah.
Like
do you think that Trump is just referencing like random Mexicans are poisoning the blood of the country? You think that's what he's saying?
I have no idea. That's not my problem. The problem is that he doesn't actually have to believe in any of this. He just mobilizes people who do. That's the problem, bro.
Prove it.
Do you think you have?
Prove he doesn't believe that. Prove he doesn't believe it. Prove it.
Why? How can I prove something unfalsifiable?
Then why make the claim?
Because what he's doing, his rhetoric does materialize into a mobilized
Hey, at least I earned mine, Anson.
So does every politician.
This point is really dumb because this would only establish that his followers are fascists, not him.
Can you tell me where?
Oh, like
Biden,
Barack
Bush,
Obama saying,
ever said something like this? Ever?
Yeah,
not
Barack
even one.
Obama
Right?
and change you can believe in was all rhetoric designed to elicit emotion inside of people. The whole idea is that we're going to have a massive kind of like liberal, progressive, social revolution in the nation. It was all designed specifically to elicit an emotional response. I didn't say it was for the purpose of purification. I'm just saying that you can't prove that Trump's is. You're just making it up.
Well, fascism is about purifying a contaminant in the hyper-nationalistic palingenesis. That's how you achieve the rebirth.
And if you can show me the policies of what when he's doing that, I'm all ears. I've been waiting.
Dirk, I want to ask, because this is what I asked before. What if there is an actual contaminant, though? Okay, like what if that is? What if there is a lot of illegal immigrants that are criminals? Is it bad to then call it a contaminant and use the purity talk?
It
was
is
also just begging the question.
Contaminant. When you're using contaminant as a reference to an entire group of people, you're basically dehumanizing them to the point of saying that they deserve no rights, no help, nothing. If we can't get rid of them one way, we get rid of them the other.
I think you're adding to that. I do.
Well, no,
agree
like what else do you do? What else do you do? What else do you do with inhuman scum?
Okay, so you're adding stuff to it, Alex. You're adding stuff.
Am I really though?
Trump,
I mean, how else do you contaminate
something? In the other comment, when Trump calls them like vermin and stuff, I actually don't like that. I don't like, because I think that is dehumanizing language, and I think it is dangerous.
It's just not using the same
if they're
words
saying
as
they're
fucking Hitler did.
They're poisoning our country. right? That's not dehumanizing
No.
to say that.
They're not
like, if you're
poisoning
talking about
our country.
we're talking about
They're
all
poisoning
immigrants,
the
then of
blood
course.
of our country.
Sure,
What
that's,
is-
and I agree.
What
That's a little
poisons the blood of our
sus.
country?
That's
What
I agree. That's a little sus.
What poisons blood?
What does he mean
I
by
don't know.
what?
AIDS?
Wait, what does it mean by what?
Do we really
No.
believe that Trump hates criminals? Like, regarding the Proud Boys, he said both that they're very fine people and to stand by and stand down.
That's not what he said.
I don't know.
That's not what he said.
I don't, Zerka. I can't
Some
pull
of
up
the
your
Proud
chat,
Boys
Zerka,
might
if
be
you
very
just
fine
type
people.
one
He
freaking
absolutely
word
did
at a
not say the
time.
Proud Boys were fine people. You're a
Hold on,
dirty
some of the
liar.
Proud Boys may actually be fine people.
Some of the
Yeah,
Proud
to be
Boys
fair, there
are
was even worse at
absurd lie.
Charlottesville. To be fair,
Yeah,
there was even
way
worse at
worse.
Charlottesville.
There's way
so-
worse than the Proud Boys. Okay.
Who's way worse?
No, he said there are fine
Trump
people
asked-
on both sides, right? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah,
We go
fine
back
people
to
on both
that?
sides.
Where-
He
and
was
then he says,
referring
and he says,
to,
he says, I'm
referring
not.
to the people
He says, I'm
who are
not
trying to
talking about
protect their heritage
He
and their
said,
statues.
I'm not talking about the white supremacists who I condemn utterly, I believe was the quote. He
Yeah,
literally
he's-
says that. He says there's fine people on both sides. He says, I am not talking about the white supremacists who should be condemned utterly. He makes
Are
it
Proud
very
Boys white
specific.
supremacists?
Melanie, can you just say?
Yes, I believe they actually mostly are.
Yeah,
No,
did
they're
he not
not.
tell
They're
the
led
Proud
by a
Boys directly?
Mexican.
Oh, never mind. My bad.
Oh,
Are
right,
they
yeah,
really?
because no one ever
Yeah,
puts,
Enrique
no one ever puts
Oh,
a
that's
token-
right. Yes, you're right. You're right, Enrique. Whatever.
No one ever
Yeah.
puts a token
They're
Spanish
Western
guy as leadership
chauvinists.
to own the left, right?
That's
Come on,
irrelevant.
clearly we can see through that. Also,
Can you
does
just-
Trump
can
not
you
tell the Proud Boys directly to stand by and stand down?
Can you just admit that you,
Yeah, he did say
lied
that.
about him saying that there were good people in the Proud Boys? Can you just admit you lied right now? Can you
Well, the
admit?
Proud Boys were at Charlottesville, right?
No.
Oh,
What was he referencing when he said there were good people on both sides?
the left and the right.
Okay, so you
No.
admit you were lying about him saying the Proud Boys, right? He
The
wasn't
Proud Boys
referencing-
not there to represent the far right.
No, he was not saying
He
the
was
left
talking
and the
about-
right.
He was clearly talking
was
about
talking
people
about
on both sides of the argument.
He was talking about specifically, to be more specific, about the protests, about wanting to, right, the people who were protesting the tearing down of Robert E. Lee's statue and the
Yes,
counter
those guys.
protesters who were there. So
Yeah,
he's talking about that specifically.
talking about
Which
the people
clearly
who
is
were
falls
there
on
to
left
protest.
versus right
Saying
line.
He was
Melanie,
specifically
Proud Boys there to
referring to
protest
people
that.
trying to
Melanie, I
protect their
understand you
heritage.
don't understand
Yes
how
or no?
inferences work.
I just
but
need
it
a yes
doesn't-
or no.
He
What
was
it doesn't
specifically
follow, Melanie.
hold on. He was specifically referring to people trying to protect their heritage and their history from people who are trying to destroy their shit. So that's who he
Yeah.
was talking about.
Right, because we had
He
no other
made
way to
that
learn
clear
that
in
stuff.
his speech multiple times.
Were the Proud Boys there to protest
Yes,
the
who
tearing down of
cares
the
if they were
Capitol?
there?
That doesn't mean
Yes.
that he was.
Thank you.
That,
Yes.
that
Then
just
he
means
was
he was.
referring to the Proud
No,
Boys.
he
Thank you.
wasn't. You,
And if
you're-
any of
oh
the
my
Proud
God, you're
Boys-
so
hold on.
unbelievably dumb.
Hold on. If any of the Proud Boys were there only to protect their heritage and shit, that's totally fine. Who cares? If they were there
Yeah,
because of
it's-
some other reasons, then that's a different thing, right?
It's weird, Mel. You're doing a weird like trickery that's happening because if the Proud Boys were there, but if Trump is saying there's fine people on both sides, but I'm not talking about the white supremacists, then it's like, I guess if you think one of the Proud Boys was a white supremacist, Trump isn't talking about him. He's saying there's fine people there. He's not calling the Proud Boys fine people. They could be one of the categories that he's excluding from being fine people. He's saying there are fine people on both sides. That's like me saying there's fine
So
people
either
on
they're
my
white
panel on both
supremacists and
sides of
they're
the political
excluded,
spectrum.
or they're
Doesn't mean
not
I'm
and
talking
they're
about everyone
included.
on the panel. So
So
if
either
there was a
they're
Proud
white
Boy on the panel,
supremacists
wouldn't mean
and
I'm
they're excluded.
supporting him.
So
yes,
either they're white
yes, he's
supremacists
not going
and they are
He did not
excluded.
specifically name people. He specifically named a criteria for who was the fine people.
Yeah. So either they're white supremacists and they're excluded according
that's
to your
not what he
logic
said either.
confluence, or they're not white supremacists and they're included.
He said no. Okay, he said there's two groups of people, and that within the sets there are fine
Oh
people.
no, logic.
He
The
didn't-
logic broke their brain. Shit.
He did not define.
Hold on. Are you trying to indicate that every person?
Completely right on this.
Hold on,
I know Melly doesn't understand how inferences
Melanie,
work. So
are
I
you
have to
trying
explain it to them.
Are you trying to imply that every single person there was a white supremacist if they were defending the statues?
No.
That's the only way this follows.
Okay,
I don't know how else what you're saying makes sense.
Hold on.
No,
Let's
well, now
wait,
you're
wait,
now
hold
you're
on,
putting
hold on.
words in my mouth.
Hold on.
Mel,
Hold
Mel,
on.
do you
Let me
think-
can
Let me ask him
just
a
let
question.
me walk her down quick, okay? If there are people there who were actually decent people just trying to protect what's theirs, trying to protect their country, trying to protect their state, their statues, whatever, right? Those would be the fine people on one side. And if there were people there who were protesting the statues, but not trying to tear them down. Those would be the fine people on the other side.
So, were the Proud Boys a part of the group you're talking about, or
it doesn't matter if they were. He's not referring to them. If they are, then he is.
We still don't know. Oh,
we don't know.
Well, no. Hold on. You're talking about the Proud Boys as an entire fucking group of people. He's not referring to there's good groups on both sides. There's fine people on both sides.
Did he not say that white supremacists are not included?
They're not white supremacists.
This is a logical crash out on your behalf.
Okay. Are the Proud Boys white supremacists?
Let me say. Please, Mel. Let me ask you. Okay, so if there's fine people on both sides, he could be talking. Let's say each group has 1,000 people. Maybe he's talking about 3 people on each side are fine people. Maybe one of them is a Proud Boy. Maybe 0. Maybe all 3 are Proud Boys.
Right?
Hold on.
He says fine people. I mean, some of the people are fine, just logically, right? Doesn't mean all of them. Doesn't mean all of one group. It means out of all of these people, there is fine people, and he probably means people are peacefully just letting their voices be heard. That's probably what he means, right? But we don't know that. He's just saying there are fine people on both sides, the protesters and the counter-protesters.
Yeah,
right.
Look, it's really simple.
Are the Proud Boys white supremacist confluence?
Hold on.
I don't think they are.
Okay, so
some white supremacists in the Proud Boys.
Some of them might be. Some of them might be.
Some of
them probably aren't.
Oh, okay. Now we finally figured it out.
Yeah. Okay,
do you understand? It could have included, and your affirmative position that he was.
Well, we don't know. We don't know.
It's totally different things.
We don't know.
So why did you assert it like
we don't know?
Hold on. Doesn't matter.
It's almost like you like lying about everything you say.
We don't know.
Doesn't matter, Mel, because here's the thing. Here's the point. Hold on. Here's the point. If they were, he's not referring to them. If they aren't, then he is referring to them. That's how he said it. He can't classify each individual person there and refer to them if they're white, if they're part of this or not, right? He gave a distinct group of people, and he said it's exclusionary criteria. If they fall in that criteria, then he's not referring to that.
And he's not, to be clear, he's also not even saying if you are not a white supremacist, you are a fine person. You could still logically be not a white supremacist and still be
error, though.
Not a good person. Also, name change to Mexican influence that I have done.
Go ahead and agree with each other. I'll just sit back as you have your circle jerk.
Classification problem is like Proud
can you
Boys
just admit that
they're white
supremacists? Can you just admit that I'm correct?
Their leader was arrested. He wasn't even in January 6th.
The point that he could have been referring to Proud Boys.
Sure, yeah, he could be referring to some of the Proud Boys.
So what about the second quote where he literally said, "Proud Boys, stand down and stand by"?
So what?
It was not. Tessic, you're wrong. You're wrong. I'm talking about the same speech. He said, and I'm not talking about the white supremacists who I condemn utterly.
It's the same speech. Brown shirt organization.
So if you want to, no, he.
And they also beat up the Ku Klux Klan.
In that statement.
Those nationalist guys.
It was within the same speech.
Trust me. Look it up.
Oh no! Hold on. He did clarify again 2 days later.
You can watch the fucking video.
This is true 2 days later,
again,
but in the same speech, he specifically said, "I am not talking about the white supremacist who I condemn utterly." Not a direct quote, but pretty close.
No. But what I'm saying is, when people asked him to clarify again, he did a couple of days later.
It's even
more like
no one's even catching the main point here, though. Like they're not white supremacists.
See, I'm not wrong.
How are the Proud Boys white supremacists?
At the Unite the Right rally, Ku Klux Klan and Proud Boys stood next to each other.
Has to go. He did say right away that
out of
he's
the
not
fucking
including the white
Klan.
supremacists.
How's that work?
A couple of days later, he also included other.
Oh, that wasn't the Ku Klux Klan. It was those guys that show up in the U-Haul fucking vehicles with all the white power shit, and the Proud Boys kicked the shit out of them. Said, "Go home." Called them a bunch of expletives and British cigarettes.
Anyways,
wow, it's so anyways, like your whole idea of them being white
boring
is retarded.
Yes, I agree. Being wrong is boring.
Who are you even talking to right now?
How is a black fucking man the leader of a white power institution?
Sorry, what?
I'm sorry, what? How is a black man the leader of a white power institution?
I think it was because Clayton Bigsby was blind. I think he's referring to Clayton Bigsby.
You're stupid. Now he's a Clayton Bigsby. Do you see how racist your fucking comment is, you piece of shit?
And this is why black people have left the left, because y'all are.
Who are you referring to?
I was making a joke about a Dave Chappelle skit.
It was funny.
Yeah,
that's the
I don't
joke,
know why
though.
that got
That's how the white liberal calls a motherfucker Uncle Tom ass nigga.
Okay,
no,
but
I was making a joke about how a black guy could be a part of that.
Even
we don't
Snopes
have to go into
disagrees
that.
with you. Even Snopes disagrees with you, Tessie. Just look it up. Look it up. You're combining multiple things. There were multiple things said over multiple days, but in the speech where he says very fine people on both sides, in that exact same speech, he says he's not talking about the white supremacists.
I wish you talked like that at the gas station I was just at. That's why it took me so long. It's a community out here. So you gotta fucking when you're giving your scratchers tickets up and getting that paper back, fucking you gotta talk to Reggie for a minute. It is what it is. He's getting
I'll get on that.
Put in. He wants me to help him because I can make a fucking box loud and low, buddy. Your shit's asking for
Trench. I don't understand what you're saying because I don't speak black. Can you translate that for me? I'm super white.
So basically, you know, we're busy in our exchanges at the cash register. So we shoot the shit, and you know, he's got an impressive system. He's always been in a vehicle that bumps like 5,000 watts RMS. That's like continuous power. We're talking like shake the windows of the whole community. It's a national pastime at the gas station. You go there and you pound. And yeah, we got into a little good conversation. And then these are also the type of black men that voted for Trump. So you got to understand, like, you make fucking jokes, but
are you going to land this plane anytime soon?
I just
we're going to land the plane. And also, I want everyone to know that this link here, okay, link here for Testy and all the naysayers. This is
a virus.
Snopes,
it's a virus. Don't click it.
The left-leaning Snopes that everyone's mad that Snopes did.
See, this is the kind of shit that loses the left so many points. Is like staying on this fucking message is just bullshit, and everyone knows it.
I'm shocked that Testy's doing it.
I'm here to entertain myself, and this
know
is funny.
I thought we lost the left so many
that's
points.
Fine, but
saying he's got a girlfriend, dude. It's just so disingenuous.
Yeah, he was reluctant to disavow them, Seer. You're right. Why? Yeah, because he's reluctant to disavow anyone who supports him.
Trench Deacon makes Brian Gumbel look like Malcolm X.
I make Malcolm X look like fucking Dwayne fucking whatever his name is.
It'll come to Trench.
No, but great arguments. Proud Boys aren't that bad, and it's okay when he says Proud Boys stand down and stand by.
Yeah, Proud Boys aren't that bad. What's the problem with Proud Boys?
I actually, for one, think it's good when Trump says Proud Boys stand down and stand by. I want the Proud Boys to be doing less political action.
Yeah. Stand by.
I think that the thing that people have an issue with is the stand by part.
The stand by
real men show up. A real authentic,
I think that's good.
Mixed community, actual tolerance at work of my racist friends. Like with SS Thunderbolt tattoos and shit and motorcycle club gangs, they have a more diverse
land the plane soon, so some of us
than people like you. People like you exclusively hang out with what? Drug addicts and fucking the white middle class. That's it.
Yeah, I just gotta sell this with Testy. Okay, Testy. Big Soda has a video. Are we talking past each other, Testy? Do you disagree with this statement? What I'm about to say. When Trump said there are very fine people on both sides, in the exact same speech, he said, I'm not talking about the white supremacists who I condemn utterly. Do you agree with that? And I'm reading your comment. You're talking about other stuff. I'm saying that statement.
You're getting one guide from chat, bro.
Do you agree?
You're getting one guide from chat. It's so funny.
Look, if I only have 25 people watching, I can get one guy.
Okay, he said read my. Yes, he agrees. He agrees.
Okay. Yeah. So I agree with what you're saying, that there's other stuff and there's other quotes.
He's a reasonable person and not a fucking.
Yeah, and none of what y'all are saying has anything to do with Trump's fascism. Trump's fascism is related to how he's started a war of aggression in the Middle East at the behest of the international.
We are not talking about that. We are not talking about that.
That's globalism.
I have Iran fatigue, okay, until more stuff happens. Although I did see that they're apparently putting mines in the Strait of Hormuz, which is a little troubling. So Iran should probably stop doing that. But
they're not doing that.
They're not going to stop doing that.
That's propaganda.
Iran says. It might be Iranian propaganda, but Iran says they're doing it.
All right, take all morality out of it, Confluence.
Testy, I agree with you.
Game theory. Like,
part of
what
the
are you going to
reason
do if
why
you're
there
Iran?
was so
Are
much
you going to just surrender?
controversy is because people
Well, I'm
were
not.
lying
Yeah,
about.
look, I'm not
the
saying
statement.
I'm not saying. Well, yeah, I get it from Iran's point of view. I'm just saying, stuff is heating up because if there's mines in the Strait of Hormuz, that's going to be very
I'll be
problematic.
honest. I get the feeling that we want Iran to build a nuke.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's the only reason why we
Then
have done the things that we've
justify
done.
everything.
That's the only way. Yeah, that's the only reason.
It's like a secret
killed the
crash.
only guy who didn't want a nuke in their country.
It's like
This
when
is
you
all
mean
by
to your
design,
crash.
though, because like you're going to send your grandkids and kids in 20 years, just like I went 20 years ago, just like my fathers went 20 years before that, just like their fathers went 20 years before that, going on back to a very specific period of time. Every 20 years, you can set your fucking clock to it. So don't worry about it. It's not the end
Trench,
of
do
the
you
world.
ever feel like maybe you got used?
Ooh.
I mean, I got a Camaro out the deal, and a Mustang, and a GTO.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, do you feel like shame for how
No.
much you were duped?
No,
or like how
no.
pathetic you are for having not protected the Constitution?
See, I knew what I was doing the whole time. I thought I was joining a gang to exercise the political will of my people, which would include morally gray actions of destroying property.
That's so based.
Yeah, I
this is what the military is, Anson.
That's
If you've
so
never,
honest.
if you've never
When
been
Mexico was born there,
the military is not a place
See,
that
I'm
is
from the
about
fucking
nice
hood.
people doing good
So
things
gang
to
is
good
cooler
people.
than
The
that,
order
man.
of the military and warfare was sanity for once in my fucking life, compared to the trap before. No. You, sir, are full of
You
shit.
could probably get that by like going to school.
I did go to school.
Look, I
I
see it.
probably got more degrees than you.
Yeah, Furby, I don't think you need to like preach to people about sanity. That's not your forte, bro.
Okay.
I don't even know if Mel has a degree.
How many
I thought
degrees
she
you
said
got
she
now?
doesn't.
No, I don't.
Yeah.
But
But,
we're talking
you
about
appeal,
sanity.
but you appeal to
The measure of sanity
but
isn't
you
how many
appeal-
degrees you have.
You appeal to the
Oh,
priesthood.
I thought you brought up
I think it
degrees.
is.
Sorry.
You appeal to the fucking peer review.
I am here
Thank
too,
you,
and
Oxy. I
empirical
deserve
data.
a round of applause. Okay, we've made an impressive distance. Okay.
Yeah,
In 3
I think to
hours.
celebrate, we should just stop watching the video entirely and never talk about Searka ever again.
No, we got.
I think
Absolutely
before
not.
we stop that, I
wish
just
you
I just want to make sure we
on.
realize
That'll let you
Searka was
clowns
just
defend
begging the
his
question in
position.
this argument here. This whole point was actually to show like how we know this is like this thing he's invoking here. It's because this is what fascists do. And he's invoking this quote because to show that it's a fascist. It's a very small circle Searka is making for the argument here.
Oh, everything by his argument has to be fascist if we follow his order. There's nothing.
No, that's
me,
not the case.
everything
Well,
is excluded.
everything is fascistic
That's
to
not
some
the case.
degree.
I don't think
if
Searka
you
would
look
call
at
me
it in
a fascist.
isolation, yes.
Yes, by his. It's not Searka.
In isolation, everything
by
has
his
some degree
rules.
of fascistic.
Whatever rules
Well,
he puts
especially by
down.
the
This is such a bad
fascist
example of a
minimum.
straw person. It's really sad, Deacon.
Searka, do you think I'm
I
a
challenge him
fascist?
straight up.
Which is why we don't
And
define
I
things
call
by
out
their
his-
minimum.
You are a
or
fascist.
by
Yeah,
their
you're just a
single
blabbermouth, so you're not
part
worth
of their
debating.
multi-part standards.
No, I'm real.
Right.
Trench would mog you, Melanie.
Hasn't he already tried, or is that who did I 1v1 last time?
Last
You
time.
talking about Eddie?
Oh,
I'm also known for. I'm
Yeah,
also known for tapping out once people.
you
do the
technically
whole-
lost in the
that
polls,
fake
Mel,
news.
which was a little crazy, but I thought you probably should have won that one. But it was
Never
a
under-
I
close
know I
margin.
won it.
Dude,
I don't
dude,
care what other
dude.
people think.
Any
He ain't convincing me of shit.
Okay, we're starting this. We're
I like
starting this,
the
and I
subtle
can't
admittance
stop
that
it
they'll
for
never
2
change
minutes
their mind.
because I have to go pee again. So I'm gonna.
I'm gonna
I mean,
go
he
find
just
a
ended
mouthpiece.
asylum for one.
You
And
can
then
still hear it
also
though. So this
about
isn't a chair
purifying
react. To be clear,
Guys,
okay.
countries.
We all
Trump
catch that
stopped
subtle
being-
I don't wanna be
admittance
goofy
that
on the
Melanie
day.
is completely bad
So
faith.
what just
Did we all
happened a
catch
few
that?
weeks ago when two justices decided to vote against Trump, and immediately, do you remember the words he said about them? Within, I think, like an hour, he
What?
chose those justices. By the way,
So
he immediately called them traitors. So traitors need to be purged and purified. Correct?
is Trump purging them or purifying them?
I mean, he might get to it. Are you
When?
saying that
When?
we can't
When do
diagnose
you
fascism
think that'll
until it's
happen?
already
Never.
too late, or what are you trying to do here?
I think that you need to show me these actual fascist
You
acts.
want me to show you
Just
the end
pointing to
state?
rhetoric means nothing to me.
You want me to show you the end? It does actually.
It doesn't actually, because rhetoric in fascist nations leads to policy. You can't.
Yeah,
that's
it
what you
has
guys
led to
never
policy,
have is any
actually.
policy. What you do is you
It
take.
has, I mean, if you
take a
read the
loose-
whitehouse.gov, you would know that Trump actually does do this with executive orders. He does a
What
lot of
about,
policy
like,
like this.
let me ask you a question. As you were building
Is he
this,
or is he not trying to,
Yeah.
use executive orders to, have lawyers and things who work on Capitol Hill just not be able to work at all? What does that look like to you?
You mean within the confines of the liberal democratic system? Is he exercising his power? Yes.
I mean, if you just cast them as the enemy, it's really easy to say, I guess.
What do you? I don't even know what that means. What does that even mean?
I mean, they're just liberals, I guess. But yeah, I mean, when Trump goes, anyone
I
who
didn't
works
say
on
they were. Dude, you have to listen to what I'm saying. I'm saying that Trump is working within the confines of a liberal,
See the abstract
progressive
language
system
at work.
within the
Scar, he
confines
perfectly
of this.
understood what he was saying.
Okay, well, Mussolini had a revolution,
but it was much
saying
bigger.
you cannot diagnose fascism until it's literally a revolution.
I think. Well, yeah, I think it's difficult. Yeah.
So why are you trying to debate me on whether we can diagnose Trump as a fascist? Because your definition seems worthless to me.
I mean, you can diagnose
Because
for him. You say they're pointing, they're pushing towards
Well, how do you diagnose
Wow,
it?
the
Just
fascists
rhetoric?
cannot shut their fucking mouths. It's crazy.
No,
Yeah,
but
shut your mouth, Furby.
No,
This
I'm
is
not.
why
He's got to pin everything
And
to
how come?
like.
Let me ask you this:
It's literal
You just don't
compulsion,
know you're-
Chase.
you don't know you're
It's
trapped
an
in fascism.
inability to control themselves. I swear to
You
God.
don't know you're trapped in fascism, and that's why I have to use all this abstract bullshit speak because I've got to break through to you. You've got to understand that this system has
Dude,
you
just like
captivated.
shut your trap.
So I
Just
wanted
shut it.
to
Quit lifting
I
the
wanted to
veil. You
comment
showing
on
us
the
how
video.
the trick fucking
Can I-
works.
Any
Can I
adult
comment
in
on the video?
society can shut their mouths when they need to.
Furby, stop with
He
the cock
doesn't have an
measuring
argument.
contest. Everybody
That's
knows
why
you
he
got the
needs to
bigger
tell you
cock.
to
All
shut
right,
up.
calm down, Furby.
No.
Listen, hey, so Sarkar.
I'm waiting my turn to
probably,
speak,
yeah,
which was
probably.
when
Okay,
Conklin
yeah, shut
shot
up,
back,
Furby.
and
Hey,
Deacon,
so
the fucking
Sarkar's
literal
entire
spaz,
shut up,
couldn't
Furby. I'm
help
talking.
himself.
Furby, shut up. I'm
Don't
talking.
take BMT. That's disgusting. You're not welcome in that realm. You're
Yeah,
a
shut up,
violator.
Furby. Yeah,
You
Furby,
can-
shut
you
up.
can get
Yeah,
there.
I'm sorry
but it
that
takes, like,
unlike you, I can
serious
actually
hard
wait my
work.
turn to speak.
Yeah,
Because
shut
the
up,
other
Furby.
realm is a monarchy.
Learn to
You
act
have
your
to
age.
Behave according to.
Yeah, your rectum's a
royal
monarchy,
decree.
Furby.
Okay,
What does
great.
that even mean?
I'm happy for you.
So Sarkar's entire argument is based on tone policing, and it's dressed up like intellectualism. He's basically saying Trump says mean things I don't like, and I don't have any sort of like actionable items to tie to reality. I just get my fifis hurt by the things that he says because they disagree with me. That's his entire fucking argument. He just uses big words to make it sound like he's
And
fucking
then
smart
here's
when
this
really he's a
huge
dumb fucking
emotional.
I mean, there is
appeal
there
for
is
a
an
paper.
So you're saying that you don't understand the words he's using.
I understand
His
it.
words are too big for you?
perfectly. I can speak
His
that
words are
language.
too big for you, Anson? Is that what you're
Not a
saying?
total fascist view.
Because I know big words are scary for illiterate people, but
No,
if
I
you
mean,
actually look it up on
You
Google,
couldn't
you can
even
figure
form
it
an
out.
argument. You don't even know how to form an argument.
No, I just want to confirm that he actually knows what it means. Anson, do you know what the words he's using actually mean?
No, I'm from Alabama.
No,
I'm
okay.
not a reader. I'm from Alabama. I was
Or a
born this way.
Googler.
I can't help it.
Or a dictionary user. Have you ever used a dictionary?
No, I don't touch
No. Wow.
dictionaries. No,
Yeah, I'm
that
a
ain't
country
even-
boy.
I was
I'm
gonna
the
say, you
hood.
stole
These
my
things are
joke. I was not
heresy.
thinking fast enough, Anson. Back
I
to
never
the
thought
video.
I'd see the
Then
day
you
where I
guys
met
can-
somebody who unironically hasn't used a dictionary.
Really
Yeah,
quick before we go back to the
unironically.
video, it's just really important to
Trump
note as well.
is a
Like
fascist.
you don't need to diagnose it at the revolutionary state. You just need to diagnose, hey, they're pushing towards a revolution. They are revolutionaries, or at least
Yes,
they're
the
trying to get to a
abstraction I was
revolutionary.
just talking about. It's like we really
Which
are
was like
talking
they're not.
through each
That's
other.
not
so.
being substantiated here by Searka, and that's the issue
Literally
here. It's
what I
just like
said.
the
This is
vague
why
appeal.
Searka's argument is.
I mean, it's not an abstraction here. It's just he's misunderstanding.
No,
what the
no. I
diagnostic
talked
here
about
is.
his
You say
actual
it's pushing
argument at the
towards it.
beginning, though, that you're captivated in this state. That fascism is also this soft capture process. That
Here's an action for you. It's ICE invading Minneapolis and killing people because they feel mildly inconvenienced.
No,
That's
y'all
normal stuff
get
for
the
them.
fascism all wrong. It's like
see,
y'all
see
don't
how
know
they
that
and everything is everything
Define
every
an invasion.
deflection is a deflection specifically targeted at your emotions.
How about using the National Guard?
I tell
against
you
civilians?
something.
How about
to
they
deal
enforce
with
the law? How about these people
things
are
like
martyrs? They martyred themselves for what they believe, literally to the point of aggravating their own summary executions, essentially. Death by cop. People do it all the time.
So to be clear, you needed ICE in Minneapolis. America needed it, right?
They're needed.
So America's really weak. It's really fragile.
Donald Trump.
All these immigrants will just pop in so easily. So scary.
Excuse me. 400.
I thought America was strong. I thought it had the. I thought it was this
400,000
big, strong country.
behind Obama at this point in time.
Yeah, it's so big and strong. Oh my God, it's so big and strong.
You don't know the enemy is strong.
Oh my God.
You act like the enemy is strong.
Yeah, we act like the enemy. Oh my God.
Manipulation.
Oh my God.
It goes back to
we're going back to the video.
Gender and biology of the superorganism.
We don't need the
Umberto Eco right, Anson.
That's why you behave like a woman.
Umberto Eco is wrong before you, before you interject. If the whole thing here is, I built an entire case based on Trump quotes that are fascist quotes. Did you bother to build up quotes that would go against the idea that Trump is a fascist? Did you even bother with that? In other words, for your hypothesis, chill, bro. Chill, bro. Let me ask the question, bro. Calm down. Let me ask the question.
I'm fine, dude.
If you have a hypothesis, then don't cut me off. When you have a hypothesis,
now we're starting to see the real series.
In this case, Trump is a fascist, and you say rhetoric is a key and very important part of this, right? Then shouldn't you compare the rhetoric for the things that you consider to be fascist against the things that you would not consider to be fascist?
It's two different languages mushed together.
Yeah, comparative taxonomy, right? I asked you about that, and you couldn't name a single thing.
Now, can you tell? You didn't ask me about any of that.
Yes, I did. I asked you.
You didn't. You just made all of it. You just made that up.
You never made an argument.
Something or someone.
I'm Andrew Wilson. You never made an argument.
He's not making any argument.
Which, by the way, there's an implication.
He's in the affirmative. It's his job to make a proposal and an argument.
Dude, yeah. Are you just this is just psychobabble?
Slow effort. It's low effort.
Guys, we're talking a lot over the video. Okay, I'm not gonna call it out specifically, but there's a lot of over talking.
I'll shut up if Trench can shut up.
I feel like I have to give maybe you and Trench maybe a set amount of pauses or something that you can call out. Okay, every so often,
Base.
A little
3 strikes,
some pause cards.
Okay. Yeah, 3 each.
How about stress cards? How about the Furby just leaves and then we can have like a normal conversation without someone that's.
How about you grow up and then we can have a normal conversation as well.
Your mother. Okay.
Exactly.
I don't know. You seem kind of confused.
From my view, did you even hear what I said? Did you even hear the words that I said? If you're doing comparative taxonomy, what comparative taxonomy did you do then? What?
I asked you to give me.
No, I'm not. Why are you fucking asking me to give you your I'm asking you, what did you do? What comparative taxonomy did you do?
I know there isn't anyone who said that. I'm telling you, give me one.
There's nobody who's ever said that wait.
In the United States, a president.
Okay. Let me try this. I guess let me try this a different way.
Sure.
Is everything that Trump has ever said a fascist thing or no?
No, that's ridiculous.
Of course, right? That makes total sense to me. So if we're weighing rhetoric, then shouldn't we also weigh the rhetoric of all of the things Trump say that doesn't fit the mold of fascism, and then compare that and his actions to rhetoric that you would consider that does? Don't you think that's a fair, appropriate way to do it?
It's literally what I'm saying. So here, let me ask you: do speeches, rituals, and repeated symbolic performances matter in fascist politics?
They matter in all politics.
That's fine. I just asked you in fascist politics.
Well, it's fascist
never
politics.
Ran a StreamYard, have you, Avery?
Sure, but you could just say yes.
I answered your question, didn't I?
I know. I'm just making sure.
Unless all means something other than all.
Okay, so if yes, like you said, right? Then political liturgy and leader embodiment are pretty fair evidence, right? Because not all politics that has some liturgy to it is going to do a leader embodiment. Like when people say Trump is divinely given this, mission to save the world by God, or that, when he does rallies and they're very coercive, and the fact that they are a movement, he even says there's never been a movement like this. What does that all mean to you?
That's not a liturgy. He called this a liturgy. It's not a liturgy.
That's the same as like Obama.
He's using his pause.
Well,
he's using it like a metaphor. Right?
I know, but what's it mean? Because that's nothing what a liturgy is about, or its epistemology in the Orthodox form or in any form.
I mean, I think he's just meaning it to evoke like the kind of religiosity in the language and stuff like that. That's what I don't know. That's what I think. Searka can clarify, but I think it's just a loose analogy. I think you're taking it because you're into the Orthodox stuff. I think you're really like focused on it.
Is though.
I know, but I think it's just meant in like kind of a loose, analogous.
Fuck what words mean, I guess. Continue. I'm sorry. I burned one of them, but what do words mean, bro?
No, he's.
Hey, don't worry, your card's refreshed too, so you know
kind of
they just have to be spaced out a little bit.
Well, no, it's not a fascist rhetoric.
I mean, Emilio Gentili would probably say it is, and he's probably done the most work.
Well, why don't you dig him up and ask him?
Political liturgy.
So the thing is, though, is like, no, it's not fascist. Do you think it's fascist rhetoric when Trump's like, we need to have more immigrants come in here from India and give them gold cards so they can buy citizens? Does that sound fascist to you?
Dusty is doing some top tier trolling right now.
With the system all the time to get more power. That's not really an argument.
Wait. No. That's not what I'm talking about. Rhetoric. Okay. Is that fascist rhetoric?
Mussolini worked with communists in order to make sure that he can gain power.
I'm asking, okay. Is it fascist rhetoric?
No, he did not.
Is it fascist rhetoric to say that you want people to be able to buy citizenship and give thousands of gold star citizenships out to people who reach a certain threshold that we need for labor in the United States and then import them in for it? Does that sound like fascist rhetoric to you?
Yeah, it could be. They mold with what they need to get power.
Okay, that's fascist
isn't
rhetoric.
That policy? Didn't you say that was action? I thought that was separate from rhetoric.
No, that was rhetoric. You didn't do the action. It's rhetoric.
Didn't you make a policy?
See, it sounds like Andrew is trying to do what we tried to do in the first hour or two.
Trump says there's American carnage that's going on. That's true.
I'm just curious if has a policy been mentioned yet, or are we still like getting to that point?
No, he can't name a policy. His entire argument is tone policing made out to be intellectualism.
The junior college buddy.
I mean, maybe he's gonna bring one up. The
idea here is like rhetorical fascism. That is like an intellectual view that can be taken. The issue is Griffin does not. Griffin is not applicable to rhetorical. It's not.
That's a midwit.
It's not. It's actually not. If you actually fine.
You can't do that
in the beginning of his argument where he used
the issue
is Trump is not a conversation and replacing it with brute force.
Can I please just finish my sentence for the love of God?
It's an action. It's not just words.
Searka,
that's why I'm
Go ahead, Corinth. Go ahead.
Did you know that the guy?
The issue is the definition he puts forward of Griffin's view is not one that's
applicable to rhetorical fascism. Is your name Corinth?
No, I'm asking Searka. He's in the chat.
I know, but Corinth is talking, and I said,
I'm asking
okay,
if
let
he knew
Corinth.
that guy said Trump isn't
he can't help himself.
He read the whole article.
The issue with appealing to rhetorical fascism here is Griffin's view is not applicable to uniquely rhetorical fascism. You do need other aspects of it for Griffin's view to obtain, because specifically how he defines ultranationalist in not being able to exist within the liberal Enlightenment system is not something that can be applied to mere rhetoric. If you want to use something looser like Paxton's view, which is something he was vaguely appealing to in other cases, you can, but Paxton's view is inherently contradictory to Griffin because Paxton thinks Griffin's doing it wrong.
Why not just use Mussolini?
Right. I just think talking about purely defining fascism in purely rhetorical way is like kind of like defining trans as purely self-ID. It's just kind of like becomes like nonsense
definition.
But Searka's saying he's not just using just that.
He's doing what is that?
Is fascism a policy or an ideology?
It's an action.
Is fascism a policy or an ideology?
I would say it's an ideology, but with complete divorce from actions, it's feckless. Like it means like basically nothing. Like if you especially if you're in charge of the government and you have the ideology of fascism, but you do nothing to enact any type of fascistic policies, it is just kind of worthless, right? It doesn't really mean anything. So it's like it's fine to call it that.
It's an
but
institution. It's a full-blown institution. It's not just the people. It's not just the metaphysics. It's a thing standing on
So
your
if I could
head.
find evidence that Trump used
By people who say they are fascist,
tried to at
full
least
stop.
platform anti-electoral policies, would that be sufficient?
Why can't
I
you
don't
take
think
a
that- I
fascist
don't think
and
that'd
word
be
that they're
sufficient.
fascist?
No.
Not by
Griffin's
either,
definition.
not even by Searka's definition that he put forward. It would not be sufficient.
So what would
Why
your
can't you
what would
believe
your
the
criteria
fascist
be?
when he tells you he's
I
a
think
fascist?
Griffin is
I would
just
appeal to
correct
Griffin.
here. It's palingenetic ultranationalism. I think Griffin
That's
is
true.
just
Honestly, I looked at the
All these-
definition. That seems vague to me. I like Umberto Eco's 14.
Think of the
I
state
can
of
link
Israel.
Mel.
Israel is a perfect
Please.
example.
Mel,
Why can't you
palingenetic-
use Mussolini?
Because there are other instantiations of fascism that don't use the Italian idealistic metaphysics that are intrinsic
It was a whole
to
practice
Mussolini's
with death
fascism.
squads, with a government,
Yeah,
with
I-
institutions.
That's why we don't just use Mussolini's, because you can have fascists that are not pure idealists like
That's
Mussolini
stupid.
was.
Mussolini was like, no, Hitler's not a pure fascist. He's taken some of the thing, but he's
I
going
think
to fuck it
Mussolini
up.
is wrong for this reason. He thinks that you need the idealist part. He thinks you need that kind of metaphysics
did
to
it.
do this thing. He doesn't
Spain
think
did it and it
fucking
worked.
Franco was a true fascist either. What?
Yeah. Franco was
No,
a
he
true
doesn't.
fascist. By
Mussolini
definition
doesn't think
of
Franco
the
was a
word
true fascist. What are you talking about?
Mussolini was a.
If we want to appeal to
Not
Mussolini,
pleased.
Franco's not a fascist. If we want to appeal to Griffin, we can have that argument, but no, Franco's probably not a fascist here.
What do you think?
Y'all are,
What do you
y'all
think?
are all doing like
What
the
do you
no
think?
true
Okay.
Scotsman fallacy for each individual kind of.
It's not. I'm giving you
This-
a hard definition here of palingenetic.
Now you're giving a
ultranationalism.
hard definition. So is
I've
so
done
is,
this the whole time.
is Franco
Using the
is
Griffin definition
Franco
the whole time.
is
Sorry.
Franco a fascist?
Are
Period.
you able to tell
vaguely.
me what palingenetic policy would look like?
Or is he
Palingenetic
fascist
will be part of
adjacent?
the ideology. It'll be the,
Is he closer?
ultranationalist
Is he
part that
closer
would be
to
in
Mussolini than the Italian or than
I
the?
couldn't
the
hear because
German?
Trench is a
Damn it,
fucking
Trench.
maggot who can't fucking just shut the fuck up for half
Oh
a
no,
second.
palingenetic is
Did
going to
you
be
just say
a lot more
Nebka?
unique to the ideology, but I can give you what an ultranationalist policy is by this view. Would that be
You
close
don't have a
enough?
card, sir.
Sure.
I
Sure,
find
so
you
like
at
an
the gas
ultranationalist
station, it's
policy
on
is
site.
something that's
I'm
going to be
calling.
inherently
Or even if you're
rejecting the
wearing
Enlightenment liberal ideal and centralizing authority into a certain body of a state
on site.
in order to further the goals of one given nation.
Yeah, but you could define monarchy that way. That's overly broad.
You can have a monarchical ultranationalist. No one
Yeah, but
denies
that's not
this.
fascism,
But
that's
monarchy
monarchy.
is built upon
If
all
you
of the
don't need-
nationalism.
yeah,
you
because there are
stupid,
other
because
parts
he's
you
the
need,
king of
like
the
the
realm, and he has to be
Palingenesis.
Leviathan.
You need the
Period.
palingenesis as well to
You need
get
Hobbes, no, but
fascism.
you don't even need any of that. You just need Hobbes.
immigration and border
You
security.
can completely divorce all of that Palingenesis.
So being strong on immigration and
then
border
put
security,
the
right,
social
Corinne?
contract of
Oh
Hobbes.
no,
No, those are
Leviathan.
not.
it's
Yeah.
not an illiberal action in this case. So no, it's not going to be
This
ultranationalistic.
this is why you guys hate.
What about trade tariffs
when
and
you were
economic
actually more
nationalism?
intellectually honest. I
Not
would
something
add. But this is why
contradictory
you
to the
hate
Enlightenment liberal
imperialism.
values. This
You
was something that
actually
we've
call
done
it
in
what
the
it
early
is.
states of America, which was
Imperialism.
directly an Enlightenment liberal country.
Yeah, but even the palingenesis, you can have that within a monarchy structure. I mean,
Yeah, you
that's
can. You can have monarchical fascism.
well, no,
See,
no.
one denies it.
I think you're referring to turbo fascism,
have
not understanding there's also
absolute-
neo
No, you can
fascism
have
nowadays.
That makes
monarchical
absolutely
fascism.
no sense. That's fucking
The
retarded.
fascist needs Leviathan.
You can have monarchical fascism.
The
What do you mean?
empire
That's just going to be
doesn't
like
need the fascist.
the role of it is going to be like in a king of the head of state.
Leviathan need not the fascist.
I mean, Hitler was arguably close
He
to
just
monarchical
needs himself.
fascism.
Oh my god.
That's not. But this isn't. You're not politically
Franco's
philosophizing.
Spain is fucking fascist.
Yeah,
I'm
y'all
sorry,
don't-
you've got to
Really
contend
have
with Hobbes.
monarchical
I'm
fascism.
sorry, you have to contend with Hobbes, the
Hobbes
godfather
existed
of the
for
social fucking
400
contract.
years before
His
fascism even
contract
happened.
Under the
holds
framework,
up. His
under the
contract
framework
still
that y'all are
holds up.
providing,
Hobbes is a
all
fascist.
monarchies
I agree.
prior
Hobbes
to
is
the
a fascist.
Enlightenment were
Yes, Hobbes is a
fascist, which is
fascist.
fucking
You're
retarded.
It doesn't
You're
need to be
retarded.
something that's like palingenetic.
I think Locke was also a fascist. What do you think, Corinth?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think
See,
it's
now you
almost
get it.
harking back to
Well,
turbo
okay,
fascism.
fucking
in a way.
libtards on the panel. Like, if everything's a fucking fascist, then you're gonna find fascists everywhere. That's
can't-
everything
No,
that
neo-fascism had to
everything
adapt
is
to
fascist.
modern
If everything, if
Basically,
everyone is,
everybody
if everything is
disagree with is a
fascist,
fucking
then
fascist.
Can I have
fascism is
applause?
not a
Look
bad
like a
thing.
tard in this debate.
Sure,
Hold on.
Mel. Sure.
If you
Go ahead,
want to
Mel.
say that everyone is fascist, then
Alex,
Mel
But
is,
me and
Mel
my
is using her
friends.
boss.
Everybody's fascist, but me and my friends.
Go ahead.
Holy crap. So I think it's important to realize, like, I think the way you're describing Palingenesis as prior to the Enlightenment era kind of pushes it into the realm of what many people informally describe as turbo-fascism, which is Hitler's
You're
fascism.
doing it, Mom. They're doing it again.
Mussolini's fascism versus neo-fascism, which is acknowledging that fascists have probably had to adapt to the way the world has changed since World War II, which isn't that crazy to believe.
But just to be clear, that's not what was being said. The contrary to just to be clear, 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 just to be clear. When I'm saying like it's contrary to Enlightenment, I'm talking about the ultranationalist part of Palingenetic ultranationalism. It's a specific form of supranationalism where you have the nation supremacy, and that's what all other policies are working towards.
It's part of Leviathan.
As well as it has to be in a way that's contrary to Enlightenment values and not compatible with them. So that's the hyper-nationalist part. The Palingenetic myth is something separate. Now, when you get the unique
postmodern nonsense
emergence of those two.
It's postmodern.
Well, you're
nonsense.
saying that any kind of
Geared up.
framework that rejects individual supremacy, like the Enlightenment has basically forced it on us, is like this epi whatever fucking Palingenesis nonsense.
A little bit of
right?
LAC.
And so every monarchy that happened prior to the Enlightenment fit in that framework that you just described.
Other than I've explicitly explained how that's not the case.
Okay. Look, you got to explain it like I'm a retard. All right. So try it one more time because it didn't make any fucking sense.
To explain it like you're a retard, I would just give you a toy and tell you to sit in the corner.
Okay.
Now, not every single person.
I'm so fucking sad.
Not every fucking person knows what half these fucking words mean.
Go fuck yourself.
And if you can't actually define and describe them for somebody who doesn't know what they mean, then you should
appeal to
I directly explain them like the most reducible way, which is going to be hyper-national. I've given you in the most reducible way. If those things are like,
but that's not a policy on its own.
Then this is something that like you're just not equipped to have the conversation, which is fine. You can go play with the toy in the corner.
You're
evidently not. If you don't understand,
maybe
when I'm explaining to you, hyper-nationalism is going to be a specific form.
Why don't you define it again now, please?
Sure. But state supremacist, or not state, national supremacist nationalism that's going to be contrary to Enlightenment values is going to be how ultranationalism is cashed out here. A palingenetic myth is going to be evoking that the nation or the people is going to be a rebirth of a former people.
Okay, I reclaim my pause because I want to ask Corin something. Corin, don't you think that getting the world to follow America's best interests using trade tariff policies is a bit ultranationalist?
Oh no, I don't think that that's contrary to Enlightenment liberal values. To the point
you don't think that you don't think that someone who's not a nationalist would be able to acknowledge that other countries have their own?
Ultra-national, you can be a nationalist and not be an ultra-nationalist because the specific thing Griffin's adding here is going to be it has to be something that's not compatible with Enlightenment liberal values. You can be a nationalist.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that. I think Trump aligns with Roberto Echo's 14 rule.
Things like tariffs, which your own party wanted to tariff the shit out of the world because we're getting boned
fascism here.
Trade.
Like
you keep giving me criteria, and I ask, is this good enough? And then you keep moving the goalpost. It feels like
I'm not. I'm giving you the specific criteria.
Okay, so what would be an actual policy that Trump would have to enact to make you certain that he's an ultranationalist?
It would have to be something that's directly against the Enlightenment liberal value that's in the furtherance of
think of an example, please.
Something like
I'm asking for an example.
I know I'm talking out to myself to be able to think through exactly what an example is. I'm sorry. So like an example of this kind of policy would be to remove the voting of the entire populace because they think that the people are voting against their own self-interest.
Don't you think that's just like pushing things as extreme as possible? That's limiting the definition of fascism.
Is there not a lesser step that you would consider to be fascistic?
Yeah, there's probably like a lesser step. I was just asking like an example, and that's that's a very clear thing in my mind that like this is very clearly hypernationalism. Maybe I'm not thinking of like the minimal hypernationalist policy.
Just to pull us all on the same page.
1,000 fucking grains of sand stacked up become hold on. Be sort of pregnant, dude. Like there has to be a hard line to cross to be a fascist.
Can I follow that up, please?
Yes.
So, with regards to the tariffs,
and then ideally we get back to the video, though.
Yep, that's fine. With regards to the tariffs thing, what more would it take to add to that policy to make it more nationalistic in your mind?
The issue is it's not the nationalistic part. Like I agree, it's an inherently nationalistic policy insofar as we're bringing the benefits of a nation.
Sorry, fascistic.
It would have to be something that's in this case being done that's contrary to Enlightenment liberal values. So like maybe if we're uniquely tariffing liberal countries and only not tariffing like other fascistic monarchies or whatever, or monarchies, some non-liberal states, that might be something we can point to and say, you know what, this might not be in of itself, but it's a really good marker to say that this is actually ultranationalism.
What he's highlighting here
blatant
is
support for other fascist
anti-liberalism
countries, essentially.
Is a inherent feature to which the right itself is still they're the conservatives of liberalism.
So just to be clear, you don't think that believing that other countries should align themselves to what America wants is ultranationalism? Because I'm still kind of in disbelief.
That's just
that's American supremacy or like Americocentrism.
It's the self-interest of the nation state.
So the Trump Road Doctrine, not ultranationalism.
That's within classic
at least
liberalism.
Not in the way that specifically Roger Griffin's defining ultranationalism when he's giving the term
specifically to keep the Spanish
See, all I hear is an argument that
Catholic religion out of the, because this is the point of the Monroe Doctrine.
French, you gotta stop
keep the influence. No, you can't. Stop talking about the fucking facts. You with the facts, shut the fuck up. All right. The Monroe Doctrine.
You're barely one fucking IQ point higher than Melanie, dude.
Yes, your mother. But the Monroe Doctrine was still established to negate the influence of the Spanish crown, and not just the Spanish crown, but all crowns, all European crowns, and the church. Period.
Now, what point was that addressing in the conversation?
Nothing. It was just
literally none.
Wow.
Verbal diarrhea.
More than what Melanie had addressed. Let's put it like that.
Those who are
Does anybody think that Searka
Video
did
time.
something good here?
I think you ask if he's doing good.
I'm still convinced Trump is an ultranationalist.
I think Searka's doing fine here. I think Searka's doing fine.
Not per Corin's definition, which is Griffin's definition.
The liberal.
Yeah, I don't think he's.
I don't know. I think he's just maxing out the definition to limit the.
He hasn't made an actual.
So when I'm giving this definition here, I'm giving specifically Roger Griffin is defining it in the way he's using ultranationalism.
No, back to the Monroe Doctrine. No, because we have to establish if they're fascists or not.
Otherwise, we establish the Monroe Doctrine.
Okay, but we're trying to.
No, they failed to have the palingenetic myth established, so they're not a fascist, no matter what.
Then what? So thank you.
You're welcome. I said this repeatedly in this conversation.
At what point did you?
I don't know what the point of bringing up the Monroe Doctrine was. Why are you doing this? What's wrong with you?
No, it's not for you.
Why are you like this? Be normal.
Hey, it's for Mel. I'm literally giving the historical example.
Oh, I'm tuning you out, bro.
Yeah, you've been.
So it's for nobody
because it's factual. You're tuning out the facts.
Yeah, we are going back to
the
debate.
And it sucks that we have
going back. Trencher, 3 pauses are burned up. They'll renew in maybe 30 minutes or something. I'll have to think about it. But
this was important, worth the sacrifice.
Sorry, one more pause for me. I want to address something
so quick.
Griffith said that there would be that fascist promise of phoenix-like rebirth of the nation. Doesn't that maybe sound similar to MAGA? Make a character.
We've covered all this.
Mel wasn't here for this. I'll give like the really short answer. So that's the palingenetic myth here. So no, Trump is not doing this because when we look at what palingenetic myths are in all the other fascist countries, it's the Second Reich for the Germans. They're the new Rome in Italy. They're referencing a now dead state of people or nation of people and saying that we are going to be the rebirth of this people and the continuation of this people. Trump is still referring to within the same nation of America, just at a different point of time.
Like a nation with contaminated bloodlines. Perhaps.
No, they're mixed. I'm a product of the 80s.
Like we can say this, but like, we even grant all this. It doesn't get us like the palingenetic myth because it's not a rebirth. It's just a reform of the people.
There's no reason to think Trump is concerned with race at all.
Like the specific way that the MAGA mythos works is it's a reformist mythos, not a revolutionary mythos that the palingenesis would require.
So again, what would MAGA have to become itself?
Just short-circuited.
We are the new colonialists. We are the new colonies.
Can I ask
that would be an example. Like that's not an unnecessary thing. That'd be like
he was going to colonize Greenland.
No, we are going to be the new colonies. Yeah. We are the continuation of the colonies here. Like that kind of thing would be like
I think he qualifies that with his threats to colonize Greenland.
Well, getting the colony would not be saying we are the colonies. We are the people of the colonies. We're the continuation of those colonies. That is a meaningful distinction.
All you're seeing is the Hegelian looking back into time, and you don't understand what Hegel means by looking back.
Why don't you explain it to me?
Well,
please, no. I don't
really understand what Hegel means. Over my dead body.
I'll do it in 3 words.
Hegel into this right now.
I'll do it in 3 words.
Thank you.
3 words.
Thank you, Congressman.
80s aesthetic.
For what it's worth, I actually disagree with Corinth, although I've only read, started reading Griffin an hour ago when it was sent to me by Cure. So, what?
It's Griffith.
Griffin.
No, it's Griffin.
Right.
No, you always do this thing. You correct me, and then you correct me wrongly, and I'm like, what?
Damn,
I was just gonna ask you, Confluence, that if I gave you and Melanie each $100, would you stream Melanie taking an IQ test on the stream?
I would. Well, I would. That'd be. I don't know if Mel would, but I would definitely do that.
I'll give you each $100.
Mel,
I can't accept it. That's the problem.
What if I do it with you, Mel?
Mel, think of me then.
Me and you, Mel.
Getting money.
No,
Mel,
you know those like teens who
me.
like do personality tests in magazines? That's what you're like.
Wait, me or Cure?
Yeah, the people who enjoy this stuff.
IQ test?
Sure.
They're fun. They're not,
the left
there's not going to be
use IQ tests as like a metric against the right.
I like Myers-Briggs better. Myers-Briggs is cool.
That's a zodiac wheel, dude.
Oh, so that's okay. That's
no, it's psychology.
Oh,
well, it's zodiac adjacent, kind of, Mal, if you think about it.
The ocean model makes a way more practical view of psyche and desire in human determination.
Yeah, Mel, how much to take even the Mensa pre-test or something? It's only like 20 questions.
So how do we know when something's close to astrology versus close to an empirical?
Well, there's logic. There's logic.
Well, an IQ test has answers that are either right or wrong if you think about it. So it at least means something. Whereas like Myers-Briggs, you have to look at it empirically and try to map it on as a schema if it works out or not. Very different than an IQ.
People have binary aspects of their personality.
There's way more. So there's there has to be.
That's hard to.
There has to be a universal constant. There has to be a universal constant. So the questionnaire has to be something.
What if someone's just really good at music and has channeled all of their learning into music?
It has to transcend cultures, and it has to transcend gender.
Right.
So things like agreeableness, things like neuroticism.
That's the big five.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the big five.
Yes,
that's
different. You have to go along these metrics. They modify
in the big five is actually considered to be somewhat acceptable.
Yes.
Yeah, at least it's a lot more predictive.
Actually, Myers-Briggs does seem to map to big five. But whatever.
Briggs, the big five, that is all complete bullshit. It is all. It is like one step.
Somebody didn't get the result they wanted.
It is one step above astrology.
No, it's like in between. I'll say the metaphysical gibbery Jew of psychology is it's mirrored a lot after like Kabbalah, and this is why I throw the baby out with the bathwater when it comes to psychology, and then I just start over. And
you're just scientifically literate. So in the soft
sciences, I actually look at it, study
in the soft sciences, you can't
psychology,
do like the same sort of test you'll do in a class, right?
Where
you change colors to get the reaction you're hoping for. In the soft sciences, you have to use data a bit differently. So it might seem like something like astrology to somebody who doesn't know about linear regressions or anything like that. But to those who don't understand what they are, you're actually getting rid of the noise and the variability from something that would be a noisy and variable sample.
All astrology can do is mark time, for one. It can't tell you you're born under the wrong sign. It can tell you when the sun is going to rise. When the
we don't really need
wait, astrology.
Why we don't have to really get into astrology if you think about it.
It's gumbo. It's mumbo.
The clock.
Can we all collectively unalive ourselves on panel in Minecraft?
No, it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
Y'all put my Mercury in fucking retrograde right now. Okay, we're going back to the fucking video.
I'm gonna put your Venus in retrograde.
Yeah, you want to integrate various police departments, right?
Venus.
Yeah,
and Uranus. I should have said Uranus, but like it feels too on the nose.
Fascist? in and of itself, nothing, right?
Brown eye.
I mean, it depends. He does kind of pick and choose here too, right? He did pardon January 6th rioters who did directly harm police officers, right?
Delusions are a good time.
Sure.
Is that just directly supporting police? I mean, again, fascists will bend in order to make sure that
There's
they can
nothing.
stay.
So you're saying there's nothing there that was
That's the whole point of.
You can fucking mute yourself, dude.
Yeah, that's not
You
fascist.
do not have new pauses.
You're asking me if like that somehow outweighs all of the other forms.
No, I'm just asking you, like,
As
as we
in,
go through
you're
each,
forgetting that even murderers can hug their mothers.
as we go through these rhetorical devices here, when you're talking about rhetoric, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I give you examples of Trump saying we need to work with global leaders around the world, right? Americans, like he hires tons of women into his various administrations. He's very pro female rights. He's very pro homosexual. He's very pro these particular types of rights for people, right?
He
doesn't see. Yeah, very.
Are you
See
serious?
how they're having the same meta battle that
He
we're
held up a
having?
flag one time in 2016, bro. That was enough for you?
Okay, well, it's a lot more than Obama and Clinton, who were against gay marriage before they were for it, right?
Well, they weren't when Clinton was running in 2016, but not that fucking
Was that
matters.
fascist? Was she being a fucking
And I
fascist?
know Andrew wants to get
No,
to the
because
point.
you're looking at it in isolation, like someone who's never
It's
even
all,
read
but
anything
here's the
about
thing:
fascism.
these are all loose correlates. You're trying to put together and pretend that they mean something greater than they do. You're just making it up as
you
you
kind of
go.
have to do something with them, right? You can't just put them further apart and then say
this is
maybe
where
we
the
should look at it then.
conversation
Right?
always ends up.
That wouldn't make
Well,
any
how
sense.
about you give me the actual case for how he's a fascist here?
I got you. Yeah. So let's go to the next one. How about enemy construction? Are you cool with that?
Am I cool with what?
For me, remember my tenants there. I didn't really name them out, but like the main one is obviously the hypernationalistic Palingenesis, right?
He said
But
it.
We can move on to
I didn't
enemy
really name him
construction.
out.
This is essentially a part of fascism in order to find the the impurity, right? That you need
But
to
really,
purify in
I
order
did,
to
though.
attain this rebirth.
Well,
Let's talk
hang
about
on.
internal enemy naming some more. Okay, so in November,
Hang on, stop for a
2014
second before I agree to this. I just want.
I mean, I actually kind of agree with Avery here. And it does almost become a bit nebulous if everyone has their own like pet definition and all. And I understand scholars are going to do that and shit, but then it's like, what are we really trying to approximate here if everyone's like, no, this is fascism, this is rhetorical fascism, but isn't actualized, and this is, I don't know, it all seems a bit like stupid at a certain point, especially because Searka says it doesn't require anyone to be like really harmed or anything, and you know, then it's just like, I don't know, man, then even if we stick crimes,
you're guilty
I've always
of
said
fucking
that
pre
about
crime.
these kinds of debates. It's just a big semantic dispute, it seems.
Can you pull up the comment again?
No, I think part of the reason is because historically it manifested without a definition first, and then people were trying to quantify how and why it came to be.
When did it manifest without a definition? It was literally throwing people in
Nazi
the
Germany,
death squad.
Mussolini.
They didn't come out of the woodwork like
Yes, the
phantasm.
definition applied even then.
They erupted
yeah.
on the scene.
Sorry, the definition, the word fascism and the definition existed before the fascist.
It's a whole
What you're
fucking.
saying.
It's a whole. What do you call it? It's a
I mean,
whole ontological function.
No, it didn't. Just
No,
like,
it's not.
like-
it did.
Yes.
It did.
It did
because
not.
you can't bend
I mean,
in fascism.
I don't know that there's
only the
properties to it,
way
but
of strength.
So
And if
the reason
you're not wrong,
why is
because
because you
we're
can have
strong.
people from different
Trench.
schools of thought, right?
No,
Sociology,
it has
psychology,
institutions.
anthropology,
It wears
those
Hugo
aren't
Boss.
real.
different
Those are
views.
fake. They're not real.
I would
at all.
argue, by the way, to Corinth specifically, that Echo's definition of fascism fits Trump way more cleanly and argues with
But where's the
intrinsically
Hugo
in it a
Boss?
threat
Where's the appeal
to
to
things like
Right,
communism.
if you want to
and
say like
democracy.
if we were to call Trump a fascist, we should use Echo's definition. I'd probably agree with you. You can make a much stronger case. I just don't think Echo's definition is like a correct one, right? Like
there's kind
that's
of
like
a problem.
fine.
There's
Why
kind of a
can't
problem
we
with
never
that. If we're,
use
'cause
Mussolini
it seems like the goal is that Trump is fascist, and then we try to work backwards and think what definition would fit this best
no,
to
no.
make the claim
If
true.
I can
Trump is
see
Echo
fascist.
came up with this
Hitler
definition before
and
Trump.
the
to be
Spanish
clear.
are.
No, I know.
If you think
that
Echo's
means very
definition
little.
is like is correct, that's also fine, right? I just disagree that Echo's definition is like, or like his 14 tenets of fascism are like correct.
I want to understand
Like
why.
Griffin's better.
They're
I
clearly
just think
wrong.
Griffin's like more accurate in describing.
I'll
But are
debate
they more?
every single
Are they
thing
more
being right.
accurate?
What
Are they more
fascism is.
accurate than Mussolini?
See, I find the definition of palingenesis to be kind of vague, such that you can move the goalposts.
You think
of
Echo's points are more
nationalism.
accurate than Mussolini's position
Yes,
on it?
I think it's way harder to move the goalposts.
No one was talking to you.
Oh, I'm not moving the goalposts here. Like,
No, I'm talking.
these are two
I'm actually
distinct
talking to the
criteria.
cat.
So if we want to talk
can't read the
about
name.
palingenesis,
I'm talking
we can
to
talk
the
about
cat, not the
palingenesis.
fox.
And for talking about like ultranational, we talk about either of them, but we need to substantiate both of them would be true of like a given actor or general ideology or like political movement or something like that for it to constitute fascism, or at least like the fascist minimum.
So
is it fair to say that historically fascists have been opposed to communists?
Well, but we're talking about Mussolini. So how is he? So how is he not a real fascist, or how is his definition?
Oh, he's a real fascist.
How are his definitions of fascism less accurate?
Corinth is just saying it's not as it's
I'll explain it. I'll explain it again because I'll
You
give
got
the
me
same
now.
case here. Fascism under Mussolini requires the strong idealism that Italian fascism had. This is not something that's true over like German fascism or any other like iteration of fascism that went through history. So if we're to say like the Nazis were a fascist party, we can't say Mussolini is more accurate because he's giving additional criteria that the Nazis didn't meet, which is hard idealism.
What? He was a hard idealistic. Like the man, what a man should be.
Mussolini.
So hold on.
Idealism
Hold on.
as in
And the
like
blood
everything
and the
is mental.
sacrifice.
No, Trench. Everything is the mental.
I have a slide on Mussolini. that
Mussolini
might be
quite
interested.
literally thought
He has a
you
slide.
can beat
Hold on.
the
Are
Roman.
you?
Let me speak to him,
glorifying
black man to
Mussolini?
black man, Corinth. I'll explain it to him.
Are you glorifying Mussolini? Just
No.
ask.
I use him as in one of my philosophical.
Because you
models.
said like he's ultra nationalistic like a man.
No,
Ultra
I'm saying one of
idealistic. He
his
said ultra idealistic.
Yes, ultra idealistic. He
idealistic.
Like that, that's a different sense of the word that I'm saying.
I missed it.
And
Trench,
the
when I'm saying
family.
idealist, I'm meaning like the
And
metaphysics contrary to
So
materialism.
a
hold on,
huge,
hold
a
on.
huge
When it comes to
emphasis on duty. That
So
way
when
you
we-
do the
No,
when it
violence.
comes
Trench,
to-
you're not
hold on.
Trench. When I'm saying idealist here, I mean it in contrary to materialism. That's
Duty.
the sense I'm saying idealist here. Not like he has ideals and virtues he's trying to live
But
up
Mussolini,
to. Does that clarify
it rails against materialism.
Yeah, because he's a strong idealist. That's the view. That's why I'm saying idealism in contrary to it's like the metaphysic, not like he has some goal or virtue.
I know, but he has his own metaphysic of this totalitarian.
Yeah, but Hitler was
the
not an
metaphysic is a
idealist.
strong idealist state. Hitler,
strong
the
idealist.
other
Hitler was
totally an
fascist
idealist.
movements are not idealists in the sense. That's why I'm saying.
But,
this
they,
idea of
but they
fascism-
fit. No, they fit your criteria there.
Yes,
though,
they
because
don't fit
they were.
Mussolini's though. They
What
don't
they're
fit
trying to say-
Mussolini's because they
So-
don't have that
But that
idea.
doesn't-
Anything will fit your
So
criteria.
hold on.
That's for Hegel enough.
Hold on.
That's the
Can I
problem.
say something?
Like how many times you guys have shifted the goalposts to make him fit the fucking criteria is absolutely ridiculous.
Likewise, with
What
moving the
goalpost
goalposts
shift?
of ultranationalism.
What
and
goalpost
stuff.
shift?
By the way,
I've been
Corinth.
very
By the
consistent
way,
on the
Corinth.
First of all,
I would like a chance. I would actually like a chance to finish my. I like a chance to finish what I was saying to Corinth.
I don't
real
even
quick. Just
believe you
finish
know
it
what that
real quick.
means.
Put a knife
Tell
in
me
it,
what
and I'll
that
let everyone
means.
else talk.
I don't know.
I'll just
I
put a
have
knife
no
in it
idea.
real quick. Come on, folks. So Corinth, I think Echo and Griffin would actually agree that Trump is a fascist under both their
Griffin
definitions.
explicitly says no, Trump is not a
And
fascist.
specifically in Nazi Germany, palingenesis justified racial purification. In the Third Reich, Roman imperial revival, casting communism as decayed.
Trump doesn't believe in racial
And
purification.
with America First border closures, it can invoke similar renewal myths against ideological poisoning.
Why for keeping
Mussolini was all about the blood.
Mel,
Mussolini
just to
was
be clear.
about the blood
Wait,
as well.
Just to be clear,
This is a bulwark of
Griffin
fascism.
explicitly says
Why they
Trump
agreed
is
with
not
the
a fascist
imperialists
under his
as well.
understanding as well.
Because there is about
So
the
it's not
blood,
the
there
case
is
that
that
both of
baked
them
in
would agree.
nationalism, ethnic thing going on.
Okay. Well, I can't necessarily
But that doesn't
contradict him
make it. That doesn't make
directly,
the
but,
emperor a
you
fascist.
can make an argument that Trump actually fits palingenetic
Beliefs
ultranational.
don't make him a
The
fascist.
argument for ultranationalism just ends up failing.
I'm
Specifically,
just gonna
in,
say
like,
your
how
Your
well
criteria
under-
keeps getting more and more
Oh,
restrictive.
no, I'm
Fucking
using
fascist.
specifically
You
Griffin's
want
understanding.
you really
of-
expect
You're
him to
doing
go
an
back
external
to the
critique. Hold
Enlightenment
on.
era?
You're doing an external critique.
Mel, I'm giving you. I just
No,
posted
that's
the
actually
entire
ridiculous.
section in the side chat of what Griffin's putting forward as ultranationalism in his book. You can tell me.
Yeah,
what
when we
part of it
were
I-
actually 100 years away from the Enlightenment era, I would agree that going back to that would make sense for a definition of fascism. But now we're
Oh, you're
100
not
years.
going back to it.
We're nearly 100 years.
You're not going back to the
We
Enlightenment era, Mel.
push that forward a bit.
Mel, you're not going back to the Enlightenment era. You're saying that's in contradiction to Enlightenment liberal values.
No,
that
I'm
was
saying,
what I was saying.
See how we ride
consistently.
back at the same do not pass
Like
go,
ice,
do not
Dustin.
collect $200.
This is
Yeah.
the fourth time.
And this
he's
is
hit it
specifically
tonight.
what Griffin puts into.
That's why I keep on this down. Like you guys
Corinth
don't
was
stop
posse
doing this.
comitatus and Enlightenment
I'd
era
be ad homing you right
value.
about now.
Melanie, do you know what the
couldn't hear you,
difference
Mel,
between
sorry.
an internal and an external critique is?
Sure.
Yeah.
No,
what
I'm
is it?
sorry, I couldn't hear what you said after this. Just remind me.
Yeah, so Corinth, is posse comitatus an Enlightenment era type of value?
Yes.
I'm not sure. What are you talking? Which one? Can you tell me how to spell
It is absolutely.
You can't use like the military on your own. Isn't that one?
So like using the National Guard against people in Minneapolis.
Didn't happen.
That's
Fake
not,
didn't happen.
and that's happened before in the LA riots. Colin Powell deployed the U.S. Marine Corps.
So
No,
insurrection is completely
This is like
acceptable, but
agnostic
that's
to
not.
Enlightenment liberal values.
Not a false
didn't-
proposition there.
It's just false on its face.
This is like agnostic to Enlightenment liberal values. It like just doesn't have any weight one way or the other.
You see how they have to use this?
I mean, I'll even
this
concede it
religious,
is, and it doesn't hold any
epistemology
weight.
instead of directly attacking the word or the words.
So what does
Just
that
seems
have
like
to
nothing's
do
ever going to
with
be good
Trump?
enough for you.
We do have to
No, I
land this at
don't
some
think
point.
he
It's been
fits
too
under
long
this
since the
criteria.
video has been played. Okay.
Play the damn video, Confluence.
I joined the
Yeah,
fucking
we're not-
panel and
Hey, the
Run
video
your
so you can
panel,
get out of
brother.
my
Run your
felon
panel.
To note, hang on. I just want to note something. I would say that this is one of the weaker kind of support structures for the idea of fascism. It is true that this likely needs to be some part of it, but from the political, can you chill the fuck out and let me speak for 5 seconds without interjecting?
Just let him finish. Let him finish, Searka.
Is it even possible for you? Like, just calm the fuck down, dude. So, anyway, I would like to ask you before you even dive into that, can you name any political ideology that does not create adversaries for themselves? Any?
Probably not.
Okay, then why do I care about this?
Well, when I interrupted you, I said you're looking at this in isolation again, right? It doesn't actually come back to the, original hyper-nationalistic palingenesis. It has it's a tool.
You haven't demonstrated any hyper-nationalistic palingenesis
You
yet.
stopped me, but yes, I have.
No, you haven't. You just gave me
Yes,
a
I have.
quote, and then when I dug up the quote, you were lying about it.
No, Trump definitely has talked about the humiliation and the exhaustion, as well as the decline of the country. In order, to bring it back, he wants to hyper-mobilize a certain part of the country to think it has a destiny to do that.
Every politician has done this.
No, they haven't. You're just being
Yes, they do.
obtuse or stupid.
Oh, here's the rhetoric from Democrats. Americans are Elizabeth.
Literally,
Warren,
the
Americans
definition
are tired.
of being a politician,
Americans
Searka's definition is being a
Americans are
fascist.
tired. Bernie
That's
Sanders.
crazy.
Americans are tired. Barack Obama. Americans are exhausted. Same shit, dude.
Yeah, that's the same thing as vermin within the confines of our country.
If I could just try to clarify
something to say.
Like, yeah, it's the same shit, dude.
If I could just try to clarify, Searka, because it seems you're grounding your argument primarily in
shit.
Trump's rhetoric. So I just want to ask,
Number
like,
5.
can rhetoric alone justify
It's policy.
labeling someone
He
a
hasn't
fascist, or
grounded his
does it
argument
require the
anywhere.
policy and structure action?
He's being
No, this
very
is part
generous.
of movement. Okay, so there's a few different layers to fascism, right? They have myth, movement, and capture.
Oh my God! Answer the question.
So myth is going to be the palingenesis with the ultranationalism, and then there'll be an anti-pluralism to it because, there needs to be a corruption, a betrayal. In order to get to that rebirth, right? You need to get rid of something, and then all of these things together are going to be necessary. You can't just look at the enemy construction and go, "Well, USSR hated people. I guess that's good enough." He's just refusing to engage with any of the literature, or even. I mean, I don't want to be mean, but
deny.
Notice how he didn't answer the question.
And make counter accusations.
This is listen. Let's just assume for a
Evasion
second
101,
I've never read a
well played.
single thing on fascism ever.
Shut
What?
Okay.
So what?
That's great.
What would that have to do with anything?
You shut up.
Nothing. It has nothing to do with
really
it. It has
qualified to have this debate. I'm going to be honest.
Well,
with you.
wait. But qualified by whose metric?
The one that's happening right now.
You're not qualified.
What?
I'm an economics major.
Are you looking for
I know what I'm talking
fascist
about.
That's happening
qualifier
right
dude
now.
to come in and like stamp this or what?
This is like non sequitur fucking
Andrew acting
nonsense.
incredulous here
I
is
don't need.
useless.
First of all,
Point A to point
if
B with
you are
hardware?
going through, if you go through and you say a person is this thing, and then I make describe out what the thing is, and then I refute that they are that thing. Why would I ever need to read anything about anything in order to refute the thing you're describing? Why? That makes no sense.
I mean, what if you think you're refuting it, but you don't even understand any of it?
Yeah, but I don't think the onus is on Andrew to understand Zerka's
It's not. He's
using this
defending the
specific
Zerka's on
Griffin's
the
definition of yeah. So I think that's actually fair for Andrew to require, like, hey, tell me what it is and I'll refute it. I think that's fair.
Yeah. He's saying that the way the world is currently happening,
Griffin's fascist and all that stuff, right?
Searka is saying that the way that the world is currently happening, Trump in the presidency and stuff like that, does fulfill Griffin's definition of Palingenesis.
Right, but it's not up to. But then it seems like a cheap shot
That's
for
the metric.
Zerka to say, sounds like you haven't even read Griffin. There's no onus. The topic is not does Trump meet the fascist minimum as defined by Griffin? That's not the topic, right? So if Zerka is going to define that, it's up to him to define it well enough, and then if Andrew disagrees, then to go back and forth, right?
Is Andrew trying to use Griffin to say something?
No, Andrew is pointing out that they flip roles, and now I see it. Every time you have a leftist on the affirmative, they literally try to reverse the role, put you on the affirmative through this like weaponized empathy, and then then you
what empathy is
have to be on the affirmative, and then they're defending. They don't have to. You have to defend
My
the point
buzzwords.
that
Hold on,
you're
what
fucking
empathy? What empathy is Searka
fascist.
requiring right now?
Because fascism is everything.
Hold on, what empathy? You said weaponized empathy. Explain that.
Brilliant.
Explain that.
It's so midwit brilliant.
No. Weaponized empathy. Explain it.
Alexander, you're literally doing what he just said.
No, I'm actually not. I'm asking what he means by weaponized empathy here.
It's basically
what is Zerka
begging,
trying to weaponize empathy for?
It's
begging.
It's
Your car is too stupid to do that.
It's begging the question from a pathos, from some kind of pathological or idiom-based.
How is it begging the question?
I'm literally getting there.
I don't see how that's weaponized empathy, to be honest.
I don't see how it's begging the question either.
It's like, at what point do you stop
Just let him
being
answer.
a fascist? At what point did you stop beating your wife?
That's not what
It starts
starts
from the position, the presumption.
It's called
that
begging the
Trump is
question.
already.
That's also not
Trump is
weaponized
already
empathy.
a fascist.
That's
How
called
is Trump
begging the
already-
question. That's
how
not
is
weaponized
Trump
empathy.
already a fascist, Trench? Trump is already a fascist because he's captivated everybody already through your own ignorance or the evil brilliance of his plan.
Again,
my
none of this is
definition of
empathy,
fascism.
weaponization.
Shut up for a second.
Nothing here is weaponized empathy.
Because none of this has to be actual fascism in the form of the institution standing on your throat.
I'm sensing some weaponized verbal diarrhea, though.
This actually kind of sounded weaponized empathy coming from you, to be honest.
It's actually the
It sounds like you're weaponizing empathy
it's the
right now.
probability for this thing to
try
become
and, like,
fascist because it's already met the minimum definition of fascism.
More comes out than goes in. It's very clear.
So I'm using a pathological argument. One.
So there is no weaponized empathy here. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. Yes, because it's pathological in nature. It's pathos.
Pathological. What do you think pathological means, Trench?
Fear. It's creating an environment of fear and an imperative.
What is fear have to do with empathy?
What is empathy then?
I understand.
Do
is it
know
not
what empathy is?
Is it not the ability to discern what somebody might be thinking? And the better the empath, the more correct they are at their predictions?
No. I would also agree with Alex that that's not what empathy is.
I would disagree with what your guys' definition of
You're talking about a telepath if you're talking about mind reading.
There's no such thing as telepaths and mind reading.
Well, no fucking duh. You just said.
Can somebody make predictions?
I think telepathy might be true.
Here we go.
Empathy,
This is the Dumb and Dumber panel.
Can somebody make predictions?
To understand
I'm willing to admit I'm dumb if Trench has
how
to be dumber.
someone
Okay,
else
this is the
might
Dumb and Dumber
feel in
panel.
a
Let's take the
given
IQ test
situation.
together.
Empathy is the ability to understand how someone might feel in a given situation.
Yes, there's predictors going on. Are you?
That's
can we
nothing
agree
to
there?
do with predictors or any of the bullshit
You
you're
don't think
talking
there's predictors going on to
when someone
empathize?
says, "Don't you realize that they're suffering?" That's calling on people's empathy.
No,
It
but
is
you're
not
missing
when
the
you talk
feeling
about somebody
into
being
no,
fascist.
like you can see somebody getting tortured and generally assume that yeah, they're in pain and they're being
That's
tortured.
That's not weaponizing empathy.
No,
Again,
we're still trying to define empathy.
Yeah,
I don't know.
technically everything has empathy at some level.
You're
So-
putting
and
the cart
that
before
can
the
be
horse.
it really
Somehow.
isn't. It really isn't. Okay.
So let's finish defining empathy before we even address the weaponization of it. Can we start there?
It's when you stop talking.
So can we start this? Or
Oh, it almost happened. Shit.
Yeah. Let's
Shit,
define
it almost
empathy
happened. Ooh, I held my breath there. I'm not
define
gonna lie.
empathy then.
I would like to, if we're going to continue down this. If there's just a waste
We
of time, then
can.
we
It's so
continue watching the
tangential,
video.
but we can.
I know, but I hate it because this is where it goes. And if you don't draw a line in the sand, then you're just giving up all this ground. And the whole point of me making an argument earlier means nothing. So I'm sorry that we have to go through all the meta. Andrew's having the same problem on his side right now too, because this is the pathological nature of arguing from pathos in general.
I think when people say empathy, right, they broadly mean like the ability to put yourself into someone else's experience or to imagine what it might be like to be in someone else's experience.
But you're not the first person them. There is no psychic link.
Right. You are trying to imagine that you're imagining what it might be like to be like them, right?
But usually because you've had some sort of similar experience.
It's completely devoid of an actual emotion.
Okay, yeah, okay, sure. But then weaponized empathy, right? That any sane understanding of that term has to be you're trying to evoke empathy in some type of Machiavellian or manipulative way to get a result.
Empathy.
Sure, fine. If you want to say that, but in what way is Searka doing that here? In what way is Searka doing that?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to.
So now that we've defined it, yeah.
Thank you. So Searka does this with his archetype of the centrist junior college guy. He argues from your position. He will concede grounds with statements that are completely, in my opinion, disingenuous. Like, I am a straight Catholic. And then he'll argue a little bit of your position, and then he'll come out with the rest of it that's nonsense and abstracted.
Are we done with this?
I still don't get how that's
Speaking of
weaponized empathy, but yeah, it's not really.
Okay,
I guess that
weaponized
relevant,
empathy.
but
Okay, weaponized empathy in 2020. All right.
No, I don't know. I want to know how I don't. First of all, we should probably move on. But if you're going to say anything, I want you to say.
Lock in, dude.
I don't want it. I want you to say if you think that Searka has done this in the debate. I want to hear a clear example. You're not giving me a clear example. You're triggering me. Okay,
you put on your mask and follow all the rules of lockdown.
Did Searka say that? I'm sorry. Did I?
He can't help himself. His brain's
say
too
that?
broken. His brain is too broken to give a proper response.
But I can't. We don't have time. I'd love to unpack it more.
Just read the red flag.
Okay, we'll move on. It doesn't really matter anyway.
But I will.
Doesn't really matter anyway.
Stop letting him kill the bot.
Mussolini fucking fascism.
Stop letting him interrupt the bot with his nonsense. I swear to God, he had zero pauses.
Yeah, that's true. Well, it applies in video. We're already crosstalk for lack of a better section, but we're back to the
Which
video.
Part of it am I not understanding?
Aren't you putting forth a diagnostic definition as well, in a way? Correct?
Well, in this case, the burden's on
absolutely not. Sticker Johnson. Tell me what the Latin service, please.
In order to say something not fascist, you're going to have to prove your own diagnostic.
But that matters in philosophy.
You can just not have one.
And in the law.
It wouldn't even be a requirement for the debate, no.
I agree. Latin is important.
Why? The demonstration. Wait. Why am I wrong? Why would I ever need to posit any sort of claim at all to refute whether or not Trump is a fascist by your metrics? Why?
Affirmative.
So let's just say if you didn't understand capitalism in any way, right? Like not a single thing, and someone was presenting one to you.
Why you getting all
You think you
desperate,
could
Mel?
repeat any part of it, even though you don't even
Trent,
know
you're
what
out of
capitalism is?
pauses.
If they gave, they
will
gave us-
come
if
back
they
to
gave
you
a
in half an
definition of
hour.
the thing.
I'll zip my lip.
Here's the thing defined. Okay. And I say, okay, how does this fit into this? And you say like this. And I say, but that's not true. And here's the reason why it isn't. Why the fuck would you ever, or like, what are you talking? Why would you ever need a source beyond logic, man? Why?
Okay, so let's just say economics right now, econometrics, and I said a square linear regression, and I started presenting it, and you said that's wrong, and I looked at you and went, "How do you know that?" And you said, "I don't know." Do you think that would be a good?
Well, that would be a good argument. No, I agree. That wouldn't be. But let's say, well, let's say that you said,
That's kind of what's happening.
how is that what's happening? You haven't everything that you've defined. The only thing you've given me is a quote, and then when I looked it up, it was bullshit. That's it.
Yeah, no,
That's all you've given me.
Gentili. Let's go to Gentili. I think you probably would like Gentili, right?
Yeah, that's fine. You can use Giovanni Gentili.
I want to show how rhetoric is exactly the same as action in fascism, and I'm sure we could probably point to the theory of mind as pure act, right?
I think
Are you aware of that?
gives up round. He don't have to give up.
What does that mean to you? What does that book mean to you?
Pure act is very, pure act is a form of. At this time, there was all sorts of bizarre philosophy that was
no
going
rhetoric
around.
at all, or
pure. Well, I mean, all philosophy has rhetoric. Socrates pointed to this.
doesn't it sound like a confident answer?
All philosophy has rhetoric.
Andrew believes
it's literally
that Mussolini
baked into it. That's
definition is
Socrates, who is the.
I've never heard say that.
Where did freaking Corinth and freaking Cure both left? And I have questions about this Gentile's fascism, but I don't know.
I'm
if
willing
any
to escalate this pause thing we have. How about the next person to talk over the video gets muted until the next time the VOD pauses, and I'll that's for me and Trent specifically. I'm subjecting myself to that.
Trent should just be auto muted.
Yeah, I'll just buy my way out. Remember how that game went last time?
Oh no! This
should
is
play
from
that
the mod.
game because Confluence is kind of low on super chat, so someone
This
should
is
play
from the
that
mod.
game. If you think about it,
Yeah, true. Chad, you can give Confluence money and mute certain people. Keep that in mind.
That's true.
I love
You
breaking
can.
the
You
bank,
can't even
you
keep
little
them
cock.
for
Corinth, you should come
$75.
back if you're still here, buddy.
Yeah, Corinth should come back or Cure.
By the way, right doesn't
I'm
mean
curious
Mike.
about
You're
if
still
the
ruining the
Gentile.
panel.
Wait a minute.
I don't know
I can
about the
just mute
fascism.
him, can I? Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
Yeah, right doesn't mean make right. You're
$10?
still ruining the panel because you're a dipshit.
Bet.
But what was I saying? Gentiles, because are they saying Gentiles' definition of fascism is purely actions with no rhetoric? But I'm not sure if I don't know if that's true or not. I don't know if that's true.
It has to be both.
I think it does, but the Gentile, the Italian fuck, like, is that what he said? Because it sounds like that's what Searka is saying that he thinks. That's what I mean. There's so many fucking. Brandon's right. All these things are like semantic games because it's like I don't know.
No. Hold on.
You just pick like one of 7 models then of fascism, and anyone will fall into it or out of it.
So hold on, Confluence. The thing is, fascism is something. It's not like it changes with the wind, right? But we don't know when we name it what all it entails. So what most likely happens is we have people who initially define it based on whatever they feel like the parameters are that it fits within. And then we see other examples of it crop up, and we suddenly start to realize that those parameters were insufficient or maybe not necessary for the definition. So I would say that like looking at old definitions for fascism can be useful, but I think the real question is, when is fascism no longer fascism, and what is it at that point? Like,
right?
Hold on,
if
because
you
old
drop the
definitions of
ultranationalism,
fascism, that's what do you
what
mean?
term would you give it?
Why?
You're calling somebody a fascist because of your feelings, bro.
No.
Yeah.
I'm
why
not,
can't we use the old
I
definition?
feel like
Hold
he's a
on.
fascist, so you must believe me because
No,
I feel
I'm
like
not,
he's gonna be
actually.
a
Okay,
fascist
let's start in why we
and
can't
I
use the
feel
classic
like he was in the
definitions.
past.
I don't know why you're saying anything you just said, but sure. Okay.
That is the exact premise of what you're fucking saying.
No,
When
I'm
you
not
break it
at
down
all
into
saying
metrics,
that.
yes, it is. That is
No, I'm
exactly
really
what
not,
you're saying.
actually.
You said it in your last speech. I feel like he should be a fascist.
I said that?
I don't think that's what.
It wasn't the exact words.
I don't think
that's
I
what,
ever
that's what
said
he means
anything
by
about
we can't
vibe I
address
got.
the classic definition.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Mutant Mel, who already has herself muted, I think, ahead of time. I'm not sure if she saw the message or not, but
to get across.
Do I have a mod in chat, by the way? Ag, are you there? Big Soda. Otherwise, I'll do my own timer. But I get my tabs confused. Okay. But okay. So wait, what? I get what you're saying, Alex. But Searka's whole thing is like to make a diagnostic criteria for fascism. But then the problem with that is like, I don't know if we have enough examples. Like, so all these like fascist fucking scholar losers, right, you're looking at like a very small group, I guess, of countries and trying to guess, how did we get to this place? And they all come to like different conclusions. And now we're looking at like Trump and we're trying to be like, does Trump meet the diagnostic criteria where he's going to be a fascist? And it's like, if we maybe had a sample size of like 1,000 different times where fascism crops up, then maybe we could actually like test these out and they could have predictive power and we could see when they're right and when they're wrong.
Yeah,
but like,
exactly.
Like the Griffin thing, when was this fucking thing written? The Nature of Fascism? Like, this is like not an old book, is it? Let me freaking look it up.
This is postmodernism, dude.
Like, when was this? The Nature of Fascism was written in 1991. So it's like there's no predictive power to this, right? Is the problem, right? We're just looking at like a very small group of things and trying to figure it out.
2 or 3 examples. All in all.
Right. Yeah, and we're just trying to and these autistic scholars are like trying to pull these things out, and that's fine. But it's like, if Searka's whole argument is that Trump isn't really a fascist now, but he kind of has I guess he is saying he is, but that it's diagnostic, that we're just kind of looking at a cluster of symptoms that make up this syndrome that we're calling fascism, and it will lead in that direction. But it's like,
we're not saying you have HIV/AIDS, but you have all of the criteria, kind of, sort of.
Well, no,
you could have the criteria.
But if you keep on your path,
you're talking about a hard science where we can test you for HIV and AIDS. We can't do that with fascism. Right?
But
we can only name fascism.
That's because you can't, because you've thrown out the classical definition. You can't.
We can only name fascism after the fact. You understand?
No, you can't. No, you can. No. That's stupid. You know what fascism is when it occurs. The people that became fascists were like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be a fascist." This fascism thing.
No, they weren't. They got there.
You were dumb. That's not history.
Really?
You're making that up.
The thing is, but okay,
that's a cornerstone of fascism.
You're so
Italy
fucking stupid.
Italy
the only fascist person you've ever known about is Mussolini.
History debate. Let's do it.
Is that it? Is that it? The only person you know about that's fascistic is Mussolini? Is that the only one? Is that the only example?
Everywhere it occurred, it didn't occur softly. It did not.
Yes, it did not actually.
Out of it. No.
Because you think every fascist dictator that's ever been around has walked in and said, "This is my plan. This is my end game."
Yes, this is my plan.
They didn't. They didn't. You're a fucking moron for thinking that they did.
Please join the gang. Join this gang.
No, they didn't. Actually, no, they didn't.
It's a whole ontology. I'm telling you.
They didn't at all. Otherwise, Hitler would have started killing Jews on day one. But he didn't, did he? How long did it take him to start doing that?
He did though.
Why did he mark them first? Why do you have to label them first? Why do you have to isolate them? If he was from the start saying, "Oh, hey, I'm going to do all this."
Do you know how long it takes to get logistics like that up to scale? Sorry, he couldn't do it overnight.
Is that a real fucking question?
Yeah, I think that if he could do it overnight,
that he was going to kill all the Jews, they wouldn't have fucking left.
He was
right then and there.
He was not.
No, he wasn't. You dumbass.
Trench. He was not up front.
You've never read Mein Kampf, then?
He didn't even try to kill them at first. You dipshit. Yeah, he tried to send them away.
Yes, this is true. His first plan was emigration. Right, he wanted to willingly leave, then he wanted to forcefully leave, then he wanted to send them to Madagascar.
So you know those big videos, those
naval blockade. Then he started, doing the final solution, right? Like,
Hitler's giving these.
When was Mein Kampf written?
And then when
when was Mein Kampf written?
And then when they're sweating, they're like covered in sweat in these fucking epic speeches, in which it's a whole fucking fascistic event. Everybody who's everybody is there. you're a fucking asshole.
Trench, he's not trying to exterminate them at the
Hold
beginning
on.
of when
we're getting there. I have to give you guys the historical build-up because
you don't have to, because you're giving like wrong historical facts, Trench.
No, I'm not. This was
you just said 2 minutes ago that he was
you felt bad. You felt bad if you missed out on one of these parades, like where they would march through the streets with the torches. The German felt sick, like I'm missing out. I'm failing.
Wait, it sounds like you're describing the soft creep of fascism.
Half of the Nazi party was the Social Democrats, and it wasn't.
Right, but it sounds like you're. It sounds like you're describing.
There's no soft.
Right, but it's not. But it didn't start
with. Literally marched. It came out with brown shirts and marched up and got in beer hall fucking brawls. It exploded on the scene with violence and riots.
You understand that they didn't start like
a whole intact
systematically executing the Jewish people
running around
at the beginning.
Oh, so the speeches at these big things that everybody went to because it was everybody. Everybody on this panel probably thinks they would have been one of the good ones that wouldn't have gone along with it.
That's not a sensible thing to what I just said.
You lie to yourself and say, and if I would go along with it, it's because they would have had to have brainwashed me. I wouldn't have been captivated by the fascist ideal.
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Behind it, and I would have.
How is this relevant?
Right, because I'm shutting doors to where we're going. Because at these very speeches where Goebbels would speak and Hitler and Göring, they would, quite frankly, talk about exterminating the people. And
no, they wouldn't.
That's not.
No, they wouldn't.
No, that's not.
No, they wouldn't.
They did, and it happened.
I don't know what speech you think you've
You're
heard.
not studying the same history as me, and that's articulates the madness of falling into fascism.
If you can point me to a speech where they're openly saying that they're exterminating the Jewish
You've never studied
people.
history, otherwise you would know.
So, do you think Hitler came up with this idea himself, or do you think that when the Allies tried to punish the German people and expose the atrocities that went on in these camps, right? The Germans weren't surprised at all. Everybody knew what they were doing. If you've ever read letters from the
how many years into the Third Reich was that?
How many years? You got to ask yourself how many years I've studied.
How many years was Hitler in power? How many years?
It would actually happen like in years timeline. It happened fucking.
How many years was he in power?
From point A to point B.
How many years was he in power?
The Nazi thing started roughly in 33 and it ended in what, 46, 44, 46?
45.
13 years?
That's lightning fast. That's not even the coming to age of a generation yet.
Lightning fast? Are you fucking kidding me?
The global war on terror was 20 years. There's been 100-year wars. What are you talking about?
How long did it take us to start the global war on terror?
Overnight.
About 2 days.
We erupted over the sea. Yes. And how long did it take for Hitler to bring down Poland?
Not that long, but again, that's a war.
That's a pretty impressive.
What you're talking about, the extermination of a group of people,
military.
is not something you talk about
super
in
small
1933 when you're running for the fucking office. You
to
did.
achieve what that military achieved is
Trench,
frankly,
you gotta.
You sound like you kind of have a boner for this guy.
No, I have a boner for history.
I don't want to source bro you, bro, but
you don't know anything about history.
If you think that Hitler was openly talking about the extermination of the Jews in the early 30s to mid 30s to
we're gonna look at high school
if you have anything
from 1980 on, open up any high school textbook. They knew what they were doing.
If you have, look, I'm going to move on. If you have a source, I would love to see it. I would love to see it.
Right.
Okay, there's an interesting Discovery Channel before they went all ancient aliens. They did a World War II documentary, and it was letters
from
the SS.
I don't want to just hear it. I don't want to hear how you read it. You saw it on TV. If you have a source, I want to see the source.
It's probably the Smithsonian. Okay,
I want to hear it.
Okay, it's probably the Smithsonian.
I want you to send it to me. I want you to send it to me. 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Now I need to say, I'm presenting an argument. At what point in time in debate does it become on you to fight
story of history?
At what point in time in debate does it become proper to you?
Everything you've said is complete and utter horseshit.
You are saying a claim. You were saying a claim, right? that Hitler openly advocated. It's well known. It's in every history book. It's in all speeches that he openly advocated for the extermination of the Jews, and it wasn't a slow buildup. And I countered this by talking about emigration and all this stuff and the Madagascar thing. And I can show you sources for those if you want. So I think it's only fair. I already answered, but 30 seconds now.
At what point in time does it become incumbent on you? I'll get some sources going, especially with this letter.
Trent, you're going the wrong way with this, man. Like I've been trying to stop you. For
How about as soon as you provide even the slightest amount of proof?
Debate as much as I'm trying to be right.
No, I know, but you're talking like
you're wrong.
Like a fool right now. I came in here on your side.
I know it sucks. It sucks to think that a guy that ended up exterminating hundreds of thousands to millions of people.
He ended up doing that, but he wasn't
had a plan to do it from day one.
Right.
Hold on.
And not just Jim, but I don't believe in Ubermenschen. I think Nietzsche's full of shit and how you end up with Nazi flag.
Hold on, Trent.
It's a whole collective that knew what it was doing.
Please give me 1 second to talk to you, okay?
Yeah.
Well, like 1 minute.
I'm calm.
All right.
I'm not able to finish any of my shit.
Listen.
I should be upset.
You're saying he decided to do this on day one, okay?
Yes. He might not have had the political
That's not what's in contention.
Yes,
what's in contention is if he was open about it on day one.
And expelling them, to get rid of them by any means necessary. To include, they even tried sending some to Palestine through the Templar organization.
Yes. He wasn't talking about mass murder on day one.
But they were. It was also implied in the threats.
Then show. Otherwise, we'll just go forever. Just if you have a source, it's so easy to find. It's in all the history books. Just then do me a favor, Trench, and send it.
When was Mein Kampf written,
there must be blood for blood because they're genocide.
When was Mein Kampf written?
There must be blood for blood. I don't know the exact date. He started it when he was in jail. When he was in jail. What does that have to do with when he was in jail? Is when he wrote Mein Kampf because of the failed Buell.
He obviously wrote like anti-Semitic stuff that is like spooky. No one's denying that. But was he publicly saying, I'm going to take Jews, I'm going to put them in camps, and I'm going to exterminate them? No, that wasn't something he ran on. It's a political platform.
He
said a lot of stuff about the Jews.
Blood for blood.
Okay.
There's a whole lot of blood going on. The blood flag. There was a blood right too for the martyrs.
For 2 seconds. What the fuck does anything what you guys are saying?
I'm saying you guys don't study the
Donald fucking Trump. How does it link to Donald Trump?
I don't know now.
He's indicating
you don't want to have. I'm showing you the underbelly of what it really looks like. What real fascism
was open about his fascism on the day that he started running for office.
Oh yeah, that's how we got here.
Yes, that's how we got here. So because Donald Trump wasn't open about being a fascist and still isn't open, he clearly cannot be a fascist.
You understand the
That's the fallacy he's trying to promote here, and it's fucking dumb.
He hasn't done anything against his country, so how the fuck? Like, how are you guys comparing?
I'm not saying he is a fascist. I'm saying the argument that because he doesn't outright say he is one makes him not one. It's fucking stupid.
There's no fascist. What does he have to do it with his bare hands? Because he pitted the National Guard on
okay, so you don't understand
that theory. I could take
non-combatant.
I'm going to unalive myself in the game. I promise.
One at a time.
I promise I will.
You don't understand.
Brandon, we got to hear you in here, buddy. Come on, dude. Say something.
I don't want to be involved.
You have no idea what fascism truly is what you're saying. And you want this mythological thing to be fascism because then it also includes.
You don't even know who you're fucking talking to right now.
Everybody, even myself.
I have no fucking idea what you're rambling on.
Talking to himself. He's talking to himself.
I have to know.
Everything I didn't like when I was 20 was fascist.
Stop talking to the guy with the blue background and the pink cross in the back, okay? Just stop talking to that guy.
I'm letting you know the fucking ugly truth of it. It sucks. It's a trench.
You are literally talking to yourself.
No, I'm striking.
You are.
If I was just talking to myself, it wouldn't cut deep.
It's mental
I get it?
It's not cutting deep at all.
I don't know if I feel deeply more just perturbed.
If you wouldn't mind, really quickly, if we could do a clockwise, snakewise as what is fascism? I think
we've tried that 1,000 times.
We've already.
Andrew's trying it.
We've done that for a couple hours before you joined.
Ha! You suck.
Like
See,
this is my new debate problem. It's impossible.
So
to
then the
define fascism.
conversation should be Trump good or Trump bad.
Based
If we're
on
not talking
of the
about
classical definition, because
The
the classical definition explains
conversation's
things.
supposed to be
It's not fascism
who
unless
won
you
the
say
debate
we're fascist.
between Searka and
That's the
Andrew
classical
Wilson, but
definition.
we're being derailed in like a million different directions, which I understand
Chris
is normal
doesn't have
for a
any
confluence
panel
panel,
etiquette.
but
what's the classical
Trent
definition?
all of a
Trent
sudden
didn't have
decide
panel
we're gonna be
etiquette to
watching
save his
videos.
fucking life.
Because you can't use the classical
thankfully
definition.
I have to go pee, which means I'm playing the video, which means everyone please
I gotta
shut
pee
up,
too.
except for brief comments. You're all allowed to say like a brief like based or like that's gay or like Zerka's such a loser. You can all do that, have fun,
That's
okay?
it.
But like don't like start monologuing while the video's playing,
Yeah, well,
okay? And I'm
that's
not
been good. Just put Jesus in charge.
not
Jesus
addressed
is
to anyone
is the
specifically.
He's
paralegal.
already started
Indian
monologuing. He's already monologuing. It's crazy.
Indian Jesus, you're the
And
substitute.
to what you would
fucking,
consider modern
moderator.
logic pointed
Let's stay
out
on
what
the
rhetoric
theory of
was.
mind is pure act.
Rhetoric is all that convinces. Pure act would be also a point of rhetoric, which would be something which convinces. Yes.
Okay, so what exactly is happening in Gentili's mind when he's writing about early fascism, when as it relates to rhetoric in fascism?
Well, when? At which
I'm
point?
talking about in the theory of mind as pure act, because
I don't know. Tell me. I don't know
rhetoric,
I don't know where you're going here. What
does rhetoric mean to fascism? And to Gentili, rhetoric and action are inseparable.
Yeah, that's probably true. That would go hand in hand with pure act
So how much
philosophy.
does rhetoric actually mean in the formation and movement of fascism then?
As much as it means for every other political organization. It's a very
It means
key.
it's inseparable from the action
It's
of taking
it's
control.
inseparable from all politics and political forms. All.
Well, I mean, that's a lot of mud, but
What mud? What mud?
I mean, this is pretty arbitrary. Sometimes it rains, sometimes I wear pants. Thank you for the contribution.
How is it arbitrary? I don't even know what you're talking about. You just like nonsense.
I'm talking about something specific, bro. I'm talking about Gentili and how he says that rhetoric is just as important as the action. So when Speakeasy asks, what does rhetoric have to do with this? The way it forms action is inseparable to the rhetoric it is. Okay, so
I was trying to just clarify, Circa, if you're saying that the rhetoric alone can justify the fascism. That's what I was trying to ask you.
Rhetoric is a big part of it.
What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What? All right, let's back up. Let's go to the philosophy of pure act. What is that? What do you think it is?
He has no clue what you're talking about.
Man, when Speakeasy interrupted, I almost like spurred so hard in the bathroom because I thought it was someone on panel.
Same, bro, same.
Like,
I was like, hey, yo, what?
And I was like, oh, wait.
Is the mind in itself, its concreteness, right? I mean, we can
What does
probably
that
think
mean
of.
in itself?
What do you mean in itself? It's
Yeah,
again,
what
it's
is something in
it
itself?
means rhetoric is a massive part of it.
I'm not asking you about rhetoric. I'm asking you about
is
what
the act in the doing. That's what.
Yeah,
it
no.
means.
What does this mean?
I
What
just
is
answered
pure
your
act?
question, bro.
Bro, you didn't. You just went
Yes, I did.
pivoted over to rhetoric. So pure act just means rhetoric.
Oh my god, bro! I just said the
Just
thought,
like that,
not
everything's a
act as
fascist.
done or as act done or whatever, right?
What?
But as the act in the doing. That's what it is. That's what it means.
So if I think so, it means so, bro.
I'm quoting him.
Wait a second. The philosophy. What I'm asking you is what you think this philosophy means. What do you think it means?
I already told you.
Well, tell me again and use really small words.
It means you cannot exclude rhetoric, myth, or ideological articulation from fascist enactment. They are inseparable.
Oh shit!
You don't think that the pure act philosophy has other meaning than that?
The whole thing taken together, Andrew, is that very idea. I know.
Oh, I
there's
see.
a section on pure act. It's called the theory of mind is pure act.
Don't you know that?
But what is the theory of mind? Is what I'm asking.
What do you? I mean, you can keep asking
See
me
how he
questions
did a
and
whole
answer them,
two-quote
okay?
there?
But like, what do you think?
You haven't answered me. What do you think he meant by theory
I
of
just
mind?
told you the entire reason the book explains that you cannot exclude rhetoric from fascist.
I'm not asking about rhetoric. I'm asking you what is the theory of mind?
Here comes another two quote. What does that have to do with
don't
the
know.
presidency in China?
Yeah. I've
Do you
read the book.
really think you're qualified to have this conversation, sir?
Got him.
All right.
Yeah.
We give.
Andrew felt it
Are
coming.
you going to give an opinion at all on this book, or tell me I'm wrong, or are you just going to sit there and appeal to
Hang
your
on,
audience?
we can move on. We can move on to the next.
Are you going to appeal to ignorance?
The thing is, you don't need to have, like, kind of on Andrew Wilson's side. He doesn't need to have read these books. Gentile is such a goy coded name anyway. Like, fuck that guy, okay?
Thank
all these
you.
people.
For the last
Thank
5 minutes,
hold on.
literally all
You've
you've heard
earned a
is my
shekel.
feelings, bruh. You need to believe me because of my feelings, bruh. There is no proof. There's no hard set anything. It is my beliefs, what I think, so therefore you are. And prove
I think
that
it's fine.
wrong.
I think it's fine if Searka is saying, like, this is my definition of fascism. Do you accept this? Which Andrew would kind of seem to do. And then Andrew's asking for examples, but then I don't know why Searka's jumping around to Gentile and then be like, what do you think about that book? Andrew doesn't have to have an opinion on that book. What is that? How is that relevant to anything?
I'm sorry.
Hold on. Andrew has not committed
to
to anything. He's only questioned him and said, well, even if I accept that, you'd be wrong based on this.
I know that's
No,
because
he's
Searka
not
that's
acting
he's
like
probably
that
doing
so
more,
far.
I guess, the internal
which
ritual
is
stuff.
his status
That's
quo.
his tactic. It's his debate
And it's just the
strategy
way he does
to put
things.
you on the affirmative.
That's why I hate him as a debater.
That's why I hate him as a debater too. He can't stop too quiet. I'm not the one.
Yeah, it is a little frustrating, but maybe
it's not frustrating. It's just not a debate.
It's just midwit shit.
No, this is the thing. It's not a debate when you do this shit, right? There's no debating.
This
here.
is literally
You're
a
saying,
debate, though. He's literally at a debate against the world-known debater.
I understand, but he's basically saying, "Hey, you have to offer me this perfect definition that I can agree with." I'll never actually say whether I agree with it or not. I'll just endlessly question you on it. And even when you provide me with a coherent response, I'm just going to tell you why I disagree with the
The
statement.
coherent response is prove to me. And if you can't prove to me, then you have no leg to stand on. That is where Andrew is standing on. If you can't prove to me your view, I'm not going to budge.
Nobody can hear you, Trench, or care.
We're trying to ignore you, Trench. Thank you.
You can't hear the truth.
But you have no truth to speak of, my friend.
The truth
is, if you did, it might be worth
Trench,
listening to, but you
I
can't
have two
say shit.
problems, Trench. You're over talking a lot, and I haven't made enough money. Can you pay to mute yourself? And then I could kill like 2 birds with like one stone. If you think about it.
I was going to bet.
I will.
I was going to
on one
bet that
condition.
for 10 minutes.
If you acknowledge my point about this
Both of us
debate thing, like
that
he is
Trent
in a
can't stay
debate.
silent
He
for
knows
10
he's
minutes.
debating.
And I'll stay silent for 10 minutes too.
Argument just a second ago was a
No,
fallacious
he's not going to do the
statement.
bet. He's a pussy.
And I will
Wait,
mute
what's the
myself.
debate? What's the debate here? What are you asking for? Acknowledgement
So
on?
I was going to say we could do a bet. Trench can mute me for another 10 minutes.
Hold on.
Oh, wait. Sorry,
No,
I
he's
thought you were
asking
me.
Trench. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm asking Trench. What do you want? What do you want somebody to admit something on?
You know what? Old Trench would flip out and double down. You can clip it back if you want.
Now he's weaponizing empathy.
No, I don't want people to feel sorry for shit. Nigga, I don't even feel sorry for me. I'm a sumbitch.
You're kind of acting like you do.
Fuck out of here with that.
I'm actually asking. I don't know if you've heard me before, but I am totally willing to admit when I'm wrong. So
no, I'd rather not.
Oh, what a baby!
I fucked
Poor
up.
Baby.
I fucked up. My bad.
No worries.
Okay.
I didn't have a real legitimate point or anything.
I feel like you're being facetious, but I honestly didn't hear you either. I'm with Alex when
I
you
mean,
said if
it's a
you
factual
admit this one
statement.
thing. I don't know what you said there. So
Yeah, that was
It
my
is a
bad
factual
there.
statement. So
Let's play at the
You know,
fly.
it's kind of fucking pathetic, bro.
Oh, I know, dude. I'm just getting.
Why don't
I'm
you
getting
tell
fucking-
me how I'm wrong?
I am
when
getting
I say that
devastated in this particular debate.
You can't
It is
clip it
bad.
back.
It is brutal. But we can move on to the next thing.
I have a
Go
piercing
ahead.
voice, actually.
Yeah, I bet you would.
You heard me.
Okay, so when it comes to epistemic capture, why don't we talk about that? Because all these things, again, there's plenty of, in my opinion, evidence to show that Trump does these things. Okay, epistemic capture is not about reason, like you thought in the opening. Epistemic capture is about denying truth, and essentially casting dissent as betrayal. So truth no longer means, something good. It means something that could be a betrayal to the movement. Would you agree?
Whose definition are we going off of here for what epistemic capture is?
This is going to be informed with Emilio Gentili again, and then primarily Stanley Payne, the Spanish guy, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, let's pull this up. Make sure we get this correct. So the problem here is, I think that this term. Yeah, I think that this term.
This is also a little strange to me. Maybe I've been missing stuff, but Searka's definition seems to be like a weird hodgepodge of all these different people. Like, I know he's giving the fascist minimum at one point, but now he's like, well, now we're pivoting to like this guy and this guy and this guy. And it's like, is it just like a kind of a weird Frankenstein definition of like all these people, or like,
It might just be that they have that either he prefers their definition, or that they have a more like coherent or cohesive definition of.
But then he would just pick one if it was truly like, right. The fact that he's going to multiple.
Well,
I wish Searka was still here because he did say, "Oh, I'm using like 7 scholars," but then isn't that kind of admitting that you're just dragging different parts from different people to build your own kind of definition of fascism to make Trump fit under it?
Yeah,
it's like a fallacy for this, right? When you build a model to fit a thing.
If you're dragging it from different definitions of fascism, and those people have elaborated why that's part of the definition of fascism, then it still falls within things that can define fascism.
It seems like he's either combining them to make like some sort of new definition, or he's using the different definitions and he's just equivocating.
Or perhaps he's using them to back the definition the other one provided. Like they may agree largely on the definition.
The freaking Gentile guy is like his definition is so different from like the freaking one he was using earlier with the palingenetic ultranationalism, right? Those are like
Andrew says he's not answering, and his options are to either keep doing the same thing, expecting different results, or to pivot to something that's slightly tangential, but also points to it being fascism.
That's retarded. That's an appeal to fucking retardism.
Well, he did answer Andrew, and Andrew kept saying he didn't answer him. So
yeah, but it's fallacious.
We can leave the debate, but I don't think he wants to leave the debate.
I'm going to have to remember that one. It's an appeal to retardism.
Yes.
Yeah, fallacy.
I didn't even hear Trench say that.
You're fallacy
right now. A fallacy is actually a real thing. That's arriving at the correct conclusion, but having no idea how you got there. A clock can be right 2 times a day.
Wait, actually, I don't think that's
not what a fallacy is.
That is exactly what a fallacy is.
No, a fallacy. Correct me if I'm wrong, Brandon. It's when you dismiss something, you dismiss a true conclusion because the premises involve a fallacy. So a fallacy was used, and so you're like, hey, therefore the conclusion is false, but really the conclusion is correct.
It's arriving at the right conclusion, but having no idea how you got there.
He said you got to the right conclusion, but you had no idea how you got there.
Urban Adventures.
No, but that's not a fallacy. It's not a fallacy to get to the
fallacy. Is dismissing that.
The fallacy is dismissing that. Brandon, help me out here. Am I not right?
Accept false data.
It doesn't matter. The fallacy is not you get to the right conclusion, but you don't know how you got there. Fallacy is being like, hey, that's a fallacy, therefore your conclusion is wrong. That's a fallacy. Right, Brandon?
No,
Am I wrong?
Yeah, that's right.
It's helpful. It's helpful when you're describing odds, which is why I try to stay away from them as best as possible.
He's just yabbering again.
Oh, Elderline says Trench stole that from me, an appeal to retardation fallacy.
Maybe.
That does sound like an Elderline original as well. I mean, it sounds like both of you original.
Awesome.
Like we're not the same person, but we definitely we're made by the same fucking branding company. So
now, Brandon, second fallacy question. There's a term for this, right? Where you have the data and you're creating a model around it. It's like maybe similar to like the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, but I feel like it's not the same.
That's not what Searka.
So why don't you bust your fucking
no, but I'm not saying he's necessarily. What is that called?
Fallacy is.
Describe it again. Sorry.
Like when you're taking like if we have like Trump is a fascist and we want to arrive at that, and so we're building a model around that, And I'm saying it sounds like similar to like the Texas sharpshooter fallacy, but I don't know. I feel like it's different, where it's like you're choosing what model to use based on the conclusion that you already have.
It's cherry picking is what you're alluding to.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
And by the way, he's not.
There probably is a
doing-
technical term
again,
for it. I just don't know.
These are all things that could qualify for fascism, and unless he made the argument that one single person has the perfect definition of fascism, it's fair to cherry pick.
So a fallacy is thinking that somebody is wrong because
Here we
their
go again.
methodology is fucked up.
That's what I said.
and therefore-
That's what he said.
Opposed to what you said, which was
That's what I'm
you
saying.
conclusion, but you have no idea how you got there. That's not.
Welcome to the
Well, no. Hold on. When you said you come to a conclusion, you don't know how you got there. That's partially true, but that's not what the fallacy is. The fallacy is saying that that's wrong because you don't know how you got there, right? So you missed one step of that fallacy.
They're
That's all it is.
wrong. I'm describing like the missing, and it can be used both ways.
But it's not really not knowing how you got there. It's more about there was some fallacious logic in arriving at the conclusion.
Don't know how
It
you
just
got there.
depends on
Really.
it depends on who the subject is and what the subject is arguing. You're assuming that the subject is false because their arrival there is false.
Yeah, they use fallacious reasoning. Like if somebody says, well, we don't know how X happened, therefore God did it. It could be true that God did it, right? But that's just fallacious reasoning. And the fallacy is saying,
correct.
Well, just because they are
Like
using
God
that
is classified
fallacious reasoning doesn't mean that the
as
conclusion
an
is false.
unfalsifiable. Like being like philosophically.
You're not
honest.
listening to him, Trench. Just shut the fuck up.
Yes,
dude.
I was. That was my acknowledgement of the correctness of his statement.
No,
That's what's
you
going
said
on.
you said it was correct before he was finished.
That's because he was like slam dunking on
You
it.
heard the part you wanted to hear, and then you said that's correct, and then you didn't listen to the rest.
Video time.
I think if we think temporally, that might be accurate. Okay, if we think of the passage of time, I think that might be correct.
Epistemic
Could be a fair
capture.
statement.
The thing about
actually
empathizing is you have to be
transcends
correct.
what is being referenced here when it
Empathizing,
comes to fascism. So I believe that this is going to end up being something which is proprietary only to this. Like, I think that there's multitudes of philosophies around what is called epistemic capture. In other words, I could be
A lot
wrong.
of fascist philosophers and scholars
remember
have
we had
contributed
that
to different
conversation
ways to
earlier?
fascism. Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah. So in this case, I just want to pull up the actual
Because it's
definition
like an
that you're
imperative
utilizing for
of
epistemic capture. What is
self-preservation
it?
of any government model.
I mean, it's in my own
Epistemic
words,
capture.
my friend, but it essentially just means that
No, it's not.
is
It is a
a
complete tactical
insulated
imperative.
part of the
Without it,
movement
you don't
from
have a
false
government.
Humans
positions,
can work
essentially what
with
it means.
critical thinking. That's stupid.
What do you think the government's
Like,
doing
yeah,
to
yeah, I
fucking
understand what you're saying.
manifest
Into
their
his
learning
membership
as an
to
institution?
help
Yeah.
with the political liturgy.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. So there's some core here
Like
that if it's
firefighters
violated,
magically appear
you're not
at your
part of this
door.
group
Dude,
anymore.
stop talking.
Like
We're
fake
trying to listen
news,
to the
enemies of
VOD,
the
not
people,
you.
those kind of things.
Like
Over and
you
over
don't
and
believe
over.
in Jesus Christ, or you're not a Christian.
How
stuff
is
like
that
that.
epistemic capture?
Well, by your definition, if you're just saying that it's
I
a
always
core
ask
part
Searka
of
directly,
a reasoned
I always say,
ideology
why
Literally,
do you
he
hate
just talks to
that
himself.
is not allowed to
I'm
be
fucking
assailed
angry.
in any way,
No,
then
it
Watch this
insulates
in the
it from falsification. So that means even if they know they're wrong, they treat it as a betrayal instead of just
You're doing a
being
much better
corrected.
job.
Mumbles
Okay, I
McGee,
see what
take
you're
your
saying.
opinion
So,
and shove it up your ass.
and which thing do you think that this is that Trump?
And that I would say, I don't know if we could hear what Searka was saying, but I feel like, well, I think that everyone always calls me out when I say that. I think that what Searka is saying is true. That I think Trump does that. That even there, I feel like there. Oh God, I did it again. I think there are instances where when Trump is proven wrong, right, and someone shows him that he's wrong, right, he mainly cares about the loyalty of the person more so than he cares about being fact checked or
So
anything
what's
like
the
that. Like he'll
fallacy
see it.
where you arrive at the right conclusion, but you have the opposite? You have the wrong.
Why are we going back to that?
No, I'm asking for the
Afraid of
opposite.
being
That's
wrong.
that's what Searka does. He does the exact opposite of that.
He uses the right reasoning becomes the wrong conclusion.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
A, B, and C, and then Z instead of D.
Okay.
I'm not sure.
By the way,
that would be
epistemic
fallacious
capture
reasoning.
is something that fascists would use.
If you're using
It's
good
what
reasoning,
every institution
then it's
has
a good.
to use by default to be an institution. It has to capture in order to emerge. It's a decoding.
But the thing that the specific point that I don't know if you heard it, Trench, I'm not sure, but the specific point, the epistemic capture, right? Like that is that I do think, right? I'm not saying Trump is a fascist. I obviously don't think that is true, but
that's campaigning.
Wow, thank you for your disclaimer. Holy shit.
That well, I just don't think he is. So I'm trying to be clear, but
the guy that came up with this
part,
philosophy doesn't even think he is.
Let me finish, please. But
and he writes it in the book. Had Searka fucking read the fucking
He
thing?
couldn't shut his mouth to save his fucking life. I swear to God.
You with the facts? Shut up.
He is,
Shut up with
he
them
is
sick
incapable.
fucking
Confluence hates facts. That's why he's so frustrated right now. He fucking hates facts, dude. He fucking can't stand your
as
facts.
an orbital fucking cannon if you could, you fucking mook. That would be your fucking iron rod from space. No,
hey, my man, could you like just take a break for 1 minute?
It's because you're getting mobbed, dude, and the fucking sharks.
I'm getting mobbed.
Sometimes there's such a thing as having too much big dick energy.
Running out of
There's
fucking
such a thing as
patience
that.
I know, and it's funny that you're saying
that's what I'm getting at.
Because I'm using the wrong credit card to mute
shut the
myself.
fuck up, Les Chief.
It's like I have
come up on pound so I can rip your balls off, okay?
It's crazy. Nom 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 nom. That's gay.
But
I'm talking about
but I
sharks
was
and
saying-
fucking water smelling blood.
Okay, besides, if we can go back, do we all see, or does someone disagree, that Trump does seem to care more about the loyalty that people have than the
That's all he
truth?
cares
Like,
about.
if he says something wrong about the tariffs and people point out that the tariff math doesn't really make sense if you think about it, Trump gets mad at them as opposed to course correcting or being like, okay, right. So that would be the capture that Trump is wanting, right?
Assuming
that's not what Trump wants. Loyalty is just the means to the ends. Trump just wants to be liked, and he does it like shit because he's a narcissist.
So, by the way, with epistemic capture, what it actually tends to look like is manipulation and dominance of institutions of knowledge.
Still
So
vote
that
for him
can
again
include
tomorrow.
everything from the media to education systems. You can see that from the bottom up with more like local movements of the far right, but that's not really Trump led. From the top down, you can see that with the media only getting access when they're favorable towards Trump in certain ways, or not having photographers on sessions that would be important for certain briefings that the media normally has access to. The media is having less and less access, especially to places like the Pentagon. So you could say, like, you know, that's business as usual. I'd argue Trump using soft power, aka business as usual, to get his hard power is exactly what you would expect to see.
And that hard power being to execute U.S. citizens in the street for his secret police, the ICE agents who are running around.
I guess you agree. Thank you.
No, we don't agree.
I think a lot of those examples are kind of like low, like, yeah, like he banned like the AP when
I just gave you your
call
basic
it the
playbook.
Gulf of America or something, you know, and right now he's banning, like, he's limiting it to like one photographer or something because the untoward photo of Hegseth or whatever the fuck it was. But these are like kind of like low, like, maybe they're the beginning of something, but it's like, it's so like, I don't know. It just feels like
I think a true American patriot.
At some
Here,
point,
Alex, let me have one response at least, Alex.
Oh, go on.
I think a true American patriot would respect the Fourth Estate and what it means, the value of it being independent. It's an independent media that the government can't control directly.
Fuck the Fourth Estate. It's done.
they're using such amounts of like small things though, Mel, right? Like it's very like small.
The internet, baby.
It's like
Fifth Estate,
it's not like he's
CBC
controlling
program?
the media.
The internet itself, the collective hive mind.
Like this is kind of like what happened with the fucking Jimmy Kimmel or whatever, when it was like the soft pressure on what by Brandon Carr or whatever his name was.
TV like killed the radio
for
star.
the FCC violation thing. It's like, yeah, that maybe there's an argument, there's something there, but it's like such like small potatoes. It's like from what we're talking about with like epistemic capture, like even the thing that you read, Mel, it's like maybe it's like a little smidgen toward that ultimate, but it's like so, and I think it's overstepping. I don't think Trump should do a lot of these things, but
do you think Trump getting people to see intellectual or institutions as bad things could be a form of epistemic capture?
Communists do
maybe
that
a
for one.
form, but in such again like a grain of sand compared to the heap of what this would actually look like in any like fascistic country.
There's only two institutions, so if you turn the public against it, then you've captured the public away from the institutions rather than capturing the institutions.
That's
themselves.
Maoist philosophy. That's Pol Pot's philosophy. If you were an optometrist in the Khmer Rouge,
seems like you agree with me again, French.
No, that's like no, back to definitions because Pol Pot was not a fascist.
It's institutional capture, but it's not.
If you would call Pol Pot a fascist, the bottom of your feet would be fucking paddled with bamboo.
Very cool. Thanks for saying
cool.
nothing.
You with the facts. No,
It's like
I'm
a
giving
random
you with the nothing
sentence generator.
So Brandon, what do you think about the Khmer Rouge and what Pol Pot did?
How is that a random sentence generator?
Because
he's not going to let Brandon talk.
What is hitting somebody on the bottom of their feet? That's what Mao would do. How is that relevant?
Do you think totalitarianism?
That's a question.
Who said totalitarianism?
I did. I think that because of both communism and fascism are totalitarian by their nature.
People owning the means of production is totalitarian.
Yes.
Stateless, moneyless, and classless society is totalitarian.
Anything that goes against the individual and subjugates the individual.
A stateless, moneyless, and classless society is totalitarian.
Oh,
Mel, but I feel like now you're pivoting to like idealistic definition of communism that isn't. But Trent, I don't know why Trent was talking about Mao. But
because
Mao,
this is what I'm exposing.
Was a more totalitarian and did have like a controlled
when
economy.
He wasn't communist.
Well,
he
was though. Because what has to happen
definition
before
of communism and under what
by his definition,
then no one is a communist. Or
something has to happen before, and it's called the dictatorship.
So much like how fascists can use neoliberalism as soft power to get
this is Manifesto 101
as soft power to get their hard power.
What has to happen first?
Totalitarians on the other side can use communism to get their hard power.
No, how do we get to communism?
The ideals of communism anymore.
How do we get to communism? How does the revolution occur?
You tried to do a both sides argument that was kind of trash because horseshoe theory is garbage.
Then you haven't read your own manifesto. Like you haven't read Mein Kampf.
So
when I say that Hitler had a plan to do horrible things from day one, yes. Same thing that's going on there. So does your definition
of communism involve workers owning the means of production?
Partially, yes, and that looks like.
So how are workers going to own the means of production in a society with classes?
So take Chernobyl, for example. This is a perfect question and a perfect scenario on what this happened. In Chernobyl, the director of nuclear fucking affairs.
This is going to be another tangent that's not relevant to anything I'm saying. I'm going to.
All right, then we can continue the video then.
Lacey agrees.
Yeah.
So threaten me with a good time.
That's fine.
Does Trump just lie and cast people who do actually tell the truth about him as just liars? And is that not a thing?
Well, first of all, let's just say I granted that it was. Let's just say for a second that I just granted this.
Okay.
I think that again, this would apply to basically every political.
I will say I don't like that Andrew does this. There are some things that like why not just actually just like say I agree with you? Why is it always like let's say I granted this? Like if you think it's true, say it's true. If you think it's false, say it's false.
I get why he does it. Because he knows Andrew's been doing this for a long time, and he's like when I say these people are an archetype, it's a regular archetype. He's seen it 1,000 times before, and you've seen how long it's taken us to get to right here. This will go on forever. Niggas' time is valuable.
I can't speak for Andrew. Holy shit! Let us know when you're done, dude.
Giovanni's fucking definition, which I think Andrew, I don't know him. I've never heard him say it, but I would guess that he's more in line with like fascism is actually more along the lines of a classical.
We're not. This plane can't be landing because it's a fucking spaceship.
Well, you guys do this all the time. Why can't I?
No, because it goes nowhere.
No, it's because I'm on the right and therefore I must do
you
the
don't
ethic.
say
No, it's because we
anything
both
that means
You don't have a filter.
the right wing,
You don't have
the right wing,
self-control.
the right wing
That's
has
not-
a different schema.
When were
so
you diagnosed with ADHD?
I don't never.
Well,
I
you
don't
should
have
be.
it. I don't believe in ADHD. That's just a thing to get you hooked.
You know what?
on.
That
You're off to a
actually
great
fits,
start.
that fits you perfectly.
No, there's personality disorders. ADD's made up. Actually, I don't believe in all of psychology.
Can I do I get a chance to say anything, please?
Yeah, go ahead, Mel.
I was trying to make a bridge and get us.
I don't want a
grounded
bridge. I
somewhere
just want a
to
chance to
something.
speak.
You're
I
not
know
building
you-
a bridge,
because
dude.
you
What
feel-
you're building,
you
You leave no
you
air in the
feel
room.
the
You leave
glue.
zero air in the
That's
fucking
the
room,
whole
dude.
point. So we could fucking finally.
There's zero
meet
air in
our
the room 'cause you
fucking
keep sucking
argument.
it
We all
out.
suffocate together. Yeah.
I'm trying to squeeze the fucking argument into a small point.
Yeah, you're trying to suffocate us so no one can disagree with you. I get it.
No, it's called cornering, so that you contend with the argument.
It's that you literally can't stop talking to save your life.
You're not
Fair enough.
making
You
an
can just
You
argument.
talk even when there's no thoughts going on. It's very clear.
If you watch all this back, you're gonna have a. I know how this looks in your mind right now, but if you
Do
play
you?
all this back,
The kettle.
Do you
calling the
actually
pot
know
black
what
is
this looks
crazy
like in our
here.
minds?
That's so racist, Mel.
Good. I'm actually good. That was the intent.
good morning, Brandon. How you doing, brother?
Just kidding. Disavow. But no, Confluence. I can't speak for Andrew, but I think
suffering
I
like
think-
the rest of us.
Well, you guys sprink for everybody.
I think it's
else when it
possible
comes
to
all these
actually say
other
like,
abstractions and
even if I
definitions.
agree with this, here's something else that kind
That's
of like
so wild.
prevents me from
Because the
totally
right has
agreeing
to
with
do
you
things
overall.
on
So
the
you're
ego
saying
side.
something that might be true,
I'm trying
but
to
even
listen
if
to
that's
Mel.
true, here's something that kind of supersedes it.
That's why the right can't riot. That's why January 6th looks like insurrection compared
Okay,
to what happened.
Trench,
with
what did I
Bush.
say? What did I say, Trench? Not what happened in your head. What did I say?
It operates in the id. That
Zero
looks-
listening
the
skills.
baby
That's what
goes
he
He's still
operates on.
respond-
He cannot listen
He's still
to
fighting
save
the
his
last
life.
war.
I'm
He
fighting
doesn't-
all of them at once, and you know it, and it sucks.
You don't. No. What you're fighting? You're fighting yourself, dude.
I've already annihilated myself. What are you talking about? That's why I'm the trench. You come down
I'm so
here.
good at annihilating people.
You
Where I
really
am,
good. You are really good at fighting
Trench
yourself.
is mogging right now, to be fair.
I'm mobbing so hard, dude.
He's digging that trench straight to hell.
There's this game called Horsey Game where you race mutant horses, and one horse that can actually race with its face along the ground that actually does really well. I'm sure its face is fucked up afterwards, but
My head is up high and proud because I'm also handsome.
You're
keep telling
handsome.
yourself that.
Have you been bone smashing?
No, I did all my fucking man maxing in my 20s and early 30s.
That's what a real man does.
That was your Mew phase,
I wish
Trench.
I wish I could have married a high school sweetheart and got married at 20 and had a bunch of kids and live out in the middle of nowhere.
You done yet?
Video time.
This sounds like what do you call that?
No, I'm actually going to try to say the thing I was saying
Weaponized
last time to
empathy?
Confluence specifically.
Oh,
See, there he goes again. Auto trigger.
Okay.
no, he's right. He's right.
Go ahead, Mel.
So yeah, like I can't speak for Andrew, but I find myself often saying things like, even if I agree with you on that, here's this other thing that kind of supersedes it and prevents me from agreeing with you in totality. So I could see why he's making that type of argument. I don't think it's necessarily dodgy.
It's just I can see that, but there just are times like with this one, with this specific thing with Trump. It's like I feel like you don't need to say, even if I grant that, like, can't you just grant that? Like, I feel like even I mean, maybe I should, maybe
Well,
that's
like
not
I said,
true. I was
there's
gonna say
something
even the most
super
ardent
sweet.
Trump
I think-
supporters, but maybe not.
So-
But
Elder
like-
brings up a point because I'm also mad at the lukewarm Christians too.
does that, yeah, he definitely wants loyalty. He'll definitely like take any type of correction as disloyal, and he gets mad about it. And I feel like that's not a hard concession to make. I don't have to couch it and like, even if I was to hypothetically grant this, it's like you could just be like, yeah, okay, that's true, but this doesn't matter for this other reason. But it's always
But
like
I don't think
couched in like 5 layers.
Elders in the chat also dropping fucking nukes from orbit. Good job, Elder.
I don't think
I'm pretty sure.
Granted.
I think Elder is talking to Sticker Johnson. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think Elder is
Don't you remember his
well,
thing about
happening
punching
on a
right?
panel.
No.
That's what he interjects
Elder-
with, right? It's just like
Elder
impulse. Like, I
dropping
see
news.
chat, I like it. I got to say something.
Elder is literally not talking at all. Elder's literally talking to Sticker Johnson, Trench.
Yes.
He's not talking to any of us at this moment.
French, you need to learn self-control. You need to learn how to self-inhibit and mute yourself. So that way, every time you have an impulse to talk, it doesn't actually lead to talking. We all want to talk the entire time. We want to talk everyone's ears off. This is a panel with more people than just you or just me, or maybe Alice has different goals, right?
You've got main character syndrome, and you're not the
Says the person who said more words than all
the dude who pretends to be a chick playing a dude.
I could easily count how many words you said. And
to be fair, I think you both have main character syndrome. Okay?
No, I have antisocial.
I just have more self-control, so I'm a better person than he is.
No, you have way less impulse control in the real world than me.
What about
I only
online,
know you
though?
on panels, so I'm not sure. But online, Trench, I'm not sure.
I mean, how much
Mel does have bad impulse control, in my opinion,
How much
online.
is
But
the theatrics and theatricality?
Really, Confluence?
Which we are initiating.
compared to the average panelist, it's probably not great. But
Oh, well,
compared to-
now I regret even trying to have some for you.
Oh God. This is
But I'm honest, though.
trying.
Like,
There's a
the
reason it was you and
antisocial
Trench that got the cards, okay? It's not
The
it's not
people-
meant to be offensive.
I
you know?
volunteered it.
The problem here
You
is
also kind of needed it though, if you think
most
about it.
people on panels
Because I
have
was
a
telling Trench
personality
to shut up
disorder,
half the time.
and antisocials
That's
are
true.
hated the most because we're fucking monsters.
He's
Especially
still
the
going on something else entirely. It's crazy.
Nobody knows what he's going on.
But
It's
borderline
It's
histrionic.
literally
like
talking
you're
to
lost-
himself.
Why are
he
we
lost
talking
it.
about personality
He lost the
disorders?
plot, like,
Why?
You guys
years
are
ago.
just unhinged, like completely devoid.
You know
because
what unhinged means.
He's just being like super defensive and
you
small
feel
dicks. It's
too
crazy.
much. No, it's because you feel too much. You
Yep, the
feel
weaponized
everything.
empathy. The weaponized empathy, dude. You got
Yeah,
it.
it sounds like you're weaponizing empathy again.
Yes, correct.
Oh, okay.
I'm aware of it.
You're so brave.
At
Still-
least
we've tried
you're
what-
honest
we've-
about it, I guess.
We've tried logos. We've tried ethos. None of these mattered to you.
I'm in awe of
We're going
your
to
bravery.
pathos.
Except
I
in,
don't
Fuck y'all,
think
we're
you
doing
know what those
pathos
mean.
now.
To be
except
honest.
in
All
Alinsky's
pathos
rules
is
for
empathy, too. That's
radicals,
a good point.
where you use your enemy's moral standard against him. Example: it's not very Christian
But
of you.
you don't
because
have
know
a
what
moral
these
standard.
foreign- Yes, I do. Because I
No,
understand
you
the
don't.
Christian moral system. Yes, we're to be
No,
kind
you
to the
don't.
foreigner, but it's
I
only
can
for
only
3 days.
I can
You
only
just stole- you
understand
just stole
morality
someone
when
else's
it's
only
moral
when it's hand
standards
fed
and
to
not
me.
call it your own.
Nobody can.
I need
understand
morality spoon fed to me from a book. I can't figure anything out for myself. I'm a
It's not just the
Christian.
book,
Good
it's from
one,
God.
Trench.
No, it's not from the men. It's not from even
Yeah,
the
yeah,
book.
but it's not. It's
from
not
God
from the Bible.
himself.
But you just said it was from the Bible.
Yes.
Oh, my brain's breaking. Oh, I'm Trench.
Oh, you should be
You
able
know,
to understand
thank
all
God
this
I have
abstract
to
talk.
pee, which means it's video time, okay?
Which means shut the fuck up, Trench, and mute yourself if you can't.
Group. If it's the case that you believe
video, but I
that
cannot
people
pause
around
it,
you are
right?
telling lies, this is interpretive of the person, and there are a lot of people who Trump's
This is
cast
where you
out
mute
who have
yourself.
lied.
You
This
can't
is
shut up.
not the generic minimum. This is not like the necessary definition, right? This is going to be things that fascist scholars have come to think are part of the mechanism, like I said in the earlier part. So if you think it's a scorecard, like a bingo scorecard, I don't know how to tell you it's not the way to look at it.
I didn't say it was.
You're acting like it is, though, because you keep isolating them in isolation.
Well, here's the thing. The reason that you should dice the ideology up and look at it as a diced up ideology is because all ideologies have overlap. And
Correct.
since they
Out of
and since
his
they
own
have,
mouth, he admits
hang
it.
on, bro, can you let me respond? Can you let me
But
am
this
I
is
allowed to
a
respond
debate.
here? Calm down for a second.
They're
Because
throwing
all
epistemological ideas at each other. Someone
all
has to win.
ideologies have
At some point, it
overlap.
does have to be
The only
a
way
yes
that
and
you
a
can
no.
really get at things like fascism. The
Specifically
reason I keep
categories.
saying
You're
okay,
still
but
talking,
the things
dude.
you're
Just
saying
shut
here are
up,
true of all
please.
But
ideologies.
this is relevant.
Is because
No, it's not.
these
We're
things
trying
I
to
don't
listen to the
believe in
actual
and of
fucking
themselves,
talk.
even if I granted them, would be enough to say that this guy's a fascist. Griffin would agree with me, for instance. And by the way, so would Stanley. Both of them would. You would need to demonstrate something that was revolutionary.
Thanks, Trench. Now my bathroom is covered in piss because you're freaking triggering me.
Oh my God,
talking when I said I can't freaking stop the video.
right,
You made him piss all over himself.
All right, here comes
You made him piss all over himself, Trench. What the
Piss
fuck?
everywhere.
You made him
I
piss
hope you have a
himself,
piss
Trent.
fetish.
Damn.
You earned the $10. Fair
Turns
enough.
out Trench had a
I
piss
just
fetish,
turned- I
and
just
this
turned
was
my-
his plan
no,
all along.
I don't have a piss fetish. I have just a
Sure you don't. Sure.
push buttons fetish.
Then why did you make Confluence piss all over his pants?
You were never a kid
Yeah,
that
why would
pushed
you
all
do
the
that?
buttons in the
Why-
elevator.
I didn't say
and
all
when
over
they
all of
they
my
went up?
pants. Okay.
Why is his pants
you
fluence
kinda
living
did.
up to his name?
You never did that though. Like you're on the elevator with a bunch of people, and then right before you get off, you
Pissed
push,
all over my.
no, you push all the buttons, and then they got to hit every floor, especially if they're on like the top floor.
That's a totally relevant story.
You do
This
have
is the
like it's
relevant
like
story you wanted to tell us about.
Yeah, it's like
it's like a word association. I feel
No, it's just I'm being honest. I'm wrapping myself.
So
up.
are you
Black? I say
how
an entire
autistic are
story
you?
because I don't understand how to give one word answers.
How autistic are you? I have
Are you
to know.
serious? You don't like it when it's being done against you? I thought
autism
you guys
doesn't
spoke
exist.
this
Neither does
language.
ADHD.
Yeah,
If you
nothing
think
that
about it.
applies to
Dude,
me
I'm
exists.
supposed to be
Okay,
dude, I
nothing
told
that
you I
would
would start
explain
speaking
why I
your
can't get
language
along with
tonight
people
earlier.
applies to me.
Earlier, I was like,
period.
you know what? I'll just start speaking you guys' language.
I think his ADHD is a personality disorder.
It's funny,
Actually,
though,
he might
because
have a
he
point.
actually
I think
flipped this
he
back,
is a
and I even
personality
said something
disorder.
It's a
like,
walking
I'm
personality.
gonna lay down my
It's
trap
embodied
card
in the
right
flesh.
here.
He is the personality disorder. Okay.
Oh, maybe his mother had such a
wait
bad
till we
personality
flip it
disorder
back.
that she had a virgin birth, and
It'll
this
be good
and like
times.
all the male energy came from that personality disorder.
Hey, Confluence, didn't we even have a discussion about that? Like before?
About what? About your mom?
About virgin births or your mom?
5 hours ago about clipping
Trench,
it back.
just assume we don't know what the fuck
Because
you're
it was-
talking about.
Because it was foundational for what was going to happen in the future.
Like pretty much always.
And what are you saying is foundational?
The circular nature of what's been going on for the last 5 hours with all the different actors and archetypes.
Archetypes.
I think I agree
Calm
with
down,
you,
Jordan
but I think for
Peterson.
like different reasons.
Doesn't matter. Fallacies happen, and the reverse of that also happens.
Are we having? Is this like the
Jesus
archetype
fucking
of the coffee
I
house
just
intellectual?
want to describe the is.
Are we
That's
doing
all
the?
I
Are we
told
doing the archetype of the coffee house
I'm
intellectual?
way beyond the coffee house intellectual. I'm in the fucking hermit,
you
in the
wish.
wilderness. I'm in the
I'm
wilderness.
pretty sure coffee house intellectuals could shut up
Screaming
and let other
alone
people
in the
speak.
wilderness. That's the type of intellectual I am.
I'm pretty sure
Oh.
coffee house intellectuals could listen to what other people say and actually let them speak without
No, they
interrupting.
can't.
No,
They
there's
want-
no
other.
such thing as
They
that.
want you to
You can't
subscribe
say
to their
that. How dare you?
OnlyFans.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
That's not. I can't. I've never. heard of
Self-control doesn't exist. It's just a myth.
True.
So that way,
True.
Trench doesn't have to self-reflect ever. Oh wait, no, self-reflection doesn't exist either.
Says the
Correct.
bohemian.
Self-reflection has
Says
never
the
existed.
hedonist bohemian.
It is. It is.
Yeah,
a,
self-reflection is
all that?
hedonism. True, self-reflection is hedonism. Don't ever tell a Buddhist
Brandon,
that.
can
but-
you
but-
show us our cat just for to bring us back? There we go.
Owning
Yeah,
a black cat like owning a black cat like that is slavery, by the way.
What the fuck? Who
Yeah,
are,
it's
you
weaponizing
smoking?
your empathy. It's weaponizing its empathy.
No, that's called. That's called,
You did weaponize my empathy.
that's called racisms. I'd just be like dropping hard R's if I wanted to didn't want to beat around the bush. Say what you
Good to
mean.
know.
It's true, Mel.
Drop,
Have some
drop
balls,
what you
okay?
want. All right. Ain't no one give a shit.
Don't be scared. This is a mask off environment. This is
Yeah,
a safe place.
I'm about to drop a hard R2. Put that
all of it.
Negro cat away.
I'm gonna drop a hard
Needs-
R2. Why don't you put that retard shit away?
Ooh.
Wow, you're so
Oh,
brave.
damn.
Can we just all just admire Trench's bravery for using the R slur? He's so brave.
He knows. He knows.
Hold on. Why'd you have to say
Whoa,
R
whoa,
slur
whoa,
then?
whoa,
If
whoa,
you-
whoa, 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 whoa.
I'm not
Did
brave
you
enough.
just say Negro? But you're gonna say
Confluence
R slur?
knows. And then you get my boy Kieran up in here, dude. It's over. Like we'll get this.
Negro
whole-
isn't really.
we'll get
Negro's
this
just like
whole
old timey.
fucking
It's
channel shut down.
Like
with the hard
slur
R.
I would
adjacent.
disavow.
Like
It
we
was
drop
more for
those-
the joke,
we
less
drop
less
those-
for
we
to
drop
actually
those
call somebody a
from
Negro. To be
orbit.
No, I know.
Have you seen my avatar, Nelka?
No one knows who you're talking to or what you're talking about.
Oh, he knows.
Or even why you're talking.
to
be
himself
quite
and
honest.
whatever he just thought about is
He
becoming
knows.
word.
Says the guy who keeps always trying.
Oh yeah,
to
my
drag
name
it
doesn't
through
have to be
race.
what it is. Also,
Trying
K2 with
to
the 2 bucks,
weaponize
air
the
guitar
empathy.
fluence, lawsuit fluence, cat fluence.
But I gotta have
Influence was actually
feelings.
the best one.
I'm not sure why I get either of those titles.
So
but,
that's
you
why
know.
empathy
Because your
attacks
piss
don't
pants
work.
fluence. You peed all over
Look,
yourself in the bathroom because Trench
don't
chucked
work.
it
Hold on.
over the
Do you,
butt.
It was not
are
my
you
pants.
capable of empathy?
It was definitely your pants. You
I'm
can't
only capable of empathy sympathy.
How did you get it all over the bathroom but not over
You
your
are?
pants? That's
I don't
not
know
how
if you've
spraying
peed
works.
before,
I
but
have
like
no
imagine you're
sympathy
peeing and then
whatsoever.
Trench is talking over a video, and so now
So you're
you're kind of
telling me
like,
you pissed right next to
"Whoa,
your
so
shoe.
mad."
You're telling me you
Honestly,
pissed
that
right next
surprises
to your shoe,
absolutely
right next
no
to where
one.
your pants go down to your ankle, and none of it
I have a-
splattered onto your pants.
I have a very powerful
I have
stream, Mel.
a
So
very
the more
yeah, just kind of
powerful it is, the
knowing-
more it sprays, you dumbass.
Yeah, but not on my pants. You don't have
sounds
to have
to
a
me
weak
like you're- it
stream, and it
sounds
would
to
be
me
like
like you're
dribbling
diddling.
out. Mine's like
bathroom,
a like fire.
It sounds to me like
like
you're
a
diddling.
stream
all over
of
your
bullets,
bathroom,
like a
you
machine
fucking
gun,
liar.
constant. Okay.
I hate when people do that.
Piss
You do not
fluents.
pee all over your bathroom. You peed all over your walls.
I mean, I got my rocks off when he said
Well,
that. That's
in the
hilarious.
bathroom.
Okay, TMI, disavow. We need. That's
Nobody
a hard
wants to know
disavow.
what you
We
get
need
your
a hard
rocks off
disavow.
to.
It's not sexual.
Diaper fluents,
malevolent.
bladder
Sounds
fluents,
pretty fucking
goth. I'll
sexual to
accept the
me.
goth fluents. Okay.
More
No.
like emo fluids.
If he would have stubbed his toe because I kissed
True.
him off, I
That's
would
not
be
performance.
equally as
That's
guilty.
No, that was a sexual
If he,
shit.
if he tried to run up the stairs and
Oh.
tripped and fell, that would also
You do
satisfy.
have hair up on your lips and probably makeup on your face, although you're hiding it well.
I mean, it
No,
sounds
that's
to me
a
like
projection.
it sounds to me like you just have like
Big eye have makeup on
what
my
they call
face?
that a
Yeah, under those glasses.
pee fetish or something.
No,
You think
he's
I'm
just
so
got-
beautiful?
He's just got big bag fucking
Yeah, I don't
eyes from
believe
what he
that's
does at
natural
truck stops at
complexion.
fucking 2 a.m.
I do splash something called witch hazel on my face every night. Okay, part of my
Hey,
Witch
skincare
hazel is like
routine.
shit.
I called it W me.
Witch
That's the
hazel is
secret
based.
thing.
Okay,
Witch hazel is good for you. That's true.
you actually
fiance
know what
uses
that
it,
is, Alex.
Well,
He likes
yeah,
to
This,
walk around
this,
as a
this
a
girl
lot
told me
lizard.
to, or gave me a sample of it one time, and then ever since then, I was like, it makes your face feel so alive. Okay.
If you
I gave your mom some
if
witch
you
hazel.
put it with if you put it
How
in
dare you.
aloe, it's really good for burns.
I never even heard of it before, but now I can't live without it. You know.
So
I
which
mean,
one of
yeah,
you believes in the zodiac?
I believe in you.
Which one of
Zodiac
us?
killer
It
believes
has
in you
to be
too.
one of us.
Ah.
Okay, so, guys, can we do a side chat? Because I think we need to we need to confer on who would be the one, if anyone. I think it's me, because I did believe in it at one point. I'm not gonna lie, I want to, but I also know science now, so maybe
But
it's not me.
that still
What did you
doesn't
believe
stop
in?
you.
Between the
Hold
three
on,
of us,
hold
it's
on, hold on.
definitely me.
What did you
okay?
believe
It's
in?
definitely me.
That still doesn't stop you, Mel, from being like, "Oh, you're totally an Aries. You do that."
Hold
shit
on,
all the
Mel.
time."
Mel, what did you believe in?
I used to believe in astrology.
But
I was raised on
you
that
still,
shit.
you still speak the language, though.
Oh, that makes me so sad.
But then I learned science. Now I don't.
Yeah, both
You know what,
can
that's
be
fair.
true.
I think
Right?
looking at one's natal chart can yield beneficial results, is what I would
I looked
say.
at your natal
You
chart.
can't,
and it
you
said-
can't be born under a bad star, but I think there's.
I looked at your natal chart and it said he's a
kind
dumbass.
of
Don't even
being
bother.
done, like different gravities.
Yeah, you
from
haven't seen
different
my natal
planets.
chart then.
No,
Like
it definitely said
the
that.
sun does affect.
I got a lot of
The
fire
planets
signs,
literally
okay?
spell it out. The planets literally spell it out. Literally.
Like physically.
I mean,
the
just
sun
think about
affects
how
the
weak
Earth.
Confluence's claim was there.
What?
That it can
Magic,
do
though,
that,
that's
right?
nonsense.
Well, it's possible. Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah. Good one.
Well,
How much
sure.
money would you put on it? How much money would you? Yeah. How much money would you put? Like, let's say we let you get to know someone really well, and then you have to bet like $1,000 on what their sun
I'm
sign
not
is.
saying you believe it, but I'm saying you speak that language.
I don't think well, okay. Honest talk, I don't
It's
think I
one
can
in
do
12,
it.
even if it's random, right? So
But what I would say, and this is what makes me think there's maybe something there. I think if you gave me, let's say, if I knew like all the panelists and everyone gave me their natal chart, and so I like know kind of Brandon to an extent, no Trench, no you, Mel, no Alex, Big Soda, et cetera, and I was provided natal charts and I had to match the person to the natal chart, I think I would do better than Chance at matching them up.
Would you
Which
say I
means there's
behave
got to be
like a
something there.
Capricorn?
There's got to be something there. I
okay,
think I would
would
do
you be
better than
willing to
Chance.
bet- Would you be willing to bet then that the more you did it, the better your chances would go up of doing it? That you would increase, like you wouldn't see it go down to chance over time. Is basically what you would bet.
Yeah, I think if it's enough people, but I don't think I'm not saying that it would get better where I could like do it like, you know, let's say I'm doing with two people,
Yeah,
so you'd
no, I
expect
phrased that
50-50. Yeah. I'm not saying I
Phrase
go to
it
like
wrong.
80%.
It's going to approach chance over time. So we can do 100, then we can do 1,000, and it won't go any lower on average.
Yeah, but I think it would have to be people I'd run out of people that I know. I think it'd have to be people I like
No,
know
we can
well
bring
enough
more
that I
people
can.
onto the panel. It would be a part of like the social.
But no, yeah, I do think there is something there. I do think there's something there.
Do you think I am a Capricorn?
I don't know. Like I said, I need a natal chart.
Would the tarot card of the devil be my tarot card?
I mean, the devil is the Capricorn in the tarot, so I mean, I don't know. But this is the thing about us, not to get into the weeds, but like just like saying one sign, I'm not very confident in that. But all the planets taken together, like if I knew what Brandon's like Venus was and what his Mercury was and all this stuff.
Okay, without all the scientific
I think it could do better than chance.
Without all the scientific
that's not how that works, Alex.
or knowing any of the lore of how any of this shit works, right? Do you think that there are people that can make really good predictions and models, not based on the mumbo jumbo or the tarot cards, but just based off of their own intuition, their natural intuition through their experiences throughout their life? And their own imagination. I'm trying. This is a complex thing. And their own imagination.
No, I have a very simple question. I can do it very fast. Watch. Do I want to have anal sex when Uranus is in retrograde or prograde?
Oh. I like how every time we get to something kind of deep,
where's the big soda sauce?
There's always the fucking derail. Everybody does.
No, I want to see something. I want to see if this happens. What card is for Cancer?
It doesn't matter anymore because I was trying to get somewhere. So
really, that's not what my mom drew for me as a kid.
So we could continue.
Was she trying to? Wait, what is that? Wait, what? Did I miss a joke?
Cancer jokes.
Oh,
was that a cancer joke?
No, actually, my mom did draw.
I can't stand the archetypal cancer.
Yeah, but the fool is associated with the elemental air, so it's not like you can't be bored. That's not one of the signs. You know what I mean?
And they behave a lot like
there's 22 Trumps. There's only 12.
The Capricornian virtue. That's why they're like opposites. Capricorn and Cancer. Sort of like the tropical poles.
By the way, are you deriving this meaning from the Rider Waite or from other decks and their symbology?
No, I've just read all kinds of shit.
I think Mel's asking me. The Rider Waite's the kind of like the gold standard and stuff. But yeah, there is like different schema, obviously. But yeah, I think the Rider Waite is the best thing to look at. And most decks are based on that now, besides like Oracle cards and like other strange things. But
yeah, just double checking.
Well, is January
the
5th,
Fool contains all the elements.
You're not invited to my party.
No, the Fool is associated with air.
Okay, I think you're listening to some forecast shit, but whatever. My mom never talked about that shit, and nothing I read.
Yeah, but no, wow, that's you. If you bought even I don't recommend buying random books on the tarot because I think most of them are dog shit. But if you bought 10 random ones, they would all say the Fool is associated with air if they're gonna like label them.
I had at least 3 and pretty.
It can't.
I think you're misremembering. Honestly, like this is like a standard like
together. And this is
that's pretty standard across the board.
The apocalypse has already begun.
Because it matches up well with like this. You have like the 7 planets of the ancients, the 12 zodiacal signs, and then the elements. So it like matches up pretty well with like how stuff, how it fits.
Major arcana.
Well, no, because this is where some of the chicanery comes in, because the world is linked to Earth, but also to Saturn, and so
it's like in the Tower or what the Gunslinger series, the Tower.
By the way, is the Fool the beginning part?
Like the Man in Black was explaining to the Gunslinger, like maybe the world's already passed, and you're just too dumb to see it.
I don't know what that means, but
does the Fool begin the major arcana, or does it end the major arcana?
It depends. So like if I'm gonna to honestly answer his question, okay, let me full screen myself. So you see the Tree of Life in the background, right? That is mapped on in the Hermetic Kabbalah to like the paths are assigned to tarot cards. 22 paths, 22 trump cards, right?
Show me your benign.
From the Kabbalah point of view, at the bottom you go up where it's like the Fool would be at the top, and so you're actually starting at the world. But obviously in like the Fool's Journey and like the tarot cards in general, the Fool is the first card.
This is why it's proto-psychology.
Again, most of my books acknowledge that it's seen as both the beginning and the end, since it kind of wraps around.
Yeah, I mean, even the word tarot, a little thing like it's tied into the word rota, which is like Latin for wheel, because right, if you write out TAROT and you keep going ARO, right, you have a wheel, so it does wrap around it. I think it's cool to see it as circular. What kind of crystals? Oh, I actually have one that looks like it could be used for that purpose right over there, but I don't do that. Don't do that. That's gay. That's gay.
So, by the way, I agree that like these rituals can feel empowering, but that's what they do, right? It's like a sense of community building, having a culture, subversive, which is cool.
Salt the earth.
That's all it really is.
Good scorching.
See, and I disagree, especially with the tarot. And I don't know how I'd ever do this to study, but if I did a tarot reading for, let's say, everyone on panel, and then I took a bunch of Rohypnol and then forgot what the fuck I was doing tarot readings for, and then I think I could very clearly match up the tarot reading to the person that I did it for. And I think that would be like a lot higher than chance. Like I'm more confident in that one because I'm not really into astrology, but I am very into tarot.
Yeah, well, can you do phone readings?
Yeah, I can do any kind of readings.
You guys believe in mentalists?
But the testable thing, I'd have to like hit
Roll
my
it
head.
out.
Everyone shut up.
I don't know.
I have a design in mind. So we get you to do one person's reading over the phone, right? But then we bring 5 people onto the panel, and you get to talk to them. And it's either the first person you call out, or it's not. Or
do you know what Houdini, brother Houdini? Do you know what his real?
But I have to know them to do the reading, kind of. You know,
it wasn't magic tricks. Once upon a time, he was a brother.
I'd have to audition for similar voices, but then once you have 5 people with similar voices, all you have to do is pick one of them. So
he went around exposing charlatans, the psychics, and the crystal ball readers and stuff.
But it's not. It doesn't really work like that, at least for me.
Well, then you can't really do phone
how this is all done.
Well, what I mean by phone readings is like, well, I guess yeah. If someone, but they have to be honest. They can't just be like random guy. I mean, I think there is like some. I wouldn't be able to be honest. I wouldn't be able to pull it out after. I guess is what I'm saying.
I would tell them to be honest. Even if I could, I would.
Empathy to be real, you have to be making accurate predictors. Otherwise, you're not empathizing.
Well, I think in the tarot, I think I do make accurate predictors.
From the clinical perspective of how they run the tests and their methodologies,
you want to have predictors.
You have to be 100% right all of the time.
No, you don't. That's not what predictors are.
That's not true.
Or you're not empathizing.
That's not what empathy is.
Then that's their methodology. That's not what
empathy is. And that's not what a predictor
remember earlier when I was like, I get mad at people for not knowing the methodologies? I'm literally telling you their methodology.
You're literally not
now you can question it though. Now
you're literally not speaking for yourself when you should be.
If you understand,
you're literally not speaking for yourself when you should be.
Do a debate where we follow.
You're just trying, but you're failing.
That way we can come across empirical evidence, but via the scientific method, using real models and rhetorical thought experiments.
Where does it say that a predictor has to predict something will happen 100% of the time?
With the skin conductance test.
Okay, show us proof.
It's in their methodology. You can look it up. Do you want to go? Do you want to pull it up?
No, we cannot look it up. You have to find it for us.
Wait,
that's not my burden. No, I've given you.
No, wait, but Trent, you're not even right on that. Though that like what unless. Like, what are you saying?
That's how lie detectors work and shit.
Show us the study.
I know, and those are and that's not right 100% of the time.
No, only psychopaths can get by it.
Show us.
No, a lot of first of all, even if I grant that to Paul and Andrew Wilson, then it's not right 100% of the time. It's not. So a predictor isn't always right, right?
I love your channel, brother, and I've been trying. Dude,
you just take the L and admit that the study doesn't actually say that because you're not going to provide it, and you're clearly just doing a bunch of shenanigans.
I just did look up the methodology for the skin reactance test.
The skin conductivity stuff. I mean, that's there.
First of all, I'm guessing there's more than
they're
one.
Not 100% though.
First of all, I'm guessing there's more than one.
It's the one I believe. That's what we're debating. Then
the one you believe.
But it's the same thing.
You're in the affirmative.
Mel, what he's saying is true. It's just not 100%. Like this is the same thing. Not to get into weird territory, but they'll like put little sensors on like people's dicks and stuff, and then show them stuff, and then they can figure out if you're like a little sus or not.
It's how I know I don't have real sympathy.
Right. And so it does. It is a predictor of it, but it's not 100%. And welcome, Kirk.
So we should be able to post the link about with the methodology in it, because only one study would have the methodology he's talking about. He can't expect us to look at a random study that does the same thing.
I'm never going to find. See, that's where
you're never going to
find the right study.
I doubt you even found it in the first
so
place.
close. Okay, hey, there's still time.
Pull it up. You're in the affirmative.
Yo,
it's
not
not my
claiming
duty.
to have evidence.
What part of the debate are we at?
Tear it down.
We've made
You're challenging my
gargantuan progress.
worldview. You're challenging.
Well, actually, we have. We're an hour.
It's
Holy
incumbent
shit!
on
We
you,
actually have made
just
progress.
like
We're an
Andrew.
hour
That's a
into
record,
this.
right? It's got to be.
That is a record.
right
It
there.
actually is. Yeah.
That's happening
It's
between
over a
Searka
5-hour
and them.
long stream.
So 1 to 5.
Well, the stream is 8
you get the
hours, but I
melting.
think it gets into like an open panel and super chats at a
crazy.
certain
Yeah,
point.
your stream has
crazy
been
if
going
you
for
don't.
over 5 hours.
Oh yeah, no, Kirk, this is a record. Yeah, the fact that we've covered an hour in a 5-hour stream is incredible.
That's because also Andrew is backing up a lot of what we fucking.
It looks like it's a 4-hour debate, so technically 25%.
That's a lot up by saying no one made an argument. Good point.
That's been our argument the whole fucking night, you mook. That's
Emmett,
literally
Emmett.
There's a very high chance that you're not
Thank
actually
you.
responding to the other person's
Emmett,
argument if you do that.
I'm tagging out and I'm tagging Emmett. I'm gonna fucking.
Where are you
Thank God. Actually, Emmett might be a breath of relief.
I'm
and
just tagging. I got backup. Fucking cavalry. Fucking smoke this nigga.
07 Trench.
Emmett, if I can see you do an internal critique on Trench, I swear to God, I will let you do one on me.
I mean,
I already
the main,
did, Melvin.
The main
When?
thing with Searka's claim
Shit.
about trumping a
I wish I would've
fascist
seen
is
I have a complete show on his beliefs. It's gonna be released probably on Monday. It was a live stream,
Complex,
but
we should
there
review
was
that.
it was a live stream, but it was taken down because the gamer words were spoken too much on that one.
Oh, yeah.
But the
know how
set
to
of
party.
beliefs is actually going to be a several parter. So we went only through the first set of beliefs, and we're going through all of them. And during the course of it, I was doing a little bit of a critique on certain aspects of it. But there's a way to actually do it, because he has a document about 250 pages long when he talks about his beliefs, and he is able to provide it for me instead of running like a bitch because he's unable to show me the fucking studies. Even
Right,
though
no, that was our
months have
contention. As I
passed.
said to
Even
you,
though months have fucking passed, okay? It
No,
doesn't.
Emmett,
I don't
you're-
care. I don't care about that. Thank you so much for your
I said to you,
cooperation.
I'm going to send you the documents, and you,
You
said
are not
I'm
going
only
to
going
send me
to
bullshit. You
read the
said that you're not going
methodologies.
to. You quite literally run away from the debate, dude, because you don't fucking
So
remember.
I said
what
I was going to
bullshit.
send you the documents, and you said I'm only going to read the
When-
methodologies, which is
Or
also
he
cherry picking.
derails the situation right when you're about to make your point because he feels the room
So-
tightening up, and then you.
So just to
get-
clarify, do you agree to read
Hopefully.
all of the documents I send you in full now?
I said to you that I was going to do a critique on the methodology of them.
Yep, I was
So
there.
I
I was
don't-
fucking there.
So
You
I
absolutely
don't
did that.
care. I don't care about the conclusions, for example, because the conclusions.
Then I
are
don't
not-
care. Then I don't care about doing an internal critique with you.
Oh my god! Then fine, don't do it. You see, you run away. Thank you so much for your
You talked
cooperation.
a
I mean-
whole lot of stuff, dude. And this
So,
is before I did my.
Did you make
interview
the
with
same
him.
demands of Trench?
Yes, he kicked the shit out of my fucking theories. What are you
So
talking about?
he only went through the methodologies.
I only argue is. I'm not an
Bold
author.
of you to think that
I'm
Trench sent studies over, Mel. Very bold.
No, he has he's talking about a philosophical. He what he did is he took a philosophical idea. He took philosophical idealisms and then did he mapped it out. He mapped it out to sociological.
If any of you says the word teloy, I swear to God, I swear.
he mapped it out to sociological frameworks, and then he came up with the three teloys, and each one of them is
You said the word.
map on
Sociological
In
metaphysics.
fact, I only said it because I wanted you to lose your shit. That was the only reason why I did it. So that they map it up into the triangles, and then we see it's all triangles. It's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool idea, but he doesn't have a methodology that I.
He's got critiques, and I have no. I'm only describing is, and you can put a few different things into it where it's gonna clash.
One of the big critiques I have is that he says that it's only ISIS, and I said that there are odds imbued in between them. Otherwise, it's impossible to have a system like that being created.
And I'm saying those are the function. Those are not teleologies confluent, but those are their ontologies. So by nature, a fascist is going to behave a certain way, and murking out of
the bait.
And murking out of the shadows is ontologically one of those.
Melvin,
everyone has their line.
For example, Melvin as a true fascistic person is gonna behave as a true fascistic person. Why do you have a Mexican influence, but you forget the snow? You forget the snow before the Mexican. What
I forgot my name is still.
Fuck are you doing?
This is a K2 name change. I forgot I can change it back in an hour.
You are doing it wrong. You're just doing it wrong. You forgot the snow at the beginning.
Get tone policed.
Can I say one thing about the teloids really quick?
Oh God!
Just one thing.
Yeah, please.
I just have a suggestion. Just one suggestion.
Yes. How many teloids?
Instead of making it like a bunch of triangles with a bunch of like words and categories and stuff, how about you just like write out arguments with premises that lead to the conclusions that you want to make it more clear?
Because I'm more of a visual person, so I think that like nothing is more clear when it comes to categories than actually constructing the categories and showing them to people.
Yeah, I don't know why you didn't just ask me to do the same thing.
No, can we move on? That was it.
Brandon, it exists. You just haven't seen the full document.
Like geometry is one of the 7 liberal arts, and I am also illustrating a metaphysical geometry.
To call geometry a liberal or art is fucking nonsense, Trench. If you think about it,
No,
that's
there's
fucking nonsense.
science.
If you really think about it,
So you think rhetoric? You think rhetoric
predates the
grammar,
liberal arts?
You think rhetoric, grammar, and
do you mean like the quadrium or like the trivium? Because you said geometry. You said geometry is a liberal art.
Yes.
That doesn't make any sense, brother.
It's a part of the quadrivium, and there's actually
it is
epistemology in all of this.
Sure, but just because something is part of the
exactly
the trivium or the quadrium,
it goes back to the Leviathan fascist. Like the fascist has to ride.
So you say Leviathan one more time, I'm going to kill myself in Minecraft, but also in real life. Okay,
Leviathan doesn't need to ride the fascist. Hobbes is.
I don't know what that means, Trent.
You should just write out your ideas, make them in arguments, maybe have a little tab to the side with definitions for words that you use. Just make it super clear.
Gentile and all that, their philosophies don't supersede Hobbes's philosophy.
I don't think that engages with anything I just said.
It absolutely did.
Typical.
I provided you a challenge, and you don't see it because you see in abstractions versus A equals B, and this is the problem that Andrew's having with Searka.
Still going.
Yes,
I'm sorry.
Trench, calm down. It exists. All of what you're asking is already done. It's done already. Okay.
Thank God.
Yeah. So Emmett, why didn't you ask me to write out the arguments as a bunch of teloids and then the premises?
Because because you don't have that. You're a lefty, so all you have is baseless thing that you think.
So to be clear, if I did that, would you be willing to internally critique that? To be clear, if I did that, would you be willing to internally critique that?
Because you don't have that. What you have is this thing that you think is science, and then
now it seems like you're running.
You have no logos or ethos. You're just pure pathos. So you can.
I have logos. So it seems like you're running. So
if you're gonna allow me to finish my sentence, you probably understand.
I don't want to allow anyone to finish their fucking sentence.
So the
I don't want to allow anyone to finish
any sentence.
Okay, confluence, but it says Emmet-fluence, so I'm still talking. So
No, it's Furby-fluence.
You hacked my shit. Fuck off.
Furby-fluence. No, I can talk louder, Emmett.
Yeah, I can talk louder too. Okay.
No, I can definitely talk louder.
I can talk louder because I can turn
Yeah.
you almost at a
way louder
You
mic.
think you can actually do it louder?
Yeah, oh yeah, come on, Emmett.
Oh
Let's
yeah.
go.
You know what? It is video time. Thank God for my small bladder, so I get an excuse to play the video. Well, I go take a pee. Because here, y'all.
It's not just that.
But
All
no one
the
talk
things
over the
listed
video.
thus
Okay,
far
think
would
about it.
qualify.
Except for
You would need to
small
have
comments.
You would need to have 3 of the cores together.
Mm-hmm.
One of them would be corporatism, and you don't got that.
Corporatism is not a necessary definition of fascism.
Name a fascist society that didn't practice.
It isn't.
Well, how about I ask you this? When did Italy?
Yeah, no, how about you
enact-
answer my question?
When did
Name
Just
a
try not to
fascist
feel over
society
yourself, okay?
No, I need
that
you to
did
answer.
not practice it. Mhm.
I need you to answer.
Or
When did
piddle, I
Italy
guess.
actually
Whatever it is that
institute
comes out of there.
the corporate fasci of the corporate.
Little
After
dribble,
power
dribble,
or
drop.
before?
That was after power.
Or is it dibble, dibble, dop?
So your version of fascism is literally undiagnostic and worthless because you can't diagnose it until after.
No,
it's
because when you're talking
Right?
about the thing that you brought up, which was what
Are
were
you going to
the
engage with what I said, or
I'm literally doing that, but you have to shut your mouth, right? So the thing is like if it's the case that before you move towards thing, you're saying that's the thing you're going to move
Make
towards.
sure you clean up
That's
after
one
yourself,
thing.
okay, Confluence?
In this
So
case, that's
1914, what type of
not-
corporatism
face of
was
facts.
Mussolini advocating for?
Let him finish.
Chill out, dude. You gotta let me.
finish.
How am I? How I'm still in the middle of the fucking sentence. How am I finished? What are you talking about? What are you even talking about?
History.
So
See how he
anyway,
looked for
the
his
thing is,
watch
is
that
like,
he's not
look, man,
wearing. He does that against
I
Rob too.
was,
When
Italy
bad
fascist
poker
before
tells.
it was fascist? No,
bad
that's
suit.
true. It was not a
Bad
fascist
80s.
society before it was a fascist society. I agree. So the thing is like there's no
So,
fascist society that I'm aware of
wait, are you
that
answering
did
the
not
first
that did
question
not
or doing something
practice.
else?
Hang on, that did not practice
means I was
corporatism.
exposed
If you
and I
can
wanna
name a
flee from
society that was fascist that did not practice corporatism, I want to
And
hear
back
about
to the prop.
Sure. What's your
Can
definition?
we
of
pause it
corporatism?
here for
I'm
just a
taking
second?
notes.
it. We
Taking
pull up the
notes with my
exact.
prop.
Just a second. I have a question. So,
Mhm.
if a society is fascist in every way but corporatist, then what is it if it's not fascist still?
Probably
That's the
like
whole point
turbo
of the-
fascist or one of these other retarded prefixes that
You're failing to understand the
Every one of those
Fascism,
prefixes
which
includes
There
the
you
word
go,
fascist.
trying to
So
use
I'm asking.
ethos and logos.
Okay, what about
to
what
understand
about
it.
hyper paleogenic pseudo fascism? You ever heard of that? That's probably a term that some retard has said.
Does that sound
That's
like a
probably a term
logos
some
thing,
retard has said,
or does that
yes.
sound like
Wait.
a logos or ethos thing?
Wait,
I guess I'm just
confluence.
wondering.
Being on
I'm
the
wondering
force, no Mexican
how
fluence.
much
they
does
do.
the lack of corporatism affect
Confluence.
the
What does that
definition?
mean?
What does what mean?
Means whatever
The
you
lack
want
of
it to mean.
corporatism.
No, the thing you said.
Paleo-
It doesn't mean anything. He
hypo-
just made up a word.
Well, I kind of, but it was
the
related to some of the
definition.
things that were
It's
said.
one of the
He
definitions.
took words he's heard before and put them together into something a little.
No,
bit.
the Palian. I can explain Palingenesis. I can explain
You say
hyper-nationalistic. Well, hypo. Yeah. So hypo is like the opposite of hyper, right? So that's a thing. So it's not true fascism. That's why it's hypo nationalistic, paleogenic.
And what was the important part of that?
Isn't
The
hypo
important part was the guy who
lesser.
wrote that shit said that Trump is not a
So it's
fucking
not quite
fascist.
national. It's not quite national. No, this is my thing that I'm coining. I get to coin these
I
retard
love how
terms too.
confluence sounds
No, I'm
smart.
talking about the guy
Nationalistic, paleogenic pseudo-fascism. Read a fucking book.
I love how you sound the smartest when you make stuff up.
No,
True.
What does that mean? Can you tell me what it means?
Yes, hypo-nationalism means it's slightly less than nationalism. Like you're getting close, you're edging nationalism, but you're not like fully like making nationalism coom, right? And then the Palingenesis is the same thing that is in the freaking what's his
Why do you
freaking
have to be
name?
a fucking coomer?
Roger Griffin.
No, he's not. He's not.
That's his
He's
thing.
using the
Hey,
argument
I'm
that
answering a
was
question. Okay, the Palingenesis, right?
good
That's
faith
where
in
you
right
have
now.
like some mythos. You're
Why
harking
do
back
you
to some
have to be
halcyon
a
era,
coomer?
and then the pseudo means it's false because it's not really fascism, but it's made fascism
He's
adjacent, and
translating.
fascism
Don't
means
get mad at the
fascism.
translator,
Okay,
Emmett.
does that make sense?
You're
This
a
is my
fucking
neologism.
No, he's
Get
translating,
fucked.
Emmett. He's
No,
just translating.
he's not translating.
No,
He's
that's
not
their
translating. He's
definition.
just a
That's what
fucking
we've been
coomer.
debating against. And the guy that uses this
It's not.
definition in a source
that Searka fucking.
Are you really this bad at keeping up
at
with
the
the argument?
beginning.
What's going
Oh
on?
yes, this is where it gets funnier because you can clip all of this back 100%.
Uh-huh.
And at the beginning, one of Searka's arguments is built upon the guy I am talking about. And then this guy, he says Trump is not a fascist.
That's a true statement. Roger
and I'm done doing their homework.
Yeah, when did he say that?
Because
if he said that in Trump's, when did he say that? Because if he said that in Trump's first term, I wouldn't believe he still believes that in Trump's second term.
When did he say that exactly?
No, I'm actually curious.
I'm asking when.
I think Searka has done different things in his second term than in his first term.
No, but Andrew said that, and Searka didn't even disagree. So.
Right, I'm asking, when was that? Where is that quote from? Do you guys know, or should I look it up?
At the start,
I don't know. But I think we can't. The ultimate thing will be looking it up if you want to do that, Mel. But I think it is telling that Searka kind of just accepted that. Yeah, even freaking Griffin himself doesn't apply to
There's
Trump.
There's nothing going on right now. It's just annoyingness.
So for 5 hours, I made a predictor at the very beginning of this, and dude. You have activated my trap card.
I feel like we've activated like 7 of them already.
Yes.
Yeah,
no, but it's mainly just Mel. Everybody else.
Oh, Alex says, I would like to hear Trench sit in silence for 10 minutes. But he donated $20. So, Trench, if you think about it, he's having mercy on you because, it's $1 per minute for everyone except me and Mara, who... Freaking Mara hasn't come back for a while. She came back for the Thorpes. Do I have to get the Thorpes back on? Did I give 20? I thought I gave back. What kind of fucking catch-22 am I in?
I'm 10
well,
bucks
you
shy.
did.
Trent, you are muted. I will set a timer for 10 minutes.
You did do her dearly, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I always do. Okay. Oh, K2. Okay, now we're getting into Confluence making some money. Yeah, this is what we should be doing. And then someone else pay money to, and then Confluence can afford, a car one day. That's kind of the whole free the black man. Abraham Lincoln fucking coded, based, red-pilled, black-pilled, but not in the typical sense of the word.
K2's
I do want to point out you were
K2.
freed by someone who's so illiterate that they don't know how to spell the word black.
It don't matter, dude. K2's my nigga. He's got to pass. You don't.
Hey, it could be that a lot of times people try to super chat and it's blocked because YouTube gets like saucy.
The majority of your fucking audience is illiterate, so like, stop living in
I bet you think
you're
a
part of the audience, Mel, whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Oh, yeah. Oh, now I'm feeling it. Let's fucking go. Now 25 minutes
now.
How
much credit does Alex have?
Alex, I don't know. I mean, Alex can clarify, but Alex is, again, it's only $1 per minute. So
he would need 10 minutes.
35.
So
Alex is, I feel like Alex is paying double, which is based. I mean, hey, don't get me wrong. Don't threaten me with a good time. Yeah, he just wants the 25 minutes,
King Alex. But no, you have to figure out how much credit he has in case.
And is this the real Abe?
Something.
I can't remember Abe's authentication thing. For sure?
He is.
God.
Abe tried to trick me before and it was a P-bomber. You sure this is a real Abe?
Let me.
Abe, type something in the chat. Abe's a mod, so I can see if it's him. K2 with the holy shit.
Wait. If Alex has $25 credit now,
alone.
If Alex has $25 credit, then he counters
it. Clarified he doesn't want the credit. He said
amount.
He said just 25 minutes.
Don, what's
okay,
that
it is Abe.
You have on?
And let me give that a bump up.
Yeah, but Alex
leave the black man alone. This is like that. What's that Stalin quote? I always forget when I think it was Stalin or Lenin, where it's like zero
math here.
No period of time happens for like a lot of time. Anyone know what quote I'm talking about? Where it's like in a big period of time, nothing happens. In a small period of time, everything happens. That's what I'm talking about.
Good.
How's it going, Abe?
Oh, not too bad. About yourself?
I'm eternally sussed by you, Abe, because of that guy who tried to Because he had a freaking I told you this, you know, he had a freaking video of you.
It's terrible. Doesn't even
Talking.
make
So I
sense.
was like, and his name was Abe Dinkus, so I was like, almost let him up. But the little bitch, you know what he fucking did? He left he had just clipped your stream, so it said your little, like, in the same way that it shows, you know, like our names here, where it shows like Abe Dinkus in the corner.
So
it had
rude.
that, and I'm like, well, and I caught it the last minute. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Why, if Abe's joining, it wouldn't show his StreamYard name in the thing. It's like, wait, this is a screen capture.
We're never
All these
gonna
people are
finish.
retarded. Oh, the big hundo. He's only, this is a specific request. He's only allowed to talk for 30 seconds every 5 minutes from here on out.
Okay.
Fascism.
That is
you owe me again, Confluence.
Sheesh.
wow, thank you, Alex. Thank you, K2. God damn.
Trench.
Confluence is going to be card-coded in no time. We just need Trench to, you know, be more...
Let's help him buy a second monitor.
Oh!
Nice. There's your second monitor, dude.
And in a very quick span of time, this is possibly my most profitable stream. K2 with 150.
The last time I started a bidding
Alex.
war, it was specifically shots fired at the commies. Like
That is crazy. And I actually do already have a second monitor. I did buy that. I haven't set it up yet. But it's finally arrived. This is for the car fund. We are focused on the car now. Yeah.
That's why car fund. You know what the best part is, though? I'm actually going to go to bed now. So
I thought you were buying a scooter.
I already have a scooter. I'm trying to upgrade from Scootfluence to Carfluence.
Oh,
we played this game before.
He's tried to have an enclosure when he drives.
Scootfluence for the rest of my life, as far as I'm concerned, because that is a funny ass name. Scootfluence.
Scootfluence. That's a good
like
one.
it.
That's one of the
Sounds
best.
why did I tell everyone this? It sounds like a dog.
best
That's
so
like, you know,
far.
when you see a dog doing the thing. That actually is very close to what the scooter that I own. I don't use it because it's winter. Okay, I just technically own it. Okay,
sure.
I technically
Are
own
we
it.
going to, are we going to continue milking the cow that is this video?
We should.
Yeah, dude.
Great
question. Dude, we're just
I'm gonna
playing
be
the tip
milking the
with the
cow
grid.
that is this video for the next like 3 days. Okay, because you know it's gonna take a hot minute to get through it.
Grift on, brother. Grift on.
I wanna just so
Welcome,
you know,
K2.
Confluence. Did you know that it's
Shalom.
Cat's birthday?
What's up, K2?
That it's what
What's
day?
up?
Shalom.
It's Cat's birthday.
Oh yeah.
I did. I wished her happy birthday. Yeah.
Happy birthday,
Isn't,
Cat.
Is Emmett
Good
British?
to see you, young Christian.
No, he's not British.
Yes, I'm
Emmett
British.
Oh my gosh. Oh my
I'm
gosh.
from
he's
Czechoslovakia.
Czechoslovakia.
It's the other side of the empire.
Hold on, guys. Confluence, don't spend that all in one place. You're fucking drunk.
It's going into the car fund, okay? It's going into the car fund.
It's
going to his
Southwesties.
Jesus
The problem
Christ,
is,
K2. If
all
I
the
knew,
cars are
if
so
I knew,
expensive now. It's fucking crazy. At least in Canada. I don't know
Yeah,
if they're like in
K2.
America. They're insane.
Sheesh.
I need to find ways of helping people.
I've been
I would have said to boot
Trench.
him, but I wasn't sure if he'd follow up.
You left the
Thanks
day,
for doing
that
that.
Searka was in here last. We tore him to pieces, and he stayed for more of it, which was hilarious to me. So I flipped over the game board table and fucking started a bidding war.
It's funny because this whole debate here that I witnessed between Andrew and Searka, it's funny because it's reminiscent of a debate that I had with Emmett, not live, and I think I could have argued this a little bit better.
You argue it a lot better.
I mean, it's
because the ethos and logos, you get to the point. You give
Andrew or better than you could have like Steelman Zerka or Zerka's point.
Yes, yes, but
there you
go. But it is about
you shove your
steel
ethos
manning
up
at
your
the end of the
logos,
day.
okay?
No,
but I don't
it's about steel
agree.
manning.
I don't agree with his side, but I could devil's advocate it really well.
I enjoy it.
That's that empathy that you don't agree with, that we don't agree about.
There is no empathy.
The thing that doesn't exist.
Nobody's talked about empathy. I don't know why you're
No,
so on
that's
empathy.
being Abe's thing.
Oh
like
my
we're on the
God.
same side, but we can disagree.
Empathy is
No, we
fake and
can't
gay.
disagree. We cannot disagree on facts. Okay, we can disagree on opinion,
like
but not
confluence.
What?
facts.
Wait, what's
I
a
can
fact?
never understand why people say empathy doesn't exist. I just
It's fake
Every
and
time
gay.
he
Because
said
it's
the
fake
word
and gay.
empathy, he
like
has
it's
not meant
funny
the
to
actual word
say it's
empathy.
fake and gay, but
It is fake and gay.
It is.
It's
It
just
is
fake
not
and
fake
gay.
and
I
gay.
get
It
that
is
fully.
not something that doesn't
Wait,
exist.
I get
did
that.
you
The
miss
actual
my
word does
debate?
exist.
the best
Did you miss my
argument
debate?
has had against me is he said, "Hey, you're using the second dictionary definition and
No,
not
no. Wait, did you
one."
miss my debate on this?
Yeah, who'd you debate on this?
Oh, Teriak.
I see Teriak, but I don't know. I don't know his competency. I just see him on like Speakeasy sometimes, but
What was your argument?
No,
Teriak
Yeah,
is a
he's a
bad
good
wild
debater.
card. He's really
You'd have
good,
to watch.
but you just don't know when he's
Like,
fucking with you or
what's
not.
the argument you were
That's the fucking
making?
fun
I don't
part.
want to watch a fucking 2-hour video to see what, like, to understand like 2 seconds of arguments.
Because okay, so basically the conception of empathy itself is a falsehood from its origin. They utilized a word from a long time ago, like, you know, ancient Rome, Greece, these
Germany.
things, and then they switched up the meaning a tad bit, and then it was introduced to America in 1908 as a new thing called empathy, not empathia. And what they did is they created something where you can share in the emotional state of objects, not people, objects, art, in fact.
German
And then they continued from there to the fact that you could share in the actual emotional response internally of another human being. And it's been pushed ever since, and it's shape-shifted over time to be this new thing that's a virtue. It's literally used to say, I'm virtuous. It's not used to say that it means
Are you talking
something.
about sympathy or empathy?
So
Empathy.
can I-
I argued that as well. I argued that sympathy is a reality
those are
and
two different
empathy is a
things.
falsehood. Yes, empathy is a falsehood.
I get
Sympathy is a
Abe's point
truth.
100%.
okay, but I feel like this. I feel like
Well,
okay,
hold on,
'cause-
hold on. So hold on. The different. Do you know what the difference is between empathy and sympathy?
Yes, I
But-
do. And this is argued in that debate. It's the understanding part. But the problem
it's
with
just
that
there's
is
no
there's a
concern.
shared. No, concern is in the definition of sympathy.
Yes, I know. I'm saying with empathy, there's no concern. You can just understand someone else's experience. That's all.
I don't believe that to be the case.
So for sympathy to exist, you have to
Yeah,
go to understand.
we're at different
and feel
paradigms.
concerned.
We're at different paradigms.
I'm
So
gonna do something.
I understand Abe. Like Abe, we can unpack that shit later. No need for blue on blue ceasefire. Because that's
Actually,
the
well,
point
I
of
want to
what's
ask.
going
I
on
want to
here.
ask Abe a question because, like, Abe, I don't know if you just disagree. Like,
We're
I guess you
definition-
could
we're
go on two paths.
I'll
but
tell
I
you
guess
where
if
we
I
are.
well, you don't know what I'm about to say, Trench.
I know, but I
you
can
don't know.
speak
You
for
don't know what I'm
myself
about to say. If
about
you
what
think
I'm
about
gonna
it,
say to
Trench.
the dude.
If you think about it, you don't know what I'm about to ask Abe.
Right,
If you
it's
really
just
think
like-
about
it's
it,
just
you
the
don't know what I'm
same
going to
shit
ask
was
him.
like, why can't we use Mussolini's
Dredge,
definition?
I just paid for you. You're making me look bad.
If you think about
Sorry,
it.
This is what you are going to do. This is what you are going to do. If it took 30 seconds every 5 minutes stuck, he'd be done already.
Oh my god!
What the way Abe defined it, I understand. This was kind of what Emmett was trying to run on me, and I get it. That like, yes, we can't actually enter into someone's experience, and so in that sense, it is fake and or gay. But my definition, and it's not just my definition. I showed this in modern dictionaries as well, if we care about that at all. I'm not saying we should, but my definition was that empathy is you're doing your best to imagine what it is like to be in someone else's shoes and experience their emotions. So that imagine is carrying a lot of weight. You don't actually know. You can't actually go into their experience. You're just doing your best to imagine what it's like.
And,
Here's the issue. Wait.
I know you studied psychology, and I know in psychology, especially in the existential tradition with like Jaspers and the humanistic tradition with Rogers, there's a big emphasis on patient understanding, where you try to understand a client through putting yourself in the client's shoes, so to speak, right?
So you can cry with him.
Here's the issue, though. Here's the issue.
Are you gonna cry with him?
This is-
like a gay guy? Are you gonna
This
be the
is
crying
listen.
guy?
This
I
got
want to hear Abe
there's
respond.
manifold issues with this. First of all, you don't have the perceptual framework that they have. You only have your own perceptual framework. Then you also don't have
That's
this.
why it's imagining.
Right. So here's the issue. You cannot share in the emotional response of another human being if you do not have the same framework they do, the same experience they do.
you can imagine
there
it.
is no actual physical way to exhibit empathy. There's only an imagined or
That's a
perceived
straw man to my position.
version.
That's where I'm at.
Yes, it is
My
true.
position
It is
I'm not
absolutely
arguing
true.
against any of
Even
that.
if you
That's
use,
not true at all.
if you use, listen, if you use psychology, if you use psychology as your framework, there is no possible way you could actually state that you can exhibit empathy as the way it's written. You cannot. You cannot share in the emotions.
First of all, not as it's written. Like this is what Emmett, I think, fell into. Sorry,
What
Emmett.
definition are you using?
Emmett and Abe agree.
In my definition, right,
Like,
which
Emmett and
again,
Abe are on
Emmett,
the
which is
same-
Emmett's main critique was that I'm not using the first definition, I'm using the second or third one or whatever, but words have multiple
You
meanings.
use whatever definition you
Hold on, are you
want, and then
talking
you
like a
change in
mind
between
thing?
them.
Is that what you're
you could
talking about?
imagine, Emmett, in
Because
that
I'm simply
conversation,
referring to mirror
I
neurons.
haven't-
That
no, I got to dunk on Emmett for a second. Emmett, I said, do you think you could imagine what it's like to ride an elephant? And you said no. You said because
No.
I've never ridden an elephant, I can't imagine. And I have it on
their
stream.
definition.
I
No.
have it, which is a fucking crazy
listen to my
concession to
words.
make.
Listen to my words. I can't imagine fucking. I can imagine riding a fucking elephant. Can you?
Are you saying you can? Or are you saying you
I
can't?
cannot. I cannot. Can you imagine
You
it?
can ride him at the Renaissance
Yes.
Festival.
Yes,
How?
I can imagine
Okay,
riding an
okay.
elephant.
Like
Now,
$3.
now,
in the
is,
90s.
is
in the
that
early
thing that
90s,
you're
it was
imagining
$3
the
to
same
ride
as
the
riding
elephant.
a fucking elephant?
No, that's why it's imagining riding
Okay,
an elephant.
so-
if you think about it, right? If you
No,
think
no,
about it,
okay,
that's
okay,
different.
perfect.
Riding an elephant and
Wait,
imagining riding an elephant,
wait.
not exactly the same.
This is perfect.
didn't ride the
So are
elephant
you gonna
until I was a
are you gonna
teenager,
tell the
my
people
mom's
that
like,
ride
"You're
an
not
elephant
paying
that have
money for
done
that.
it
I can't
how to
afford
do it because you
So
can
I had to
imagine
pay
it?
for it myself.
No,
Shit
we're
out
not
of that
telling
elephant.
people
Okay,
how they should
perfect.
feel.
Perfect,
Hold on,
amazing,
hold on,
amazing,
hold
amazing,
on.
amazing. No,
Just
we're gonna
what
move
you're
there.
saying.
We're gonna move there. So why the fuck would I need empathy for anything?
Because I can imagine riding an elephant, and though I could,
That's
and then
not
I can
empathy.
imagine, and then I can
I cannot.
imagine, and then
I
I can
cannot.
imagine like
Trench,
it
fuck
helps
off
with
for a second. I asked a
cooperation,
question.
you dumbass.
Fuck off
I
a
said-
second.
I said,
Fuck
Jesus
off,
Christ,
everybody.
how stupid a question is that?
The
Why the fuck do I need for
utility,
anything?
and I brought this up last time. I'm bringing it up
Animal
again because
Carthage.
Mel was on.
Then I can
I don't
imagine
know.
an
I'm
animal
gonna ask
Somebody
you. I'm
to
gonna
tell
ask
us.
you like
All
10
that-
times.
Trench,
Ancient
I'm just
Greece.
trying to have a thing with Emmett. Okay, not in a gay way, just
I'm
like
talking
in a
about imagination.
conversation.
Oh, you were talking about a gay way for sure.
But
though.
the thing, so with like Mel, it's like I
Why?
think, and this
Gay
is
boy.
why I don't like how conservatives often deal with this.
God.
Well, just let me finish my
Answer
point,
the
okay?
fucking question.
I
Don't care
am.
about
You-
the
That's that
meta.
libertarian gay boy.
What the,
in
I'm
it.
not having a. Are you fucking
If-
retarded? You
if-
asked me. You asked me what the
Ooh.
utility.
I'm
You asked me what the
antisocial, so
utility
kind of
is.
retarded,
And
if
giving
you're not
you an
gonna
ex-
tell-
okay, you
if
don't
you're
want me.
not-
You
if
don't want me to
you're-
answer.
if-
You don't want me
if
to answer.
I-
You asked me what the utility is and having
I'm
empathy.
gonna
giving you
ask the
an
question
example of the
again because
utility.
you're. I'm gonna go again
Hold
because
on.
apparently you don't understand the question. Okay, the question was, and this is the line of questioning: if you can
Haircut,
imagine how to
Maurice
ride a
Freeman.
fucking elephant, but you're not gonna tell people who actually ride an elephant based on your
I already
imagination
answered
how to
that
do
question.
it. Shut the fuck up for a second. Okay, if you're not gonna do anything about it based on your imagination, why the fuck can you tell me anything or can you get any prescriptions in accordance of your imagination of how things feel?
Okay, so it's
And that's not
completely
my
not the
position
question
either.
you just asked.
It
me.
is the
I love that
question.
you
What
asked me
do
a
I need
question,
it for?
and then when I'm starting to answer, you interrupt me to repeat your question, but you actually answer. You actually ask a completely different question, like a
Yes,
like not even a related
it's
question.
still the same
Emmett,
question.
Emmett,
It's
no, it's
about
not.
why
This
the
is
fuck do I
question.
need
You
it?
said, what is the
unrelated to what
point of having
empathy is and what it
empathy?
means.
Why do I
Jesus
need
Christ,
to
you guys
feel
are
what you
fucking-
fucking feel?
Okay, that's the question.
No, let them.
But now, will you let me answer the question?
Will you do it, or you're gonna go into meta?
I'm not going into. I don't know what I don't know what you think meta means. I'm not going to meta at all. I'm
About
giving
the
an
conversation
example.
of the conversation. Can you
I know.
tell
I'm not
me
doing that at
about
all.
the
I'm not doing that at
fucking
all. I don't know if you cut me off too soon, but I'm
Just
not doing
answer
that
the
at
question.
all.
What's
Okay,
going on?
so the utility
hear
would be this is an example of the utility. That's why I brought up Mel, is that with trans people, to just have sympathy, I think would just be to see that they are suffering in some way. To have empathy would be to actually try to imagine, you don't know, but imagine what it would be like to look at yourself in the mirror and hate yourself, even though
What about
I don't have that. You
heritage,
don't have
not
that.
hate?
Emmett.
Fine.
There's
I
utility. Just
need-
let me finish. Just let me land the plane. There's utility
You're
in
not landing the
imagine
plane.
what
Hold
would
on.
that be like, And so that is the point of doing that, because that can lead to greater compassion for
It's
people
not
and a greater
imagination.
understanding.
There you go. Greater compassion. Why is that a prescription?
Hold on.
It's not.
It's
what
not
do you mean, why is it a
imagination.
prescription?
Yeah. Oh, do you have greater compassion for people?
This is not compassion. This is not compassion.
That's
That's a
what
different
he.
thing.
That's what he came for at the end.
I said it
At
can
the
lead to
end,
greater
he said
compassion
because it leads
and
to greater
greater
compassion.
understanding.
Or do you have greater compassion?
It depends how you define compassion. I would say yes, but it depends what you mean by that. I guess it depends. Like it depends.
People are actually females, or else they're gonna delete themselves.
No, I'm not. I'm not saying that's compassion. I'm not saying that's
Oh my
compassion.
gosh, this has just gone off the rails.
Compassion or not?
Okay. Can I need to go. So can I please say something quick?
Okay, go ahead, Alex.
Okay. So empathy is not necessarily about like some immediate utility you have with it. Okay.
Then
why do I need
hold
it?
on, I'm talking.
This is my closing. Shut up.
I agree with
We
that.
studied this.
We've seen people. We've seen in MRI scans people's mirror neurons
No, I
activate
disagree.
to represent the emotion that someone else is experiencing
That's where
because
I
they've
disagree.
experienced something similar.
You can never.
Just let him finish. Let him
Go ahead.
finish. Okay.
Just let him finish and we can hit it.
Yeah. We also know, and I'm sure some of you have experienced this, when you see someone else get hit in the nuts, you suddenly have that sensation of pain yourself.
Blah blah blah. That's this.
Blah blah
Let
blah.
him finish. Let him finish.
This is part of a
Just let him-
psychological mechanism that helps us to understand each other and cooperate. Without it, we have a lot of problems that don't exist because it
It
exists.
doesn't do any of that though.
Yes, it actually does.
Let's sympathize.
But
That's
sure,
sympathy.
whatever. You define
Oh
whatever
yeah,
you
but
want to
we only
define
called
your
it
way,
simping.
mister.
We only called
My
it simping
feelings
for
define
fucking 30
everything.
fucking years. Why are you simping for that, hoe?
I'm not
Oh
simping for anyone. Why are
Yeah,
you simping?
Who's the
Fuck
hoe?
Oh my
And
God.
what's the
What is happening?
Abe, check your chat.
Okay.
Yeah, simps all
Oh,
up and down your asshole.
thank you, K2. Thank you so much.
Simping.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me.
Thank you so much, K2.
But linguistics aren't real.
K2 is a legend.
Any quick remarks before I drop?
Thank you so much, K2.
And that's
by
what the
way.
left does. They manipulate the linguistics. Now,
Other than for
simping don't
Trench,
mean shit
'cause
anymore.
he
Actually,
doesn't know
I'm
what
an
he's saying.
asshole for even saying don't simp
Okay.
for them hoes.
Here's the issue, though.
If you're talking about the sympathetic system, you're talking about sympathy.
No,
It has
I'm
something to
talking
do with
about
that's not sympathy. That's
Shut
not
up,
Oh my
Trench.
gosh.
It has
Trench
something to do
argues.
with. It has absolutely nothing to do with empathy because you're talking
No,
about the
no, that's
sympathetic
not
system in the
sympathy.
brain.
Sympathy
which is
requires
using the
concern for someone
sympathetic
else.
nervous
This is
and
not
you're trying to
concern.
figure. They try to
This
figure
is
it out what
not
the other
concern.
person
This
is
is
feeling, but
generating
it's not trying to
internal
get you into
Wait,
their framework.
hold on, guys. Gentlemen,
It's
gentlemen.
not trying to put you into
Simulate
the
someone
fucking
else's-
framework. It doesn't simulate them. Okay,
Yes,
it's
it
trying
does.
to
It does simulate them.
comprehend,
That's
but
the
it
whole
doesn't
point.
mean that you're simulating their framework. Okay, that's
It's
empathy.
not the
Empathy is
framework.
about the
Who the fuck's
framework.
talking about
It is
framework?
about the
Image right
framework.
there.
You
No,
don't.
it's not. Your life is
How is it
about
not?
fucking. Oh my
How
god.
about,
Project an
how
emotion.
about
If
you
you-
have some fucking empathy for me, you dumbass?
How
Okay,
do
the whole
you-
point of empathy is
I have
wait,
no empathy for
I'm
you.
not done.
You're
I
too
know
stupid
you
to have
don't.
empathy for
I
right
know,
now.
I know you don't. I know you
You're
don't.
being
Thank you.
retarded. Yeah,
Thank
you're
you.
talking
You
about
don't need
something that's
anything.
completely
You see how
immaterial
you
to
don't
this.
need empathy?
You're
You
jumping.
see?
You're jumping
Thank
to the
you.
fucking
Thank you for
ninth
proving my
level.
point. Thank you for
Talking
proving
about
my
something
point,
that's
Alexander.
baseline
Thank
and
you.
simple
Thank you.
and easy
Thank
to
you. Thank you for
understand
proving my point.
because you don't
This
like the
is
fact that it's just a part of the
definitely-
human experience.
Because
Alphabaxing
the only
adjacent.
reason, because
I-
the only
And
if
reason why
empathy
they,
doesn't
because
exist, then
empathy,
we don't have
the only
sociopaths,
reason why
right?
empathy is used
I-
is
There's
to
no such thing
do
as
it
a
as a cudgel
sociopath
over
because
your
empathy
head,
doesn't
so that
exist.
these
Sociopath has
fuckers,
nothing
these
to do with
leftist
empathy.
fuckers,
Hold that.
these
Wait,
leftist
wait.
fuckers,
What
so that
terminology
these
would you
fuckers
use for
can
that
go
for
on
that
and
system
try
that
to
Confluence.
prevents you from
shame you
being a
into
sociopath?
bullshit.
Yeah.
Confluence, you
The
can't
only
let this
reason they
happen.
want to
But I
do it
can't-
is because they're
Confluence,
trying to
control
do
your
it because they're
panel.
doing it.
You
Okay?
know better than these throwing around these pseudo.
Hold on. To be fair, Abe, nobody
Bro got
has
out 3
eviscerated.
words.
Nobody
Said,
has
"Hold on."
eviscerated. Hold on. Nobody has been the
K2,
greatest
thanks
critic
for-
of
thanks for letting
everybody.
this guy
Hold
talk.
on. You
Good
and
job,
of
dude.
Mo. Nobody's been a greater critic of empathy and it
I
being
wanted
fake
to
and
get the
gay
dopamine
than
hit.
Emmett. Emmett
I
has
know
been
that.
100%.
You've given us basically the inability to talk at all.
I know, but like,
That's
don't
pretty true.
shoot Emmett down when
That's a
he's
pretty good
actually
dopamine
cooking
hit for
because
me.
he fucking
was nailing shit, and he was
He wasn't
being fucking
cooking
real.
anything.
He,
He
he cooked
I
me.
said this
You
before.
said
I was
it
gonna
about
take
me.
third level
after a
meta
while, when you
meta
throw a bunch of
analogies
shit into
on
the
the
pot and it
utility
makes
of
nonsense that
empathy
heals you for like
when
half
you
a
won't
fucking
even
heart.
admit that it's a
If
real
that's
Do you
cooking,
know? Do
that's
you know why?
cooking.
Look.
Okay, you know why you don't have any empathy for me, because you don't care. You don't give a
Chaos
fuck.
influence.
Okay,
Correct, I don't give a
the
fuck
only
about you, that's
reason
right.
why empathy is used is because you want people to use them
No,
as an
no,
emotional
it's not,
cudgel
because I
against
don't
them.
see you.
Since you don't
If I
give a
saw you
shit,
or knew
since you don't
anything
give a,
other than the
since you
fact that you
don't give
keep pushing
any
fucking
fucks
God
about
into
me,
every
since
little
you don't
thing
give
you
any
talk
fucks
about,
about me because
then
it doesn't
maybe I would
because
be
it
able to have
doesn't
some empathy
progress your
for you. But
ideas
I don't actually know
politically.
anything about you other than
Since
this
since it doesn't
Czechoslovakia and whatever the fuck you're.
since it doesn't help your ideas politically, because it doesn't help you politically,
I don't
that's
give
the
a. I
only
don't.
reason
I
you
don't
don't
give a
give a
shit
fuck
about
about me.
politics. You
There
think I
you
can't
go.
have empathy for
Exactly.
anyone?
No, you do.
just lied.
You do.
No,
You do
he lied.
care.
He cares.
Okay,
He
you
fucking
care.
cares.
You care.
With
You
regards
fucker.
to
Yeah,
who
you
I can have
do. You do
empathy
care.
for.
You want to go on
You
ahead
wouldn't
and
be
have all
on
these
political
fucking trannies,
debates
be all
on
this kind of
fucking
bullshit, and you want to have this
panels
kind
with
of
a bunch of
political
fucking
ideas.
personality
Don't be
disorders.
I'm sorry.
if you
What did
didn't
you
give
just
a
say?
fuck
I want to
about
go ahead and have
politics.
what?
Debates
You have
with a bunch
a
of crazy
voice.
motherfuckers about
Oh
politics.
my
If you
God,
didn't give a
Trench! Can you
shit.
please just let him finish? If you didn't say he's cooking, let him
You with the
finish.
facts, shut up. That's been the thesis all night. That's my thesis.
You don't have facts. You have a bunch of fucking opinions
All
that
I've
you know nothing
had.
about.
I have terrible
Empathy is
opinions.
fake and
I
gay.
have
That's the
all
only
of the
thing that
facts.
matters.
Oh my gosh. This got crazy so fast.
Yeah, it did.
It's been
The only-
crazy 6 hours ago. Okay.
the only reason why empathy is used at any point in time in any kind of conversation is to go ahead and try to manipulate the other person
is.
emotionally,
Okay,
and then try
okay.
to go
It's-
on ahead
That's
and
so
attack them in whatever
black-pilled.
their
It's
emotion is.
so
wait.
black.
It's
I know.
not
I can-
black pilled. It's
This
what
is
it
where I
is.
diagnose
Okay?
it.
Okay,
can-
okay,
This is where I
okay.
Listen.
Any other
universal
reason is
man.
about
Okay,
sympathy,
Emmett.
and the
I've-
sympathy
Crazy
is about
amounts
trying
of
to.
black
Emmett.
pilling.
No, 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 it's
Can
not.
you
It's not.
let me?
I
Can you
think it's
can you
trash
let
the
me
amount of
finish?
black pills
Emmett.
being like
So-
force
Hold
fed
on.
right
Can I
now.
ask you three questions,
Otherwise,
please?
otherwise,
Three
otherwise you
questions?
would be using
Myself.
sympathy, so you would try to
Three
understand what the other
questions,
person feel, and
please.
you would try to not get into their mental state, but
Three
you would try to
questions,
find a
please.
way to actually help whatever the fuck they're
Three
feeling.
questions,
Yeah, you can ask those
please.
questions. Mhm.
Okay. Is it possible to have some understanding of a person's emotional state or internal emotional state based on what you
No.
know about them?
No.
No.
No, you can know what general emotion they may be feeling. You cannot actually. Like, this is
Yeah,
such a
I disagree
crazy
with
stance.
both.
What do you, hold on. When
I
you,
disagree with both of you.
Wait,
though,
he
for the record.
has three questions. What is the second
Yeah.
question?
okay, so then how can you have sympathy for someone if you have no capability of understanding what their emotional state is?
Because you don't need to understand their emotional state, as in their stable framework, to understand that they might be feeling X, Y, Z things in accordance to a logical statement. And in fact, and you have
Is
a
that
sympathetic
not
system.
an understanding of their emotional
No,
state?
it's not the same thing. We're talking about different things. And you have a sympathetic system which allows you to mirror certain emotions, but it doesn't mean that you feel the same thing that the other person is feeling. It just
Are
means
you
that
talking
you
about the
have an
sympathetic
understanding.
nervous system? Or
Yeah,
what are you
have a
talking about
sympathetic
here?
nervous system.
I would concede ground.
Oh my God.
That empathy was once linguistically probably known as a perception. Perception to be.
So you have sympathy, you have access to sympathy, but you don't have access to empathy.
I think
I feel like we're talking past each other with what we mean by empathy.
No, we are.
They don't want to use the word because it's too
I know,
left
because
coded.
influence started off trying to describe how I felt
nervous
about
system.
Whenever
let's just all talk at
nervous
once.
system.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3.
The fight or flight
Brandon,
system. You understand that, right?
Jeez.
Whenever they talk about them,
Do you know what the sympathetic nervous system is?
Yes, it allows you
What
to
is it?
you have a specific part of your
It just
brain
means
that
we have
allows
to have
you
a real
look at.
debate about it.
No, the sympathetic nervous system is your fight or
It
flight
allows you,
response.
when you're looking at people, it allows you to
Not only.
No, that is not it at all.
That is not. That's not what the sympathetic nervous
It
system
allows
is.
when you
No,
look
it
at
does not.
Okay, then no, I don't apparently, because you guys know what I was gonna say. So go on. Say what I was
anything
gonna
you
say.
said other than fight or
please, go on,
flight
say
is
what
wrong.
Just finish my first.
There's no amount of
Anything
words
you're
you
gonna
could have
say
said
other than fight
after
or
that
flight
would have
is wrong.
fixed that. In my
Yeah,
opinion,
I know,
Possible.
because you know what I was
said,
gonna
I was
say.
just
So
talking
the
about
truth,
the
Elder Lion.
earlier
That is
words.
absolute
just-
truth.
Were you going to
know
say
what?
fight or
That's why
flight,
I'm
MX?
exhausted about
Were you going to
it,
say
too.
fight or flight?
We're both
No, I was going
crying.
to say fire or
Suffering
No.
flight.
Were you going
general.
to talk about that in any way?
No, I wasn't going to talk
No,
about
then you were wrong. then you're wrong. End of story. There's nothing. There's no other definition.
I wasn't going to talk about fight or
Oh,
flight at all.
wow.
There are
That's
other
a pretty
the
strong.
sympathetic nervous system is for.
Well, the sympathetic nervous system has nothing to do with sympathy, though. Like that's just they happen to share.
Jesus Christ.
Look, he's talking about sympathetic response.
it.
Thank you, Halfwood.
He's talking about mirror neurons in the brain.
And see,
I
none of
understand
these are my points.
But the fact that he's using
at
the
all.
word that he's using the term sympathetic nervous system to describe this tells me he knows absolutely nothing about human physiology. Jesus Christ.
What is the
Physiology or
sympathetic nervous
neurology?
system, according to you? Then go on.
What's that?
What is it?
What, the sympathetic nervous system?
Yes. What is it?
It's the part of the nervous system that engages fight or flight.
It's
It controls
everything.
when
It's
your
like you're
when your
breathing.
pupils dilate and when
You're
your breathing rate
like
increases your heart rate,
It's
your
a
blood pressure.
sweat.
It gets you ready to run or
It's
attack something.
Your
Not
erection.
not
Well, no,
just.
the parasympathetic nervous system is the stuff that you don't have like autonomous control over.
The autonomous.
The parasympathetic nervous system is like the antithesis of the
Okay.
sympathetic nervous system.
No, it's a
That's what I'm
Not
saying.
antithesis.
It's a subpart, a
It's stuff that
subcategory
you
of.
can't. But the
It's a
stuff like the heart rate.
subcategory
I'm sorry, when I
that
say
would be like the
antithesis, I mean
It's
they
in
work-
the
they
Latin
work-
of the word
They work
para.
in
sympathetic.
opposite
What
direction.
does
The
para mean?
parasympathetic
Half?
nervous system
Co?
relaxes and calms.
I don't think they're okay. I could be
You're
wrong.
talking
I
about
mean,
rest and
it's-
digest. It'd still be a linkage. They'd be.
I
all
think
of it,
my
your
I think
sleep.
I think the
Not just
parasympathetic,
rest and
from what I
digest.
The
remember,
electrical.
There's
If
a lot
you're
of
a
other
things
car,
to do with
it's
it,
your
yeah.
one
electrical
is
system.
controllable. One's like
Right.
it's a different. I don't think they're antipodal. One
But
is
it's
like
not just the
subconscious, and
electrical
one is
system.
something you can
Okay.
actually like
The,
have some control over.
It's the bus.
No,
It's
no,
the
no.
bus.
Well,
They're
now look
both
it up.
fairly
It's
subconscious.
what lets,
I don't think
it's
you have
what
much
makes
control
your,
over
your
either
turn
of them,
signal flicker
except
faster
through
when
like
the bulb is burned out.
Oh my
like
god.
trying to
Because it's the
activate certain
bus.
body responses through meditation or changing your physiological
100%
changes.
stand on that 10 toes in.
But this is all just you telling your body that it's okay now or that it's not okay now.
The parasympathetic is inside of the category of the sympathetic nervous system. It's not adjacent to.
It's not.
It's not.
It's not. It's a part of the same
disassociated from.
system.
It's literally in the Latin, which is why the eggheads that came up with that terminology gave a similar Latin vernacular. Para,
Two
co,
branches of the autonomic
together
nervous
with
system.
the sympathetic system.
Sympathetic
Neuron system.
and
You are
Maybe
so-
with
parasympathetic
maybe with my
part of the
subconscious thing, I'm thinking of
autonomic nervous
autonomic
system.
and the opposite.
Thank you,
They are
Kat.
absolutely
and the
not
auto
within
nervous
each
system
other.
is a part
No,
of
please
your
look this up before you
sympathetic
talk. Otherwise, I
nervous
can't hear
system.
a word you
okay,
say
just
because
I
everything
want to
is
say in
very
clarity.
nervous
I was
system
thinking of the autonomic nervous
itself.
system and the
Yes.
somatic
It's
nervous
why
system.
when you
Okay,
feel
Yes,
I got
the somatic nervous
confused
system
on
is the
that
one
It's
you
why
have
when you
actual
feel
control over.
something, like
Yes.
truly
Happy
feel
Friday the
something,
13th,
whatever that
guys.
is that brings on stimulus.
Indeed.
There is a
I brought
biological
you something.
reaction.
Well, it's the 12th.
You did.
because
You did,
of
K2. Well done.
the nervous system.
Thank you, K2.
It's biological and it's
Thank you as well,
metaphysical.
K2.
And it sucks because it creates this kind of discourse.
No,
Well,
it
But
doesn't.
beyond that,
People not
we're supposed to be talking about
people
empathy and
using
Yes.
terms
or
they
gay.
don't understand.
Empathy is a
Here's-
part
discourse.
of
If we
the
could-
sympathetic system.
I was wrong.
Everything's on meta
Okay,
here.
thank
at
you,
this
Emmett.
point.
But that's
I
the
was
metaphysical aspect of it.
I was
I
wrong.
think what
You
you're
have to-
referring to is the
Well, it's
mirror
not meta
neurons.
because
correct?
Yes, I
people
was
have
talking
been
about the
making
mirror.
my argument for
I was
me.
talking about mirror nervous system. You have to
And that's
understand
not
that I
my.
know this in
That's a straw
Spanish.
man to my position.
So I'm translating
Oh, that's right. The
terminology.
language
was
shit.
asking.
Oh, I'm sorry, dude.
No, it's
but-
just that I don't view the methodology of that experiment as the smoking
French. Just be quiet for a
gun.
minute.
Yeah, you with the scientific shit.
Yeah,
When
I'm
I
The
sorry.
admitted
question I would
earlier
ask
that I
is
got
what's
it wrong,
everybody's.
and
For a
good
second,
faith-
can
in
you
good
just shut
faith-
up?
In good faith, earlier, did I not
What's-
say
Can you
there
shut
are
up for a minute,
there are
please?
some things in my own camp that I disagree with, and I
But
called this out.
I disagree with everyone
earlier.
all the time. Okay,
So,
there's nothing
whatever.
special
Yeah.
about that. Congratulations.
Can I
Emmett,
just know
my
people's
apologies
But
for
I'm better-
attacking you
but
on
I'm better
that.
than
I
you.
should
I'm
remember this is your
establishing
second
that.
language.
fields
I'm
of
just gonna
study?
say. I'm just gonna say that I know most of these from Spanish, so I might get
Sure.
terminology wrong.
Sure, and of course because the stupid sharing of the
Very
word
Latin
sympathy and
based. It's
sympathetic.
more Latin. English is only 25% Latin. So continue, please, Emmett.
That's not what he was saying. But
I've had enough of this. I want to hear his interpretation with his Spanish.
No,
The
I was actually, yes, it's the mirror neuron system, and it what it does is allows you to it has it's kind of autonomous, but it's not necessarily 100% autonomous, and it regulates and
It's
it
still
allows, for example, heart rates to mirror each other, and somehow it allows you to share a certain kind of emotions, especially hard emotions, with each
Yep.
other. But
What's
it
the
doesn't mean that
Oxford
you're
say?
feeling the same
But it's-
kind. It
Hey,
doesn't mean
Trench,
you're feeling
what's
the
the
same
Latin
emotion.
mean?
But
It just means.
but
that
Emmett,
you are
even then,
Don't answer that.
sympathy.
Don't answer
Sympathy
that.
means
Debate.
to,
Why do you
hold
bait
on.
it?
sympathy means
Just
to
to be
feel.
clear,
oh my
just to be
gosh,
clear,
That
even
means to
then,
feel.
this is what
you're still talking about a
I refer to
Like
perceptual.
as
empathy is the
empathy.
Latin.
This is what I
Empathy
refer to as
part
empathy. Your
is the
your brain
German.
is able to
I hate you,
simulate the
Testy.
emotional
I
state
hate
of
you so
someone
much.
else to mirror
Who do
neurons.
you hate?
Is the German.
When people
The
talk about
pathy
sympathy,
comes
what they're
from
talking about
pathos,
is like the
excuse
act
me,
of
to
caring
feel,
or
Okay.
feeling bad
to
about
feel.
someone.
Right, but
But
let me
just
ask
being
you
able to understand that they're feeling that they're not
something.
that they're
So
feeling sad because of
empathy
something,
to project
some
Wait.
reason, something
feeling
you see in them. That's a
because
different
it's
But
thing
two
that's
different
entirely.
languages,
But your
But
mirror neurons are only going to interpret
German and
base.
Latin.
They're not going
But
to
that's the
interpret
English
further, which
language.
means your
German and
perception
Latin.
and your perceptual model has to do the rest of the work.
Yes, correct.
Blame
So
Shakespeare.
you're still talking imagined or perceived.
Yes, of course. No one is saying that
Okay.
you share their actual experience.
So then how? Well, it says to share in
They don't.
the
Well, I
emotional.
actually
Nobody.
studied
Yeah, see, I
Latin
knew
Do
this was
you
going to be a
at
semantic
It
university.
do
breaks
you
down.
think
It
when they
literally.
say share
The
in,
origin of the
they
word,
mean
the
that you
origin of the word,
literally
and the
share
word used
in
in
your
1908 when it was coined
experience?
in the United States of America. It was literally used exactly for that purpose and was used for that purpose all the way
It's not
through World War
wrong.
II. It
But
did not, until
In
modern day,
psychology,
Can I ask
begin to
a
be
clar-
used for all kinds of other
hold on.
things.
Can I ask a
In
clarifying
Sorry
question?
psychology,
about that.
all that it means is
Yes,
Hey,
you
hey,
may,
people's
hey!
emotional
Brandon.
Brandon has
systems
a
are
question.
activating in
Brandon has a
similar
question.
ways. That's all it is.
I just want to ask Abe. So, like, when you think of empathy, do you think like when somebody says, "I have empathy for that person that got hit in the nuts"? Do you think they would disagree with you that they're not literally experiencing what they're experiencing, right?
I
Do you think
disagree with
anybody?
I think they're experiencing a base mirror neuron response and sympathy for the action that they've seen taken on someone else. They are not actually sharing in.
But you're not having
anything.
their experience.
There's no shared.
Yeah, like nobody. I don't think anybody would disagree that you're not experiencing
point.
literally what they're experiencing. I don't think anybody would.
Right, Brandon. So my
disagree with
point
that.
is
I
that
don't
we
think that's
use
what
this
the
word empathy because it's so broad you can fit all kinds of things into the basket rather than just saying, oh man, that sucks. I understand pain and I felt pain before. Not I've shared in your
So
pain
you
right
agree
now.
if somebody defines it that way? Hold on.
I think the 50s
we're almost there.
clinical
We are
usage
so
of the
close.
word is
Yeah,
the
you are.
accurate
We are so
word.
close.
And if
Because-
you made it to what Abe turned it into.
Because we all
I
agree.
see where
Oh,
you're
God,
both close.
dude, please. We are so
This
close.
is yours to fix, man.
We
I'm
are
not
so
gonna hang
close,
anymore. You
right?
can mute him.
So we all agree, right? We're not literally having the same experience as each other. They're like similar, they resemble each other, something like that. So we agree there. Now with the other definition where it is that like we are having similar experiences, we're not saying they're identical. Do we all agree? Like by that definition of empathy, we agree that happens, right?
Sorry,
We
so
all
you're
agree with
saying,
that?
say it again, one more time.
Sure. So we're not having identical experiences. Like if I say I'm empathizing with you, Abe, I'm not literally experiencing what you're experiencing. It's just similar. It resembles it. Do we agree if I define empathy in that way, that does happen?
I think that you could do that, but you're still using a simulacrum. And what happens is because
Is that a
you're
yes?
using this, I'm saying you could use it that way, but I don't think that it's true or real.
But it's not the imp side
Wait,
of the
you don't think it's real?
etymology.
So you
not the
don't think?
feeling
Hold on, dude.
It's-
God damn. So you don't think we have similar
answer my
experiences? You don't even think they can resemble each other? You don't think
I
that
think you have a
happens?
perceived similar experience.
What's the distinction?
Yes.
Your perception is not reality.
Yes.
But we do experience that, right? We have similar experiences to each
empathy
other, and
isn't
that's what
real
somebody
and
means by
authentic
empathy, right?
unless it
That they
is
can model somebody
correct.
else's mind
100%
and have a
of the
similar
time,
experience as that person.
if you're
That does
using
happen.
real
Hold on,
empathy,
Trench.
You have to
But they
be
could have a
right.
perceived similar experience of anything. They could believe that getting kicked in the nuts feels like kissing their girlfriend. They could feel things that you cannot
But that's not
predict.
how that
And so what
works.
happens? Wait a minute.
how it works.
So you're saying people
You
don't
can't get
perceive?
kicked in the nuts. You can't
People,
get kicked in the
that's a
nuts
very
and
like
think that
polar
I'm
opposite
kissing
of
my
the situation,
girlfriend.
though.
That's
Like,
my
so many
point. My
guys-
point is you can say you're perceiving anything, and you
what was my
cannot
point?
say that
100%
that
of the
there is a
time,
true
it
connection
has to be
in the
correct
perception.
in its predictor.
Somebody can have
That's
a
it.
wrong model of what somebody else's experience. Like if they see somebody get hit in the nuts and they're like, "Oh, I bet that felt great." Maybe they can have like a wrong
That's
perception
all
there.
empathy is.
But
I think
if
that's
that's what they're
there's no
talking
odds.
about, and we're not
There's
talking
no
about
odds.
aughts,
You
dude.
can
Please,
tolerate
God, you're just like in my ear.
What?
Please
Because
stop.
we're different
Like,
too. We're different
so
too.
I
I'm
And I
losing my
have
train
to-
of thought.
I have to distance
Same.
myself from the places where you are correct, from the places where you are just.
Okay.
It's made it
like you. I have to
impossible
stay linear. I can't with
to
that.
break it down.
Brandon, you have a correct idea in the framework, but the question is, can you have the correct framework? Is it possible that you can have the correct framework to articulately and correctly feel the same as the other person?
Yes, you can't use a methodology.
If what we mean
Like
by
I
same
can.
there, I think we would agree that we all, like if we see somebody get punched in the face, I think we all can empathize and imagine us being punched in the face, or
You
if
can
we were
more
them
to
getting
that.
punched in the face
Right,
and
but
what that
this
would
come-
feel like.
Then what?
The problem.
But then what? Hold
Wait,
on, but then
wait,
what?
Trench.
It's not
Wait, Trench.
identical,
Wait,
but
Trench.
it's a similar.
But the problem with this, Brandon, is this is an A, not A. Literally an A, not A issue.
Give that.
You okay? So we can say that I can understand what it's like to be punched in the face, and I can see you be punched in the face. It does not mean it is the same thing, and we did
I'm
not
not saying
feel
they're
the same.
identical. We
I
agree
know
on
that.
that,
I
remember?
get that.
We
I
agree
get
on
that.
that.
So there's not a sharing in it. You're not sharing.
Well, what
at
do you
that
mean by
point.
sharing?
We're
If not having a similar
feeling
experience.
into with the trees, feeling into the trees.
Same isn't similar. Similar and same are different.
Right.
No,
right. No, we already agree we're not having an identical experience, or it would just be that experience, right? We're
But
saying
you cannot
that
have the same framework then, right? You cannot get into the framework of the other
the
person.
whole
That's what
point
they're
of
asking.
feeling
Can you
into
have
the
the
tree.
same framework?
Image.
Because we're talking about the same.
I don't know what
we're
you
not
mean by
talking
framework.
It's not going to be identical, right?
There you go.
It's a-
That's,
we-
that
I-
is
we
fake
already-
and gay.
No, we already established that. No one that says
Yeah,
empathy,
that's
this is
what
Brandon
it
was
is.
saying, no
Yeah,
one
I
that
don't
says
think that's what
empathy
anybody
means that
means.
you're,
You cannot
you're
have the same
truly
framework.
feeling exactly what they're feeling. No one
It's just
when it
similar.
empathy
You
means
cannot
that.
have the same framework,
I
right?
Because you're
was
basically
wanting to
just
break down the
asking,
history.
can you be them? I don't think anybody
Right.
like when
But you can put yourself into
when
someone
somebody
else's
says
shoes.
empathy, I've
No,
never
you
heard
can't.
somebody use
No.
empathy. in
How
that
can
way.
you not?
You
That
cannot
doesn't
put
make any
yourself
sense.
into
If-
someone
okay,
else's
okay,
shoes.
like hypothetically,
Are you them?
hypothetically, right?
Have you lived
That's
their life?
always
Have you had all their
metaphorically, though,
experiences? Have
Abe.
you?
Anytime anyone's ever
Hypothetically-
said empathy, they mean like metaphorically step into someone's shoes. They don't mean like, can you literally
Yes,
have
like
their
literally
same
feel what they
neurochemistry?
Okay,
Can you
great,
literally
Not what
feel
I
it?
great,
No one has
great.
ever
You
meant
be
that.
them, right?
Great. Then
Problem is,
empathy
people
is
think there's a
metaphorically
call of
real.
action. People think there's a
that's
call of
what- I'm
action
fine with that.
associated with empathy.
Then
That's where all
then
this
that makes
breaks
it
down.
clear
So, okay,
that there
so
is
I got a
actually
question
no
real quick.
there is no disagreement happening. You guys are just using words differently.
No,
That's what I
well,
wanted to
But
establish.
you're also
I don't think there's an
using-
actual.
I say
So
you're both
Abe,
using
Abe,
the
Abe,
word
if one
differently.
of your friends' mothers were to die, right? And like let's say hypothetically you haven't lost your mother, you can then though put yourself into the mindset of, damn, what if I lost my mom tomorrow? Fuck, how would I deal with that? You're feeling something similar to that person. It's not the exact same
No,
thing.
Yeah, but I could also
That's
wait.
not
Wait.
empathy.
No,
That's
wait. Stop. So let me put it to you this way: I could do that, and then I could be wrong about how it feels, and I could literally think I understand what they're feeling, but I'm completely wrong, and I could call that empathy, and I could take all the wrong actions and screw that person up because of it. And
How
then
can you
what?
screw that person up just by just trying to put
I
yourself
will
in that.
debate
Oh, you
anybody
can't hurt
from
somebody
Andrew
emotionally. You
Wilson
can't
How
screw
would you
them
hurt somebody
up.
emotionally if you're
Searka
feeling empathy
about
towards a
my
person? That
definition
doesn't
of
make
empathy.
sense.
Because you can't perceptually ever be wrong, right? Your perception
So we
couldn't
have a-
possibly
I'm not
be
saying that.
wrong.
I'm not
Mute
saying
trench
that.
10 minutes. Hey, pause, super chat. Mirror neurons allow you to have a hard baseline for the feeling of another person. Your own experience colors the experience you feel. Shared experience is a reference to the approximation, not literally. I'm
Exactly.
assuming that's where that ends.
Mirror neurons.
French, I'm setting a timer for you. Everyone speed run what we all mean by empathy in 10 minutes, okay?
Well,
Fuck.
the point, if we go to it, and I ask you this at the beginning, is you said that you can imagine how to ride a an elephant, and then I ask you, are you gonna give any prescriptions to the people that actually ride?
But that's not
elephants and how to
empathy,
ride
though.
an
That's not how
elephant?
empathy works.
Right,
Thinking about how to ride a
Oh,
fucking elephant.
whoa!
Wait,
So
no,
now
it's
that's
not
not
empathy.
empathy.
Wait,
Good
let
one.
me- wait.
I'm great. This is amazing.
Well, hey, no, don't take a victory for what Avery's saying over what if you're asking me a question, okay?
Yes.
So I wouldn't give, just like if someone's mom died. I feel like that because you've said this before that empathy can be arrogant. I understand what you
It
mean
is
by
arrogant.
that.
It's pure
I
arrogance.
don't think it's definitionally arrogant.
It's pure arrogance.
Okay, let's let me finish.
I can
Just let me
actually
finish.
understand
Let me
what you
finish
feel.
though. Let me finish. Yeah, to truly say, like, if let's say you said, "Oh, my mom died," and I like go into my mind palace and I fucking imagine that, and I'm like, you know what, Emmett? I totally, fully understand. I exactly know what you're feeling. Yeah, there is an arrogance in that, but just for me to do my best to imagine, like Avery said, like what happened if my mom died and how would I feel? Right? That's not arrogant. It's the only arrogance would come if I trick myself into thinking I'm truly feeling exactly what it would feel like to have my mom die. That's the arrogant part.
Confluence. Let me ask you a question then. Let's say that my mom died, and I tell you, "Hey, my mom died." Do you think I tell you my mom died because I want you to feel what I'm feeling?
I don't know if you. Well, I don't know what your motivation would be, but I think it's best
do you think
for me
that is
to
the best
actually
motivation?
I think that is
motivation
for you. Like if you're wanting me to, I don't know. That's kind of a weird thing to think. I think the best thing for me to do though is to imagine what that would actually be like, right?
Really, that would be the best thing for you to do instead of saying,
to,
"Hey," instead of crying into a corner because that's probably all I would feel. Instead of doing that, be like, "Hey, I know you're going through a rough time. I'm sorry for your loss. Is there anything I can help you with?" Do you think that would be way more, a better response than just get into my head and start crying because I'm sad in accordance to you?
There's something that happens, I think, like, and this isn't like a call out. This is just a thought I've had that just like everyone that thinks that like empathy is fake, they often end up being like very anti or very, very like unempathetic. And I think there's an obvious correlation there. Well, that shouldn't be an insult because if you don't think empathy is a real thing, that should be, if anything, I'm giving you a compliment.
Because the problem is that you see empathy as a virtue, and absent the virtue of empathy, somebody is flawed or wrong or bad. Because when you say somebody doesn't have empathy, you are saying they're bad. You're not saying anything but that person is bad when you say they don't have empathy. It is a virtue signal from the ground up, buddy.
That is where the substance of the conversation should go, right there.
It's been proven scientifically that empathy is real.
Has it?
Yes.
Where does sympathy go into the people who are saying that empathy is not having empathy is bad? Thoughts on that?
Alex with the $10, who is back from the dead. The approximation is going to be wrong, but that's true of every cognitive model we make of other people, intentions, beliefs, motivations. Error doesn't invalidate the mechanism.
Yeah, except for they're not reading into people the same way. Sympathy is I feel something for you. Empathy is I feel it because you feel it. There's a whole different ballgame or realm here.
But
yes.
But that gets into the semantic thing. If I'm defining empathy as, I'm trying to imagine what it would be like if someone's mom died, and I'm trying to imagine, I don't ever have the arrogance of thinking I know exactly what that's going to feel like. And I do think there is a virtue in doing that. I would say there is a virtue in doing that.
Imagine that.
Hold on. It's not a virtue. Empathy is not a virtue.
Then why is it bad to not have it?
Mechanism.
There's virtue in doing it, I think, is what I would say.
No. Empathy isn't something you have like a choice in. You can either understand someone or not.
No, right? See, now I disagree with you, Alex.
Understand them how?
If Emmett tells me his mom died, I could just be like, "Oh, thoughts and prayers. I feel bad for you. Do you need anything?" Or I could try to actually understand him emotionally.
Being sympathetic to someone is a choice. Being empathetic or being able to understand what someone might be feeling in a given circumstance, it's not a choice. You can either do it or you can't.
What?
Oh, see, I disagree. I disagree completely.
Oh my god!
Like I can see like war footage.
What are you saying?
I can see war footage and kind of just kind of see it and not really think about it. Or I could imagine what if I was that guy that's like getting blown up, or what if I know someone who's getting blown up? And that's a choice I have.
So, Confluence, do you think that if somebody has the mental capacity to empathize with somebody, they can choose not to?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I do it all the time.
Okay, can you give me an example?
Well, like I said, with like war footage, like I can make the choice to just kind of see it and like maybe it makes me like feel a little icky on some level, but I can go the extra step of being like, what would it be like? And this is a volitional act that I can be like, what would it be like if that was like my family member? What would it be like if that's someone I knew? What if that was me?
Now you're intellectualizing it.
Entering
You're
into
intellectualizing it.
Okay,
Empathy is that first response.
I'm choosing to put myself intellectually into that situation so I can imagine what it would feel like.
But that's not what empathy is. Empathy is an emotion.
Ignore the autonomic part of the system that feeds you that information.
Empathy,
but it doesn't mean that it's not there.
Wait, you're saying
information is
hold
present
on.
whether you
Give me
want
one
it or
second.
not.
You're saying it.
Example.
Wait,
You
hold
brought
on
up
one
before-
sec, Lutch. One sec. Just give me this 1 second. So you just said it's an emotional response, but it's understanding. Okay. I just throw that out there
Who
because
said that?
understanding is not. You said it's an emotional, the underpinnings of the autonomic part, and it's understanding.
No.
Who are you talking
to? It can give you
talking to Alex?
information to understand something. Feeling empathy on its own is useless. Doing something with it is something
okay,
different.
so it's gnosis. It's emotional gnosis. Okay, I get it.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It's
gnosis.
I would okay. Yeah, he's talking about it would be Gnostic. It would be a Gnostic idea. You know now what the other person is feeling. Thus, you can actually have prescriptions.
No one is saying
Let's
that.
nail down.
That is what he just said.
Oh my fucking god!
Let's nail down the.
You can.
Let's
you
nail down
have
whether or
you
not
have
we can
knowledge
choose
of
to be
the
empathetic,
emotional
or if that
state
is
of
something
the other
that happens
person.
to you.
Good call,
You
Lutch.
have-
Good
Can
call.
you
This is why I'm
choose to be
saying- hold on.
empathetic, or is that
The reason why
something
I'm
that
saying-
happens to you? In the
The reason
same
why I'm
way
saying-
that like being hungry.
Clockwise,
You don't
snake-wise. Good question, Lutch. Clockwise, snake-wise. Trench is muted, but he'll probably be unmuted by the time we get to him. So, Brandon, yeah, can you choose to have empathy or to experience empathy, or is it something that's uncontrollable?
I think it's both. I think sometimes I'm not empathizing with somebody and then I choose to, and other times it just kind of happens to me.
I would disagree.
Based, Emmett?
I think it's fake and gay, so you cannot experience it.
Valid, but kind of gay. Kirk, if you're still there.
Not as gay as you.
And them fighting words. Kirk might be gone. He's probably studying some neo-Keynesian economics or some gay shit. Dinkus.
So this is what I would say. I would say you have a personalized emotional response based on what you're seeing or feeling, and it has nothing to do with that person. It has to do with what you're perceiving. And I don't think that that's empathy. I think that's a personal response to the world around you. So.
All right. I'll allow it. K2?
I don't have an opinion on this. I'll wait till we get to another subject. That's my opinion.
I can empathize with you not having a position, and that's a volitional act of mine. Avery?
Jesus.
No, you don't.
I mean, I think empathy is the ability to put yourself in other shoes and in another person's shoes and to try, at the very least, try to understand what the person is going through.
Wait, so the question is though, is it a choice? Can you choose to have empathy, or is it just something that automatically happens? Is there any volitional component to it?
No, I think it's a biological process within our brains. I think you either have it or you don't.
Like, I'm not supposed to be cross talking, but just to be clear, so you don't think I'm saying if you already have empathy, you have empathy, but can you choose to use that empathy or try to experience that, or is it just something that happens automatically or not?
What do you mean to use the empathy though? Like what do you mean?
Like in my example, if I saw war footage, that's how the start. If I saw war footage, I could just kind of see it, and maybe I feel a little bit bad, but I could be kind of disconnected, or I could really like try to imagine what it's like to be someone who knows that person who's dying in the war footage, and then there is a more experiential, emotional state that I could enter into by trying to put myself in that situation to the best of my imagination.
I don't understand what you're asking. Like, are you saying like, can you switch it on or off?
Yes.
No, I don't believe you can.
Agree. Just like I mean, are you done?
Yeah, I think it's you.
Okay. So yes, empathy, much like any other emotion, state of being, like Hunger is not something that you choose. It is an autonomic process of the brain. So when you hear about something, you don't get to choose, ooh, I'm not going to be empathetic about this, or I am going to be empathetic about this. Being empathetic is an involuntary response that deals with your emotions. So no, it is not a choice.
That's fascinating because okay. Alex.
So my understanding about it is that empathy comes in 3 different layers. The first one is absolutely not a choice. This is the automatic layer. It's like when you get tense when someone's really anxious around you, or when babies start crying because another baby is crying, or because when you wince because someone else gets severely hurt. These things you don't have a choice in that initial reaction. It happens before conscious thought. The second layer is where you have to show some amount of attention that you're paying to it. And this is where you have some amount of choice. If you decide to ignore it and just keep doing what you're doing, you won't go any further beyond that. If you decide to start paying attention, start listening on what they're saying, start looking at their facial features, start paying attention to what they're doing, how they're responding to certain things, these things can all build a more powerful and more coherent approximation of what you think they're feeling. And then the third one is the choice you make about what to do about it. That's the one you're talking about, and that is definitely a choice. But the first one and part of the second layer, they don't seem to be a choice for anyone. You either have it or you don't.
And then Confluence, and then we'll go to Trench because he'll be unmuted. Yeah, I actually agree with Alex's framework, because I agree, that initial, and I think other people have said this as well, that the initial thing, I don't think, and so I don't know if we're all talking past each other or not. We'll hopefully get into that in the crosstalk section, but the initial reaction. So to use my own war footage example, right, there is going to be, if I see someone blown up, there is just a guttural response to that off the rip that I don't have any choice over. But then there's a secondary thing where it's like I can choose to like kind of engage with that further. I could just be like, oh, okay, I'm gonna like not really think about that. And but then there's the other option is a volitional act, I think, of empathy, where I'm trying to imagine what it must be like to be that person and to the best of my ability. So I guess, so in that sense, the initial reaction, I agree with, I think, the way Alex is talking about the stages, where it's like, there is that guttural reaction, which is just an autonomic thing. But then there's a volitional step you can take beyond that. That's my stance. Trench, you are unmuted. Trench is free. Trench is free. If he's there. And also Kirk, if he's back. Either of you. They might both be gone. In which case, crosstalk is enabled. Everyone spurk at the same time, in the same way.
My phone's charging.
So, can anyone give an example of how you can choose this emotion?
Well, I gave it. What about my example that started this all off? The war footage thing. I see war footage. I feel like gross, kind of bad, but I can kind of just like kind of disconnect myself from it.
But that's a different question than the initial feeling. That's what I'm talking about. When you see that war footage, you don't have the choice.
The initial.
To be like, yes,
sure,
yes.
But that's not.
He did just. That's automatic.
To be clear, you're talking about conflicts. You're talking about what you are doing with your empathy. I'm asking about the empathy in the first place. So, do you have the choice when you see that war footage to not care?
No, see, okay, so maybe I think we're still defining empathy differently, because I would say empathy is me imagining, like true empathy is me imagining what it's like to be in that circumstance. That's not an autonomic thing. That's not just something that happens. I see war footage and there is maybe some like cringe element, or you see someone get kicked in the nuts and there is maybe some guttural reaction of like, ooh, like on a very like baseline level. But there's that step further that I think that's what I think most people mean when they say to empathize with somebody. They're talking about that volitional action you're taking to imagine, hey, getting kicked in the nuts really sucks. That guy's probably like in pain, And I think we even see this.
You don't even need to use a painful example.
Can we find the difference between sympathy and empathy? Because I think what you just said was sympathy.
No, because sympathy I think is feeling is feeling some degree of like bad or like some level of like, hey, this is
Right.
like I'm trying to like show compassion
Right.
here.
So you didn't get kicked in the nuts.
Empathy is trying to imagine. This is at least the definition I'm working with. You're trying to imagine what it's like to be in that situation.
Okay,
You
so
were
can you
trying to
differentiate?
enter into that?
Can you differentiate between sympathizing with somebody who's been kicked in the balls and empathizing with somebody who's been kicked in the balls?
Yeah, sympathizing. If I see if Emmett's like, hey, I got kicked in the balls, I'm like, oh man.
If Emmett's still
Yeah,
here,
that
we
must
did
like-
we
that
did a
must suck.
psychological experiment of this. I call it the little girl experiment on her tricycle, and how it ended
Sympathia. Empathy.
versus
But I think the
the
so
way
sympathy
he
would
thought
be
it
just
was going to
feeling
end were
just
two different.
a guttural, I guess,
two different
feeling
things.
bad or just giving like a kind of a basic like, yeah, this is something I have compassion because Emmett's been kicking the balls, and he's saying it's painful, and so I'm like, I have sympathy because it's painful. The extra empathetic step, I think, would me being like, what's it like? I've been kicked in the balls before. Emmett's kicked in the balls. What's that like?
Odd, we have compassion.
Can I help?
I don't
can
think
help
it's fair if
delineate
Emmett
empathy and sympathy,
explains
please,
my
just for a
experiment
minute?
or you.
I want to know if we ought to have compassion.
Hold on.
Sometimes
can I
it's
help
the
delineate
empathy,
empathy
as
and
they say.
Or who? For what?
You
Hold
should
on.
have compassion. That has nothing
what?
to do with my point.
Can you get can
We
I
ought to
please
have
delineate
compassion,
empathy and
but it's not the
sympathy
end.
just for a minute?
Holy shit. Yes, I think that's a good idea. Go ahead.
Okay. So
Are
somebody
you
can
gonna-
be empathic but be incapable of sympathy. All right. This
What's
would be
wait.
like a yes.
Is
This would be something
empathic
like
different than empathetic?
That's one of the rare agreements I'll
yeah.
grant.
So hold on, just hold on. Okay.
This is
There's certain versions of there's certain people who have really strong in the dark triad, whatever you want to call it. There's certain psychopaths with a very strong cognitive empathy. They can understand exactly how someone feels, but they don't feel any concern for
I can
them.
describe to you how the next 15 minutes is going to go.
exactly.
Yeah. There's people who have sympathy without empathy. Often,
This
when you
is
hear like, let's say you hear about an earthquake in another country, you can feel bad for the victims, but you don't actually simulate the experience they're going through.
this is exactly why I call it
the
woo woo.
weaponized empathy,
How is
just
that
like
woo-woo?
No,
just
no,
like
the first-
this is the
imagination is
sympathy
woo-woo.
without
No,
empathy.
Just like
no,
just
the
like
first
Feel
wait.
issue.
Oh my
Confluence.
God.
Go back to what he initially said.
One day,
He said
one
there
day
are
we'll
some
have this
people
debate.
that have a greater level of understanding. People who walk around calling themselves empaths, how they can understand people when they walk into a
He didn't
room.
say empaths. Okay, empath is a bit woo woo.
He said empathic.
Empathic
He
is
did
not
not
the
say
same as an
empathetic.
empath.
He did not say empathetic. He
I
said
don't think-
empathic.
I don't think Alex
I
meant to invoke the concept of empath.
No, there's no one
that
who's
you
a
can
fucking
like
empath that can
telepathically.
actually
That's why
feel
I
someone
asked.
else's feelings.
No,
That's
I
fucking
actually think
ridiculous.
that empaths exist, but disregard
Well,
that part.
you're woo woo.
Because I am
that's
a little
fine.
woo woo. Okay.
No, I have
Talk
never and
this.
will never accept that there's a fucking person who can actually feel what I'm feeling at any given time.
I think they
You
can
may be able
sense
to
it though.
approximate my
Oh.
emotions. You
In a
cannot
woo-woo way.
experience my emotions.
Deception and theatricality.
Yes.
Yeah, because of the example I was going to give earlier, because you don't need to give a pain example for empathy. You could see somebody surfboarding and try to model their mind as they're surfboarding. Like what are they
we are
experiencing? How do they
initiated.
feel? Like
This
you
is
can
why
do
I
that. You can
the
choose.
example of
I think
that
you
So I
can
can
choose
watch
to
a
do
woman
that.
and I can be a
Right,
woman
but
because I can.
wait,
And
how-
Emmett said
the
he
woman,
can't
right?
imagine what it's like to ride an elephant, which is why I think that's crazy. Because I can definitely imagine it's not going to be the same,
Wait,
but I can definitely.
But
I've
I've
ridden
ridden
a
an
horse
elephant,
before.
so
I know
But
what
why
it's
does
like.
riding an
Like,
elephant
I
have
can
to
imagine.
invoke an
Hold on,
emotion?
what are the
Todd,
connotations to empathy,
If
though?
you've never ridden
Why
on
does
anything
riding an
before in your
an
life, not a
elephant have
horse,
an
not a
emotion
land, not
attached
anything, if
to
you've
it?
never
Yeah,
seen somebody riding,
exactly.
could
Where's
you
the
imagine
emotion?
when
I'm
somebody
too drunk.
experiences
I need
riding
to
an
go to
elephant?
bed, guys. I'm sorry. I'm drunk.
That's
I need
my
to go
whole
to bed. I
point,
love you
Abe.
all.
Have a good
Feel
night,
better, Lutch.
Lutch.
Seven's
Take care,
lunch.
buddy.
Confluence.
That's
Alex,
like where
I
I would
heard
like
your
to have
question. Yes,
the good.
I think the
Great
more
argument.
you know about the experience, like let's say you've only
Bye,
let's say if
Jesus.
you've ridden on a horse, then yes, you can
Bye,
better empathize what it's like to ride a different animal. If you've never ridden on anything, if you don't have a concept of riding, if you're in like a Mary's room situation, then yeah, your ability to empathize is going to be very limited. So, like, if someone who's been through,
So
let's
what's
say,
my
a genocide, I have very little
when you
idea of what that's
say-
even like. So I
hold
can
on.
try, but it's going to be like kind of
Hold
a
on.
weak empathy that's not
So-
not approximating
But
super well.
when you
has to
say-
be
So I can look at a
100%
woman and I
when
can
you
be a woman because
say-
I can have the same framework.
when you
right?
say you're
Yeah, if you want to straw
empathizing
man it, sure,
how
Emmett.
someone
I'm
feel-
asking. It's a question, not a straw man. I'm asking.
Hold on, you can't empathize what it feels like.
Hold
to
on,
ride
hold
an
on, hold on,
elephant.
hold on. I'd like to hear that
Gosh.
again. What was that, Emmett?
So I have at least I've seen a woman in the past. Okay, so
Something about
the
the
fact
woman.
that I have experience with a woman in the past because I talked to them, that means that I can go into the framework. So I have access to their framework, so I can be a woman, right?
No, you
No.
can make predictors.
Why not? I can get into the framework.
You have
That's not my
access to
point.
a certain layer of a framework. You don't have access to the whole framework.
But you can understand how they feel, right?
No. You can
What do
approximate
you
what they
mean?
feel.
No, you have you don't have empathy, Alex?
You can approximate what they feel, and you can derive.
No, it's not even approximate.
Then
It's like
through that,
it has
nothing
to be
do with
100.
You guys
It's not. Hooks only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades.
all these
Well,
weird.
no,
fucking
no,
Nobody's
no,
gonna
no.
hear anything you guys are
But
trying
so
to
do
say.
you guys.
with the
But
actual
so do you
empathy.
guys.
Like you guys are all talking at the same time.
The whole problem is that
That is true.
I
That
could
is
cut.
true.
I could cut to the inception of the usage and the definition
I
and
don't
show
care
where
about
and
that.
why and how. Okay, if we've been using it similarly
Please finish
since
what
its
you were going to say,
inception,
Abe.
if we've been using it similarly, its entire inception,
Okay.
and it's been utilized specifically for certain things and continued to propagate in those things, and then common parlance picked it up and started using it for their own things.
I wanted to know what you were going to say.
That
though.
doesn't
You were,
mean-
like, onto something like before he interrupted you, like I am doing. I'm sorry for that.
It's hard for me to remember where I was going. I look. The
You said
thing is, there's
you can.
oh, you can track it from its inception
Yes.
and see the utilization of the word and the purpose of the word. And you say you don't care.
Okay.
I understand you may not care,
Okay.
but if we
I
continually
agree with
track
that.
it from that time forward, you'll see there's an actual case usage for the word that is not real and not good. And then
Yes.
we've picked it up in popular culture and used it completely separately, and then act like
thing,
it's a
but yes.
real true thing, but
I
then
can-
it's still weaponized constantly
Hold
as a
on.
concept, not as a
And see,
reality.
So hold on. I can actually
agree
agree with you on all of that, but it still
Man,
doesn't
I love it when
change
we
the
fucking
reason
land
why I
planes.
argue on this. The reason I argue on this is because empathy, whatever word, whatever definition, whatever you wanna give it.
Perception. Would anybody use that
What?
with empathy? Perception, like in Fallout. Your
No,
perception.
empathy is
goes
a
up.
reaction. Empathy is the
Okay,
reaction
see,
from
I
sympathy.
categorically disagree with that. Mine is more like
Like I don't believe in. To me, I honestly like. I don't believe in empathy, but I believe it's the reaction through sympathy, basically.
Voltaire,
in
you're gonna
these people's
disagree
eyes.
with
You're
everything.
gay as well, Voltaire. So
because
disappointing,
you're a
man.
contrary
Well,
fucking
to be
douchebag.
No. I mean,
No, I
like,
can't take-
I mean,
anything- like, Abe,
I guess
I
it's,
could have
it's
a
the false.
disagreement
Hold on.
and
It's
debate
the, I
with
guess
Abe
it's the
in
false
good faith.
understanding. It's the false understanding that you can actually
Not you.
understand what these people are feeling at a time. So to me, it's a through their false
But
understanding.
100% of the time, when you're empathizing, you have to be correct. There's no sort
No,
of
you
prejudice
don't.
in the scenario.
Wait, why is that?
What?
Who stated that?
Because otherwise,
Fucking
how are you
trench.
sharing?
I do have a question.
I-
about,
well,
about
yeah, I
being
guess,
able-
yeah.
being able
So-
to be a
so-
woman and
Thank
get
you,
into the
Abe,
state
for
of a woman.
fucking
Why
keeping
can't I
up.
get into the state of a woman if I have
So
empathy?
hold on. If I can finish
I
really
argue
quick
that
before
this
I
was
go,
actually a
'cause I do
masculine
have to
thing
go now.
first before
Wait,
we
but
tried
Alex,
to
let
put it over
Alex
to the
say-
universe.
Alex.
And so I understand Emmett's position 100%.
Trench.
Trench, are you Alex?
So
He's
No, but I'm
empathizing
tired
with
of
him.
having debates
Yeah.
through simpleton, but when really they're trying to fucking
Let Alex
challenge my
talk.
position.
Let Alex talk.
But I'm
please.
tired of people defending my position with trash.
I don't care what you're tired of.
Yeah.
I'm not going to even
Well,
empathize
yeah, man,
with you
just-
being tired. Okay, just
Just make your argument, man.
It's a
Don't get
volitional
all out
act,
of
and I'm
bent
choosing
out
not
of fucking
to.
shape.
So-
Alex, go
I've
ahead.
been
what
very
I'm trying to
upfront
say,
about it.
Abe,
Thank
is
you.
that whatever
Abe.
whatever the initial intent is, whatever people try and use it as, it still refers to something that's real, something that's measurable, something that we
No.
can actually
Empathy
see.
is measurable. What are you
Let me
talking
finish.
about?
Let me finish.
No, because you're just saying stupid shit. If that's
It's,
the
it is
entirety of your
absolutely
argument, what does it
measurable.
matter?
You can see it on MRI scans.
You can
Oh my
see
gosh, we can
movement
see it.
and action
Yeah,
in
we
the
can do
brain.
that through sympathy.
We can see that when someone
It's not in the
experiences
brain. They can't
something
measure it
in front of
biologically. It's
you,
questionnaire.
the same part of your
Clinically,
brain that's experienced this
methodologically.
before
The
activates
the
and gives you those
methodology
same
of
emotions,
emotion.
regardless of the fact that you're not the one
Whoa,
experiencing
Voltaire.
it. Yes, we can see this in
Voltaire,
MRI
your
scans.
So-
Well, there you're aiming.
So the question
This is literally
becomes,
what they call
Alex,
mirror neurons.
right? I get it. We have confirmed that mirror neurons do have a reaction. My question to you would be: is there a way to isolate
In
and tell that it's
women-
exactly that, or is it possible that we're seeing multivariant things happen within the brain and we're not sure?
So,
like, for
It's not
instance,
in
if
the
somebody's
brain.
feeling
It's not
empathy,
in
does
the
it show the
brain.
same?
The brain.
Does it show the same thing in SPECT scans?
So the way they've done it is they will let's say they'll, while you're in an MRI, they will poke you. You'll have a
They're
pain
gonna use
response
MRI.
and an emotional response,
Mm.
and then later
That's not how any
they'll
of it
let
works.
they'll have you watch someone else get poked, and they can see the same emotional parts of the brain
He's describing
turn
the
on.
skin.
Okay. Right.
Can I
That's,
ask something?
that's
That
mirror
basically
neurons.
gives you some
There you go.
semblance of understanding of what they're feeling, but you don't actually feel what they're feeling.
That's in the
obviously.
brain. They don't know where anything's stored in the brain. They don't have a fucking clue. The only thing, they don't even know what emotion you're feeling. The only thing they know is you're having a biological response for sympathy. That's it.
Yeah,
It's
like
not sympathy. Sympathy
But
means you
nobody's read the
care.
methodology.
I don't have
Nobody's
to
read
care
the
about somebody
methodology.
Can we actually-
to
And I'm not going
can
to
any
do
of
it.
it-
empathize with what they're feeling.
the question is, can any of us actually feel what somebody else is feeling?
No, you don't
No,
Voltaire,
actually
you joined,
feel it.
Voltaire, you joined late, so this has already been clarified. So, but I'll say it. So, no
Yeah,
one when you're
sorry,
saying empathy,
sorry.
it's not your fault. No one when they're saying empathy means that you can literally actually be the other person.
Okay, so
have all their
okay.
same requirements. So we're trying.
So we're just going to negate that
imagining-
understanding of empath. Okay.
Well, we're not talking
imagining.
about empaths.
And
We're not
empath-
talking about
That's
empaths. We're
But
not
that's
talking
not
about
the
empaths. To be
1980s
clear.
clinical
This is like
definition
woo.
that I
This is like
ascribe
woo.
to, that
Hold on. I
I'm
just want to know. Hold on. I just want to know what I missed. You guys are all talking
Yeah.
at the same time
Yeah.
again.
It is being weaponized because Abe is also correct in its
Yes,
weaponization.
people have been absolutely weaponizing empathy as a way to force people to shut up or to force them to either
Yes, I
acquiesce
agree
or
with
look
Abe.
bad.
But
Yes,
but
I agree. That's absolutely happened.
what's it called? A word
It doesn't mean
concept
that empathy
fallacy,
isn't real,
because
though.
they're not
That's a fucking
using
that's a
they're
dumbass
not
stick to go with.
using empathy. What they're doing is they're using these sympathetic
Concept.
response.
The concept of empathy.
Simping. We used to
What's
have
the
a word
that's
for
what
it
that's the whole problem with
linguistically, and
virtue.
we
Sorry, go ahead.
quit
My
simping
bad,
for
my
that
bad.
hoe. We used to do it. We used to say it all the time.
But that's
Before the
not,
women's
people
got the
aren't being
universities,
empathic when
and
they
then
sing.
found an interesting phenomena and then weaponized it from themselves, because maybe some
Well,
of the eggheads that took the Kabbalah and turned it into psychology
Based red
were
pill.
onto
Well,
a little bit of something, which is why Kabbalah is heresy promoting
That's-
dark arts.
so-
Oh, where's
Can
Maryland?
Can we throw this out real quick? Let's just codify something really quick, okay? So empathy's inception came from empathia, which meant something different in its origin. That's fine. I
What
understand
did
that
it
we do
mean?
that with language. It meant
What did it
to
mean?
But it came from
it
sympathy,
meant
though, as its root. And they used
Right.
the word perception. They used
Right.
perceive. They used that. They
And
had
so-
a word for it. It was perception.
And so the original word of empathia was meant to be caught up in the emotional response of another. So like rage, like anger, and it was frowned upon
Yes,
by
and they
the
used
Greeks
word-
and the
They
Romans.
used the word sympathy.
They saw it as
They
a social
specifically used the
contagion.
word-
They
Okay,
saw it as a
sure.
social contagion. And so what happens is in 1908, you see a
female
man
trait.
in a college bring back the word empathia, and he coins it as empathy. And he uses
No,
that
but
to
this
say
is
that
where we
humans
break
can
down,
cast
though,
their
right
wait,
there.
wait, just wait. That people can cast their
that's not
emotional
right.
state into art. They can feel the art, and the art can feel into them. These are parts of
That's
how it started.
disingenuous.
Then it was grabbed. Then it was grabbed up by the suffrage movement and said that we could feel the emotional state of the women who had suffered under the hands of men and that they needed their liberation, and that we had to empathize with them. We had to be in the struggle with them. We had to be in their state with them. And it has been utilized that way repeatedly ever since and seen as a virtue. And absent any empathy for a situation, even if you disagree with the situation, has been seen as a slight against society. And that is how it has trended forward since its inception to now. It is still used as a conceptual weapon.
I think the breakdown happened, and honestly, if I was to give it a day, and me and my 12 different AIs have argued about this, and we're still arguing about it. But we got it zeroed around like 1994-ish is when, it was before the institution of psychology was taken over by women, but at the point when the ideological battle for, I guess for lack of a better word, and I hate saying this just because it's too simple, but the weaponization of empathy.
You and your 12 AIs have narrowed that down to in the 90s.
Yeah, 94.
Okay.
If
You don't think women have taken over psychology way
No.
decades before that?
And it doesn't. They don't physically overtake the institution till 2008 ish, and then you see more women becoming psychologists.
So,
and then you start seeing.
Wait, what? Then how did they take it over if they're not going to? Sorry,
life coaches,
Doesn't
and then
make
you
any
start
sense.
seeing the weaponization of the word narcissist, which is completely.
How come women
divorced
take
from
over
its
psychology
clinical-
8 years before they even, or fucking 10 years before they
This
even
is
took
why I
over
hate you
psychologists?
so much, Voltaire.
Psychology's been gay for at least 70 years.
So
Trench.
hold on,
Like,
hold
at
on.
least
Why do you hate me so
70
much?
years.
No.
Go ahead, go ahead. Hold on. Give him time to tell me why you hate me so much.
Translation from
I would have to.
It was
I would
at
like
its
to
most
ask-
base.
That's the German
And
root.
70 years ago,
Yeah,
it understood
which means feeling
that
into,
women were
not
fucking
Yeah.
creatures
Feeling
of
into.
an emotion.
fucking sympathy,
Feeling
and that they were
into.
they behaved like children. Are you kidding
Yeah,
me?
I
wish
think
we
they
had
use it as an
psychology of
aesthetic
70
type
fucking
thing,
years ago.
didn't they?
It believed in
Why am
God.
I hated so much?
I'm just saying. I don't know that
you
it's. I don't know that it's.
And this is
I
why I
don't
hate
know
the
why.
postmodernist version of the world where we can't use classic definitions. We can't use classic definitions of fascism. We can't use classic definitions of empathy.
No, exactly,
We can't use classic
exactly.
definitions of sympathy. And this is all a part of the Maoist Big Five strategy.
Everything's
Old
proprietary
words,
now.
old
Well, if you
norms,
can change the definition and
culture.
hold its
It
fucking
can't be
value, then
proprietary. You can change the
they can do whatever they
definition.
want.
Refer to something briefly.
Language,
And a woman is no longer a
descriptive,
fucking
though, in a
woman.
way, right? And even Abe, acknowledged this, right? That
Yes.
how empathy was used at the beginning isn't necessarily the etymological roots. It's not necessarily how it's used
And I'm
now.
stuck in
Yeah,
the 80s.
that's what I was.
I'm
That's
stuck
where I was
between
talking about. Yeah, because it's like
1985 and fucking
all definitions have been
1998, dude.
changed
That's where I
so
am.
that it fits their narrative, but it holds the same power as it used to.
But that's not. You're making it seem like it's some evil thing, Voltaire. But that is also just a natural thing that happens.
No, I understand. Okay, yeah, but it's two different things. We're talking about two different things, though. Obviously, there's a place that it's is natural, right? But this is not natural. They're actually
Even that
forcing
isn't a
upon this.
fascist fucking America. It's actually quite a
Can we not confluence?
Trent,
I
shut
think
up.
what happens is you all acknowledge that empathy can be weaponized. I agree with that, but just because something can be weaponized, we shouldn't throw out the baby with the fucking bathwater, right? Empathy can be used as a weapon, but that doesn't
Right.
follow that all empathy is a
What
weapon.
the problem I have, Confluence, is it's a conglomeration of emotions and reactions that they've placed under one hood and then used as a virtue for people. You could say I'm understanding. You could say I'm caring. You could say I understand. What is empathy? It is supposedly this conglomeration of all the good things that have to do with your emotional state for other people, and then you carry that around like it's some magic power.
That's not my definition, and I
It
pulled
is,
even
though.
from
So you guys don't
from
know.
a
We know
basic
that's not
dictionary
true because
definition
there's
last
people-
time.
Hold on. Let fucking confluence answer. Hold on. This was directed toward confluence. This was directed towards confluence. This was directed towards confluence. I don't understand. I'm trying to. I want to know confluence's answer.
What the fuck is going on?
I think it's like that my definition, which again is one of the like Merriam-Webster's definition. So it's not like I'm not using some like esoteric definition, right? Is not some weird hodgepodge, right? It's just the simple act of like trying to imagine what it's like to be in someone else's experience, right? And so I don't think that's not throwing everything under one umbrella. It's just like doing your best to imagine what it's like to be in someone else's position, right? It's just, and maybe your imagination is wrong. Maybe it's inaccurate. It's obviously always going to be incomplete. But I don't think that's the amorphous thing that you were talking about. Abe, and some people mean it that way.
Is there an
but
odd?
imagine
Should you
what
with that
imagining yourself
that
in somebody else's
knowledge
shoes, is that
or the
real or is that
feeling
imagined?
or whatever you're
That's
doing?
imagined, of
Is there an
course.
odd?
It's all
ascribed to
imagined.
it?
It's obviously imagined. Yes.
Definitionally, it's imagined.
It's literally
Is there a
all in
duty?
your head.
Is there an imperative?
There's no like external connection between you and someone else.
This
that
is my
allows you to
problem
feel
with the
it.
linguistic
No one-
war.
Shut up, Trench.
Hey, Confluence, I got a
I guess I don't get to ask him a question.
It's why I think it's sympathy, not empathy, because sympathy you can imagine they're fucking. You give them sympathy through
sympathy
the imagined feeling of them.
That you feel. Sympathy are the emotions that you feel. Empathy is the act
where
of
are those
imagining
emotions
that you're
coming
putting
from?
yourself.
Sympathy is what you feel for.
We don't
others.
even
It's
know
your feeling.
the emotions.
exactly.
You can't know somebody's emotion. All we know is that there is a biological.
That's why you feel sympathy. That's why you feel sympathy.
Think about it. We went over that
I
hour
asked
ago,
a
Trench.
question.
You're not
Confluence,
feeling
and
it. You're
I'm
imagining
about
what it's like to
leave.
be in their position.
Emmett's about to leave.
Imagining is not what empathy
Emmett, get the
is.
close.
Okay, well, let Emmett says he has to go, so let's hear from
I'm
Emmett.
about to leave. I have a couple of questions for you. So I really would like to know. Okay, if I have access to the mental state of a person I have empathy with, so I can just get into the mental state of a woman, right?
You can't get.
No, you don't. You don't have. You're wrong off the rip. You don't have. Nothing I've said
There's an intelligence curve
would
to
say that you have
Wait,
the access to the
Fuck
mental
up
state
part.
of being a woman. You don't have access to the mental state.
Stupid people
I
can't
have a question. I
empathize.
have a question. I'm not done. I'm done with questions. So if a woman tells me I gave birth, I cannot have empathy for that bitch, right?
It would be like I said with when Alex was asking, like if you had never ridden a horse, how could you know it's like to ride an elephant? Yeah, it's like it would be. You could maybe try, but it's going to be the more you've.
Is
the
it
more
sympathy
you've
or
been in
empathy?
the more you've been in an experience, the better you would be able to empathize. Under my definition, right, of like you're imagining being in someone's situation. So for
So
me,
the
to
more
imagine
times
giving
Emmett
birth-
has a baby,
Wait.
Well,
No,
yeah,
no,
if he's had a baby before, absolutely, he could empathize
Or watch
way
baby
better with
videos,
someone
or
who's
read
had
baby
a
books,
baby.
or read the journals of
on.
women that have had
Let-
babies.
Guys, let Emmett finish.
Confluence.
yeah, my bad.
Wait, I've talked to women before. I have experience being around women. I have a mom. Why wouldn't I be able?
Everybody
to
has
get
a
into
mom.
would I?
We venerate the
Well,
theater.
I don't know. Some people don't. Some people just don't.
Some
or
people have
act
two
like they
dads.
don't. So the
I didn't have a
point
dad.
is,
Some people don't have
Confluence.
fucking a mom, dude. Next.
We're letting Emmett has to go. Okay, too. So we're
the
letting
point
Emmett.
is, I have experience with this. Let's say that I have. I'm not. It's not an elephant, but I've been around a lot of horses. So why wouldn't I be able to just get into the mental state of a woman and have the empathy for them?
Because the closer you can, the whole point of empathy is that you're using your own experiences to imagine what it's like to be inside of them. So to be to have it's definitely imagine. It's definitely imagine. That's what it is.
Mo, it's my
So
bad.
if
Go ahead, Emmett. Go ahead.
If you're not a woman and you've never had a baby, it's very
Hold on. Let's
position.
I didn't mean to fucking interrupt, but Confluence. Continue and
all
so
the same shit of pregnancy.
Wait,
because
as the empath that I am now, since I've been enlightened by.
Stop confusing empath with empathy. Stop doing that. I know you're maybe joking, but like, just stop.
It's the root word. Holy fuck, it's the root word.
No, empath is something totally different, Voltaire.
The only time anyone uses the word empath as a real fucking thing is when they're talking about a dark empath from the fucking dark triad,
Yes.
okay?
Yes. That's why you hate
Don't
it.
confuse empath with empathy, so I can't argue that empathy is different from sympathy. Oh,
After women took over the
Empath is a
psychological
different
field.
concept, Voltaire. If
As
we
a
use the word
super-
empath, that ties into like the woo-woo
after the
stuff. It's
battle
a
of it,
different thing.
explain empath and then explain the definition of empathy.
Empath is thinking that empath would be more like the straw man that a lot of people use, where it's like you're claiming that you can actually like sense and feel what someone else and really feel what they're thinking. That's like an empath. It's like a spiritual thing that people think would be like, I'm an empath.
Empathy.
I know. I'm just saying, if we're saying empath, that's an incredibly different thing from empathy. I know they sound the same.
It's incredibly different. It's incredibly different.
It's just like, you ever see that astrology and astronomy are so close, but they mean like
really, you think it's that different? You think it's that different?
I think it's apples and fucking, I don't know.
Do you? That's crazy.
It literally is. If you know what words mean, it literally is. It's like,
the way I see you seeing it is apples and kumquats. It's literally still orange, but it's different. But it's not even like that.
Words mean, Voltaire. With all due respect, you have no idea what those words mean. With all due respect, you have no idea.
Why does it make sense if one person says empath and there's someone who can like through their actual existence feel through somebody, and empathy means something. Hold on, empathy is something that somebody feels, but they don't actually feel it. It's too close to not mean the root word is actually the fucking root word.
What is an empath?
Astronomy, you dumb fuck.
Voltaire, what is an empath?
I love you, Voltaire, but you're like so retarded right now if you think about it.
Voltaire, what's an empath? Define it, please.
Well, explain. Okay. Somebody explain how I'm retarded.
Hold on.
My mom took Tylenol, but explain how I'm retarded.
I just want to finish my line of questioning. As the super empathetic person that I am, and I can get into the mind of others, especially women. So I can just be a woman, right?
No,
because I already explained why.
You
So I guess you
become
were
something you can
listening. I
empathize
don't
with.
care to listen.
Framework of reference. I like, why couldn't I be a woman if I'm getting into the framework of reference and feeling what they're feeling?
Because woman means more than just someone's emotional state.
You wouldn't know what it's like to be a woman because you have a dick.
Other people.
Oh, perfect, Avery. Thank you for explaining why empathy is fake and gay. Thank you so much. Thank you for saying why every fucking trans person is also fake and gay. And also,
I feel like
if I can read the Bible, then I can become God, right?
077.
By the time I saw the
directly into that one,
Nobody can hear anything. If I can't hear anything, nobody can hear anything.
Emmett.
Well done, everyone.
If I can read the Bible, I can become God, right?
Yes, that's
Wait,
exactly
what?
what it means.
That is the craziest.
I thought you're proving his point even further.
No, that relation is
becoming a woman is the same shit.
Unequivocal. Come on, that's retarded.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he's saying. That's how retarded what he's saying is.
Emmett, get the rope.
Please.
As the
The panel's off the rails, K2, okay.
All right,
Lord.
all right.
That's how stupid what he's
Compliments,
saying
you need to dial down on
because
this.
I can empathize with someone.
Dial down on this shit.
Hey,
Like
good
fucking
job,
dumbass.
as a super empathetic person,
And then we
that
just
you
have
are,
a
you should
tree
be able
party
to
till
read the
the
Bible
sun
and become
fucking
God and
goes.
get into their same framework. That's
Okay,
that's
any
how
more
it goes,
questions
right?
other than
Should
just
it
Are you on your phone?
Thank you for
Okay,
having
so
me
Compliments,
on.
can you bring up the link, the last link that I posted?
Ask me how I knew.
Yeah, in the back chat, please.
I'm using my
saying
empathy
hi.
right now.
Anyway,
Voltaire
thank you
is
very much for.
Apparently that worked for about 0.5 seconds.
halfway. He's
Thank
halfway
you very
into it.
much for having me on, Conference. Good to see you, Abe. Good to see you.
Yep.
Alex,
Love you,
good to
Emmett.
see everybody, to be honest.
Hey, Con.
Later, you little
But yes,
European
stop being
cigarette rage
fake and
baiter.
gay.
Later, Emmett.
Well, Avery,
I
I
know
just
you
want to
do,
tell
brother.
you one thing, okay? You look like a Mexican, and I hate all Mexicans, especially the ones that are retarded enough not to know Spanish.
Avery does look like a Mexican. That's true.
Listen,
I'm like
Emmett.
the
I like
polar
it.
opposite from that. That's the funny
Yeah,
thing.
I like. Hold on. I like Emmett and Avery. You showed your chops last night, so shut the fuck up about Emmett. I like you both.
Fuck you.
Well, fuck yourself.
You guys
You
just
do
want
every day.
memes
You
already.
do. I guarantee it.
I do. Well, twice a week.
Oh my gosh.
But Confluence, I think
Abe, you're
please pull
robotic.
up the link that I put in the back
Abe,
chat, or at least
you have
everyone look at it. It
communication.
gives very two distinct differences between sympathy and
Mr.
empathy.
President.
Let's reel this back in just a little bit.
Yeah,
and
but I
see
mean,
if
this
we
is
agree
just
with
one
this.
person's thing. But yeah, sympathy is a. Oh wait, can you guys see it? No, you can't.
Hey, I gotta go. So you guys have a good night.
No. Oh, sounds Alex.
See ya.
God bless you.
You
Because I think these are really good examples of
Alex,
what
hold
these
on.
actually are.
What?
Who's
I
it
was gonna
from?
say if Mel wasn't on there, I wouldn't have been in war with you because Trench was annoying Mel and it gave me pleasure. Just
Oh no! I
so you
totally
know.
understood that. Yeah, it was just after the fact that turned to shit.
I mean,
Have a good night.
Andrew doesn't believe in empathy either, and that's cool. I could be my own boy.
Does
But
he
it's
not?
real.
It's not.
You don't get to complain. You don't get to complain that you're getting your ass kicked with weaponized empathy through the women's.
That
And
doesn't make it
empathy
real.
not being-
Abe,
well,
you're roboting, brother.
Weaponized
Abe, you're
empathy is like what the left is doing to manipulate people on the left, right?
Yeah, I think
you
both
have
of you
to feel
guys see
bad
the
about these
blueprint
people.
of
You know what I mean?
whatever they're
They've
calling
manipulated
empathy.
people
Would that
on
be
the
an example?
right,
Has
and
made
they definitely
empathy.
use it to manipulate people on the left.
It's like George Washington
you know what I
died
mean, though, right, Alex?
without
What's
knowing
that?
dinosaurs were
But
real.
do you know the comparison that I'm trying to make? I know I don't always
That
make
keeps
sense
me up
sometimes,
at
but like,
night,
I'm trying
No,
to.
I
Weaponized
get you.
empathy
Yeah.
would be a really good thing about what the elites are doing
And
with
it
the
seems
left.
stupid on its surface, but there's been
All right.
lots of
Good night,
nights
guys.
with no sleep.
Later,
Nice talking to you. Adrian.
Alex.
God bless.
Let me throw a quick question out here. Can something be conceptual and not real?
Did you just hear what I said? That keeps me up about.
Well, yes,
George
obviously.
Washington?
But empathy isn't conceptual.
But dinosaurs are real, right?
They were. The fuck?
Lizards
At
are
least
real.
some kind of lizard thing that was from a long time ago that we can at least 6,000 years minimum.
We have the bones of them in
That's
museums.
all, and that's all I ever go back to. It's like, yeah, there's this like 50K.
Anyways, Abe, what were you saying?
Neolithic
I was saying that something can be conceptual and not real, and he says that people can complain that people are using weaponized empathy against you. Just because somebody uses a claim of empathy doesn't mean empathy is there or real. It's a claim of a conceptual basis. It isn't
That's
though.
one aspect of my argument. This is a full blown like.
I could say I perceive something and then use my perceptive claim against you. It doesn't make it true or real.
Is the perceptive claim
Well, hold on.
sympathy?
Abe, could you give me an example of that?
Yes,
What, like using a perceptive? I could perceive that something happened that did not happen and say that you did something you did not do. That would be me using something against you that I perceptually see or believe to be true. That doesn't make it true or real.
But I don't understand how this compares with empathy, though.
Yeah,
I don't
like
understand how
why?
My definition too. If he's giving his.
I'm not giving a definition. I'm giving a state that people don't. They seem to think that because like you keep saying, oh, it's tracked in the brain. We know that there's a reaction in the brain.
No,
Great. That reaction has nothing to. Not you, Trench.
Never once said that.
Not you,
Not you,
Trench. We're not
Trench.
talking to you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, fuck.
Just because you can track that something is being a response is being elicited within the brain because of a skin surface contact or a pain contact, and that somebody else also has a brain chemistry reaction by witnessing that thing, does not actually mean that that's empathy. It just means that there is a auto response within the human mind that makes people feel something in response to other people feeling something.
Empathy.
What do you call it? What do you call it though?
No,
instead of
it's
sympathy.
not
My wife just this is I'm listening to my wife and
if that's the case,
as we know it, that's
Avery,
how lie detector tests work. That's how the skin conductance tests work.
yeah, if that's the case, Avery, then every perceptive response of a human being, every perceptive response of a human being would be under the boat of empathy, even if it's completely false.
No, that doesn't make any sense, Abe. That makes no sense because we have obviously normal responses to certain fucking. Hold on, no. We have obvious response. We have obvious response.
That's my exact.
Go ahead.
That's my exact
Whoever,
point.
if you think that you can argue this better than me, then go ahead.
He just did. He nuked you from orbit with it.
What was his argument?
He just literally said any emotional feeling that you get happens to fucking deal with any action.
Yes, because it's
any action that creates a fucking emotional response is
actual.
My point.
Measure
My point
from
is
your brain to your medulla oblongata to your fucking spinal cord to the fucking individual nerves and nervous system in your very fiber of your being, sympathetic nervous system by the Latin medical definition of the word, the realm I can only fight out of in 4.
My point That's my entire point. My entire point would be anything that has to do with mirror neurons, even if they have nothing to do with what you are calling empathy, you would still have to call this empathy under the brain scan of any kind. If you saw any mirror neuron action, you would have to call that empathy, and it could
That's not even a part
completely
of the, that's
be
not even a part
not.
of the test. That's a completely different phenomenon.
Okay.
That we're noticing.
I have two
hold
examples,
on. This
right?
is important for the empirical. That we're noticing in females, women have more of
Here we
these
go again,
mirror
dude, with the shit.
neurons, whatever they are. Oh yeah, you with the facts again. That's been the theme.
No, why does everything have to always go back to females and the female condition and shit like that?
You're not
Why?
giving anything at this point.
Real. Never
'Cause
mind.
what's
It don't
real?
matter. You can play the tape. Biology.
Be
Biology is
taller,
a real thing that
babe,
we measure.
you idiot.
It's how we know CPR.
So I
wife.
have. Hold on. I'd like to read these to y'all and see if y'all agree
It's
with them
how
or not.
that
if
we
it
don't
makes
know what
sense
your
to y'all,
emotional
okay?
response is, but
Trench,
if we give
hold
you
on,
some
dude.
fucking Valium,
Hold on.
it might
It
cause
needs to be
you-
taller. It needs
Trench? Can you
arms
wait,
now.
Trench? Can you wait, Trench? Just wait a second. Can you not have a
He's a
fucking
short
comment or
block.
rebuttal to fucking everything? Please,
Make it
just let me
taller.
say this.
Ditto needs to be taller.
Avery, only if Confluence would take control of the panel.
I know, dude. Like, fuck. Like, Trench,
He's
you just
not gonna
come in
stop
here
me
and
from
fucking
dropping
crash
this
and derail
elbow.
everything. It makes it impossible.
not
for people to
tall.
have a
Not a
fucking
derailment. You
conversation.
did my fucking point.
Confluence is
It's
trench
in the
fatigue,
point.
okay?
Like,
It's
shit,
in with the
Trench, can
point.
you let other people talk? You don't have to have a fucking comment, response, or rebuttal
Dude,
to
I've been
everything
muted.
someone says. Like, fuck. Okay, so I'm going to ask the panel, I'm going to read this off, and I'm going to ask the panel for your opinions on this to see if you understand it or to see if you agree with it. Okay, are we good on that? All right,
Sure.
so sympathy. Sympathy is a feeling and expression of concern for someone, often accomplished by a wish to make them happier or better off. An example of sympathy is feeling concerned after finding out someone has cancer and hoping the treatment goes well for him or her. In general, sympathy applies a deeper, more personal level of connection, more personal level of concern than pity. Pity is really just the expression of sorrow. However, sympathy does not imply that someone's feelings for another person are based off of shared experiences or emotions. That is empathy. Empathy is the ability to recognize and share another person's emotions. Empathy requires the ability to recognize the suffering of another person from his or her point of view. It also means openly sharing another person's emotions, including painful distress. Empathy is often confused with sympathy, pity, and compassion. These feelings are just recognition of another person's distress. So empathy is the act of you thinking and putting yourself into the other person's shoes based on your own life experiences. Brandon, you haven't said anything in a while. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, that sounds like how I would typically use that language. That sounds about...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Abe, what about you? Abe, we can't hear you. You're muted, buddy.
Sorry.
You're good.
So again, I still have issues with the underlining. So I understand what you're calling empathy, and I understand why you're calling it empathy, and I understand all the associations that you're making with it. My hugest contention is that it's the perceptual basis that must first exist, and then the pseudo, or like Emmett was saying, there's this presumption that you have made prior, right? You have this emotional response. You feel like you understand what they're going through, and you make a presumption that you understand what they feel. And because of that, now you take stances or actions that have nothing to do with how they actually feel and with what you feel.
No, I agree with you actually, and you can only feel, to me, you can only feel empathy if he's actually gone through what they've fucking gone through. Like Abe, you've gone through fucking,
don't have to go
actual
through any of it.
like bad things, like through the war. So you can actually feel empathy through the people who have gone through the same things that you do. But like to not understand how people are actually dealing with things, how could you possibly understand them ever? You can't say that you're being empathetic because you're being actually sympathetic and you want to understand, but there's no way you could. So if there's no way you could understand something, how could you possibly say that you're being empathetic? Go with that question.
That's part of my issue, Avery, too, actually, with what you outlined, right? Is that most people will exhibit sympathy on a normal basis, and then they'll label it empathy because empathy has a connotation of virtue to it. And because it's empathy instead of sympathy, now you're virtuous.
Boom.
I think that's so black-pilled. And what Voltaire said means that he disagrees with Avery's definition. To be clear, what Voltaire said shows he completely disagrees with the definition Avery read.
We are the empathic creature. Women are the simps.
Oh God!
And the roles have been reversed.
Trench, how does any of that have to do with what we're talking about, though?
No, the problem is that oh my gosh, this is the entire fucking problem of everything. That all women think they're empathetic, but they're not. They're not. All empathetic. All women are just the way they are. How can a woman be empathetic to a man who has been in war? How can a man like Abe's wife, like God bless her, she's a great woman. But how can she be empathetic? How can she be empathetic to Abe when he's been actually through war? Actually,
this is why I'm saying you either didn't listen to what Avery read out, or you disagree with it, which is fine. It's not what Avery read out.
There's a definition. There's a definition that can't be accepted. Apparently.
Hold on, Voltaire. There's a difference between sympathy and empathy, and people often confuse these things a lot.
That's what
people often mislabel sympathy.
Well, that's been my argument the entire time.
No.
I've been trying to argue that the entire time. Honestly, I'm on the fucking fence of sympathy and empathy, and I've made arguments to both Abe and everybody else here. Like I've argued through the fucking lens of empathy with Abe earlier.
You've said nothing and you've asked no question. You fucking idiot.
Shut the fuck up, Trench.
No, seriously.
Bro,
you haven't said anything meaningful to this fucking conversation.
Okay.
It sounds like you're a one-man army right now. So
sometimes.
Well, just right now. So it doesn't matter every other time. So just shut the fuck up.
No, it doesn't matter.
So Voltaire, the difference between sympathy, the difference between sympathy and empathy would be through my life experiences, I'm able to put myself in your shoes and kind of feel like what you're going through, because X is kind of similar to what you've been through, or I've been through the exact same thing that you're going through. Sympathy is just the ability to feel pity and sorrow for another person. Like, damn, bro, that sucks. I'm here for you.
Kind of.
That's not definitionally.
That's not,
because sympathy is concern, and concern is not pity.
There's a biological response. That's all sympathy is.
Yeah. I think you're conflating both of them again. I think sympathy is the. I think
there's a modern conception of sympathy that is pity, and it's not how it's ever been. Not even when I was growing up, it wasn't that. It's only until recently that sympathy is seen as pity.
Would you say 2008 beyond?
I don't know, not that long, because growing up, sympathy meant something. Like I have sympathy for that person, their family, this or that.
This is where I think another big linguistic thing happened.
Right? If it's not that, then what would it be?
Right?
But empathy wasn't used. It was sympathy.
The problem is the people who understand this definition the people who understand this definition through sympathy, they're actually like hard on the one side of sympathy, or they're hard left on the other side of fucking empathy. The ones who are thinking empathy with they have the little side. The opposite of empathy, the little side is the little sympathy, and the people who are empathy, they're on the big side, and the little side is fucking empathy on the sympathized sides. So that's why we can't. We're just talking past each other the entire time.
Very, very insightful.
But we're both on the radical sides, and we can't fucking. We're all trying to fucking define the middle ground, but we're so far on either side of this argument that we can't.
You figured it out. Now, is there a why? What's the is of this process?
Yes, I figured it out. You know what's funny? When somebody doesn't fucking state the obvious is never stated.
No kidding. So what's the
so
is?
Shut the fuck up. Then what do you want?
What's the is of the situation? I've prescribed one. That's all I've done. I've just highlighted the is. I haven't made a prescription for any ought.
No, why does it need to be? Give your prescription. All I'm prescribing is the fucking don't be so black and white. Find yourself in the middle and realize that there's a little bit of fucking both on either side, because
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if the
So let's
extreme radical
rewind-
left
let's
takes something
rewind
and they
this.
go so far left with it. It doesn't mean that you can't define the fucking middle. Like what? I don't understand.
Okay, I'm gonna play back to
What
you.
would be the middle for this then?
Because this whole argument, even the video, has been about abstraction and trying to get to a hard definition of anything. That's been the fucking Sisyphean task of the whole evening. Trying to get to a hard definition.
Voltaire, what do you think would be the middle ground for this?
The middle ground is, like I said, there would be at least some understanding of empathy, which is actually like people who actually went through certain things, the exact same things that other people have gone through, and
That
they
sounds
can give.
very abstract.
Hold on. Can I fucking
Trench?
I'm sorry.
So the people who have actually gone through the shut the hell up. Holy fuck. The people who have gone through the exact same things, like the exact same things, you can empathize with them because it's like, yes, I don't need empathy. I don't need an understanding, or I don't need to feel. Can you shut the fuck up? I don't need to.
You're categorically incorrect too.
Can you suck a cock and fuck off? Can you suck a cock and fuck off like normal, like you normally do?
Confluence, control the panel. Use the mute.
Fuck, I asked Voltaire to answer the question, not you, Trent. Shit.
Let him lie to
So you can obviously, if you obviously go through the same things as someone, you can empathize with them, but you can't empathize with somebody you've never gone through the same things with. Like I mean, there needs to be a fucking middle ground, and you can't fucking like.
Your
I don't
foundation
understand.
is on a fucking sand pit, dude.
Your foundation has fallen off a cliff. Your logic is bankrupt, bro. Can you just declare bankruptcy? Declare bankruptcy, bro.
Okay, bankruptcy. Do you have to be poor to empathize with the poor person?
That's compassion. You can fucking understand their. How do you not understand this?
I said empathize, stupid.
Oh, so when I fucking contradicted your fucking claim, that doesn't mean that.
That's literally
it doesn't mean no. What can you?
No.
Oh, you can't understand no out of the fucking question I asked. Are you that retarded?
With a poor
Confluence,
person,
can I
if
ask
they're
a
not poor?
Question?
Yes or no?
Okay, all right, hold on. Apparently, I gotta say you're retarded. Okay, so you're retarded, and it's not that. Yeah. Okay, then there you go. Then argue it against that. Exactly.
No, you're a woman because you can't enter a yes.
Okay, yeah. So I answered the question with a question, and then you didn't accept that, so I had to say you're retarded. Then start the question.
With fatherless British cigarette behavior.
Confluence, no one can do anything with Trent.
Yeah, well, you're a bundle of sticks, so you're a plural bundle of sticks. So fuck off, man. You stupid idiot.
Okay.
Roast.
Okay, for the people that believe in empathy, how am I feeling right now? A car was going slow in the middle lane. I'm going at 68, so I go around it, and then he speeds up, and then I fuck up traffic. What am I feeling?
Did you flip off the middle fingers?
Uncomfortability and maybe a little fucking hate.
I think he's feeling rage.
There is only hate.
Well, that's what I mean. You're uncomfortable because it's fucking stupid. It's bullshit.
It's just that I hate my wife the least.
A little hate because it's like, fuck this guy. I'm now looking embarrassed, but rage? I don't like.
You live on the devil's planet.
Annoyance.
So there is only hate.
Annoyance, yeah, exactly.
And I'm seeing red. I'm
See?
seeing red.
Rage.
Pissed.
Told you. It's rage.
Good. Now that's 5% of what I feel all the time because of this type of womanery goon. I think it's like beyond a word. Like
if you want to call it cope, that you should call it cope, man.
No, it's like a whole weapon.
Okay, I prefer that word.
It's somewhere around those lines starting, but it gets worse into like all kinds of different shades of hate.
I think you.
It's God's creation. Even Searka, he never answers my question when I ask him directly, why do you hate God?
Well, because maybe he doesn't know.
And his fucking girlfriend is a Christian. It's the dumbest question. It's a fucking you're presuming some sort of answer. You fucking stupid cock.
Challenging
no, it's like no.
Like I did earlier.
How are you? How are you? Like it's like, hey, how are you? How are you not a murderer? How are you not a pedophile?
How do you know I'm not a murderer?
It's like
I would guarantee he'd
I
probably
am
say
a murderer, but I'm certainly not a
that probably is
pedophile.
his answer.
Yeah, I don't think he does
Well,
hate God, actually.
So apparently, I'm just gonna say, man, like this guy never fucking said he was a pedophile. This guy never. This guy just like, come on.
We're gonna love a lot of hate here.
Yeah, that's a little far.
Control the panel.
Yeah, no, I don't mean, I don't.
happens.
Not all homicides.
I don't mean to do this shit, but it's
he's a scumbag for that. I didn't go there, and I
really.
didn't
What? Okay, yeah, I'm a scumbag. Yeah, I'm a scumbag.
Did he say it about? Did he say it about someone? Did he say it about Trench? I thought you just.
Yeah, that's what the implication was. Everybody caught it.
I'm just.
I said, how can they? How easy it is to just name people off of as stupid shit.
And did I stop beating my wife? Is the more appropriate way to beg that question.
What?
Then that's retarded. So, like, what time did you stop beating your wife?
I don't know, Your Honor. I couldn't hear her over the screaming.
Yeah, exactly.
What the fuck,
So,
Trench? This is why people get pissed off at you.
My
dude.
point made sense. My point made sense. Like, come on. Are you gonna explain how you don't hate your wife now?
What?
Oh, I've hit her before. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, there you go. So, I really don't understand the whole point of
Yeah,
this.
you'll never understand because you're a boy.
Oh, really?
You're not a man until
Yeah.
your
Yeah. Yeah, my wife. Hey, babe. Apparently, apparently I'm a boy. I'm a boy because I don't hit you in the face. I don't beat my wife. My wife's right here, fucking crocheting. And yeah, no. Oh yeah, no, you did. You did. You said that.
thing
You did
ever.
say
My
that.
wife's
Hold on,
right
I
here
don't believe you,
crocheting.
Voltaire. Can we hear from your wife that you don't beat her?
I've hit all kinds of people.
My wife's right here. That's the most Canadian thing.
No, you said my
I'm
wife
sure
right
your wife
here
has
is
hit
right
you
here
before.
crocheting. That's the most fucking
I
Canadian
guarantee
thing.
your wife.
Oh,
has
is
hit
it?
you before.
Yes, it's funny.
Babe, you're Canadian.
Hold on,
You're
you got a
Canadian
bag
because you're my wife and you're Canadian and crocheting, babe.
Hey, does your
She
wife?
said
Hey.
no.
Hey, Voltaire, you got a bag of milk?
Can't.
Voltaire, do you got a bag of milk?
Exactly.
No,
I
that's
didn't hear your
an
question.
Eastern Ontario thing. The
Does
bag
your
of
wife
milk is
ever hit
actually Eastern Ontario.
That's true. Voltaire's right.
Actually, the wife just said, "I miss it so much."
You're a gentleman.
That's wild. Why would you miss a bag
Rather
of?
than admit my wife is hit
Why
you.
would you not want jugs, babe?
Hey,
The crusties around the what?
How often does she
That
have to
sounds
slap you the
disgusting.
fuck up?
The crusties. Apparently, there's crusties around the
How
top
often
of
do
the
you get
jug
it?
So
that you don't
gross.
get in the bags,
Ask the question. Contend with the question.
and the bags fucking hold better
They
for
never
longer.
do, because I'm a
Really?
hyper empathic.
Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about.
That chick has fucking slapped him up so many goddamn
Complex.
times.
I
it's
can't
not
hear
even
you, bro. You
funny.
gotta turn your mic volume up. You're
Yeah.
really low.
I
You're
said,
much
Voltaire,
quieter.
ask your wife if she believes in empathy.
You believe in empathy, babe?
Of course she does.
Yes.
Based red pill. Tell her she's based
No,
in red pill.
Yeah, but what's your argument about it?
Tell her she's
What's your
gay
argument
and
about
not
it?
pill.
She can't.
She
doesn't
says
even
she's
know.
gay and she's not black. No.
Tell her to hit
I'm
you
just kidding.
again. Could you please hit him? I will pay you whatever.
What? For what?
Just to prove the point that she's comfortable going hands on with you.
What? She's not.
But she has.
She goes every time she has gone hands off with me. She's a woman. So I just say no.
Oh shit.
So you are a victim of domestic abuse. I can empathize with that, Voltaire.
Or
No, I say that. Actually, it's hilarious because every time she tries to wrestle me, I say, "You have no rights," and she's like, "No." Yeah, she's laughing now because it's like no, and then I pin her because she's the one who attacks me always with wrestling, and it's just like, yeah, you have no fucking rights. She says, she's like, no,
biological
but as a way of just understanding that, yeah, she has no fucking rights.
You know who
my rights, my rights. She says, my rights.
Domestic violence? Women, lesbian women specifically.
I mean, that's statistically true.
And
technically true.
it's
Why
because
are
of
you
this
gay?
emotional state. Women, that's why I would say the ocean model is a better map of personality, because women are more neurotic by a statistical demographic that we can observe.
What?
Cool.
How? What are
Why
you
are
talking
you
about?
You literally just get your ass kicked by women all day and don't knock her out, and that's the difference between you and me.
Bro, you've been sucking dick this entire time.
I am personally proud that Voltaire is not knocking out his wife. Okay.
It's probably best.
Well, that's probably because a real woman like my wife would fucking put him through a wall and then end him.
And
okay,
well, my wife would do the same to you, you stupid fuck. Like, why are you trying to say shit? That's just hilarious. My wife would take the gun out of the fucking back corner and shoot your face. You stupid fuck. Like, how stupid can you be? How stupid can you be?
I guarantee my wife is a better shot than your wife. My wife.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about who's no one's wife is killing anyone else's wife.
Bro,
okay?
you're so stupid.
Hey, Voltaire,
Yeah,
I got one
you
more
wanna-
question
you-
for your wife.
better
I got
looking.
one more question for your
This
wife.
has gotten
All
so
right,
How
bad.
did she feel?
Okay,
How did she feel that you guys lost to the United States in the Gold Olympic game?
All
My
right,
wife
hold
doesn't watch sports.
hold on. Let me ask her. How do you feel that we lost to the United States in the gold medal?
I have the full authority to speak on behalf of my
What?
wife.
Good for you, she says.
Damn right. Damn right.
Damn right.
Damn right. We beat y'all at your own fucking game.
She's like, what? I don't know. I don't give a fuck. Base, she says. She says base.
Sports. She's off in the woods fucking counting stars somewhere.
Who? Your wife?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, what does that mean?
It means she's fucking Dharma and I'm Greg. We have different ontological functions and purposes.
It means you're retarded and your wife doesn't exist.
Dharma and Greg.
Sure.
I'm not sure. I know what Dharma means in like the Buddhist sense.
It's a show. It's a show.
Oh.
You're gonna pretend that you weren't in the 90s and 80s with us?
What show?
Dharma and Greg.
Oh, that's the name of the show. No, I've never even heard of that in my life.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Never in my life.
Who won't, dude? That's where I got my obsession with blondes.
No,
And then I ended up
redheads
marrying
are the
one.
best. Redhead is the way to go.
Gross. You want to compare wives?
Oh, it is. It's like a sitcom.
I mean, I would win, hands down. She's not a redhead, but hands down.
Is she blonde?
Oh yeah, she is.
Nice. See, I can be reasonable.
Guys are nerds.
Hey,
That's what you
Voltaire,
are.
I'm not a nerd.
question-
Okay, you know what's shitty is all this shit fucking
I'm not a nerd,
snow
though.
that I got recently. Yeah, it was about like plus
I'm more
4,
of a Tinker
5,
Tailor
6.
Soldier spy.
Oh, it's Canadian. I mean, I don't know. It's like 35, 36. All that all that shit melts and then freezes. It's like minus fucking.
It sucks.
And it's like you're slipping on ice trying to get to your fucking car. It's like,
Yeah.
no, this
Hold
shit
on, woman, though.
is fucking retarded.
All the time.
Sarah, I've lived so many years in Canada, and I've never met someone who sounds as Canadian as you, ever. And
Don't even start.
I've lived in like 5 different provinces. I've never met someone. It's crazy.
Got warrants.
It's impossible.
It's pretty.
What do you mean it's impossible?
It's just
How,
all
like,
the people
what-
I've met in all the
I always say this. Like, what
You got
exactly
warrants,
makes
don't
you
you? You
sound
got warrants.
Canadian? You know
It's
what?
how
you guys
it's how
insult
you
me all the time.
No, it's how you enunciate your words. It's like
Yeah.
it's
You're insulting me.
no, it's
You're the South
it's-
Park cartoon, bro.
It's
You're
like
headed
Jordan
flat.
Peterson times 5 is what it is.
You know, you should fucking make your bed.
See, I can't tell if you're doing an impersonation or you're just talking normally. Voltaire.
Because your head's
Son of
already
a bitch.
flapping. and we see it.
So Voltaire, I have a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
All honestly, how do you
Hey,
think I
one day
did
we'll
last
be able
night?
to
Because
get
that's
there
the first
and
time
have
I've
the
ever
real
been up
discussion.
in front of like
If
500,
not,
600
the better.
people like that.
Wait, this is Avery. Like, sorry, I'm not looking at my phone. This is
It's Avery.
Avery. Oh,
But
Avery.
if you,
Yeah,
if
no.
you would actually like to control the narrative, though, on your channel with your people, then I'd be comfortable with that.
What are you talking about? Okay, so I'm going to talk about Avery. I don't have a
Good
channel.
thing.
I'm fucking
Good
my
thing,
own
sir.
fucking person. And Avery, actually, you fucking rocked it. Like I literally had to find you
I actually
out
like his
on
channel.
Discord to be like, wow, holy fuck. Like,
Dude,
they're
I was
fucking
pissed.
killing
That
it.
guy was pissing me the fuck off. Oh, the left is more violent than the
do
right.
another
We prove your
subscription.
source is wrong, and then you
No, like,
I gave
fuck,
fucking
what the fuck was
primary
his name?
examples of this shit, and you
Aiden?
can't admit that you were wrong.
Yeah,
Fucking
yeah, no,
shit.
Aiden was, I think his name
It was
was.
crazy.
Yeah, that was
fucking
Aiden.
crushing. You were absolutely crushing, and yeah, that's why I had to fucking find you out. I'm like, holy
Yeah.
Yeah,
fuck.
this was
Like,
this was
Avery's
the
just
open
killing
panel.
these
The open panel last night,
motherfuckers.
right after the fucking debate between Searka and Andrew Wilson.
Yep.
Dude, like, I don't know, bro, because, like, the moment I saw, like, holy shit, that's, like, I started getting fucking nervous. I don't know, dude, I've never done this shit before. I'm, like, 4 weeks into doing this shit. Like,
Yeah,
coming up and
well,
talking
you
to
said
people
that,
about this
honestly. Like,
stuff.
you said that later, but...
You're a confident
no, man,
dude.
like, you
got
fucking...
a lot of charisma.
Yeah, you were confident and you fucking killed it. Like,
You're not a
honestly.
midwit intelligence.
You took on Ben Thorpe. That was your prep. Okay, that's what gave
That's
you.
true.
You're not a midwit.
Wait, you said what confidence?
Although I'm
I
really
said
surprised.
You took on Ben Thorpe. That was your confidence booster.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
actually
but I mean,
surprised you
Ben
didn't know who Ben Thorpe was when he
No,
came
I
on
didn't-
your show.
Dude, I didn't...
Confluence.
Oh,
Yeah,
I knew.
yeah, I agree.
I knew
I
who
agree.
He was. I knew
Like-
who he was.
Did you?
I didn't know. I didn't know all the. I didn't know all the lore.
Oh,
but-
okay.
Okay, the lore.
Yeah,
okay,
like
that
I
makes
knew.
sense.
Yeah, I had seen him on like Destiny and stuff. Like, you know,
Okay.
years.
All right. All right.
But I mean, like a lot of the times
Well,
when
when
I
I
come
seen
up
them
here,
on there, I was like, wow, holy fuck.
Yeah,
It's like
dude.
this about to get messy.
Surprised.
Yeah, no shit.
Dredge,
Yeah.
Dredge,
Holy fuck.
welcome to what do I call my members? I can't remember now. The
I don't remember.
confluencers or the confluencer? I can't remember. Someone told me.
The confluencers.
Confluencers.
Yeah,
I don't
something
know.
gay.
But yeah, I don't know, dude. Like I come on these to try and learn other people's perspectives, and if I feel like I know something about something, like whatever the topic subject is, maybe someone can change my fucking mind. I'm not up here acting like I fucking know everything like some people are. I'm a dumbass. I'll fully fucking admit that. But there are certain subjects that, like, when I start that I feel like I know a lot about, like last night, that fucking dumbass, I will fucking rip. Oh, dude, I hate those people, man. I'm
No,
sorry.
you keep it real. I appreciate that about you, and if you, even if you're wrong from my paradigm, you at least go down with the ship, and you don't do the obfuscation. You don't do the never-ending. What's the word? Abstraction, and that's refreshing.
Voltaire's a little
amongst
bitch. He left.
people center left and to the left. It's rare.
I'm not to the left though.
I feel you, but you're still a libertarian.
Kind of a little bit. Some aspects of libertarianism, like I do want and appreciate, but like I also understand full blown libertarianism doesn't fucking work. It simply doesn't.
You're
Fair
a
enough.
libertine, though, if you think about it, Avery.
What does that mean, though?
You're just pure freedom. You're a libertine by the definition of the word.
Yeah, I do want pure free. Like if this is part of my problem with Andrew Wilson and shit, man. It's like everyone is all about.
But I'm not
Christian
Andrew Wilson, and
nationalism,
I
Christian-
disagree with him, especially about empathy.
Well, like Andrew Wilson's all about this Christian nationalism. It's like, why can't we just have American nationalism, pride
But
for your country?
I think you
like and
misunderstand
start
his
instilling in
definition of
people like the
Christian
duty of
nationalism.
wanting to serve your country
Yeah.
and be a part of it and be active in it. We don't have to
I-
drag religion into this, you know?
Andrew,
So
wait.
categorically- Hold on. I just want to say this.
Yeah.
Categorically, do you think that Andrew, when he says Christian nationalism, do you think he's espousing the need for an ecclesiarchal state where the
What the
priests,
fuck does that mean?
where the
Yeah,
priests, where the priests are in charge, like in Iran?
A
As of
theocracy.
right now, no, but I feel like that's what it will devolve into in the future.
Okay,
That's
so
what I feel like it will.
That's not our definition of Christian nationalism.
And if you actually follow
I mean,
the
Andrew
church
Wilson's
dictates, even it won't allow for it.
Yes,
I mean,
by
but
its
also,
own
like-
mandate,
like,
the church does not.
Andrew
involve
Wilson even
itself
said
in
he
the
wants
world,
only
the
Christians
true
to
church
be able to
anymore.
vote. Like, and he uses references back to when, like the before fuck. What was he saying when I was watching that one debate? Shit.
Wait, but you say he doesn't
He
vote?
was saying that he wanted only Christian men of good moral standing to vote.
Yes, but why
Like-
wouldn't
like
you want
that's-
that as a Christian man?
He wants to limit
I don't.
everybody.
He's
Okay,
not a
but I don't
Christian
want
man.
that. I'm not a Christian man, dude. I'm
But he wants
agnostic.
to-
No,
I believe in the
but-
existence.
I'm
of
asking
God.
in a paradigm. I'm asking you to take on a
Oh,
paradigm.
okay,
If you were a Christian, would you not agree that if you wanted your moral framework to be what dictated how the country was run, you would want as many Christian men, if not all Christian men, in office, right? If you were in that same paradigm, you would want the same thing.
Well,
Just like right now, you would want people that think like you and believe like you to be in those positions.
Okay, but to me, with the religion thing, it doesn't. I don't care if what religion someone is in, but as long as they have good morals and actually try to do the right thing and be the best person that they can be, you know what I mean? I'm okay with that. It doesn't necessarily pertain to
you guys,
religion,
because
though.
we say that morals can't come from the objective nature of man. That we can only adopt good virtue
Society
from what
dictates
God has.
morals.
That's why we disagree, like fundamentally.
I know it's a hot take. I know a lot of people disagree with me on
Well, it's not that it's a hot take. It's just that your paradigm is not our paradigm. Like they don't match up.
It doesn't bother me if a Christian's in office. I'm not going to vote them in because they're a Christian. Are they a good person? Do they have a track record of being a good person? Are they corrupt?
Outcome.
What like fuck controversies have they been involved in? Like, you know what I mean? That's what matters to me. Religion doesn't matter to me when I'm voting someone in office.
Let's use a little bit.
Does that make sense, Abe?
Yeah,
kinda.
You're kind of arguing for a utilitarian, what's best for all, kind of, right?
Well, not what's best for all, but what's best for our country.
So the problem would be like for us, if it is the case that you believe that moral virtue comes from the person or the society in which they live, and it comes and for us it doesn't come from that, it comes from the sole giver of that moral standard, then we're going to have a completely different view on where it comes from and how it works, and we are going to constantly reference ours, and yours can change to whatever society dictates. Even if society dictates, I don't think
it's going to change, but
it has over time, right?
Well, I mean, I'm obviously not 18. I'm obviously not a teenager. I've gone out and I've experienced the world. You know what I mean? I don't.
Right, but do you think moral standards in general society have changed since you were a child till today?
Kind of.
Does the world you look at outside look different than it did when you were growing up?
Yes, but that's also because I didn't fully understand it. Does that make sense?
Sure, but I would say that there's objectively things that have changed, right? The moral standards of the general populace has lowered, especially in the secular area, even in the Christian area, to be fair, if we're talking about the Protestant area.
The metaphysics have changed, the reality has changed,
Abe, keep
the
going.
institutions have changed.
Well, you just look around. You can look at like the sex industries. You can look at the way people dress. You can look at
it's the anti-Christianity.
The language standards, like everything that used to have reins on it or standards on it has been relinquished, and what's happened is it's all catapulted towards
it's all degeneracy now.
Back in, though, right? We can't rein it back in.
Someone's mic is like stuttering really bad.
How are you gonna? It's my.
How do you do it?
My mic.
How do you do it?
My mic.
We don't know. I don't know.
You were Voltaire. I promise.
What are you talking about? As soon as I talk, is it not me?
I'll mute myself just to prove the point.
Hell no, it's just like a weird noise somebody's microphone is making.
Oh, it's not there anymore?
I can still hear
it. Hello.
Yeah, I just
I don't hear a weird noise from someone.
It's not me.
I don't hear it at all. Might just be you, bro.
Has anybody muted themselves?
I mean, I can.
Gosh.
Yeah, it's Abe because his mouth is moving every time I hear it. I'm pretty sure.
I mean, I don't hear it coming from Abe.
Your gain's up a little higher than.
But I mean,
like
Abe, my whole thing
could be my noise gate. I'll change it.
Does it? Well, hold on. Fuck.
See, there's gain or there's no gain.
Tell me if this makes sense. Like people say the current system is broken, right? That's kind of the general consensus.
I'm just saying our moral standards.
Like just go off.
But I feel like the system will work better if we put good people in the right places. You know what I mean?
Good people by what metric?
I mean, well, your metric it would be a good Christian man, right?
Yes.
Well, it's like what?
My metric would just be a good person.
So how are we gonna fucking filter those people out? We just need to apparently just have a person in there until they're conceived as good, right? Or what?
How are
you see where this falls apart quickly?
Like, do they have a moral base? Like,
Absent a standard,
there's
this all
also
falls apart.
bad Christians too, man.
True.
Like, not every Christian's a
It's
good
an
person.
orbital fucking
Yes, exactly.
cannon.
Yes.
True. I don't disagree with you on that at all. There are definitely people in every group that are bad. I agree with that 100%.
Yep.
But we would have to have a metric by which we could say this person is good. And if we could have that metric, my metric is going to be
the good is subjective to different people. That's the fucking okay. I see what you're saying now.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like how do you identify an individual, right? So.
It's because the secular modern humanist, devoid of Christian, what do we call it? What does Darwin call it? Devoid of the social, what does he call it? Christian, social Christian. That's what he calls it.
Cultural Christian.
Yeah, cultural Christian. Devoid of Christian culture, has no objective moral standard to anything that it espouses or champions, which is why even when it comes to immigration, ultimately you're a bad Christian because you don't let these people stay here indefinitely. When the Christian
these people
is
no,
3
I
days,
agree. I agree.
3 days, and then you must go.
The problem with Christianity is that too many people use Christ as a mascot instead of like an actual.
I know, but
That's true.
Like you're going to use it here
that's true.
in 3 other words when you say the but. There's all these fake Christians.
And that's what a fake Christian is when they use Christ as a fucking
literally so
as a mascot.
They use Christ as a scapegoat to fucking. Oh, I can always.
Well, it's just like that's okay. I can do anything I want, but this is the person I cheered for.
It gives an accounting even for the fake Christians, and that's what's beyond you.
What's beyond me?
Yeah.
I asked.
Abe, I actually don't know how to answer your question, Brand. I'm trying really hard, but I'm
exactly
subjective based on where you're at in the world. You know what I mean? Like,
no, the Bible gives.
It's what makes it an impossibility outside
for fake Christians. It gives an accountability for itself and its virtue, and the oughts and the ises that it prescribes.
The biggest. Right. So the biggest problem, Avery, is that absent an objective moral standard, we cannot claim any one man is good in the world that we see today. We could literally couldn't make an objective statement of that's a good man.
Because if you're not a Christian, you can't even understand the nature of good versus evil.
But if I'm giving it to him from
appreciate the words.
Right, but if I'm giving it to him from his framework, even from the non-Christian or non-religious in any way, shape, or form framework, there's no objective standard by what is good. And so if that's the case, you'd have to look at all the other people around you and say, well, that guy thinks that a guy with a tendency to use cocaine is good, and that guy thinks that a guy that gives away money is good, and that guy over there thinks that sleeping with everyone is good. And it's like
little boys and calling them girls is good.
Right. And so we come to this ground where it's like, okay, well, that's not good. So what is good? We have to have an objective standard for what we're looking at. And absent that standard, we can't even make unified choice.
Devoid of theology, because even Richard Dawkins
makes I see what you're saying, Dave.
And it fully owns it.
But I have a question for you, Abe. I know I said this before, but Andrew Wilson only wants Christian men to be able to vote, right?
Andrew Dawkins, excuse me.
Right?
No. That's the goal. He never said that. He never said that.
He did.
Yeah, sure.
Did.
In a debate, that's fine. But has he ever actually personally said that?
He coined the term cultural Christian, of which he identifies as the same guy that coined the term.
No. You were talking about somebody else, Trench.
He did, and he also said he wants to end women's suffrage.
You're talking about Dawkins.
From his own position, he said the amendment should be changed through that people who have.
They're talking about Andrew Wilson.
Oh,
yes,
okay. No, I accidentally said Andrew.
There needs to be a test. Someone who has skin in the game. That's he. When has he said that women can't vote? That women shouldn't vote?
He doesn't believe. Dude, he said that several times.
Regardless,
no, he makes the argument for it. He makes the argument. He makes the argument for it many times. He never actually personally said that.
It is weird. I had this thing when I was on a panel with Andrew Wilson, and I said the same thing that Avery is saying about that. He says women can't vote, and he denied it to me. And maybe he's never. I don't know. Maybe he's never. I know
You'd have
Rachel
to find him
Wilson
saying
said
it.
it.
So what's the caveat? How does he explain it?
I did after, which was annoying, but it's in like a. It's
in a debate or in his actual fucking understanding of things.
Why would he be arguing about it?
Exactly, Confluence.
I found that. Andrew Wilson, it's
Exactly.
only debate context where, maybe it's like just for
Exactly.
the sake of argument.
Shut up and let him fucking speak, Voltaire. What?
How am I fucking? How am I interrupting? I'm literally letting him fucking speak and letting
that in a debate, but not.
What are you talking about?
It. Like that isn't.
Because this is something I've had to go over with people with over and over again, Avery. So what happens is you make a stance in a debate. It doesn't mean it's what you believe. You're arguing a position, and you have to take on the position to argue the position. Like when I argue devil's advocate for things I don't believe, I will actually have to step into that and go, okay, I got that. My point is, he's going to, in order to win a debate, because that's what debates are about, winning the position, he's going to take a stance on the position, just like he did earlier with Searka. One of the things he's saying is, I don't necessarily have to believe the thing I'm debating. It's a position I'm taking in this debate. It's not my moral stance. Just like this is what happens with Emmett a lot of the time. And you guys, I think, don't seem to notice. Emmett will take a position, not necessarily one he's willing to actually see forward into the world. He's asking you a question to test your logic. And then everybody immediately acts like that's his moral stance of the world, and it's not. It's literally him making a logical argument. And so what happens is people automatically assign a whole bunch of things to people who are arguing from a logical perspective. Like I could ask you a logical question that sounds really screwed up. Doesn't mean it's what I believe. It's me testing your logic or doing an internal critique on your position. And what happens is people that don't debate don't understand that that's what's happening, and then they automatically attribute that.
This is the reason why I never joined the fucking debate. I cannot,
baby
in good conscience, take the stance on the opposing side that I believe, that I don't believe. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like
I get it.
Fucking do that.
I get it. I totally get it. There's positions I won't argue. There are some that aren't that important that I will.
Oh, Abe, Mo is saying no one can hear your voice on your own stream, just everyone else on the panel.
No, that's terrible. Dang it. I'm so sorry. I evidently, when I reset my mic, it muted me on that side.
Thank you, Mo.
That's actually that's actually my fault, because I'm here and not actually in Abe's streams. Fuck me.
Abe, do you have a stream?
I do.
I'm Abe's mod, and I'm here, so that's actually my fault. Fuck.
I can't believe
it's all your fucking fault, Voltaire. It's all your fucking fault.
I'm sure my chat was probably telling me I just wasn't paying attention because I got too heated, which doesn't happen very often. So.
Wow. Amazing.
It's just this, especially this, is I watch this happen a lot where they're like, well, isn't that what you believe? It's like, no, I've argued that as a stance, not like this is not my moral stance.
To them,
right.
And then they do all this fucking wacky shit where you can't even unpack your fucking position.
But I will say, sometimes sometimes the lines are not like clearly delineated.
You're right. You're absolutely right, Confluence.
I'm very I'm obviously friends with Emmett, but even some stances, I'm not sure. Like, I was asking him on panel how he feels about the Iran war, and he's like, I just want, and then a word I don't really want to say, not super TOS, but just something I don't want to say. And he's like, I just want them to die. And I was like, and he's like, I'm just happy that they're all dying. And I'm like, Emmett, you don't actually believe that. And he's like, no, I do believe that. And I'm like, in my mind, I don't think he does, but I can't really tell because he keeps, you know what I mean? So I don't know.
The problem with Emmett, he takes the side of such extremes where he doesn't actually ever admit to the middle side.
I could break it down for you in detail, but not on a stream, just to be fair.
Yeah, because I'm tired of fucking everybody speaking for people that are up here. Like, let them.
What are you talking about?
That's been like half of the night.
Really?
Trench, this is why people get mad at you.
I know.
That's exactly
a prophet is not
finally back.
Oh, nation.
Hey, you guys are all ridiculous. You've been speaking about somebody else. Oh my gosh, what's going on?
It depends on what you mean by somebody else. Confluence. So, what are you gonna do for your special stream on 3/14 Pi Day?
Mm-hmm. Abe's actually been really good at it. Avery can be good at it.
I didn't even realize.
I can be good at what?
No. Today is the 13th. Saturday will be the 14th.
Right, I forgot that. It's
The challenging of
it's your birthday confluence tomorrow?
Debating meta.
No, it's not my birthday.
And pathos.
No, we're talking about what it's gonna do anything special for Pi Day.
The fuck's Pi Day? Is that a Canadian thing?
3.14.
Oh, okay.
Was it Elder or Confluence earlier that was like they were onto something?
Oh, if they were onto something, it's probably me. Yeah.
And sorry, Confluence.
Exactly. If somebody was onto something, it was definitely Confluence. Apparently.
Confluence, my bad. I had to drop because I had to drop a trailer.
I had a good argument. Yeah, I was ready to go.
Can you not hear K2?
He just got here.
Confluence
Yeah.
is ignoring me, like always.
I can hear him. He's saying.
I can hear K2.
I'll turn you up.
I said Confluence. Sorry for I had to go. I had to drop a trailer, then build a set of Wiggly Wagons.
I don't know what that means. Well, I know what the trailer part means. I don't know what a Wiggly Wagon is, but
He had to connect doubles or triples.
If you're dealing with trains, fuck, that sucks balls, man.
So just a question for you guys. Don't y'all think that it's a little bit like I get that debate can be sometimes considered a sport, right?
Mm-hmm.
But don't you think it's a little bit deceptive when you have two people arguing these separate points of views, especially like really heated political matters?
Well,
and
deception.
They don't believe those.
Wait,
you know
wait.
Like,
No, so there's more. Like I brought up this cabinet.
Hold on, Trench. Hold on, Trench. Hold on, Trench.
Hold
on. Go ahead, Abe. Abe, go ahead.
That's like the women thing. Not voting is 10% of his point.
Yeah, Trench, you're not saying anything that anybody gives a flying fuck about.
Okay, but
well, what Trench is saying is true. Is
you're not saying anything.
10%. It's like a little portion of the whole argument. It's not that he doesn't want.
He
doesn't want most people.
He says
to vote.
men.
Yes,
most people.
exactly.
That was yes. Thank you, Elder. Thank you. God bless you, brother.
So I would say
Somebody said
it's not
something that's-
dishonest. I would say it's not dishonest, Avery. And the reason I would say that is it's never, the arguments in a debate are never supposed to be about the person unless it's about the person, right? Like if the debate was, do I believe this or do I not believe this? When people ask you, when you're arguing a position, when somebody's like, do you actually believe this? It's like, no, that's not what this is about. We're trying to formally, with language, defeat each other's arguments. Now, if it was a presidential debate, yes, I'd expect them to be honest, because that debate specifically is about the people we're choosing for that office. When we're watching somebody in a debate, those two people are trying to convince you of the points that they are arguing from, or to hone their skill as a debater. And so it's not dishonest so long as they're not making claims that this is what I believe and then saying, oh, I didn't ever say I believe that.
May I riff with what you just threw down?
Sure.
Good night. So riffing with that, dude, it's like why Destiny is such a shit debater, because he doesn't have a classical debate background.
I fucking hate Destiny.
Everybody
That doesn't make any sense at all. No, he has a very fucking physical position that he holds and fucking.
That's not what I
uses
said.
as
No, he doesn't have a classical debate style.
Because in debate 101, they teach you rhetoric, right? This thing that is in the trivium. And that is, there's like 3 different arguments in rhetoric that you're trying to make to win the argument. You're either going to make an appeal to pathos, you're either going to appeal to ethos, or you're going to appeal to logos. And it can't be any other way to win this debate. And in the rules of debate, and like in the meta of the strategy, like you're only supposed to use pathos as sprinkles after you've nailed logos. Padded with ethos to prove your point.
Yeah,
and
fair
then
enough.
you use the pathos as the think of the children as the sprinkle.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, fair enough.
And
What
that's
about
not
the
what
children?
happens. It's a very female thing to just be arguing with pathos and
It
pathos.
depends on what you mean by the children.
It's the woman in Simpsons screaming, "But think of the children!" The preacher's wife.
Like you're saying Searka did that, or like who has done that?
That is Searka. Searka is the preacher's wife in The Simpsons. Pathos, archetypes, stereotypes.
Searka's just arrogant.
I found that his
If you are
arguments
not
were
that
like
archetype,
void.
You're the next shade or degree over
Voltaire.
I don't
we
know.
don't have to
Like,
talk
he-
about psychology
yeah,
and
like,
shit.
I'm not talking
skip
about
that
that.
gay
I'm
shit.
just
I
talking
feel like he
about
was bankrupt of logic, but
kid.
he had a lot of fucking knowledge.
He's
Like,
one step to the right.
if he actually went to Andrew debates like fucking debate school, he'd actually fucking kill everybody.
No, he's got.
Andrew
he
has
was
a
at the
debate
school.
I got him.
He's got a debate university. Yeah.
I'm talking about.
I feel like
Destiny.
like he's because he retains knowledge very well. He fucking
Yeah.
brings it up and like definitions, all that shit. He's actually very good at that.
Because
Searka's
he
very good
makes-
at that.
rhetorically,
but like,
he makes a
but
lot
his
of
logic is
No,
bankrupt.
Circa brought up the wrong thing
No,
when I was
his
telling him about the
logic is
licenses
sound,
and
which
shit.
is why people
He brought
agree
up
with him.
NAFTA and how people lost their jobs with immigrants. I gave him a flat out example that he kept
Yep.
throwing me to the side.
Unfortunately,
like I didn't
Confluence
real.
does have to go to sleep.
All right, rate us to
What?
Abe's. Rate us to Abe Dinkus.
Abe is,
How dare you?
alive, yeah.
Based.
All right.
All right, let's
Give me,
continue this conversation on Abe's panel.
Yeah,
guys.
yeah, I
Okay,
think
hold
that's
on.
a good idea.
I'll give you guys a link in the back before we take
Can
off.
you just send it to my Discord, please?
I'm rating.
Yeah.
What did Otto send y'all there?
It won't raid them to my StreamYard.
Oh, the StreamYard, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna link the StreamYard in the back of here. Hold on. Hold on. 1 second.
Elder, if you dip out like you sometimes mysteriously do, mysterious stranger, stay real, brothers. Stay real.
I'll probably stay around a little bit because I wanted to actually argue about Christian nationalism, why I think it's gay.
Fair enough.
All right, guys, come on over.
All right.
And
You
thanks, Confluence. Try to get some good rest, brother.
Yeah,
yes, I will
thanks,
send it to
Con.
you.
Yeah,
You have a
Confluence,
great
thanks
night.
for bringing me up, man.
Talking like that, it sounds
I always
like you're
appreciate it.
actually talking
And
to a priest.
I always appreciate you guys stopping by. I'll be doing
Confluence. Next
part
stream,
two
I
of
need to
Andrew
talk about the
Wilson
Blue
tomorrow.
Jays.
And yeah, if you want, we can have a little bit of Blue Jay talk, okay?
And all the money that they should be giving you, but they're not.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Daily Wire has not been.
Thank you,
Ben is
All right.
struggling. So
You're
you know,
welcome,
I'm just
K2.
saying.
Come on over. We'll keep it going.
Yeah, God bless y'all. And yeah,
Yep.
tomorrow's part 2 of Andrew Wilson.
Hey, you're welcome for the bidding war again. We'll do it again sometime.